In a land of rice fields, within the hidden sound village, a surgical room awaited. Lin Feng gradually regained consciousness, the sharp scent of antiseptic alcohol piercing his senses. Before he could fully comprehend his situation, an agonizing pain surged through his palm. The pain was excruciating. Overwhelmed by the intensity, he abruptly opened his eyes and instinctively glanced at his hand, only to be met with confusion. His arms were wrapped in bandages, with the exception of his palm, which bore a short, hollow tube that defied the natural shape of a human hand. Through the bandages, he could even discern a pool of crimson surrounding the hollow tube. Where am I? Wasn't I just watching some Naruto videos? A torrent of memories flooded his mind, and Lin Feng's pupils contracted as he realized he had traversed into another world. He had most likely become Sakan, a minor character from Naruto. The original soul had no name, merely an orphan within the borders of the land of rice fields. At the tender age of 9, he was parentless and devoid of lineage, surviving by stealing to satiate his hunger. After a failed attempt that led to a severe beating from shopkeeper, he was noticed by Orochimaru and brought back to the hidden sound village for training over 2 years. However, this so-called training was merely Orochimaru scouting for a vessel for his forbidden jutsu, and he hardly paid any attention to the boy. Yet the original soul remained oblivious to Orochimaru's indifference, steadfastly believing that he was highly regarded by the notorious ninja. Having just become a ninja of the hidden sound village, he eagerly volunteered for Kabuto's human modification project, hoping to contribute to Orochimaru's grand design for the destruction of Konoha. Little did he know, he met a tragic end in the operating room, never even qualifying to become a pawn in Orochimaru's game. I can't believe I ended up as a mere background character in Naruto, Lin Feng lamented, a twinge of frustration gnawing at him. While others found themselves in the shoes of prominent figures like Naruto, Sasuke, Obito, or Itachi, he was relegated to the role of an extra. In the Naruto universe crafted by Kishimoto, the chasm between ordinary individuals and those of notable clans is unfathomably vast. One could assert that the division in life begins even before birth. In his previous life, he was an ordinary student from the Great Xia, with no particular hobbies beyond a fervent interest in the intricate details of the Naruto original work. He had even meticulously analyzed the fan work, the multiple shadow clone battle against Hinata frame by frame. It was during one such all-night study session that exhaustion overtook him, causing him to faint. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in the world of Naruto. First, I should assess my surroundings. Having come to his senses, Lin Feng quickly recognized the gravity of his situation. Remaining idle seemed futile. As he rose from the bed, a voice filled with shock and curiosity echoed from behind him. Subject D-439, how are you still alive? Turning around, Lin Feng beheld a woman with flowing red hair, her nose adorned with a distinctive pair of brown-framed glasses, through which he could see her incredulous eyes. In the Naruto world, few possessed poor eyesight, and even fewer had red hair. Without a doubt, this was Karen, a realization confirmed by the memories of the original soul. At this moment, Xianglin, due to her unique constitution and under Orochimaru's intentional cultivation, is evolving into a research ninja with dual talents in medical ninjutsu and sensory perception. The designation D-439 that Xianglin refers to is the experimental subject number of her original self. Orochimaru assigns such identifiers to every individual he recruits from the Sound Ninja Village. The preceding letter represents the batch, while the subsequent numbers denote the order of their admission into the village. However, Lin Feng finds this more reminiscent of a prisoner's number. Before he could voice his thoughts, Xianglin set aside her dissection tools and began to eagerly explore Lin Feng's body, attempting to ascertain his physical condition. Throughout this, she could not help but gaze at Lin Feng's face, her small hands wandering restlessly. "How extraordinarily handsome," she exclaimed. "It's a pity he is merely an experimental subject." Even a starry-eyed girl like Xianglin had never encountered anyone as striking as Lin Feng, leading her to lament, though not as much as the readers before her. However, reason quickly brought Xianglin back to reality. The man before her could very well be a disguised spy from a rival village. After all, just 5 minutes prior, she had personally confirmed Lin Feng's death. In adherence to the principle of not wasting experimental samples, She hurried back to her laboratory to retrieve specialized dissection tools, intending to dissect Lin Feng to analyze the reasons behind the surgical failure. Upon her return to the operating room and finding Lin Feng standing there, vibrant and alive, she was left utterly astonished. "I must have fainted from the pain," Lin Feng casually offered as an excuse, snapping Xianglin back to reality. Eagerly, she urged him, "Is that so? Show me your hands." With that, Xianglin's hands began to roam over Lin Feng's body once more. Moments later, under Xianglin's guidance, Lin Feng grasped the mechanism of the Zhan Kongbo device. As they parted, Xianglin reminded him, "Don't forget about the selection competition in half an hour." Selection? At her words, a flicker of confusion crossed Lin Feng's eyes. Perhaps due to the human modifications, the original memories of this body exhibited significant gaps. He endeavored to sift through the remnants of the original's recollections, and upon recalling the pertinent memories, his body momentarily froze. The selection trials in the Sound Ninja Village were, in essence, a form of breeding with poison. 100 experimental subjects from the village would be cast into a circular arena to fight to the death. The sole survivor would earn the right to participate in the Chunin exams in Konoha, thus becoming a part of the plan to assault the village. The survival rate of this election was a mere 1. It was precisely for this reason that the original self had undergone surgical modifications at Xianglin's hands. The pores on the palms served as proof of the successful operation. Now, with only half an hour remaining, Lin Feng was to step into the arena where the odds of survival were less than 1%, yet he felt utterly powerless. Should he flee? No, it was too risky. There were too many witnesses. Lin Feng was acutely aware of the inherent limitations of this boat of strength. Perhaps he should find a place to hide? However, the village offered no refuge, and the accommodation for the test subjects resembled a vast prison dormitory, a veritable concentration camp devoid of any semblance of privacy. The entirety of the Sound Ninja Village was almost entirely comprised of individuals who had been abducted by Orochimaru from various corners of the world, possessing a fervent, almost religious devotion and loyalty towards him. Those who dared to exhibit cowardice would inevitably face dire consequences. Countless scenarios raced through Lin Feng's mind, yet none presented a viable means of salvation. Amidst the overwhelming dread and despair, a peculiar panel emanating a soft blue glow materialized before him, displaying a plethora of information. Host: Lin Feng remaining lifespan, 40 years chakra attributes, wind, water, yin. Dear readers, subsequent attributes will be provided chakra amount, 15 cards. Ability values: Ninjutsu 7, Physical 4, Illusion 4, Strength 3, Speed 5, Spirit 3, Seals 2. Mastered abilities: Void/Beginner, Sound Body Flicker Technique Beginner, Transformation Technique Beginner, Shadow Clone Technique Beginner, Substitution Technique Proficient, Sound Binding Sword Technique Proficient. This is a system? The despair in Lin Feng's eyes gradually transformed into a flicker of clarity. Having perused countless web novels, he understood that a system heralded the commencement of a resurgence, offering a glimmer of hope for his perilous predicament as a transmigrator facing an overwhelming challenge. With the appearance of the panel, an emotionless electronic synthetic voice resonated in his mind. Beep detecting that the host's soul has fully integrated, we hereby activate the life-draining system. The life-draining system allows the host to expend lifespan to infinitely simulate ninjutsu, taijutsu, and scientific knowledge, thereby acquiring corresponding training results for the designated duration. Please explore additional applications of the system at your discretion. Upon hearing the system's proclamation, Lin Feng felt a surge of conflicting emotions, uncertain whether to weep or to laugh. This system was exceedingly treacherous after all. The purpose of cultivating ninjutsu was to ensure survival. Yet, once his lifespan was consumed, it would be irrevocably gone. Nevertheless, it appears I have no choice. Lin Feng's gaze fixated on the clock in the operating room, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. To drain his life was to survive, yet without doing so, survival was unattainable. So this is what it means to live in defiance of death. Though he still possessed 10 years of lifespan, failing to engage with the system could lead to his demise in Orochimaru's selection process, which had a mere 1% chance of survival. Moreover, given Orochimaru's relentless pursuit of immortality, he may well possess other methods to extend his physical life. Let's do this. With newfound determination, Lin Feng turned his attention back to his system panel. Chapter 2. The Great Perfection of the Sound Binding Sword Technique, the Authentic and the False. Lin Feng gazed at the interface, reflecting on all the techniques of his original self. The Void Slash belonged exclusively to the original's repertoire of ninjutsu. Its range was extensive and did not require hand seals. Most significantly, its learning level was merely basic, yet its power could shatter even solid rock. Unfortunately, it could not be executed while in motion, rendering its user a target amidst a melee of 100 combatants. The Three Bodies technique was far too rudimentary, and the Sound Instantaneous technique was simply a simplified version of the Leaf Village's Instantaneous technique. The latter was characterized by minimal sound during its application, while the former produced a resounding noise, leading Lin Feng to dismiss both techniques outright. The Sound Binding Sword technique was an auditory-based jinjutsu developed by Orochimaru, drawing from the forbidden techniques of Tobarama, and was a requisite ninjutsu for the Sound Ninja Village. The initial stages merely encompassed ordinary swordplay and shuriken usage. Yet upon reaching a minor mastery, one could unleash jinjutsu through the sounds generated by the collision of metal weapons like shurikens and swords. It was an intricate amalgamation of combat and illusionary techniques. However, this skill was easy to learn but challenging to master, with most sound ninjas treating it as a mere standard sword technique. Many preferred powerful, quick-acting ninjutsu, especially in the perilous environment under Orochimaru, where mortality was no trifling matter. Yet Lin Feng was different. His life-draining system enabled him to cultivate the Sound Binding Sword technique to its utmost perfection in an instant. This technique seemed more suited for a chaotic battle involving 500 combatants. With a thoughtful expression, Lin Feng began to channel his life force into the Sound Binding Sword technique over the years. Year 1. You diligently practiced the Sound Binding Sword technique, significantly enhancing your physical prowess. Year 3. You rose early and toiled late, achieving a mastery of the sword techniques of the Sound Binding Sword technique through your proficiency. Year 5. You grasped a hint of musicality, yet your original self's talent for illusion hindered your breakthrough. Year 10. After 5 years of focused study on jinjutsu, you finally fused illusion with metallic resonance, advancing the Sound Binding Sword technique to a minor mastery. Year 17. Your prowess in the Sound Binding Sword technique reached an advanced state, allowing any adversary facing your blade to be affected by jinjutsu. Year 30. You fully comprehended the use of metallic sound as a medium for jinjutsu. Now even your thrown shurikens could ensnare foes and illusions, achieving a complete mastery of the Sound Binding Sword technique. Year 38. You attained absolute mastery in utilizing metallic sound as a medium for jinjutsu. Even your thrown shurikens could activate illusions, culminating in the pinnacle of the Sound Binding Sword technique. Remaining lifespan: 2 years. Post-training attributes: Physical 5, Illusion 8. Precision 4, Strength 4. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, as if awakening from a 38-year-long arduous dream. The accumulated experiences of swordsmanship and jinjutsu infused his mind and body, becoming as natural as breathing, ingrained as instinct. However, as the process concluded, he sensed an intangible withdrawal within his being, as if the system had extracted something from him. While the sensation was not overwhelming, it was nonetheless notable. "This is the sensation of a life on the brink," Lin Feng murmured as he adjusted his body, feeling no trace of the weakness that should accompany a mere 2 years of remaining lifespan. On the contrary, his physique had been enhanced through years of diligent training, particularly in terms of vitality and illusionary prowess. However, his strength and stamina showed little improvement, perhaps due to the nature of the techniques he had been practicing. It was still far from sufficient. Lin Feng savored the taste of power, yet felt an insatiable longing. The realization that only 2 years of life remained weighed heavily upon him. Such a vibrant youth reduced to a mere 2 years. But why did his body feel so robust? Beep. Detection of host confusion. The following explanations will be provided. 1. The lifespan consumed does not affect physical strength. The host will simply perish upon reaching 0. 2. The practice techniques will enhance corresponding attributes. So that is the case. This system is rather considerate. Lin Feng closed the system panel and strode out of the operating room, making his way towards the circular arena. The root of all fear stemmed from insufficient firepower. Drawing upon 38 years of experience, he was confident in his ability to survive. In the Sound Ninja village, the circular arena was rife with the stench of blood and carnage. The sand was stained crimson, and the mottled bloodstains on the stone walls bore witness to countless lives extinguished. Each breath was laden with the weight of death. Many had perished here. Each selection process was accompanied by the demise of 99 individuals, all to aid Orochimaru in choosing suitable pawns. Orochimaru, Lin Feng discreetly observed him from the corner of his eye. He sat high in the stands, his gaze cold and penetrating, exuding a disdain for life itself. Suddenly, Orochimaru's attention seemed to be drawn to an individual, a remarkably handsome experimental subject. Truly striking, were it not for the fact that this body had yet to reach its limits. Lin Feng found himself tempted to exchange it for that one. Orochimaru flicked his tongue, his eyes greedily fixed on the arena. Meanwhile, Lin Feng sensed the weight of that gaze upon him. How formidable! Was this the pressure of being targeted by a shadow-level powerhouse? A sense of unease washed over him. It appeared that being exceptionally handsome could also be a burden. As a fan of the Hokage, Lin Feng was well aware that Orochimaru had a penchant for beauty. Each time he performed a reanimation, he meticulously selected the most aesthetically pleasing vessels from the Sound Ninja village. Wait, Lin Feng suddenly recognized something amiss. Had he not been reborn as Sak? How could he possibly attract Orochimaru's attention? In his understanding, Sak could hardly be deemed handsome. Before he could ponder further, he spotted a familiar face among the approaching Sound Ninja. It was indeed Sak's visage, his hair styled like a black wolf, adorned in a colored shirt emblazoned with the character for death. More astonishingly, his hands bore the same wind holes as Lin Feng's. What a shocking revelation! Lin Feng felt a wave of disbelief. He truly never anticipated that he would not even be a match for Sak. Meanwhile, Sak had noticed the wind holes in Lin Feng's hands and approached him, his gaze brimming with disdain and his stride exuding confidence. As if he were the sovereign of this arena. Number 439, who do you think you are? Do you believe that by undergoing the same body modification as I did, you can usurp my position in Orochimaru's esteem? Sak's scornful words were aimed directly at Lin Feng, his resonant voice capturing the attention of the audience and inciting a clamor. A spectacle is about to unfold. Number 439 has actually undergone the same surgical enhancement as number 401. Does he not fear being targeted? One spectator exclaimed. Indeed, this lad cannot possibly think that a mere operation can bridge the chasm of raw strength. Can he? Number 001 is the earliest and the most formidable of this batch. Excitement bubbled among them as they yearned to witness number 001's devastating technique capable of shattering boulders and vanquishing foes. After all, this is the sole highlight of the competition. Tear him apart, number 001. I have placed all my bets on you. The crowd was not solely composed of last year's Sound Ninjas. Among them were affluent individuals and politicians from various nations, even high-ranking officials from the Land of Fire. They were oblivious to the fact that this selection contest was orchestrated by Orochimaru as a means to assault Konoha. They merely sought the thrill of bloodshed and willingly spent their wealth to witness the battles in the Sound Village. This event also served as one of Orochimaru's numerous avenues for acquiring research funding. At that moment, however, Xianglin was anxiously watching Lin Feng from the stage, murmuring, "It is all my fault." Chapter 3. It's not targeted at you. I'm saying everyone present is worthless. Perhaps due to his 38 years of training in auditory illusion techniques, Lin Feng could now hear whispers from 300 meters away. Yet, he remained unmoved by their malice, his expression betraying no emotion. With his life akin to a flickering candle in the wind, with merely 2 years left to live, there was no need to engage with them. Survival until the end was the true skill. Lin Feng then disregarded Sak's taunts and began to covertly observe his surroundings. Seeing Lin Feng's silence, Sak assumed he was afraid, intensifying his mockery. Little did he know that Lin Feng had spotted something that could alter his fate and was now unable to maintain his composure. It was indeed a stroke of fortune. Lin Feng's heart surged with joy. In his line of sight, a cascade of blue numbers floated above each person's head, accompanied by the unit of time, years. Sak had 5 years, while others had 1, 3, or even half a year. Roughly calculating, the total years above all the ninjas' heads amounted to at least 200. With this thought, Lin Feng could not help but break into a euphoric smile reminiscent of the infamous 3 Jokers. If his conjecture was correct, this selection would mark the beginning of his resurgence. Slowly, he raised his head, his gaze sweeping over Sack before finally fixing on the string of numbers above his head. A subtle smirk played at the corners of his mouth, laced with disdain and mockery, as he uttered softly, "Get lost." Sack, who had been lost in his own thoughts, was abruptly jolted by Lin Feng's words, rendering him momentarily speechless. He could hardly believe his ears. This individual, whom he had always looked down upon, dared to command him to leave? A surge of fury instantly welled up within him, his eyes blazing red as he glared at Lin Feng, bellowing, "You're courting death. How dare you belittle someone favored by Lord Orochimaru?" The chakra within him began to stir restlessly, as if on the brink of eruption. Observing Sack's furious demeanor, Lin Feng remained unfazed. He rose slowly, his gaze sweeping across every individual present before settling back on Sack. The mockery on his face deepened as he stated calmly, "Do not misunderstand. I am not targeting you. I am addressing the rest of you as mere trash." This declaration detonated like a bomb, instantly electrifying the atmosphere. All the ninjas in the arena halted their actions, turning to face Lin Feng in unison. Their expressions were a tapestry of rage, astonishment, and disbelief, laced with an unmistakable aura of murderous intent that permeated the air. "I'll be the first to deal with you, arrogant little brat. Rest assured, your demise won't be too painful," one voice sneered. "Fool, I'll make sure to torment him first. He deserves every bit of it." The participants in the death selection had all been ruthless individuals. Even if they lacked strength, they at least bore the stains of blood on their hands. Those with a semblance of sanity would prefer to keep a low profile, hoping for a sliver of survival. Yet, as Lin Feng stood amidst the gathering storm of hatred directed at him, a near imperceptible smile graced his lips. "Excellent. My mocking value is at its peak." Had he truly rendered them so foolish? Had they resigned themselves to defeat before the battle even commenced? What a splendid beginning. Hurry up. I can hardly wait to see rivers of blood. Hey, the bespectacled one. When will this begin? We've paid for our tickets. The prominent figures and wealthy merchants from various nations on the stage engaged in fervent discussions, with some already urging for the event to commence. "Esteemed guests, please be patient. We shall begin immediately after the weapons are distributed," replied the man with glasses and a silver ponytail succinctly. He then formed hand seals, summoning several crates of ninja tools to the arena, and called out to the sound ninjas, "Prepare yourselves for the challenge. I will announce the start of the selection once you have chosen your weapons. Remember, regardless of life or death, sacrificing your life for Lord Orochimaru is the highest honor." This man was Kabuto Yakushi, the second in command of the Sound Village. His voice resonated throughout the arena, igniting the fighting spirit of all the participants. Sacrifice everything for Lord Orochimaru. The atmosphere brimmed with excitement and bloodlust. However, amidst this frenzy, Lin Feng appeared remarkably composed, provoking Kabuto's curiosity. Subject 439. Could it be that he possesses some hidden prowess? Subject 439, known as Lin Feng, a mere experimental subject devoid of even a name, surely possesses no secret techniques unknown to him. Moreover, as mentioned, he had recently assisted in the modification surgery, yet the pressure-regulating device was inadequately connected, diminishing its effectiveness significantly. In stark contrast, Subject 401, known as Sack, underwent the wind hole procedure personally overseen by Lord Orochimaru, enabling an optimal manipulation of chakra, thereby enhancing its power. I distinctly recall that the modification surgery performed by was unequivocally a failure, a far cry from the meticulous craftsmanship of Lord Orochimaru. As reflected on this, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards Lin Feng, who was currently selecting ninja tools. "This one shall suffice," he declared, picking up a short sword and beginning to toy with it. The blade gleamed with a sharpness that radiated a chilling light, its hilt intricately wrapped in fine silk. Indeed, this is perfect for a lethal strike. With a resounding clang, Lin Feng struck a series of shurikens, producing a sharp metallic reverberation. Humph, merely flailing about indiscriminately, and yet he dares to wield a weapon with which he is unfamiliar? Observed Lin Feng's attempts with the shurikens, noting that not even a notch had been carved out, dispelling his previous doubts. However, he failed to notice the glint of cunning that flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Time to get down to business. Scanned the arena, confirming that all the sound ninja had selected their weapons. He took a deep breath and bellowed, "Excellent. Let the selection process officially commence." Whoosh. In an instant, Lin Feng darted forward with the speed of lightning, plunging the short sword directly into the nearest sound ninja. What just happened? Before he could finish his thought, the sound ninja found his throat severed by Lin Feng's blade. Confusion etched upon his face as he pondered how the selection had begun before he had even chosen his weapon. Ding! The host has slain a sound ninja, rewarded with 3 additional years of life. Upon hearing the familiar electronic tone, Lin Feng was overwhelmed with emotion. My hypothesis was correct. It is indeed possible to gain additional life. With that, he wielded his sword with increased fervor, eager to seize more years while the sound ninja remained oblivious. Ding! The host has slain a sound ninja, rewarded with 1 additional year of life. Ding! The host has slain a sound ninja, rewarded with an additional 6 months of life. In merely 10 seconds, the arena erupted with screams, echoing into the heavens. Standing atop the platform, furrowed his brow in concern. This is not right. How can these sound ninjas be so utterly inept? Wasn't it stated that Subject 439 was to be sacrificed first? How can he have dispatched so many so swiftly? Do, you have been played. The voice of Orochimaru resonated in his ear, tinged with a hint of mockery. Played with? Lord Orochimaru? What is the meaning of this? Before he could articulate his confusion, finally grasped the gravity of the situation. It seems that I have fallen victim to that young man's illusion. Mistakenly believing that the sound ninjas had already selected their weapons and prematurely announcing the commencement of the match, which ultimately allowed contestant 439 to gain the upper hand. Lord Orochimaru, I beseech your forgiveness. It is my incompetence that prevented me from discerning the truth. No matter, this has indeed become increasingly intriguing. Orochimaru, with his serpent-like tongue and an enigmatic gaze, observed Lin Feng's lively performance on the battlefield. He then commanded Kabuto, I require all of his information in 5 minutes. Chapter 4, The Self-Created Ninjutsu, Wind Release. Cutting spiral wave 5 minutes later, after receiving Kabuto's report, Orochimaru could no longer contain his impatience. How could the information diverge so starkly from the actual performance? Observing contestant 439's actions, it was evident that he was utilizing the sword illusion technique, sound binding sword technique, which he had developed by merging the forbidden techniques of Tobarama. This technique requires no hand seals and employs metallic sounds as a medium to ensnare individuals in illusions without their awareness. It necessitates not only exceptional chakra control, but also an extraordinary aptitude for Jinjutsu, rendering its learning exceedingly challenging. However, contestant 439's talent for ninjutsu was rather unremarkable. He had even sought the assistance of Xianglin, a novice, to perform a wind chamber surgery before the selection process to enhance his abilities. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru arrived at a conclusion. This was a concealed skill that must not be allowed to flourish. Unless... A glint of cunning flickered in Orochimaru's eyes as he continued to observe Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Lin Feng swiftly harvested the life force of the sound ninjas ensnared in the illusion. The chilling light formed a line across their necks as blood wafted through the air, creating a mist that painted the arena of vivid crimson. Ding! Host has slain a sound ninja. With each system alert, Lin Feng's smile broadened, relishing the fact that he had gained an astonishing 60 years of lifespan. The sound-binding sword technique proved to be extraordinarily effective in this chaotic melee Lin Feng used. Even if the sound ninjas managed to dispel the illusion, they would inevitably fall back into it during their encounters with Lin Feng, for the technique utilized metallic sounds as its medium, leaving them utterly defenseless. The lines between reality and illusion blurred, making it impossible to discern the truth. Lin Feng relied on this technique to claim nearly 1/3 of the life force of his adversaries. However, the remaining opponents appeared to be formidable. Lin Feng surveyed the 60 or so individuals opposite him, mentally preparing himself. The remaining participants could be considered the elite of this trial, and the sound-binding sword technique would hold no sway over them. Among them were those with exceptional resistance to illusions, who remained unscathed, while others possessed formidable resilience that rendered them impervious to harm. Some even deliberately dulled their hearing upon realizing the auditory nature of the illusion. United by a common purpose, they formed an alliance, vowing to reduce Lin Feng to ashes. Leading the charge was Sak, who harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Lin Feng. Red liquid trickled from his ears, and his eyes brimmed with unbridled hatred. Unforgivable, unforgivable, unforgivable. In Sak's mind, he should have been the one dominating in this selection. Yet, number 439 has unexpectedly stolen his thunder. not only causing himself to miss Lord Orochimaru's attention, but also resulting in hearing loss. I shall kill you 100 times. 100 times will not suffice. Zack focused his palm toward Lin Feng, gathering chakra to unleash the void slash. Observing this, Lin Feng merely smiled, leisurely opening the system panel in his mind. System. Simulate the void slash. Year 1. You diligently practiced the void slash. Due to its relatively easy learning curve, you have achieved proficiency. Year 3. You continued to refine the void slash, but discovered the chakra consumption was disproportionate to its power. Year 5. You realized the excessive consumption was due to a failed modification surgery, but lacking medical ninjutsu, you could progress no further. Ding. Detected that the host can no longer advance. To preserve lifespan, simulation will automatically halt. Remaining lifespan, 55 years. No changes in ability values post-practice. Upon concluding the simulation, Lin Feng felt a wave of frustration. For years of his lifespan wasted, and the void slash remained at merely the proficient level. It dawned on him that he had become a mere test subject for Xianglin. What to do now? Lin Feng pondered. Although the system's simulation had only taken an instant in reality, he currently lacked any ninjutsu to employ in the arena. In a moment of desperation, he suddenly thought of the only advanced ninjutsu he could simulate, the Rasengan. In the original work, this ninjutsu showcased a detailed training process. It was Lin Feng's only viable option for high damage output. System, can you simulate unlearned ninjutsu? Ding. This system is known as the lifespan simulation system. Anything the host can conceive can be simulated, including various scientific knowledge and ninjutsu development. For unlearned ninjutsu, as long as the host envisions it in their mind, the system will automatically infuse lifespan for the simulation. It seems there is hope. Lin Feng immediately followed the system's guidance and began to mentally rehearse the training process for the Rasengan. In his consciousness, he replayed scenes from the original work depicting the training of the Rasengan, starting from the most fundamental chakra control and gradually constructing that intangible sphere of chakra. Year 1. You began training chakra control using water balloons, attempting to concentrate chakra in your hands. Year 3. Your control over chakra became more intricate, yet its shape remained unstable. Year 5. You mastered the spiraling rotation of chakra, compressing and concentrating it in a spiral form, marking your entry into the Rasengan. Remaining lifespan, 50 years. In an instant, a wealth of Rasengan experience surged into Lin Feng's mind, and his body naturally grasped the technique. 5 years merely to enter the basics? This was akin to self-learning the Rasengan through the simulation derived from the original work. Suddenly, Lin Feng conceived a bold idea. The spiraling sphere, a ninjutsu that can evolve alongside its user, reminded him of Naruto, who demonstrated various forms of the technique by fusing different chakra types. Thus, he reasoned that he could also innovate and enhance the spiraling sphere through the system's derivation. He began to deliberate. The most suitable chakra to fuse at present was the void slashing wave. By integrating the spiraling sphere with wind attribute chakra, he could create Naruto's wind release spiraling shuriken. However, the semi-finished spiraling shuriken would impose tremendous strain on his hands, and Lin Feng could not guarantee that his current physique possessed the talent to master it efficiently. Therefore, he hesitated to gamble his lifespan on this ninjutsu. Yet, the combination with the void slashing wave presented a different prospect. The void slashing wave, which expels a pressure of 100 and emits 0 ultrasonic waves from the wind holes in his hands, could launch the wind release spiraling shuriken without the adverse effects of the semi-finished product manifesting in Lin Feng. Moreover, it would greatly amplify the power of the void slashing wave. With this thought, Lin Feng wasted no time and immediately envisioned the effect of their amalgamation in his mind. In the first year, you attempted to infuse wind attribute chakra into the spiraling sphere, but lacking knowledge of nature transformation, you could only fumble in confusion. Yet, your understanding of the non-attribute spiraling sphere deepened, achieving a proficient level. In the third year, the accumulation of previous years granted you a fleeting insight, and you gradually grasped the essence of wind attribute nature transformation, elevating your spiraling sphere to a higher level of mastery. By the 8th year, you successfully integrated wind attribute chakra into the spiraling sphere, mastering the nature transformation of wind attribute chakra and entering the realm of wind release spiraling shuriken. In the 15th year, you endeavored to use the void slashing wave as a power source to launch the spiraling shuriken, yet struggled with insufficient energy hindering your progress. Nonetheless, years of diligent training allowed your spiraling shuriken to reach a skilled level. In the 22nd year, an epiphany struck, prompting you to alter the form of the spiraling shuriken, resulting in the creation of the wind release void slashing spiraling wave. Chapter 5. From Ancient Times. The left side of the wave is lost. In the 30th year, you pressed on vigorously, dedicating day and night to mastering the wind release void slashing spiraling wave, ultimately achieving proficiency. The void slashing spiraling wave erupted from your palm like a calamity-level tornado, infused with countless fragments of wind attribute chakra capable of slicing through anything it touched. Ceasing the derivation, Lin Feng mused to himself that he now possessed strength rivaling that of Naruto, who wielded the wind release spiraling shuriken. This was more than sufficient to handle the early-tier Karamis. He deemed it wise to reserve the remainder of his lifespan for contingencies. After all, with the wind hole technique being imperfect, the derivation of ninjutsu related to the void slashing wave would surely yield diminished returns. Just then, a familiar electronic synthesized voice resonated in his mind. Training has ceased. Remaining lifespan, 20 years. Post-training ability value, ninjutsu 9. Ability mastered this time. Nature transformation, wind release, vacuum spiral wave, mastered. Is my ninjutsu value only at 9? I wonder if the highest value is indeed 10, as stated in the formula book. Lin Feng felt a twinge of curiosity, though the system seemed disinclined to elaborate. However, he had no time to delve deeper into this matter. The adversary before him, Sak, was already eager to rend Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. Wind release, vacuum spiral wave. Lin Feng, following the motions derived from his training, prepared to unleash the wind release, vacuum spiral wave. What? A shiver coursed through Sak's mind as he keenly sensed that Lin Feng appeared to be conjuring an extraordinarily potent ninjutsu, one capable of obliterating him entirely. Yet, was he not specializing in illusions? Sak had initially been led to believe that Lin Feng was an illusionist ninja after witnessing him dispatch a third of the sound ninjas in the earlier battle. However, the current stance of Lin Feng as he manifested ninjutsu left him momentarily perplexed. No, I cannot remain idle. Sak hastened to form hand seals, channeling every ounce of chakra he possessed to execute his trump card, the vacuum extreme wave. Deep down, he harbored a conviction that if he did not exert his utmost effort, he might very well meet his end here. It was not only Sak who felt this way. The other sound ninjas also recognized the peril posed by Lin Feng's ninjutsu. They began to form seals in unison, not out of a lack of desire to thwart Lin Feng, but rather from fear of being struck by that formidable ninjutsu if they acted too soon. Thus, they resolved to rely on their numerical superiority to engage in a simple contest of power against Lin Feng. In that moment, the atmosphere on the battlefield grew tense. Even Orochimaru and Kabuto, situated on the high platform, sensed the charged ambience. What is happening? Subject 439 stands alone against the remaining experimental subjects, yet they appear so earnest. Or perhaps anxious? Kabuto gazed quizzically at Lin Feng as he prepared his ninjutsu. Lord Orochimaru, should I disperse the feudal lords from various nations? He had come to realize that Lin Feng's ninjutsu was undoubtedly complex and might very well threaten their benefactors, should the funding for their research cease. It would be a grave miscalculation. At that moment, however, Orochimaru was preoccupied, his serpent-like eyes fixed intently upon Lin Feng. He yearned for the power of the Byakugan to see through Lin Feng's abilities. Lord Orochimaru? Kabuto ventured cautiously. Upon regaining his focus, Orochimaru pondered briefly before replying. Please. Kabuto dispersed them. He fell back into contemplation. The manner in which this chakra flows, it resembles something from the past. Orochimaru determined that this was the ninjutsu known as the Rasengan, developed by his former classmate, Jiraiya's disciple, Minato Namikaze. He had even infused it with wind chakra. How intriguing. Even I, once hailed as a genius, did not attempt to create my own ninjutsu at such a young age. Let me anticipate your performance, Orochimaru remarked. Below the arena, Lin Feng finally amassed a tremendous amount of chakra, preparing to unleash the wind release, vacuum spiral wave. Initially, he intended to strike swiftly for the upper hand, but soon realized that his opponents were synchronously forming hand seals, particularly Sak, whose posture unmistakably indicated his intention to execute the vacuum extreme wave from the original work. It should be noted that this attack had the potential to shatter a rock. fearing that the wind release, vacuum spiral wave might be nullified by the overwhelming ninjutsu from the opposing side. Lin Feng prudently opted to gather chakra to unleash a formidable attack. Wind release, vacuum spiral wave. With a roar, Lin Feng's chakra spiraled violently, erupting from the wind cavity as a colossal spiral tornado. This vortex contained countless shards of wind attribute chakra, sharp as blades, poised to rend apart any obstacles in their path. The expressions of Sak and the other sound ninjas grew grave. They sensed the terrifying power embedded in Lin Feng's ninjutsu. Vacuum extreme wave. Sak bellowed, concentrating all his chakra into a singular point, releasing an air cannon from the wind cavity, a strike fueled by his utmost effort. The other sound ninjas, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed their most potent ninjutsu, resulting in a spectacular tapestry of chakra energies of various hues intermingling in the sky. However, they soon confronted a horrifying realization. Lin Feng's ninjutsu appeared to possess an extraordinary disintegration capability. Any chakra that came into contact with it disintegrated as if mere paper were fed into a shredder. No, my life should not end this way, Sak pleaded, his voice trembling as he beheld the encroaching spiral wave. The other sound ninjas echoed similar sentiments of despair. Yet, Lin Feng had no intention of sparing them. In this life or death selection, only one could survive, and that individual would be him. Lin Feng was convinced that everyone present would arrive at the same conclusion. The only act of mercy he could extend was to grant each of them a swift demise. Instant death. All of it shall become my lifespan. Lin Feng continued to amplify his chakra output, resolute in his intent to obliterate all those before him. With a thunderous crash, silence enveloped the arena. At that moment, a reassuring electronic synthesized voice resonated in Lin Feng's ears. Host has slain one sound ninja. Reward, 5 years of lifespan. Host has slain one sound ninja. Reward, 2 years of lifespan. Host has slain one sound ninja. Reward, lifespan increase. Once the system announcements concluded, Lin Feng cast a satisfied glance at the panel. Host, Lin Feng, remaining lifespan, 98 years, sufficient for now. Yet, it was not time to relax. Lin Feng remained vigilant. Having sensed an elusive gaze fixated upon him since the commencement of his ninjutsu. This gaze felt as though it were that of a venomous serpent, poised to strike at any moment, leaving him with an unsettling sensation. As the selection process drew to a close, the sensation grew increasingly intense. He was now certain of the source of that penetrating gaze. High above in the empty audience, Orochimaru was grinning malevolently at him, his neck elongating like a mythical creature from the land of cherry blossoms in a past life. Chapter 6. Special Reward. The heavenly curse seal. Lin Feng's pupils constricted sharply, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks. Goodness, this was utterly terrifying. Although he had witnessed Orochimaru's true form in the original narrative and had mentally prepared himself, experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different matter than observing it through a screen. At that moment, Orochimaru resembled a grotesque creature, lunging toward him with a serpentine neck. Yet, Lin Feng found himself suddenly paralyzed. Was he about to undergo the reanimation technique? The thought sent a chill down his spine. However, before he could validate his fears, Orochimaru's head was suddenly beside him, revealing 2 menacing fangs. This is your reward. Reward? A sharp pain surged through his neck, causing Lin Feng to wince. He sensed that Orochimaru was injecting something into his body. Could this be the curse seal? The realization struck him swiftly, and he gritted his teeth to open the system panel despite the agony. Upon seeing the attributes displayed, he was finally convinced. Host, Lin Feng. Abilities, Nature Transformation, Wind Release, Void/Spiral Wave, Mastered. Sound Binding Sword Technique, Perfection. Inferior Void/Wave, Mastered. Transformation Technique, Beginner. Shadow Clone Technique, Beginner. Substitution Technique, Proficient. Sound Instantaneous Body Technique, Beginner. Attribute-less Spiral Sphere, Great Accomplishment. Heavenly Curse Seal Experimental Version, Not Initiated. To his astonishment, it was indeed the Heavenly Curse Seal. In that moment, Lin Feng was at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or to cry. It was evident that Orochimaru was quite pleased with him, having transferred the seal originally intended for Sasuke during the Chunin exams to Lin Feng instead. While acquiring power was undoubtedly advantageous, the original host's physical strength fell short of Sasuke's, especially after Lin Feng had just endured a fierce battle. It was crucial to remember that the transplantation of a curse seal came with inherent risks, particularly since this was an experimental version of the heavenly curse seal. If he could not withstand the natural energy of the seal, he might face the lighter consequence of losing control or, at worst, the grim fate of losing his life entirely. No, he could not remain idle. Lin Feng felt a fiery heat coursing through his body, each breath a struggle against searing pain. He understood that without taking action, this frail body would not endure. Desperate, he resolved to gamble on a slim chance of survival. System: initiate the derivation of the heavenly curse seal. From previous derivations, Lin Feng was confident that the lifespan derivation system merely simulated outcomes, unaffected by real-life threats to his existence. Even if he were to perish moments later, he could project his lifespan forward by decades, even centuries. However, the efficiency of the derivation and its ultimate results would be influenced by Lin Feng's own abilities and intentions. Given his limited understanding of the heavenly curse seal, he anticipated it would require a significant expenditure of lifespan. Thus, he focused on deriving it in a manner that would minimize adverse effects. In Lin Feng's mind, he supplemented that he dared not amplify his power, but rather focused on mitigating the side effects to survive. Beep. Initiating the derivation of the heavenly curse seal. Reducing side effects. In the first year, your understanding of the heavenly curse seal gradually deepens, and you begin to learn how to control the flow of its power. By the third year, you successfully suppress the seal's tendency to spiral out of control, transforming it into a manageable force. In the fifth year, you achieve a balance between the seal and your own chakra, allowing the power of the heavenly curse seal to harmoniously coexist with your body. By the 10th year, you have fully adapted to the heavenly curse seal, even utilizing its power in combat, reaching a proficient level. In the 20th year, you enhance your control over the heavenly curse seal, significantly reducing its consumption of life force. The seal reaches a minor success stage. In the 30th year, you continue to refine your control over the heavenly curse seal, only to discover that Orochimaru's seal possesses inherent flaws. Each time you activate the second stage of the seal, your body still endures substantial life force depletion. The heavenly curse seal can only reach a major success stage. In the 31st year, leveraging your understanding of the seal's origins from the original work, you attempt to comprehend natural energy to further reduce side effects. Yet, as expected, you fail due to the absence of guidance from the Sage of the Dragon Cave. In the 35th year, you completely abandon the Dragon Cave and begin your study of the heavenly curse seal, but struggle without any scientific knowledge or direction. The system detects that the host has no potential for further advancement and has automatically halted the derivation. Remaining lifespan, 63 years. Current mastery level of the derivation. Experimental version of the heavenly curse seal, major success. As the system's derivation concluded, a plethora of information and solutions regarding the heavenly curse seal surged into Lin Feng's mind. He felt his body gradually acclimating to the power of the seal. The searing pain began to wane, replaced by a newfound sense of strength. Not far away, Orochimaru gazed at Lin Feng with a brooding expression, a glimmer of satisfaction evident in his eyes. What a delightful surprise this has been. I never anticipated that even the experimental version of the heavenly curse seal could endure. Initially, he was drawn to Lin Feng's handsome appearance and his ability to wield the sound-binding sword technique he had developed, prompting an impulse to use him as a vessel. However, Lin Feng's subsequent performance continually exceeded his expectations, leading to a new realization. Such a prodigy would be a tremendous loss if simply taken over. Originally, he had merely intended to select a pawn for the Chunin exams in Konoha to stimulate Sasuke's power. Yet, unexpectedly, Orochimaru reflected. He intended to bestow the heavenly curse seal upon Lin Feng, brainwash him, and manipulate him, making Lin Feng and the four sound ninjas, including Kimimaro, his loyal subordinates. Of course, should Lin Feng dare to utter a word of dissent, he would not hesitate to employ the impure world reincarnation. With that thought, he donned a congenial smile and began to approach Lin Feng, preparing to initiate a new round of brainwashing. Number 439, how are you? Orochimaru inquired, extending his hand towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng gazed at Orochimaru's affable demeanor and placed his hand upon him. He then feigned an expression of admiration and replied, Lord Orochimaru, I am quite well. By the way, what is the nature of this newfound power? He dared not reveal the truth of the system. Thus he pretended to inquire of Orochimaru. The heavenly curse mark, a gift I bestow upon you. Soon, You shall be astonished by the might of this power. Now, tell me your name. My name? Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, then swiftly provided the answer. Sakuto. Sakuto is indeed a splendid name. Sakuto, would you care to join my inner circle? To receive the favor of Lord Orochimaru left Lin Feng astounded. He simulated an air of fervor. Knowing such pretense was essential before escaping Orochimaru's grasp. He did not wish to reveal even the slightest flaw before the cunning serpent, and certainly would not divulge his true name to this old schemer. For in his earlier days, Orochimaru was the epitome of a villain. As for any redemption in later years, that was a tale for another time. At this juncture, Lin Feng harbored but a single thought: to replace Sakuto and infiltrate Konoha, then defect midway, finally liberating himself from Orochimaru's control. Indeed, Lin Feng resolved to turn from darkness to light. Following Orochimaru would ultimately render him a victim in the cycle of the undead. It would be far better to escape to Konoha, seizing the chance to clandestinely learn forbidden techniques. With the system at his disposal, techniques such as the 8 gates, Sage Mode, and even aspects of the multiplication technique would soon be within his grasp. Next, he mused, arrangements should be made for me and Torz Jean, 2 transient characters, to head to Konoha. However, Orochimaru's words sent a chill down his spine. Sakuto, take your time to rest. In 5 days, you shall go to Sunagakure. I require you to assassinate the 4th Kazekage. A flicker of trepidation crossed Lin Feng's eyes as he pointed incredulously at himself, exclaiming, Me? Assassinate the Kazekage? Is this for real? Chapter 7. The library. With 4 days remaining until his departure for Sunagakure, Lin Feng reclined on his bed. Despite having slumbered for an entire day, he did not mind lingering a while longer. This was a private room afforded only to those who had joined Orochimaru's elite guard. A stark contrast to the communal dormitories where the numbered test subjects resided. Each chamber in the elite guard was furnished with an oversized bed, adorned with sheets that felt delicate against the skin, and the mattress was extraordinarily soft, as if it were designed to tenderly embrace every weary body. Though Lin Feng's physique had received ample rest, his mind remained restless. The impending task of assassinating the Kazekage loomed over him like a heavy stone. Originally, this mission was to be undertaken by Kimimaro, Kabuto, and Orochimaru himself. However, due to Lin Feng's exceptional performance, Orochimaru had conceived a new plan. Thus, this mission had transformed into a solitary endeavor for Lin Feng. To confront a master of shadows? Lin Feng pondered. Considering that Orochimaru's bestowal of the heavenly curse seal upon him was likely influenced by this very factor, his actions had already slightly altered the original narrative. Yet, is not the purpose of a transmigrator to do just that? Lin Feng's mind swiftly conceived a new idea. 5 minutes later, guided by the memories in his mind, he arrived at the library of the Sound Ninja Village. This repository housed Orochimaru's experimental conclusions and scientific knowledge, alongside the forbidden techniques transcribed by defectors from Konoha and the medical ninjutsu of Kabuto Yakushi. Such a precious chamber was naturally protected by ninjutsu barriers. Entering would invoke an assault of ninjutsu. Theoretically, only Orochimaru and Kabuto were permitted entry, but in practice, anyone wielding a special token from Orochimaru, even test subjects, could gain access. After receiving the mission, Lin Feng had requested a token from Orochimaru, citing the need to prepare for the task set for 4 days hence. Orochimaru, without further inquiry, acquiesced, as the Sound Five had previously made similar requests. At long last, he arrived. Lin Feng stated calmly, producing the token, and smoothly entered the library, commencing his search for medical ninjutsu texts. Medical ninjutsu not only had the potential to save his life in critical moments, but also constituted the foundational knowledge for Orochimaru's human modification techniques. It is said that wealth is derived from technology, while poverty relies on mutation. Lin Feng was acutely aware that his original self was merely an ordinary individual devoid of any exceptional lineage. To attain greater power, he could not disregard Orochimaru's human modification expertise. Relying solely on the system to enhance his ninjutsu through sacrifice would ultimately present limitations. He also envisioned a day when he could acquire Hashirama cells and the Sharingan for transplantation, thus ensuring his survival within the world of Naruto. Moreover, the wind hole operation he had undergone, due to a blunder by Kintsuchi, required remodification. Before long, Lin Feng returned with a substantial stack of medical ninjutsu books and anatomical knowledge. depositing them on the accompanying desk within the library and beginning to peruse the introductions of the texts. Healing technique is an advanced medical ninjutsu that accelerates wound healing through the flow of chakra, serving as a battlefield first aid method particularly effective for addressing severe hemorrhagic injuries. The chakra scalpel allows chakra to coalesce in the hand, functioning as a knife capable of cutting within the target's body without external injury and can extend at will. Useful for surgical extractions of foreign objects and in combat. Disruption technique converts chakra into electrical impulses, launching brainwave interference at enemies, rendering them unable to control their bodies effectively. Lin Feng's gaze flitted rapidly across the pages. These were all medical ninjutsu, complemented by theories of human anatomy, such as comprehensive study of human chakra points, muscle rehabilitation, neuroscience, general understanding of common fracture surgeries, and botany of the ninja world, among others. He even perused texts like Between Techniques, The Hidden Power of Massage, all with a thirst for knowledge driving his studies. The system began to extrapolate all known medical ninjutsu and knowledge. Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into a vast ocean of knowledge. Countless medical insights and skills surged into his mind like an overwhelming tide, each detail vivid and clear, as if he had personally experienced every instance of medical ninjutsu practice. In his awareness, scenes of medical scenarios flickered like a revolving lantern. There was the urgency of battlefield triage, the meticulous focus of surgical operations, and the deep contemplation when faced with perplexing ailments. Each success filled him with joy, while each failure served as a wake-up call. These experiences were etched into the depths of his memory, deepening his understanding of medical ninjutsu. As time passed, these fragmented pieces of knowledge and skills began to intertwine and merge within his consciousness, like countless stars converging to form a brilliant galaxy. They ultimately coalesced into a substantial tome entitled Encyclopedia of Human Medical Knowledge. This book encompassed not only all known medical theories and techniques, but also meticulously corrected any inaccuracies within. A slight smile graced Lin Feng's lips, revealing his satisfaction. He opened his eyes and gazed at the system panel. Host: Lin Feng. Remaining lifespan: 30 years. Post-training ability values: Ninjutsu 9, Body 5, Illusion 8, Strength 4, Speed 5. Precision 2, Seals 4. Abilities mastered this training. Encyclopedia of Human Medical Knowledge, perfected. Mastery of Celestial Techniques, perfected. Chaotic Body Surge, perfected. Chakra Surgical Blade, perfected. Shadow Healing Nullification, perfected. Lin Feng could now be regarded as one of the foremost medical ninjas in the ninja realm. He had gained a fresh understanding of the wind cavity surgery that Xianglin had previously performed on him. It seemed that Xianglin's device had obstructed the flow of chakra in his arm. However, he was still uncertain about which step had gone awry. It appears, Lin Feng mused, gently tracing the wind cavity in the palm of his hand, feeling the flow of chakra within. He subsequently retrieved the Void/Wave Ninjutsu scroll and its accompanying surgical instructions from the library, poring over them with great diligence. This time, however, Lin Feng did not intend to utilize the extrapolation system. He discovered that he could effortlessly comprehend these texts. It was better to conserve his lifespan for learning other forbidden techniques or for emergency situations. An hour later, Xianglin arrived at the library with a token in hand. She skillfully approached the row of bookshelves containing medical knowledge, preparing to delve into human anatomy studies. What is going on? Xianglin was taken aback by the sight before her. The bookshelf dedicated to medical knowledge was now entirely devoid of even a single sheet of paper. Had the library been robbed? Xianglin pondered. Yet she quickly dismissed the notion. This place was protected by seals. Anyone who could breach the library would certainly not be there just to steal a few medical texts. Could it be? As if a realization struck her, Xianglin sprinted with all her might to the hidden compartment containing Orochimaru's forbidden books, reaching inside as if probing for something. Upon encountering the familiar sensation, her anxious heart finally eased. She confirmed that the forbidden books were indeed safe. But who had taken that batch of medical texts? Curiosity began to stir within Xianglin. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, hearing commotion from a corner of the library, hastened to investigate, and fortuitously, the two crossed paths. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Xianglin's eyes widened in disbelief. You? Number 439. Chapter 8. Xianglin's shock. 10 years of learning couldn't compare to an afternoon of knowledge. Number 439? But I thought you were dead. Xianglin's pupils involuntarily dilated. The last time her heart had stopped was during the previous incident. She had watched yesterday's selection match and distinctly remembered the sharp metallic sound that heralded the demise of number 439, brutally slain by a frenzy of blades. Guilt had overwhelmed her, leaving her restless through the night. After all, the surgical procedure had been performed by her, and she had treated him merely as a test subject. In an attempt to atone for her conscience, she had resolved to revisit the library to study the wind cavity modification surgery. However, fatigue from staying up too late had caused her to sleep until the afternoon, leading her to this unexpected encounter with Lin Feng. After Lin Feng provided a thorough explanation, Xianglin quickly grasped the situation. A wave of relief washed over her, yet she also felt a pang of shame for having been so thoroughly deceived by an illusion. Clearly, she needed to enhance her resistance to such tricks in the future. Of course, she had also learned that Lin Feng was merely a pseudonym for Saku. As they engaged in casual conversation, Xianglin suddenly noticed the book on human wind cavity modification that Lin Feng was holding, and her fair complexion flushed a deep crimson, rivaling the color of her hair. Oh no, could he have discovered her intentions? Saku, what do you intend to do with that book? If you wish to upgrade yourself, I could assist you, Xianglin said nervously, intentionally attributing the failure of the surgery to a lack of enhancements. Naturally, Lin Feng, with his extensive experience from 2 lifetimes, saw through her ruse instantly. However, he had no intention of alleviating her embarrassment. After all, this girl had nearly caused his demise. If not for the system that had enabled him to develop the wind escape, void/spiral wave in a moment of crisis, he would have been reduced to mere ashes by the void/extreme wave. I find that my void/ cannot enhance its power and consumes an excessive amount of chakra, so I came to investigate the matter, Lin Feng replied candidly, deliberately adding, Xianglin, do you have any insights? None at all. Is that so? Then I shall take my leave. Wait. Xianglin suddenly sensed something amiss and promptly inquired. You aren't planning to perform surgery on yourself, are you? Indeed, if there's nothing else, I shall be on my way. What? Before Xianglin could fully process his words, Lin Feng readily affirmed her suspicion. He quickly departed, seeking a secluded corner to perform surgery on himself using his chakra blade. He held no illusions about Xianglin's ability to assist him. After all, this was the very person who had recently caused the demise of his original self. He could never entrust his life to another's care. Through the system's guidance, Lin Feng had attained the pinnacle of medical expertise. It is no exaggeration to assert that he possessed the ability to revive the lifeless. Of course, this was limited to medical knowledge. He was entirely incapable of wielding the ninjutsu techniques employed by Tsunade. This spot would suffice. Lin Feng halted and surveyed his surroundings. This was the most remote corner of the library, devoid of any books, ensuring he would not be disturbed. Unbeknownst to him, Xianglin was stealthily concealed nearby, observing him intently. She awaited an opportunity, a chance for redemption. What a fool this sack was, boasting about medical ninjutsu without any skill. Xianglin continued to watch, ready to assist should the need arise. After all, aiding him would clear any debts between them. She was confident he would soon require assistance. How could he perform surgery without anesthesia? However, the scene that unfolded next left her utterly astounded. With swift hand seals, Lin Feng unleashed a technique that disrupted his brain's perception of pain. Within moments, he severed the connection between his brain and the sensation of discomfort. He pinched his arm, confirming the absence of pain before employing his chakra blade to slice open his own arm. Drip, blood cascaded to the floor, drawing upon his understanding of acupuncture points. He manually staunched the flow of blood. Gritting his teeth against nausea, he repositioned the device accurately and reconnected the severed veins. Once the task was accomplished, he utilized a healing technique to mend the wound. The fluidity of his actions left Xianglin in a state of disbelief. Who am I? Where am I? What is my purpose here? She never anticipated that Sak, a novice in medical ninjutsu and a newly minted sound ninja, could independently execute such a procedure with such finesse. Reflecting on her own year of study, during which she had yet to master even the basic techniques, Xianglin felt her cheeks flush. This is disastrous. He is so handsome and capable. Will I never have a chance to settle the score? A flicker of despair crossed her eyes, but she quickly sensed his weakness. An impulsive thought emerged in her mind. He is so charming. Perhaps this is not such a loss for me after all. Meanwhile, Lin Feng sat exhausted on the ground. The recent surgery had drained his energy, and all he desired now was rest. Nevertheless, he took solace in the successful repair of his wind chakra point. At last, His technique had reached a state of profound mastery. The system projected the technique of Void Slash. In an instant, Lin Feng's mind was inundated with the intricate details necessary for executing the Void Slash. Concurrently, it enhanced the potency and proficiency of his self-created ninjutsu. Wind Release, Void Spiral Wave. Remarkably, this endeavor consumed merely 2 years. Indeed, altering the objective factors that influence ninjutsu in reality significantly reduced the lifespan expended on the technique. Lin Feng mused. He could already envision the lifespan consumed when he attained mastery as a ninjutsu expert. Thus, he resolved to press forward, aspiring to elevate the ninjutsu to its zenith of perfection. Upon completion of the technique, the system panel manifested before Lin Feng as expected. Host: Lin Feng. Remaining lifespan: 25 years. Post-training attributes: Ninjutsu 10, Body 5, Illusion 8, Strength 4, Speed 5, Spirit 4, Seals 4. Chakra Volume 3. Abilities acquired this session: Sound Body Technique, Perfection; Body Substitution Technique, Perfection; Void Slash, Perfection; Spiraling Sphere, Perfection; Wind Release, Spiral Void Slash, Great Accomplishment. Beep. The system has detected that the host has maximized a singular attribute, unlocking the attribute limit, achievement system, and attribute point allocation feature. Beep. The system has detected that the host has perfected the fundamental ninjutsu, body substitution technique, earning the achievement of fundamental mastery, rewarding 1 attribute point. Beep. The system has detected the host has successfully created original ninjutsu, earning the title of ninjutsu inventor, rewarding 1 attribute point. Chapter 9. New System Features, Xianglin's Devotion. Beep. The system has detected that the host has integrated global medical knowledge, earning the achievement of world's foremost medical professor, rewarding 1 attribute point. Total attribute points earned this session: 5 points. As the synthesized voice of the system concluded, a flicker of ecstatic joy illuminated Lin Feng's eyes. He had not anticipated such extraordinary benefits from the system. As a contemporary individual, he understood the monumental changes that extreme values could precipitate. With sufficient points, even one devoid of innate bloodlines could, through sheer will, attain the might of a tailed beast. Contemplating this, Lin Feng inhaled deeply, calming his racing heart. He then turned his attention to the attributes displayed on the system panel. Attributes: Ninjutsu 10, Body 5, Illusion 8, Strength 4, Speed 5, Spirit 3. Seals 4, Chakra Volume. 15 cards. Lin Feng first allocated 1 attribute point to ninjutsu, realizing that the capability could only be elevated through point allocation. Instantly, his mind grasped the principles of various elemental techniques, and his control over chakra and ninjutsu execution became remarkably fluid. One could boldly assert that, were it not for his chakra being limited to only wind and water attributes, Lin Feng might even master an advanced bloodline technique akin to dust release. It appeared imperative to devise a method to acquire other chakra attributes in the future. Lin Feng mentally noted this, then redirected his focus to his spirit attribute. The spirit attribute directly influenced chakra volume, with 1 spirit equating to 5 chakra cards. Moreover, it appears that chakra cannot be naturally enhanced through mere postnatal training. The vitality of the original host was rather lacking, with a mere 3 points. Thus, he resolutely wagered all of his remaining 4 points on vitality. Ding. Attribute values updated. Attributes: Ninjutsu 11, Taijutsu 5, Illusion 8, Strength 4, Speed 5, Vitality 7, Sealing 4. Chakra amount: 35 units. In the blink of an eye, he noticed a remarkable increase in the chakra within him. Immediately, he rose, savoring the changes in his body. He felt more invigorated than if he had slumbered for an entire day and night, brimming with inexhaustible energy. Was this the transformation brought about by the enhancement of chakra? He finally comprehended why Naruto often portrayed such a boisterous demeanor in the early chapters of the original work. His boundless energy was the cause. The changes stemming from the chakra's enhancement also mitigated the effects of the recent surgery. Henceforth, he would need to devise methods to unlock further achievements. He pondered whether single-handedly assassinating a shadow-level expert would count as an achievement. While Lin Feng was deep in thought, Xianglin unexpectedly appeared before him, her cheeks flushed. Upon closer inspection, Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness! At that moment, Xianglin's attire had become considerably more revealing. Suck it, do you want? What do you want? My chakra, she said, undressing as if resolute, addressing Lin Feng. Come, bite me. Consider it my apology. Gazing at the sight before him, Lin Feng's mind momentarily froze. Yet, he swiftly grasped the reason. He was receiving treatment akin to Sasuke's. In the original narrative, Sasuke often healed his wounds by biting into Xianglin's flesh, due to the unique properties of her chakra, which allowed for bodily repair through such means. However, Lin Feng was learning for the first time that the closer one was to the heart, the more effective the healing would be. A healer delivered to his doorstep. How could he refuse? Thus, the two engaged in an intense exchange of chakra. Half an hour later, gazing at the slumbering Xianglin, Lin Feng contentedly released a satisfied belch. This woman proved to be quite useful. At this moment, Lin Feng's body had fully revived, and he contemplated whether to take Xianglin with him. However, this thought was quickly dismissed. The secrets of the system must remain undisclosed to anyone else. If they grew too close, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Moreover, he intended to exploit the system to successfully transplant Hashirama's cells and the Sharingan to alter his fate. Yet, he was uncertain how long he would have to wait before he could access forbidden knowledge and master the transplantation technique. At that moment, Lin Feng recalled Xianglin had been stealthily probing something earlier. He was unsure what she had confirmed, but he was certain that it was of utmost importance. Lin Feng resolved to trace her footsteps and explore the potential secrets concealed within the library. He closed his eyes, reminiscing about every subtle movement of Xianglin, and then began to search for clues in the library. After meticulously scouring between the rows of bookshelves, Lin Feng's gaze fixed upon a seemingly ordinary book. Upon cautiously extracting it, he discovered a small mechanism on the back cover. Taking a deep breath, he gently pressed the mechanism, mimicking Xianglin's actions from memory. With a faint click, the bookshelf slowly shifted aside, revealing a concealed compartment. It appeared that there was indeed something hidden within. Lin Feng reached inside, feeling around until he retrieved 2 scrolls made of bamboo, titled Research on Curse Seal Transformation and Cellular Transplantation of Hashirama. Fortune had smiled upon him. With these 2 scrolls, Lin Feng could undergo transformation to acquire the bloodline he desired. Apologies, but it seems you may have to sleep a little longer, he murmured to the exhausted Xianglin sprawled on the ground, wishing to keep his secret concealed. Clang. The sound of kunai clashing produced a metallic resonance, plunging Xianglin into a deep illusion. In her dreamlike state, she murmured incoherently, a blush adorning her cheeks. What could she possibly be dreaming of? Lin Feng felt a pang of discomfort, yet he was grateful for his caution. All the names he had provided were mere aliases. However, he dared not make a hasty escape, for the heavenly curse seal upon his neck was planted by Orochimaru, who knew what restrictions it entailed. But the circumstances had changed. System. Initiate the research on curse seal transformation. Ding. Initiating research on curse seal transformation. Year 1. You grasp the principles of converting natural energy through the curse seal and begin to manipulate its variables. Year 5. You uncover the flaws within Orochimaru's design and commence improvements, achieving a minor perfection in the heavenly curse seal. Year 6. You detect the surveillance and chakra resurrection points set by Orochimaru and successfully erase them. Year 10. You delve into intensive research, fully mastering the secrets of the curse seal, even creating your unique variant, which surpasses Orochimaru's perfection and adds an additional phase. The heavenly curse seal reaches a state of utmost perfection. Ding. The heavenly curse seal, experimental version, has been upgraded to the heavenly curse seal, flawless version. Host. Lin Feng. Remaining lifespan. 15 years. Post-cultivation abilities. Ninjutsu 11, Body 5, Illusion 8, Strength 4, Speed 5, Precision 7. Sealing 4, Mastered ability. Heavenly Curse Seal Flawless Version, Ultimate Perfection. A surge of profound knowledge regarding the Curse Seal flooded Lin Feng's mind. Every detail meticulously analyzed and understood by the system. He felt as though his consciousness had been transported into an entirely new realm, brimming with mystery and untapped power. Immediately, his body began to instinctively channel chakra, effortlessly transforming the experimental heavenly curse seal into the perfected version of the heavenly curse seal. Chapter 10. The Confinement Building. Wind Demon Clan. Lin Feng glanced at another bamboo scroll entitled Column Cells Transplantation Research. All in. It was imperative to go all in. Ding. The column cells research has commenced. Ding. The column cells research has reached its zenith. Now, even without a specialized laboratory environment, You can transplant column cells into yourself without any side effects. Ding. The current research has concluded. Host. Lin Feng. Remaining lifespan. 14 years and 5 months. Post-practice capability. Ninjutsu 11, Body 5, Illusion 8, Strength 4, Speed 5, Precision 7. Seal 4, Mastered ability. Column cells transplantation technique. Perfection. As the research concluded, an immense reservoir of knowledge regarding column cells flooded Lin Feng's mind. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, a look of relief washing over his face. After completing the derivation of the heavenly curse seal, he had expended an additional 14 years of his lifespan to master the column cells transplantation technique, all for the sake of augmenting his potential. Once he procured the column cells, his combat prowess would ascend to new heights. With the mastery of wood release and sage body, victory would be effortlessly within reach. Regrettably, there were no column cells to be found in Orochimaru's possession. Only Obito and the notorious Danzo currently held such resources. Lin Feng mused that he would collect the column cells when he ventured to Konoha. He then returned the bamboo scroll to its hidden compartment, exerting some effort to restore the surroundings to their original state before exiting the library with an exhilarated heart. After navigating through several twists and turns, he arrived before a towering building exuding a chilling aura. Standing approximately 20 meters tall, the structure was supported by 8 pillars made of chakra-infused concrete. The entrance bore the grand inscription, Confinement Building. This edifice was specifically constructed by Orochimaru to detain uncontrollable experimental subjects, featuring a total of 60 confinement chambers. Each room was robustly designed, employing the highest grade of chakra bricks to ensure utmost security. Inside, dummies were provided for the experimental subjects to vent their violent tendencies. Naturally, these dummies were also constructed from high-strength chakra steel. Lin Feng's primary intention in visiting this place was to test whether his achieved 3rd stage of the heavenly curse seal could shatter the hardest chakra steel block. After all, in 4 days, he would confront Raza and Sunagakure. Raza, the father of Gaara, was a shadow-level expert who wielded magnetism to manipulate gold sand. At this time, Gaara boasted that he possessed absolute defense with mere sand. How much more formidable would Raza be with gold? He wondered if he could breach Raza's absolute defense. Steel was indeed harder than gold, and thus chakra-infused iron sand should surpass the hardness of gold sand. It was astonishing that only a few days into his journey, he was already facing the wind shadow. The disparity in combat strength was quite overwhelming. After voicing a few grievances, Lin Feng stepped into the building. The prison building, comprising 3 levels, houses experimental subjects of varying strengths on each floor, with the higher tiers containing increasingly formidable entities. However, the loss of rationality escalates with each ascent. These beings can no longer be regarded as human, but are merely beasts resulting from Orochimaru's failed transformations. Lin Feng's sole purpose for venturing here is to test whether he can shatter the chakra-infused iron blocks utilized in robot production. So he begins his search for an unoccupied room on the 1st floor. Given that Odogakure is also a ninja village, it harbors not only the lowest-ranked experimental subjects, who are nameless and numbered, abducted by Orochimaru, but also sound ninjas who have successfully transitioned from lethal selections. Rogue ninjas absorbed from other villages, and fallen ninja clans seeking refuge with Orochimaru. Consequently, Lin Feng observes a handful of ninjas wandering within the confines of this prison, though the atmosphere remains somewhat desolate. However, just as Lin Feng prepares to ascend to the 2nd level, he is halted by a melodious voice. "It's very dangerous up there, you shouldn't go." The voice belongs to a charming girl, approximately 1.57 meters tall, sporting an orange high bun. Although she dons a rather plain sleeveless ninja vest adorned with basic ninja tools at her waist, her beauty remains undiminished. "Who are you?" Lin Feng inquires with a smile. Intrigued by this girl who is the first to extend kindness to him since his journey began, especially in the predatory environment of Odogakure, he soon surmises her identity. She is Fumitami, a member of the Fuma clan. In the original narrative, Chapter 136 reveals that the Fuma clan, once a noble family of ninjas, fell from grace and allied with Orochimaru in hopes of regaining their former glory. It is surprising to discover that they had already pledged their allegiance to Orochimaru prior to the Xianglin exams in Konohagakure, indicating the scale of Orochimaru's operations within the Sound Village. However, Lin Feng is curious as to why Fumitami finds herself in Odogakure. He distinctly remembers that only 4 members, Fuma Ran, Hatcher, Ye, and JK, were seduced by Orochimaru. After Lin Feng turns to face her, Tammy gazes at him for a prolonged moment, seemingly taken aback and slow to respond to his inquiry. She had not anticipated encountering such a handsome boy, one who outshines even her cousin, Fuma Ran. Since aligning with her cousin in supporting Orochimaru, she has scarcely encountered any humanoid beings. A considerable blow for a young girl in the bloom of her youth. Once she regains her composure, Tammy points to herself and says, "Me? My name is Tammy. I advise you not to go any further. Lord Orochimaru has stated that those confined here are extremely dangerous, particularly as you ascend." Lord Orochimaru? Lin Feng echoes. Realizing the implication of the title, it becomes clear to him that the entire Fuma clan has been deceived. He suspects that Tammy has yet to grasp Orochimaru's true nature at this juncture. As for when she might comprehend the reality, it is likely to dawn upon her only when her cousin, Fuma Ran, is transformed into an experimental subject and stripped of his freedom. Is that so? I merely sought an empty room to practice the newly acquired ninjutsu. Thank you for the reminder. Lin Feng refrained from further conversation, expressing his gratitude before swiftly departing. He understood that even if he had warned Teemo, the members of the Wind Demon clan would hardly place faith in his words at this moment. Moreover, Lin Feng's nature was to mind his own affairs, preferring to avoid unnecessary troubles. Wait a moment, you haven't told me your name yet. After watching Lin Feng leave in a hurry, Teemo felt a pang of regret. If only she had asked for his name first. Such a handsome individual is a rare find. Teemo, who is that person? He appears quite dashing. A girl of similar stature, hiding nearby, inquired after Lin Feng's departure. Her clear, deep sapphire eyes sparkled with curiosity, seemingly sharing an interest in Lin Feng. Shaji, please refrain from startling me like that. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Haha, I didn't realize you were so easily frightened. How will you ever revitalize the Wind Demon clan like this? Shaji teased, persistently probing. So, what is the name of that handsome guy you were just speaking with? I don't know. Don't know? I suspect you wish to keep it to yourself. Being a girl herself, Shaji was well aware of Teemo's intentions. Such a quality man could not be simply relinquished to other sisters. Yet, just as she was about to cement her suspicions, a voice interrupted her thoughts. I believe he truly lacks a name. How could a test subject possess one? Chapter 11. Third floor of the confinement building. I believe he truly lacks a name. How could a test subject possess one? A man, drawn by the conversation between the two, spoke with a calm demeanor. A test subject? Teemo and Shaji exclaimed almost in unison. Regaining her composure, Shaji quickly grew indignant. Yeah? You're not envious of his looks, are you? Envious? Have you not noticed the experimental subject number inscribed on him? Number 439 is written on the back of his neck. He seems to be a feeble test subject unworthy of confinement. Upon learning that Lin Feng was merely a test subject, Shaji's interest waned. So he is a mere test subject? What a pity for such an appearance. The Wind Demon clan allied with Orochimaru to gain strength and reclaim their former glory. Thus, upon discovering Lin Feng's true nature as a test subject, Shaji's enthusiasm quickly dissipated. What is a test subject, one might ask? It is widely known that test subjects in the Sound Ninja village occupy the lowest tier of society, devoid of freedom. Transformed into grotesque forms, stripped of their futures. They are essentially Orochimaru's personal property. As for the strength of test subjects, it is merely a fade, traded for their lifespans and sanity, starkly contrasting with that of true warriors. The Wind Demon clan, however, was different. Although a declining family, they still held a respectable position within the ninja world. Moreover, the members of the Wind Demon clan believed themselves to be specially invited by Orochimaru. As for the handsome young man, Lin Feng, do not be deceived by his current appearance. It is likely that he may one day fall victim to Orochimaru's possession due to his looks. Teemo, I must admonish you. How could you allow a mere experiment subject to learn your name? A youth, clearly the leader of the Wind Demon clan, remarked. Teemo, bowing her head and stammering, found herself at a loss for words in front of her cousin, Feng Emolan. Yet deep within her heart, she always felt that the handsome young man was far from an ordinary experiment subject. Since childhood, she had possessed the ability to foresee events. Anything she sensed would invariably come to pass. Moreover, she was utterly convinced that the strength of that young man surpassed even that of her cousin, Feng Emolan. Regrettably, her kin dismissed her claims as mere folly. Over time, Teemo grew reluctant to share her premonitions with her clan. On the other side, Feng Emolan, noticing Teemu's silence, began to lecture her. Our Wind Demon clan has been renowned since the Warring States period. After a lengthy discourse, he earnestly addressed the other members of the clan, saying, "Remember, we have a mission in this confinement room. Xia summoned the remaining clan members here for inspection. At mealtimes, we must feed the experiment subjects, and if there are any vacant rooms, we must ensure they are cleaned. I reiterate, under no circumstances should anyone ascend to the third floor. Furthermore, Lord Orochimaru has instructed us to familiarize ourselves with the confinement area, which is of utmost importance." Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained blissfully unaware of the controversy his departure had sparked. Had he known the sentiments of the Wind Demon clan, he would likely have found it utterly laughable. Particularly, the notion of Orochimaru assigning them the task of cleaning the confinement room seemed akin to digging a grave for themselves. Lin Feng ascended to the third floor, beginning his search for unoccupied rooms in cell 41. Along the way, numerous experiment subjects gazed at him through the iron bars with malicious intent, accompanied by remarks such as, "This delicate young lad. Haha. I would relish the opportunity to show him what fear truly is. Do not steal my chance. Allow me to demonstrate to him what it means to suffer." Such sentiments echoed around him. However, Lin Feng chose to ignore them, smiling in response. Yet, upon moving from cell 41 to cell 60, he discovered that the entire third floor, the highest quality section, was filled with experiment subjects. Consequently, he shifted his focus to cell 60. Within cell 60 stood another experiment subject. Though shrouded in shadows, his unique silhouette was impossible to overlook. He was a man, half human and half shark. His imposing physique radiated strength and ferocity. His skin was a deep blue, adorned with minute scales that glimmered with a cold light under the faint illumination. Reminiscent of a shark's skin. Even from a distance, the pungent odor emanating from him was perceptible. "What are you staring at?" The subject confined in cell 60 felt a shiver as he was scrutinized by Lin Feng, a sensation he had not experienced in a long time. Why did he, the hunter, feel as though he were the prey? This was a feeling he had not encountered since receiving Lord Orochimaru's curse mark of the sea. Calm down. Calm down. The other party is merely a brash young lad. The subject of experiment 60 reassured himself. It's nothing. I merely inquired whether you have acclimated to your living conditions. Do you require assistance to stretch your limbs? Lin Feng asked kindly, simultaneously activating the first stage of the curse mark. The mark on his neck began to spread across his body, and soon the first stage was fully realized. In the confinement area, from cell 1 to cell 60, the higher the number, the stronger the subjects and the materials used for construction. Thus, with the third tier filled to capacity, Lin Feng decided to test his strength in the most fortified cell 60. As for the half-human, half-shark creature before him, he would consider it a mere appetizer. Rasengan. Lin Feng concentrated chakra into his palm, and with a flick of his wrist, the Rasengan shot forth like a blue comet, striking the lock of the cell door. With a cacophony of sound, the lock shattered under the turbulence of the chakra. At that moment, the door to the confinement chamber ceased to serve its purpose. It appears my assumptions were correct. The lock cannot possess such formidable hardness, Lin Feng thought, a smile creeping onto his lips as he gently pushed the door. Creak. An unpleasant sound resonated as the door opened. The eyes of one man and one beast met. The subject of experiment 60, who had been observing Lin Feng, gasped in terror. What manner of monster is this? He had breached the prison door that even his permanent curse mark of the second stage could not surpass, merely with the first stage. Such a display of power left him utterly paralyzed with fear. However, due to his transformation into a permanent second stage of the curse mark of the sea, the urine likely seeped from his skin. Calm down, calm down. What great storms has the savage shark not weathered? The savage shark forced himself to regain composure and began to seek advantageous conditions. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the door lock, and his confidence began to swell. A reasonable thought emerged in his mind. Could it be that the lock was simply old, allowing him to exploit its weakness? I mean, how could a conventional first-stage curse mark possibly compare to my curse mark of the sea? As he pondered, even the savage shark began to believe it himself. The earlier fear evaporated, replaced by an inexplicable sense of confidence and arrogance, tinged with the humiliation and anger that had previously consumed him. You little brat. I shall ensure your demise. With a thunderous roar, the ferocious shark lunged towards Lin Feng. Chapter 12. The Conflict. The shark moved with astonishing speed, its body resembling a streak of blue lightning, hurtling through the air with a sound that pierced the silence, directly aimed at Lin Feng. Its hands had transformed into sharp, glimmering shark fins, clearly modified into lethal biological weapons. Roar, roar, roar. Are we closing in on each other? Instead of fleeing, you dare to approach me? Lin Feng observed the charging shark, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. It had been many days since he had reaped any additional lifespan. Void/spiral wave. The spell-infused void/spiral wave surged forth, akin to a horizontal tornado, with each gust resembling an invisible blade slicing through the adversary's form. Suddenly, the room erupted into a mist of crimson. A pungent scent of blood permeated the air. Yet, Lin Feng remained undeterred, continuing to unleash the void/spiral wave for a full 10 seconds. After all, this was an experimental subject created by Orochimaru. Out of caution, Lin Feng dared not approach too closely. Ding! You have received a reward of 10 years of lifespan. It was only when a reassuring voice echoed in his mind that he ceased his onslaught. Quite the challenge to eliminate, Lin Feng remarked. One must admit, being a ninja of Orochimaru's lineage, their survival abilities are indeed top-notch. As the blood mist dissipated, the once vibrant shark lay lifeless, its eyes devoid of any glimmer. Staring blankly at the ceiling, marked by numerous wounds from the void/spiral wave. It lay there limply, akin to a despondent fish, right beside a mechanical dummy. It seemed the shark had intended to use the dummy as a shield, but was unexpectedly caught by Lin Feng's wind technique. To utilize the dummy as a shield, it would first need to be moved. As Lin Feng approached the shark's lifeless body, intending to shift it, he suddenly noticed that the cursed seal upon it appeared to be faintly glowing. Moreover, the stench emanating from the shark's corpse was even more pungent than in life. Something was amiss. A freshly deceased body would not emit such a foul odor so quickly. And what was the meaning of this cursed seal? An alarm blared in Lin Feng's mind. Retracting his outstretched hand, he swiftly retreated, observing the unfolding scene. To his horror, the experimental subject's corpse began to inflate at a visible rate, the cursed seal flashing ominously like a warning light. An unsettling premonition ignited within Lin Feng. This scenario resembled a grenade on the verge of explosion. There was no time to waste. He had to flee swiftly, his body propelled backward with great haste, refraining from lingering any longer. After all, Lin Feng currently possessed only wind and water chakra, rendering him unable to employ earth or wood techniques for defense. With each rapid pulse of inflation, Lin Feng's pace quickened, responding to the urgency of the moment. In the blink of an eye, he dashed out from cell 60, closing the door behind him. With a thunderous boom, the body of the ferocious shark exploded, sending flesh and shattered bones flying in all directions. The entire confinement chamber trembling under the force of the blast. Even the doors suffered minor damage, and one must remember, it was crafted from chakra-infused steel. Phew! All is well. Lin Feng gazed at his unscathed body, finally feeling a sense of relief. Thankfully, he had run swiftly. Otherwise, he might have lost at least half his life even if he survived. It was indeed unexpected that Orochimaru had inscribed a curse mark on the experimental subjects that would cause them to explode upon death. He reminded himself to be more cautious in the future, not to let the system notifications lull him into complacency. He returned to the confinement chamber, eager to further test his capabilities. Inside, apart from the scattered bones and flesh of the experimental subjects, there were only some cracks on the walls. No other changes were apparent. The durability of this room was astonishing. Lin Feng marveled. In the center of the chamber, he encountered the mechanical dummy once more. This automaton stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, its face resembling that of a human, while the rest of its body and limbs bore a striking resemblance to a scarecrow. Were it not for its exterior encased in metal, Lin Feng might have mistaken it for an ordinary scarecrow. Notably, a target symbol was drawn on its chest, indicating its purpose: to test the strength of the experimental subjects and to channel their murderous instincts. Could it still function after being affected by the previous explosion? Lin Feng gently traced his fingers over the robot and tentatively pressed the switch located at the center of the target. Click! The once inert mass of scrap metal suddenly sprang to life. Its eyes emitted a yellow luminescence, and from its mouth came an emotionless electronic synthesized voice. Chakra detected in the initiator. Do you wish to release your murderous instincts? Release murderous instincts? Lin Feng had not anticipated that Orochimaru would create a mechanical dummy for these uncontrollable experimental subjects to practice with. One must admit, the technological prowess and humanitarian considerations of the Sound Village are indeed impressive. Yes, he replied. Immediately, the mechanical dummy projected historical battle records overhead. 10th place, 782 points. 9th place, 834 points. 8th place, 895 points. 7th place, 957 points. The strength of the last 7 was relatively similar. Yet the top 3 exhibited a significant leap in power. 3rd place, 2,234 points. 2nd place, 2,567 points. And 1st place, Kimimaro with an astounding 9,345 points. 9,345 points represented a remarkable threshold. How many points could I achieve? Lin Feng felt a surge of anticipation within him. Kimimaro's strength was indeed a distinct tier in the early stages. Had it not been for his severe condition, Naruto, Gaara, and Lee might have faced dire consequences. Regrettably, Kishimoto does not permit it. If Lin Feng could surpass Jun Malu's score, it would indicate that his current strength is formidable enough to traverse obstacles with ease. As for why Jun Malu was once confined, it is beyond Lin Feng's contemplation. Upon completing the historical performance projection, the robot commenced its voice announcement, highlighting a target area. Users are instructed to unleash all possible means to strike the target within 1 minute, after which scores will be calculated based on accumulated damage. Entering practice mode. Users should prepare as the countdown begins at 10:98. Observing the countdown of the robotic dummy, Lin Feng took a moment to assess his current panel. Chakra amount, 35 cards, 100 cards, an impressive enhancement of over 100 cards. Moreover, his physical attributes have significantly improved as well. This newfound confidence stems from the first stage of his cursed seal. Simultaneously, the robotic dummy concluded its countdown. Let us first test the strength of the first stage of the cursed seal. Lin Feng initiated a series of powerful punches, striking the dummy with great force. The rapid succession of blows continued for a full 10 seconds. The result, 885 points. This score merely approached the level of 8th place. Nevertheless, Lin Feng achieved this score within just 10 seconds. Is it truly possible to reach such heights solely through physical techniques? The second stage of the celestial curse seal has commenced. Lin Feng's appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. He morphed into a half-human, half-beast form, with sharp claws extending from his hands and a pair of white wings sprouting from his back. Unlike Sasuke's celestial curse seal, Lin Feng's entire form radiated a brilliant white hue, and his eyes remained unchanged. Is this the power of the second stage of the cursed seal? Experiencing the second stage for the first time, Lin Feng reveled in the exhilarating sensation of boundless strength coursing through him. His vision sharpened, physical capabilities enhanced, power magnified, and chakra reserves expanded. He even acquired the ability to fly. As 10 seconds elapsed, Lin Feng recognized the urgency of the situation. With a thunderous impact, he delivered a punch to the dummy's target area, producing a resounding boom. The previously motionless target bore the imprint of a fist-sized indentation created by Lin Feng's strike. The projection displayed the score of this punch. Chapter 13, Testing, 215 points. In the second stage, a single punch yielded 215 points. It is noteworthy that in the first stage, Lin Feng labored for a full 10 seconds to achieve a score of 885. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng resumed his relentless assault on the target for another 10 seconds. Each strike produced a profound indentation in the target area. Fortunately, the robotic dummy was constructed from a special chakra memory steel, allowing the dents to restore themselves. Only half a minute remained. At this moment, Lin Feng's score had reached an impressive 813 points, yet he still found himself a considerable distance from Jumaru's 345. In truth, his score could have been even higher. Had Lin Feng activated the second stage from the outset, he likely would have surpassed 12,000 points by now. This implies that Lin Feng's strength in the second stage was already double that of Junmaru, a rather commendable achievement. Satisfaction washed over Lin Feng as he gazed at his score, signifying that he could now better experiment with his power. He subsequently initiated the third stage. Once again, his physique underwent a transformation. His muscles became more pronounced, radiating an overwhelming sense of strength. From the surface of his skin, a layer of scales, reminiscent of a white serpent, began to emerge. These scales not only enveloped nearly his entire body, but also bestowed upon him a unique texture. When touched, they proved to be harder than metal, yet as light as a feather. His eyes transformed into serpent-like orbs, granting him the ability to perceive heat. From Lin Feng's perspective, He could effortlessly sense the thermal emissions of the experimental subjects on this floor, akin to carrying an infrared sensor. It appeared that the third stage's curse mark bore a closer resemblance to the sage mode of the White Serpent Cave, albeit still incomplete. At this stage, his form was increasingly serpentine, not only acquiring the sensory abilities of a serpent, but also the defensive prowess of its scales. Lin Feng reflected, involuntarily recalling the image of the sage mode of Kabuto from the original work, though Lin Feng's appearance was decidedly more striking, complemented by the wings conferred by the second stage. Upon fully transitioning into the third stage, Lin Feng clenched his fists, feeling the surge of power coursing through him. To his astonishment, he observed on the panel that his strength, speed, and chakra had all experienced a qualitative leap. His chakra had now escalated to a staggering 500 units. With a gentle swing towards the target dummy, the air reverberated with a sound akin to a sonic boom. Boom. A tremendous impact echoed throughout the confinement chamber, as the target dummy's center caved in deeper under Lin Feng's mightier strike. The force of this punch far exceeded any of his previous attacks, and even the recovery of the memory metal appeared to be slower than before. The projection displayed the score for this punch, 511 points. The third stage had augmented his strength by more than twofold compared to the second stage. Could it be that the enhancement in speed was even greater? Lin Feng resolved to test the speed of his punches. Boom, 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 boom. 518 points. 574 points. 549 points. In a mere 5 seconds, he amassed a staggering 561 points. Lin Feng's score had now soared to 374 points, genuinely surpassing Junmaru's score. A sharp intake of breath escaped Lin Feng. It was worth noting that Junmaru had once been a formidable force in the earlier stages. Now, thanks to the third stage, Lin Feng had achieved nearly 5 seconds of output, bringing him close to Junmaru's 345 points. Truly, the third stage curse mark, derived from the system, was extraordinarily formidable. This is a domain that even Orochimaru has never ventured into. Gazing at the scores projected before him and the gradually recovering chakra-infused steel target, Lin Feng was acutely aware that this was far from his ultimate limit. Continuing the trials, he had yet to explore his capabilities in flight and ninjutsu. Lin Feng retreated to the corner of confinement room 60, crouching in a poised running stance. A novel idea sparked within him. Could he enhance his speed through flight and, when combined with the Rasengan, achieve a force greater than 11-2? This hypothesis stemmed from his attempt to emulate the high damage potential of the Chidori. After mentally preparing himself, he took a deep breath and then surged forward with such velocity that he seemed to leave an afterimage in the air. Rasengan. At this moment, the Rasengan had transformed into a dark form due to the effects of the cursed seal. The Rasengan in Lin Feng's hand resembled a black hole as it hurtled towards the target. Boom. The tremendous impact reverberated, accompanied by a thunderous crash and a cloud of explosive dust, causing the entire confinement room to tremble slightly. When the dust settled, Lin Feng was astonished to discover that the mechanical dummy had been utterly dismantled. The chakra-infused steel target now bore a significant gash, and the remnants of the dummy were in a deplorable state, particularly the head, which could no longer project past scores. Clearly, it was rendered unusable. What a pity. I still wish to test the score of the wind release. Vacuum Spiral Wave. The Wind Release, Vacuum Spiral Wave was Lin Feng's most formidable ninjutsu at present. Yet, with the third stage of the Rasengan combined with flight speed, he had obliterated a dummy made of chakra-infused memory metal. This meant that Lin Feng, upon entering the third stage, could breach the defenses of the fourth Kazekage, Raza, with just the Rasengan. Besides the defense provided by the gold dust, Raza could manipulate it to soar through the skies. However, a smile of anticipation graced Lin Feng's lips as he directed his hand towards the wall of the confinement room to unleash the wind release. Vacuum Spiral Wave. The wall, composed of chakra-infused steel, was immediately torn asunder by the wind-infused chakra and natural energy of the vacuum spiral wave, creating a large hole. Without hesitation, Lin Feng flapped his wings and soared through the opening into the sky. Yet, I too possess the power of flight. It seems that the challenge posed by Raza will be exhilarating. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the confinement building, did you hear anything just now? Of course, there was a sound. This is a confinement building after all. The test subjects, driven mad from prolonged isolation, can emit terrifying cries, quite frightening. I SMT it? No. That sound wasn't human. It resembled the noise produced by a potent ninjutsu. Did you not feel the slight tremors in this building just now? Now that you mention it, I think I did feel something. It seemed to originate from upstairs. I too have sensed it, an unmistakable tremor. Let us first report this to the clan leader. If anything were to go awry, it would be difficult to account to Lord Orochimaru. The Wind Demon clan is originally located on the first floor of the confinement building, according to Orochimaru's surveillance of the lower 3 floors. However, the majority of the clan members have felt a subtle shaking within this building. To ensure absolute safety, the interim leader of the Wind Demon clan, Kazekage, has decided to instruct the clan members to begin a thorough investigation from the 2nd floor. At this moment, members are gradually descending to report their findings. Room 25 on the 2nd floor is clear. Room 32 is also without issues. Room 35 shows no anomalies, and Room 40 is likewise untroubled. Kazekage attentively listens to the reports from his clan members, yet he receives little in the way of useful information. The tremor experienced within the building is undeniably real, and he cannot help but wonder, could it be that something occurred on the 3rd floor? Meanwhile, Taimu is unavoidably reminded of the handsome young man from earlier. It seems he was headed towards the 3rd floor. Chapter 14. A shocking discovery in the confinement building on the 3rd floor. Taimu and Shaki are cautiously employing their concealment technique, hiding within the stairwell. This arrangement was devised by their cousin, Kazekage. As the 2 strongest sensory ninjas of the Wind Demon clan, they have been entrusted with the critical task of uncovering the source of the recent disturbance. Utilizing the clan's secret technique known as the chakra recollection technique. This advanced intelligence ninjutsu allows one to reconstruct events that occurred minutes or even hours prior, based on the residual chakra from previous battles. However, this technique is challenging to perform, requiring the collaboration of 2 individuals to be executed successfully. Furthermore, the user can only gather fragmented information and will expend considerable energy in the process. This is precisely why Kazekage chose to send both of them to the 3rd floor for this mission. Yet, upon arriving on the 3rd floor, they are met with a strong, pungent scent of blood permeating the air. Alarmed, they quickly activate their concealment technique and begin to communicate in hushed tones, barely audible to one another. What do you think, Shaki? What else could it be? An experimental subject must have escaped. Escape? They've escaped? Indeed. How else can we explain this bloodshed? It's a pity about that handsome young man. He must have been caught up in this chaos. He is likely already lost. And perhaps this blood is his. You saw him head towards the 3rd floor, did you not? However, Taimu bites her lip in rebuttal, but that does not definitively prove that he is in danger. At this, Shaki rolls her eyes, finding Taimu's naivety somewhat amusing. The 3rd floor, what a place that is. It houses the most brutal, savage, and powerful experimental subjects. It is the most perilous area of the entire confinement building. The handsome young man from earlier was merely an inconsequential experimental subject. Now having entered the 3rd level, the outcome is all too predictable. Let us proceed with our cloaking technique. We will soon ascertain whether there is anything amiss, Shaji remarked dismissively, confident that she would encounter Lin Feng's remains after just a few steps from the stairwell. However, after walking several dozen meters from the stairwell, they found not a single remnant. Instead, a faint yet palpable scent of blood lingered in the corridor. The further they advanced, the more pronounced the stench of blood became. The flickering lights in the corridor added a chilling ambience to their surroundings. Their heightened senses were acutely attuned to the tense atmosphere, where even the slightest sound could not escape their notice. To their astonishment, upon reaching the end of the corridor, they discovered that all experimental subjects were confined within their cells. This revelation piqued their curiosity. Who had managed to escape? Look over there. Taimu suddenly pointed towards the end of the corridor, where a door stood ajar, revealing a disarray within. It was the cell of Subject 60, and upon closer inspection, they noted that the door lock was damaged. Shaji nodded, and they slowed their pace, cautiously approaching the confinement room while mentally preparing themselves. However, upon entering Subject 60's cell, the scene before them elicited a sharp intake of breath. The room was in chaos, littered with shattered bones and blood. Yet not a single intact corpse could be found. In the center, the machine designed for the subject's release had been rendered to fragments, particularly the central target, which had been pierced through. The walls bore countless scratches and damage, and a gaping hole large enough for an adult to pass through had been created. It appears the experimental subject has exited through the hole. For now, we are safe, Shaji stated. then motioned for Timu to deactivate their cloaking technique. The two surveyed the room once more, confirming the absence of danger, before preparing to perform the chakra reversal technique together. Let us begin. Timu and Shaji stood facing one another, palms aligned, then extended their right hands, touching their index and middle fingers together to form a linked gesture symbolizing the flow and connection of chakra. They then began to seal their hands towards each other. Finally, Timu sat cross-legged and closed her eyes in meditation, while Shaji placed her hands upon Timu's head, guiding her into the state of the chakra reversal technique. In this state, Timu's mind began to receive information about the events that transpired half an hour ago. After 30 minutes, she opened her eyes in terror. A monster, it was an absolute monster. A monster, he is nothing short of a monster. Upon witnessing Timu's distress, Shaji immediately reached out to support her, preventing her from collapsing due to the excessive use of the chakra reversal technique. A monster? What exactly did you see? Calm down and speak slowly. I recently encountered that striking gentleman. But what of him? Shaji inquired. She had long understood that such pretty boys seldom lasted. Yet she was taken aback that this fellow would approach Experiment 60 of his own volition. It is worth noting that those confined within the incarceration tower are exceedingly vicious, reveling in slaughter. Surely, this individual must have been deceived to have opened the door for the experiment. Based on the reactions from Timu and the scene of shattered bones strewn across the floor of Cell 60, Shaji boldly speculated that this man must have endured immense suffering before his demise, perhaps even being devoured alive by Experiment 60. This shocking scene had been witnessed by Timu, who utilized the chakra rewind technique, which explained her stammering upon awakening. Just as Shaji was preparing to offer words of comfort to Timu, she suddenly uttered something astonishing that caused Shaji to reevaluate all her previous assumptions. He is incredibly powerful. That handsome man is extraordinarily strong. Shaji, you will not believe what I witnessed. Timu's voice trembled, her eyes sparkling with disbelief as she recounted how that gentleman had dispatched Experiment 60 with a single move, shattering even the dummy constructed from chakra steel. What? That seemingly weak gentleman? 5 minutes later, Timu recounted every detail of her encounter to Shaji, who furrowed her brow, her eyes filled with confusion. Yet, her rational mind assured her that Timu's chakra rewind technique could not possibly be erroneous. The strength of that gentleman undoubtedly surpassed their expectations, even exceeding that of the acting clan leader. With this realization, a surge of indignation ignited within Shaji. It was all due to this fellow's reckless words that she had abandoned her chance to flirt with him. Truly unforgivable. Timu, let us depart. After resting for a few moments, Shaji helped Timu to her feet, preparing to report their mission to the acting clan leader, Feng Imolan. Chapter 15. The Escape in the Incarceration Tower, First Floor. What? Feng Imofh's voice suddenly rose an octave, as if he had heard the most absurd tale. Are you saying that the experiment I deemed a failure resolved the most ferocious Experiment 60 with but a single ninjutsu? His eyes bulged wide, fixated on Feng Imo, Timu, and Shaji, as if searching their faces for signs of jest. Furthermore, he blasted a large hole in the wall constructed from chakra steel? Indeed, that is correct, Feng Imo, Timu replied earnestly, her tone resolute. Do not forget, it was that remarkably handsome experiment. Shaji interjected, a peculiar smile gracing her face. Huh? FHS scoffed, as though he had heard the grandest joke. That failure? Do not make me laugh. It would be a miracle if he could even walk upright. It is certainly the case that Subject 60 has not taken his medication today, and has likely knocked himself unconscious by colliding with the wall. What does that have to do with that useless individual? He pointed to his own nose. A look of disdain etched across his face. Use ninjutsu? If he could wield ninjutsu, I would lick the plaster off the walls of this building clean. And he blew a massive hole? It resembles more of a mouse hole, to be honest. If that waste had such ability, I would eat excrement while standing on my head. The surrounding members of the Wind Demon clan joined in laughter. Indeed, Subject 60 is currently the pinnacle of experimental subjects. In this village, apart from Lord Orochimaru's elite guard, it seems no one else can rival him. One of them chimed in. Eat excrement while standing on my head? Those were your own words. Shaji let out a cold laugh, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes. Are you questioning the chakra reversal technique of Timu? She pressed forward, her tone aggressive. Timu, let us depart. Shaji, no longer willing to engage in debate with Fakey, took Timu's hand and left without a backward glance. Leaving Fakey standing there, utterly bewildered. What a show-off. Does he truly believe that the chakra reversal technique he masters is flawless? Once you meet the acting clan leader, you will understand. Fakey scoffed, turning away as he headed towards the acting clan leader's office. Meanwhile, in a secluded chamber of Orochimaru's elite guard, Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the cold floor, his eyes shut, breathing steadily. The cursed seal upon him had completely faded, and his skin had returned to its original pallor. It seems the duration of this cursed seal is approximately 10 minutes. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, speaking to himself. He glanced down at his hands, recalling the sensation of immense power he had just experienced. Furthermore, during the period of the cursed seal, both my strength and speed received significant enhancement. However, once the cursed seal dissipates, I am met with a wave of weakness. He touched his chest, feeling his heart racing, each beat as if it were about to burst forth from his chest. Although he had managed to minimize the side effects of the cursed seal through the system's deductions, the inherent deficiencies of his original attributes were simply too great. Even after the third stage activation, the feeling of weakness is still unavoidable. Nonetheless, this is sufficient. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth curled slightly upwards, revealing a hint of a confident smile. 10 minutes. In 10 minutes I can eliminate the third Kazekage, Rasha. Yet, he did not intend to proceed with that plan. Observing the token in his hand, his gaze flickered as a brand new idea surged within him. Just now, my intention was merely to test my abilities, not to genuinely assist Orochimaru in dealing with Rasha. After all, he has now, through deduction, erased the monitoring of Orochimaru's heavenly cursed seal. This implies that Lin Feng can leave the Sound Ninja village at any moment using the token bestowed by Orochimaru. Under the pretense of undertaking a mission, there is no need to engage in a desperate struggle against the third Kazekage. One could even preemptively notify the village of Konoha and completely defect. In such a case, there may even arise an opportunity to acquire the Hashirama cells from Danzo, further enhancing the original body's physical prowess. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng could no longer suppress his excitement. He rose to his feet, secured the token, and prepared to leave the village. However, before his departure, he decided to pay a visit to Xianglin's room, guided by the memories of his predecessor. Knock, knock. Lin Feng raised his hand and gently tapped on Xianglin's door. He had considered abducting the Uzumaki clan member, Xianglin, to bring her back to Konoha as a means to validate his worth. Yet, such an action would deprive him of a legitimate reason to exit the village. After all, Xianglin was an asset taken from another village by Orochimaru, and merely carrying her away would likely displease him. Nevertheless, a casual visit to check on her status seemed permissible. A faint smile curved Lin Feng's lips as he knocked a few more times on the door. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. The series of knocks echoed through the corridor. Yet there was no response from within the room. How peculiar. Is there no one home? Lin Feng furrowed his brow in confusion. At that moment, a series of ambiguous sounds emanated from inside the room. Lin Feng was taken aback, a playful smile creeping across his face. What on earth is this girl doing in broad daylight? His curiosity piqued. He thought, I must see what mischief you are up to. With a smirk, he pushed the door open. Inside the room, Xianglin lay asleep on the bed, her eyes tightly shut. She was clad only in a thin nightgown, which clung to her form, tantalizingly revealing her figure with every subtle movement. However, upon hearing the door creak open, Xianglin was startled awake, her eyes flying open. Upon seeing Lin Feng standing at the threshold, she froze in surprise. Zack, what brings you here? Her voice was tinged with a hint of panic and an unmistakable blush. Clearly aware of the nature of her dreams. I have something serious to discuss with you. Lin Feng replied with a cheerful demeanor as he stepped inside and closed the door behind him. Serious? How serious can it be? Xianglin's voice dwindled to a whisper, her head lowering until it nearly nestled against her chest. What do you think? Lin Feng approached the bed, looking down at Xianglin with an intense gaze, as if he could see right through her. Without warning, he lunged forward, beginning to absorb her chakra to restore his own vitality. Time seemed to blur as tranquility returned to the room. Lin Feng stood within Xianglin's chamber, feeling the abundant chakra coursing through him. His strength was fully replenished. Her restorative abilities are remarkably potent. No wonder Sasuke brought her along in the original text. Lin Feng fixed his gaze upon Xianglin, and a bold idea suddenly struck his mind. Could I possibly utilize the system to derive her unique constitution and transplant it to enhance the curse seal? He lowered his head, contemplating this possibility, and ultimately resolved to take action. However, before proceeding, he required some biological tissue from Xianglin. With a clang, Lin Feng struck the kunai, producing a sound, and cast an illusion technique that plunged Xianglin into unconsciousness. Subsequently, he extended the kunai towards her. Chapter 16. The gene fusion of the Uzumaki clan. Lin Feng cautiously approached the unconscious Xianglin. The kunai in his hand glimmered coldly under the light, resembling a venomous snake poised to strike. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his slightly anxious demeanor. After all, it was his first time engaging in such an endeavor, and it was only natural to feel a tinge of apprehension. He aimed for Xianglin's signature long red hair and gently severed a lock. The hair felt soft and smooth in his grasp, imbued with a faint, delicate fragrance. System. Initiate derivation. Lin Feng silently commanded, firmly clutching Xianglin's hair. He was uncertain whether a mere strand would suffice for a complete derivation. Logically, having mastered Orochimaru's genetic research techniques, he should be able to achieve it. But could it truly be accomplished with just this single strand? Even Orochimaru had never attempted to integrate the Uzumaki clan's genes into a cursed seal. Was this feasible? Ding. Initiating derivation. Target. Fusion of the Uzumaki clan's constitution. Before Lin Feng could dwell on his doubts, the system's voice resonated coldly in his mind. He closed his eyes, absorbing the vast amount of information flooding in. To an outside observer, the process appeared instantaneous. Yet in reality, Lin Feng had traversed decades within that fleeting moment. No matter how many times he experienced this sensation, it always felt as though he had endured the vicissitudes of time. Ding. Derivation successful. Mastered the technique for merging the Uzumaki clan's constitution. Host. Lin Feng. Remaining lifespan. For years. Mastered ability. Uzumaki clan gene fusion technique. Great perfection. Suddenly, the system's notification chimed, indicating the conclusion of the derivation process. Lin Feng abruptly opened his eyes, excitement gleaming within them. He had succeeded. Although it had cost him 11 years of life, he had nonetheless triumphed. This was a realm Orochimaru had never ventured into. The ability to merge the genes of other clan ninjas proved that he could subsequently derive techniques for fusing with the Uchiha, Byakugan, and even other formidable clan genes. And the cost? Merely a strand of hair from the other party. He whispered in jubilant reverie, the weight on his heart finally lifted, eagerly anticipating the application of this new technique. However, reason cautioned him that the moment was not yet ripe. The operation of this technology necessitates a research laboratory equipped with highly precise instruments. Such a location exists solely in the Sound Ninja Village and in the laboratory provided to Orochimaru by Danzo within the Umbu of Konoha. All leads point towards Konoha Village. It seems prudent for me to depart at the earliest opportunity. Lin Feng cast one last glance at the unconscious Xianglin before turning to leave the room. Upon exiting, he inhaled deeply, the air tinged with a faint metallic scent of blood. This was a unique aroma of Sound Ninja Village, saturated with danger and slaughter. He tightened his garments and made his way towards the village entrance. Meanwhile, enveloped by the night, the Sound Ninja Village exuded an eerie and sinister atmosphere. Within a humble wooden hut, the temporary residence of the Wind Demon clan, the dim yellow light flickered uncertainly. "Elder, we have returned," Taimu and Shaji announced, disrupting the silence within the dwelling. Fama Lan lifted his eyelids, glancing at the two, and inquired, "Have matters been resolved? Did you uncover the truth? We discovered that the prison door of Subject 60 on the 3rd floor was the only one left ajar." "What? That mad shark?" Fama Lan sensed an unsettling foreboding. However, if it were indeed him, the noises they had heard earlier on the 1st floor of the confinement building would make sense. Did he manage to escape? Perhaps not. Taima hesitated before speaking. She was uncertain whether the elder would dismiss her account of what she had seen using the chakra reversal technique. "Oh, what does this matter?" Fama Lan raised an eyebrow, evidently intrigued. "We utilized the chakra reversal technique to retrieve information from 3 hours ago. It turns out, Taimu discovered that Subject 439 single-handedly dealt with the mad shark, the very waste that Fachi mentioned," Shaji interjected, casting a sidelong glance at Fachi. Yet, Fachi regarded her with a bemused expression. "What?" Fama Lan abruptly stood, the kunai in his hand clattering to the ground. "Are you certain you did not missee?" His voice rose an octave, brimming with shock and skepticism. "We saw it with our own eyes." Taimu and Shaji exchanged a glance, both reflecting the astonishment in each other's eyes. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." How could a waste who cannot even endure a cursed seal defeat the Mad Shark? The Mad Shark was the only one to have received the sea cursed seal. This was utterly preposterous. He paced back and forth, his expression shifting dramatically. Suddenly, Fachi reminded him, "Elder, have you forgotten the flaws of the chakra reversal technique?" At these words, Fengmalan paused, and a look of realization crossed his face. Indeed, the ancestral chakra reversal technique harbored its own defects. Defects? Humph. While the chakra retrogression technique is indeed remarkable, it possesses a fatal flaw. Fengmalan remarked with a disdainful scoff. If there exists an individual at the scene with a chakra capacity exceeding 1400, the results of the retrogression may become skewed, or even entirely erroneous. The chakra capacity of the Mad Shark far surpasses 1400. What you witnessed may very well have been mere illusion. As soon as Fengmalan's words fell, Faiki eagerly interjected, "Indeed, wise leader. I had my suspicions. How could that worthless 439 possibly defeat the Mad Shark?" Clearly, there was an issue with the chakra retrogression technique. A triumphant smile adorned Feiki's face, as he had long harbored disdain for both Mu and Shaji. At last, he saw an opportunity to strike them down. But what is the true outcome? Mu and Shaji were engulfed in confusion and resentment. They had witnessed 439 vanquish the Mad Shark with their own eyes. How could it be an illusion? The true outcome? Fengmalan's expression turned grave. The true outcome is that 439 has been devoured by the Mad Shark, who has since made its escape. This is the most rational explanation. Fengmalan's words fell like a heavy hammer upon Mu and Shaji, draining color from their faces and causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily. "No, it's impossible," Mu murmured, her eyes brimming with despair. "What is impossible about it?" Faiki retorted with a cold laugh. That useless 439 should have perished in the first place. Instead, it foolishly ventured to the third level, likely lured by the Mad Shark into opening the door. Truly, even in death, it seeks to drag us down. Enough from both of you. Fengmalan barked sharply. Our priority now is to locate the escaped Mad Shark and bring it back. As for that worthless 439, if it is dead, then so be it. It is of little consequence. Having assigned the task, Fengmalan shed his authoritative demeanor and turned to comfort Mu, saying, "Cousin, this is not your fault. It is merely the defect of the secret technique passed down through our family. Do you comprehend how vital Orochimaru is to the revival of our clan? If they discover that we cannot even safeguard a single experimental subject, will they continue to collaborate with us?" Fengmalan spoke earnestly. Mu had intended to voice her thoughts, but reason dictated that her cousin was correct. Thus, she and Shaji bowed in acknowledgement and prepared to depart the room in search of the Mad Shark's whereabouts. However, at that moment, a voice from outside called out, "Leader, Lord Orochimaru has arrived." Chapter 17. Misunderstanding. In the dimly lit room, the flickering candlelight cast shadows upon Fengmalan's face, illuminating it in a wavering glow. The announcement from outside struck like thunder, leaving the three within the room momentarily stunned. "Lord Orochimaru? What brings him here?" A fleeting look of panic crossed the face of the man, his voice trembling slightly. Mu and Shaji exchanged a glance, both recognizing the fear reflected in each other's eyes. The formidable reputation of Orochimaru echoed like thunder among the Wind Demon clan, a ruthless figure known for his merciless nature. Wind Demon Lan's expression grew grave as he inhaled deeply, forcing himself to maintain composure. "What is there to panic about? Steady yourselves. I shall greet Lord Orochimaru. You two, swiftly find the rampaging shark." With that, he adjusted his attire and swiftly exited the room. Upon stepping outside, Wind Demon Lan beheld a man clad in a flowing white robe, his complexion pale and his gaze sinister. Accompanying him was a bespectacled youth who appeared refined and scholarly. It was none other than Orochimaru and his assistant, Yakushi Kabuto. "Lord Orochimaru, what brings you here in person?" Wind Demon Lan hastily approached, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Orochimaru cast a cold glance at him, his eyes akin to those of a venomous serpent, instilling dread. "Wind Demon Lan, is this how you oversee the experimental subjects after instructing your clan to confine them to the isolation facility?" His voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. A jolt of alarm surged through Wind Demon Lan, realizing the gravity of the situation. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead as he hastily explained, "Lord Orochimaru, allow me to clarify, it was all the doing of Subject 439. He was incited by the rampaging shark and managed to escape. Not only did he implicate us, but he also fell victim to the rampaging shark himself. Rest assured, we shall locate him promptly and bring him back to you. Oh, Orochimaru arched an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued. He sensed that the Wind Demon clan might not have grasped the full extent of the truth. Subject 439? He repeated with curiosity, his tongue licking his lips as if he had stumbled upon an intriguing toy. Lord Orochimaru, what do you mean? Wind Demon Lon inquired cautiously, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Orochimaru scoffed, his gaze growing even more frigid. It appears I have severely misjudged your capabilities. That Subject 439 not only survived, but has also dealt with the rampaging shark. He has likely already escaped from this place. Though his voice was low, it resonated in Wind Demon Lan's ears like thunder. His face turned ashen, and his body trembled involuntarily. No, it's impossible, Wind Demon Lon exclaimed, disbelief flooding his eyes. Lord Orochimaru, could you be mistaken? How could that Subject 439 still be alive? The rampaging shark was a formidable being endowed with the sea-cursed seal by you. Huh, the sea-cursed seal? Yakushi Kabuto scoffed, his eyes gleaming with derision. Zack was entrusted with the heavenly cursed seal by Lord Orochimaru himself. What? Wind Demon Lon remained incredulous, his eyes widening as if he had heard the most outrageous tale. Is it to say that the information observed by the eye is not erroneous? Yet how could that be? The technique of chakra regression harbors immense flaws. He shook his head repeatedly, his face a canvas of skepticism. Orochimaru remained silent, merely gazing at him with an expression rife with amusement. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking smile. Ran felt as though he had been cast into an icy abyss, chilled from head to toe. He parted his lips, only to find his throat constricted as if by an unseen force, rendering him utterly speechless. Lord Orochimaru, do you mean to say? He stammered, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Orochimaru offered no reply, his cold serpent-like gaze piercing through him, instilling a profound sense of dread. Ran, you have greatly disappointed me. Orochimaru finally spoke, his tone laced with disdain and disillusionment. I once believed that the clan held some semblance of worth. It appears now that you are nothing more than a collection of worthless beings. Ran's complexion fluctuated between shades of pale and flushed, yearning to retort, yet finding himself at a loss for words. The evidence lay bare before him, leaving no room for defense. Since the K-Re has perished, you shall assume his position. You will replace him and continue to endure my curse mark experiments. Orochimaru stated nonchalantly, as if deciding upon a trivial matter. What? Ran's head snapped up, his eyes brimming with terror and disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that Orochimaru would make such a determination. I have been utterly devoted to you. My efforts may lack accolades, but they are not without toil. Utterly devoted? Kabuto interjected with a derisive snicker. Were it not for your negligence, how could Zack escape? And now you dare speak of devotion? Ran was rendered speechless, his face flushed with embarrassment. As for the others, Orochimaru disregarded Ran and continued, immediately retrieve Zack. Remember, he must be alive. He is my meticulously chosen vessel, and I cannot afford to lose him. A glimmer of fervor flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, a manifestation of his yearning for the perfect vessel. The finest selected from among 100, who successfully withstood the side effects of the heavenly curse mark and possessed remarkable talent in ninjutsu. Alas, he has fled. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. The ninjas of the clan chorused in unison, their voices laden with fear and despair. They understood that failing to locate Zack would subject them to a punishment far worse than death. Ran, come with me, Orochimaru commanded as he turned to exit, his tone icy and merciless. Your body requires a thorough transformation. Fear not. I shall make you stronger than Kry. Orochimaru licked his lips with a moist, chilling smile. Feng Molin's body trembled violently as he realized that he had no room left for choice. He could only succumb like a lamb to the slaughter, at the mercy of Orochimaru. Despair washed over him as he closed his eyes, his heart brimming with regret and fear. Had he not been so heedless, had he taken Orochimaru's orders more seriously, perhaps he would not have met such a grim fate. Yet, it was too late for regrets now. Silently, he followed in Orochimaru's wake, advancing toward the ominous abyss of the unknown. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had escaped from the Sound Village for 3 hours. After savoring the long-lost taste of freedom, he decided to rest for the night. However, Just as he prepared to settle down, he sensed a pair of crimson eyes watching him from the darkness. Chapter 18. Taming the Hellhound. The night was as dark as ink, and the forest was so silent that only the occasional chirping of insects could be heard. Lin Feng lay on the soft grass, yet sleep eluded him. He felt an unsettling presence lurking in the shadows, a sensation that pricked at him like a thorn. Suddenly, he detected an unusual rustle nearby. Rustle, not far off. A pair of scarlet eyes flickered with an eerie glow, reminiscent of two ghostly flames, sending shivers down his spine. Lin Feng's heart raced as he quickly sat up, his gaze fixated on those eyes. What could it be? He murmured to himself, stealthily reaching for the ninja tool pouch at his waist. The creature slowly emerged from the shadows, each step heavy and powerful. Lin Feng's heartbeat quickened. He could sense that it was a massive canine beast. Its size dwarfed that of an ordinary wolf, its reddish-brown fur strikingly prominent under the moonlight. Muscles rippled beneath its sleek form, exuding an aura of boundless strength. Its limbs were robust, with sharp claws that seemed to tread upon Lin Feng's very heart. The creature's head was astonishingly large, its gaping maw slightly ajar, revealing a tangle of interlocking fangs. Each one was razor-sharp, glinting with a chilling light in the moon's glow, evoking an instinctive terror. Those eyes, crimson as blood, fixated unblinkingly on Lin Feng, radiating unbridled malice and a thirst for blood. Lin Feng felt as though he were prey ensnared by a venomous serpent. His body stiff with dread, he forced himself to remain calm, tightening his grip on the kunai in his hand. Is this the hellhound? Lin Feng's pupils constricted as he recognized the creature's origin. In the original Naruto series, the hellhound was one of the summoning beasts of Pain's animal path, possessing an exceptionally unique ability that amplified summoning. In other words, when it was attacked, it would not vanish. Instead, it would split into more hellhounds, exponentially increasing in number, making it nearly impossible to eliminate through conventional means. Damn it! How could I encounter such a creature? Lin Feng cursed inwardly, taken aback by his own misfortune. It is well known that the hellhound is notoriously difficult to contend with. Once ensnared, it creates an unrelenting situation. Just as Lin Feng pondered his strategy, the hellhound could no longer contain its ferocity. With a low growl, it lunged at Lin Feng. The speed of the hellhound was astonishing. Reaching Lin Feng in the blink of an eye, it opened its gaping maw, revealing razor-sharp fangs, and lunged viciously towards Lin Feng's neck. Anticipating the attack, Lin Feng deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the hellhound's assault. Simultaneously, he swiftly formed hand seals, gathering chakra in his palm. Chakra scalpel. In an instant, a sharp blade composed of chakra manifested in Lin Feng's hand. Without hesitation, he swung his arm fiercely, aiming for the hellhound's foreleg. With a swift thrust, the chakra scalpel sliced cleanly through the hellhound's paw, blood gushing forth and staining the ground crimson. The hellhound let out a chilling howl of pain. However, to Lin Feng's astonishment, the creature did not split into multiple forms as depicted in the original tale. Instead, it began to visibly regenerate at an alarming rate. What could this mean? Lin Feng was engulfed in confusion. Could it be that this hellhound was not the same as that in the original narrative? Suddenly, he recalled that the world he inhabited bore certain discrepancies from the original realm. According to the memories of his former self, this hellhound was a summoning beast cultivated by Orochimaru from the true hellhound clone. It lacked the ability to split and possessed only formidable regenerative capabilities. Enlightenment dawned upon Lin Feng. So that was it. No wonder it did not divide. A wave of relief washed over him. Since this hellhound lacked the capacity for division, it would be considerably easier to confront. The hellhound charged at Lin Feng once more. Although it could not divide, its offensive prowess remained formidable. Lin Feng did not dare to underestimate it. He quickly formed hand seals and launched another attack. Disruption technique. Lin Feng converted his chakra into electrical energy and unleashed it into the hellhound's nervous system, disrupting its bodily control. The hellhound's body suddenly stiffened. Its movements grew sluggish, and its gaze became somewhat dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng approached cautiously, observing the hellhound closely. He noticed that its body was embedded with a multitude of silver needles, each affixed with chakra, incessantly stimulating the hellhound's nerves and keeping it in a state of agony. So that was the method of control over the hellhound. Lin Feng understood. The earlier disruption technique not only impaired its mobility, but also masked its perception of pain. This explained its sudden docility. He again formed hand seals, concentrating chakra in his hand. Chakra scalpel. Lin Feng meticulously wielded the chakra scalpel, extracting the silver needles one by one from the body of the hellhound. With each needle's removal, the hellhound's form gradually relaxed, its gaze regaining clarity. A low growl emanated from the creature, infused with gratitude. As Lin Feng beheld this massive being, a sudden thought surged within him. Though the hellhound lacked the ability to split, its remarkable healing prowess, coupled with its imposing size and immense strength, suggested that subjugating it could prove advantageous. Furthermore, its high intelligence, enabling it to comprehend human speech, surpassed that of ordinary summoning beasts. The more Lin Feng contemplated, the more feasible the idea appeared. He addressed the hellhound. "Would you be willing to become my summoning beast?" The hellhound tilted its head, seemingly pondering Lin Feng's words. After a brief moment, it nodded in agreement. Elated, Lin Feng promptly bit his finger and inscribed a blood seal upon the hellhound's forehead. Summoning contract. In a puff of white smoke, a distinctive mark manifested on the hellhound's brow, symbolizing the pact of the summoning beast. "Wonderful. From this day forth, you shall be my summoning beast," Lin Feng exclaimed with excitement. The hellhound responded with a growl, affectionately nudging Lin Feng with its head. "From now on, you shall be called Hongwan." Lin Feng affectionately stroked the hellhound's head, bestowing upon it a name. The creature seemed to delight in this designation, emitting an enthusiastic bark. "Now, Hongwan, as night falls, you shall guard me through the night," Lin Feng instructed. The hellhound nodded obediently, lying beside Lin Feng in a protective stance. Lin Feng gazed at the creature, feeling a profound sense of security. With Hongwan's watchful presence, he knew he could finally enjoy a restful slumber. He reclined on the soft grass, swiftly drifting into dreams, while Hongwan vigilantly stood guard, attentively observing their surroundings. As the night deepened, silence enveloped the forest, save for the gentle sound of Hongwan's breathing echoing through the night sky. Chapter 19. The Forest of Ibiki. After several days of arduous travel, Lin Feng finally arrived at the Hidden Leaf Village. The sight before him ignited a wave of inexplicable excitement within his heart. The towering Hokage rock majestically overlooked the village, its surface etched with the visages of past Hokages, symbolizing the honor and legacy of the Hidden Leaf. Inside the village, a cacophony of voices filled the air, vibrant and lively. Shops lined the streets, brimming with an array of goods, as merchants called out and haggled, infusing the atmosphere with the essence of life. Children frolicked on the streets, their joyous laughter ringing like silver bells. Meanwhile, ninjas leapt agilely across rooftops, leaving behind fleeting shadows in their wake. Everything here perfectly coincides with the images etched in his memory, yet it feels even more vivid and tangible. Lin Feng suppressed the excitement within and stepped towards the entrance of the village. He approached the guardians of the village gate, Kamizuki Izumi and Gongzi Tai, and stated directly, "I have crucial intelligence to report to Lord 3rd Hokage concerning Orochimaru." The names Kamizuki Izumi and Gongzi Tai flashed through Lin Feng's mind, their visages materializing before him. Kamizuki Izumi, with shoulder-length black hair and a bandage obscuring his right eye, exuded a sharp and astute demeanor. Gongzi Tai, sporting a short, spiky black hairstyle with a bandage across his nose, appeared robust and earnest. Both were Nin of Konoha and members of the village's interrogation unit, tasked with the security and scrutiny of the village. Upon hearing the name Orochimaru, both men grew vigilant, scrutinizing Lin Feng from head to toe. "Who are you? How do you know about Orochimaru?" Kamizuki Izumi narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with an evaluative edge. "I am Saku, a former subject of Orochimaru's experiments. I possess knowledge of his clandestine schemes and must immediately report to Lord Hokage." Lin Feng replied with composure, secretly grateful for having prepared in advance by assuming Saku's identity. "Experiment subject?" Gongzi Tai exclaimed in surprise, exchanging a glance with Kamizuki Izumi. They wasted no time and promptly escorted Lin Feng to the Hokage building. Navigating through the bustling streets, they arrived at the center of power in Konoha, where the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, conducted his affairs. After a series of notifications, Lin Feng was led into a dimly lit room. The faint glow of an oil lamp illuminated the space, where a tall figure sat in the center. His face was etched with deep wrinkles, and his penetrating gaze emanated an aura of authority that commanded respect without uttering a word. This was Ibiki Marino, the captain of the interrogation unit, a figure who inspired fear in all adversaries. Ibiki's face bore the scars of countless brutal battles, a testament to his formidable experience. A ninja headband concealed his forehead, revealing only his sharp, discerning eyes as if capable of perceiving the innermost truths. Clad in the uniform of the interrogation unit, topped with a black trench coat, he exuded an aura of chilling intensity. "You are Lin Feng." Ibiki's voice was low and gravelly, resonating with a metallic edge that sent shivers down one's spine. "Yes, Lord Ibiki," Lin Feng replied respectfully, having refrained from disclosing the alias Saku to the village guards and instead revealing his true name. "You claim to possess information regarding Orochimaru? How can you substantiate this?" Ibiki's gaze was as piercing as that of a hawk, fixed intently on Lin Feng, as if attempting to see through him. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, slowly unbuttoning his jacket to reveal his chest. Upon his chest lay a black cursed seal, faintly visible, exuding an eerie aura. Ibiki's pupils constricted slightly. He recognized the emblem as the unique curse mark of Orochimaru. "This curse seal was bestowed upon me by Orochimaru. It not only augments my strength, but also allows me to sense his presence," Lin Feng stated somberly. "It is by means of this seal that I escaped his clutches." Ibiki's expression grew grave. He could sense the formidable power emanating from the curse mark, along with the malevolent energy it harbored. This seal was sufficient evidence of Lin Feng's claims. However, Ibiki remained vigilant. He understood that Orochimaru was a cunning and perilous individual, and anyone associated with him warranted caution. Moreover, those who possessed such a seal were invariably Orochimaru's trusted allies, and the appearance of such a person in Konoha necessitated wariness. "Very well. It seems you indeed possess some knowledge." Ibiki's voice remained low and measured, but that is still insufficient. "To ascertain that you are not a spy sent by Orochimaru, I must conduct a thorough investigation." With that, Ibiki formed a series of hand seals and intoned, summoning technique, interrogation chamber. In an instant, numerous iron chains materialized from thin air, binding Lin Feng tightly. He felt a wave of darkness envelop him, as if a powerful force were pulling him, and he was swiftly transported to an unfamiliar realm. This was a grim and foreboding interrogation chamber, its walls adorned with a variety of torturous implements glinting coldly in the dim light. The air was thick with a nauseating scent of blood. Lin Feng's heart sank. He realized he was ensnared by Ibiki's summoning technique. This jutsu would draw enemies into a different dimensional interrogation chamber, subjecting them to brutal torture until they divulged the truth. Even more terrifying was the fact that the caster would endure the same agony as the victim. This was an exceptionally cruel ninjutsu, and it was one of Ibiki's most proficient methods. Lin Feng forced himself to remain calm, aware that he needed to devise an escape plan swiftly, otherwise, the consequences would be dire. He began to frantically strategize, recognizing the urgency of gaining Ibiki's trust. Suddenly, a name flashed through his mind. Waihai Kurenai. "Ibiki-sama. I know about Waihai Kurenai," Lin Feng exclaimed loudly. "Like her, I am also a victim of Orochimaru." Upon hearing the name Waihai Kurenai, a flicker of unusual light crossed Ibiki's gaze. This name was a taboo in Konoha, known to very few. "You are aware of Kurenai?" Ibiki's voice carried a note of surprise, laced with skepticism. "Indeed, I am aware that she has been afflicted with the cursed seal implanted by Orochimaru and has endured the torment it brings." Lin Feng continued, stating that, like her, he too is a subject of Orochimaru's experiments, both of them innocent victims. Ibiki fell silent, recognizing the truth in Lin Feng's words. The matter concerning Mitakaheim Azuki is a closely guarded secret within the Hidden Leaf Village, known only to a select few. That Lin Feng could articulate such details attests to his profound connection with Orochimaru. Ibiki deactivated the interrogation room, and Lin Feng returned to the realm of reality. "Bring Azuki here," Ibiki commanded his subordinate. He then turned to Lin Feng and inquired, "What is your true purpose in coming to the Leaf Village?" "I am here to convey a vital piece of intelligence to the Leaf," Lin Feng replied, drawing a deep breath. "Orochimaru plans to launch an assault on the Leaf Village during the Nin exams." This revelation struck like thunder in the room. Chapter 20. An opportunity to join the Umbu. The streets of the Leaf Village were bustling with activity, alive with the ebb and flow of people. In front of a dumpling shop, a tall woman was savoring her dumplings with great delight. With her long black hair tied into a high ponytail, and her playful features accentuated by sharp canines peeking from her slightly upturned lips, she appeared both mischievous and charming. This woman was none other than Mitaka Mizuki. Lady Azuki. Lady Azuki. A hurried voice pierced through the street's clamor. A ninja clad in the interrogation department's uniform rushed towards her, breathless. With her mouth full of dumplings, Azuki asked, her words muffled, "What's the matter? Why are you so flustered?" "Captain Ibiki sent me to find you. He has urgent news regarding Orochimaru." The subordinate gasped. "What?" Azuki gasped in shock. Dropping the dumpling from her hand, her eyes widening in disbelief. The scene shifted back to Ibiki's interrogation room. Lin Feng laid bare Orochimaru's plans, detailing his actions in the Sound Village as well as the impending assault on the Leaf. He now should have gained control over the Kazekage of the Sand Village and is poised to launch an all-out attack during the Nin exams. Lin Feng's voice resonated deeply, each word detonating like a powerful bomb within Ibiki's mind. Ibiki remained silent for a long moment after hearing this, enveloped in a heavy stillness. He fixed his gaze intently on Lin Feng, as though trying to decipher something from his expression. The news was so staggering that he found it hard to believe. Is Orochimaru planning to strike the Sand Village first? Ibiki finally spoke, his voice hoarse. A tempest of emotions surged within him. If Lin Feng's claims were true, then the Leaf Village would soon face an unprecedented crisis. Orochimaru's ambition and prowess were well recognized. Should he truly seize control of the Sand Village and ally with the forces of the Sound Ninja Village, it would spell an unprecedented catastrophe for Konoha. It was imperative to relay this intelligence to Lord Third Hokage at the earliest opportunity. Ibiki pondered internally, concurrently contemplating how to handle hate. This young man possessed far too much knowledge, warranting careful consideration. At that moment, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed from outside, drawing closer. "Lord Akane, please slow down. Watch your step," shouted a voice. "Make way, make way." The pedestrians on the street hastily stepped aside, observing Akane and a member of the interrogation division rushing past. "Do not block the way. I have urgent matters," Akane shouted as she sprinted towards Ibiki's interrogation room, her face etched with anxiety and concern. With a forceful push, the door to the interrogation room swung open, and Akane appeared, breathless. A flicker of helplessness crossed Ibiki's face, mingled with understanding. It seemed the protagonist had made their entrance. He remarked blandly. Akane burst into the room, her gaze immediately falling upon the young man bound by iron chains. He was undeniably handsome, tall and fair, with striking, spirited eyes. Yet, what connection did he have to Orochimaru? Where was the information regarding Orochimaru? Confusion swirled within Akane. She turned to Ibiki, her voice urgent. "Ibiki, what of the intelligence regarding Orochimaru?" Ibiki remained silent, merely tilting his head slightly to indicate that she should look towards Hate. Realizing it was his cue, Hate inhaled deeply and began recounting the intelligence on Orochimaru. His compliance stemmed from a desire to avoid trouble. Gaining Konoha's trust was of the utmost importance, as he aimed to integrate into the village. This was a decision born from careful deliberation. Orochimaru has now fully mastered the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei, and he has discovered a method to extend the soul's reincarnation duration. Hate continued to elaborate on Orochimaru's recent developments. Akane listened silently from the side, her eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. He has also established his own village and covertly taken control of the Sand Village, planning to launch an assault on Konoha during the Chunin exams, intent on utterly obliterating it. Hate reiterated Orochimaru's plans, each word piercing Akane's heart like a dagger. Her complexion paled dramatically, her body trembling slightly, her eyes filled with fear and despair. As a former disciple of Orochimaru, no one understood his terror and might better than she. The implications of an assault by Orochimaru on Konoha were too dire to fathom. Ibiki observed Akane in silence, offering no words, merely placing a gentle hand on her shoulder as a gesture of consolation. "Lin Feng, I appreciate the intelligence you have provided. I shall promptly relay this information to Lord Third Hokage," Ibiki remarked, gratitude evident in his tone. "However, until the authenticity of this information is verified, you are not permitted to leave Konohagakure. We need to dispatch personnel to the Wind Village for confirmation," Ibiki continued, his tone shifting. Lin Feng inwardly scoffed, realizing that he was still viewed with suspicion. "Should your intelligence prove accurate, Konohagakure will bestow upon you the rewards you deserve," Ibiki added. "I have but one request. To join Konohagakure," Lin Feng declared without hesitation. He had already devised a plan. First, to gain the trust of the village, ideally getting close to Danzo and becoming a member of the Umbu. Then, utilizing the covert nature of the Umbu, he would seek out the cells of Hashirama and successfully implant them within himself. Only then could he establish a foothold in this perilous world of Hokages. 3 hours later, at the Hokage building, in the Hokage's office, Ibiki stood before the desk of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, his demeanor grave as he reported the intelligence obtained from Linfeng. Upon hearing the report, Hiruzen's expression darkened ominously. He gripped his pipe tightly, knuckles whitening from the pressure. He exhaled deeply, as if attempting to dispel the anxiety and unease within him. This ungrateful disciple, truly relentless. Hiruzen's voice brimmed with anger and sorrow. Orochimaru had once been his most esteemed pupil, the heir he had high hopes for as Hokage. Yet, he had strayed down a dark path, becoming an enemy of Konoha. This betrayal filled Hiruzen with profound disappointment and grief. Ibiki, are you certain of the credibility of this intelligence? Hiruzen asked in a low, measured tone, his gaze sharp as a blade. At present, we cannot ascertain it entirely, but every detail provided by Sakuraba aligns remarkably with the intelligence we previously possessed. Moreover, his voluntary disclosure of this information leads me to believe it holds significant credibility. Ibiki responded, his tone resolute. We must urgently send someone to the Wind Village for verification, while simultaneously reinforcing the village's defenses and preparing for a potential assault from Orochimaru, Hiruzen stated decisively. As the Hokage, he must remain composed at all times, responsible for the safety of the village. Just then, Danzo, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Hold on, third Hokage. Danzo's voice was hoarse and low, reminiscent of an old crow cawing. You mentioned he wishes to join our Konoha, correct? Indeed, Lord Danzo, Ibiki replied, sensing Danzo's burgeoning interest in Linfeng. Interesting. Danzo mused, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This young man, I shall have him. Chapter 21. Shimura Danzo on the outskirts of Konoha. An unremarkable two-story building stood quietly at the edge of a dense forest. The morning sunlight filtered through the window, casting a warm glow upon the humble wooden floor of the room. Linfeng gradually opened his eyes, greeted by the sight of an unfamiliar ceiling and the antiquated furniture surrounding him. He sat up, rubbing the remnants of sleep from his eyes, his thoughts slowly coming into focus. The day before, Mori Ibiki, the captain of the interrogation unit in Konoha, had temporarily assigned him to this desolate little cottage. Its seclusion pleased Linfeng immensely. Here, he could engage in his activities without drawing attention, effectively concealing the presence of his system. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted his reverie. A pang of anxiety struck him. Could it be someone already? Rising, Linfeng approached the door and peered through the peephole. He spotted several ninjas wearing animal masks standing outside, their chakra emanating a formidable presence. They were members of the Umbu. Linfeng thought to himself, taking a deep breath to steady his nerves. Opening the door, he faced the Umbu ninja before him and feigned calmness as he inquired, "What brings you here?" "Sak, we need you to come with us," the lead Umbu ninja replied in a low, commanding tone. "Where to?" Linfeng asked, his heart racing. "Lord Shimura wishes to see you." Lord Shimura? A jolt of surprise coursed through Linfeng. Could it be Danzo? It seemed fate had delivered an unexpected opportunity right to his doorstep. He had expressed a desire to join the Umbu yesterday, and today, Danzo summoned him directly. "Before we proceed, we must place you under a jinjutsu," the lead Umbu stated, gesturing to a fellow Umbu clad in a raccoon mask. This petite ninja, whose long purple hair cascaded down to her waist, possessed large eyes with deep brown pupils that sparkled peculiarly in the morning light, reminiscent of the Umbu ninja Yueying from Naruto. "This is to ensure that the secrets of the Umbu remain confidential. I trust you understand," the raccoon-masked Umbu explained, her voice gentle yet firm. "Just follow us. You will be safe." Linfeng nodded in comprehension. The raccoon-masked Umbu swiftly formed hand seals, and an invisible wave of chakra surged toward him. In an instant, his surroundings began to warp and twist, the once clear path becoming obscured, as though he were lost within a bizarre dreamscape. Yet, this illusion soon dissipated. "All right, stay close," the lead Umbu instructed, then turned to proceed ahead. Linfeng followed closely behind, weaving through the forest in a seemingly disoriented manner. On the surface, it appeared that he had succumbed to the jinjutsu, unable to discern his direction. However, unbeknownst to them, His resistance to illusions had been honed over decades of experience with the system. He could clearly perceive everything around him, firmly committing the path taken by the stealthy ENBU ninjas to memory. As time passed, however, Lin Feng began to feel increasingly fatigued. Although his chakra reserves had reached the level of a jonin, his stamina and speed were woefully inadequate compared to those highly trained covert ninjas. Having not utilized the system to enhance his physical techniques, he gradually fell behind during the prolonged sprint. Activating the first stage of the curse seal for a speed boost would be too conspicuous. It seemed imperative to prioritize the development of his physical techniques. Lin Feng mused silently, particularly considering the 8 gates technique, a pinnacle of physical prowess with its instantaneous explosive power. Mastering the 8 gates would result in a qualitative leap in my strength. On the other side, the ANBU ninjas began to question Lin Feng's capabilities. Crow. This guy's stamina and speed don't even match that of a chunin, remarked the ninja beneath the raccoon mask, communicating in a cryptic language only his companions could comprehend. A hint of doubt lacing his voice. Indeed, I too am curious about his abilities that warranted Lord Danzo's personal request for him, replied the ANBU known as Crow. His voice deep and raspy, reminiscent of a crow-esque caw. Perhaps this is the standard from the Sound Village. No wonder they sought to join us in Konoha, speculated another ENBU ninja. Regardless, let us take him to see Lord Danzo, Crow stated, his tone carrying an air of undeniable authority. They would no longer take detours. Understood. Several ANBU ninjas quickened their pace, opting for a more direct route rather than the previous meandering path. Lin Feng trailed behind them, secretly relieved, while simultaneously memorizing the route and landscape. After traversing a dense forest, they arrived at a concealed cliff. Crow approached the edge of the cliff, swiftly forming hand seals before striking the cliff face with a powerful palm. Suddenly, a dark opening appeared in the wall, revealing an abyss within. We've arrived, Crow announced before stepping into the opening. The other ENBU ninjas followed closely, and Lin Feng entered as well. Inside the entrance was a long corridor, with luminous night pearls embedded in the walls at intervals, casting a soft glow. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, they reached an expansive underground chamber, the secret base of the ANBU organization. Jinjutsu release, declared the raccoon-masked ninja, Yugure, as he dispelled the illusion cast upon Lin Feng. Pretending to just awaken from the Jinjutsu, Lin Feng rubbed his eyes and gazed around in feigned bewilderment. Where's this? He asked, feigning confusion. This is the ENBU. Crow explained, glancing at Yugure. It's in your hands now. Yugure nodded in understanding and took the initiative to guide the way. Lord Danzo is just ahead. Follow me, Yuya said as she turned and walked deeper into the underground space. Lin Feng trailed behind her, his gaze involuntarily drawn to her silhouette. Yuya possessed a captivating figure. Her slender waist and rounded curves swayed gracefully as she walked, exuding the allure of a mature woman. Lin Feng could even catch a whiff of her fragrant perspiration from behind. No wonder the character Moonlight Gale in the original story seemed so fragile. Had I not reported to Konoha, Moonlight Gale would likely have met the same fate as depicted in the narrative. What would become of Yuya then? Lin Feng mused silently. However, he found little time to appreciate these thoughts. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a spacious room. Yuya pushed the door open and gestured for Lin Feng to enter. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside. The room was dimly lit, illuminated only by a gently flickering oil lamp. A figure sat in the center of the room, facing away from Lin Feng. Lord Danzo, I have brought him, Yuya said respectfully. The figure slowly turned, revealing Shimura Danzo. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, fixed intently on Lin Feng, as if attempting to peer into his very soul. Everyone else may leave, Danzo commanded, his voice low and authoritative. Yuya bowed and silently exited the room, leaving Lin Feng alone with Danzo. Danzo was lean yet muscular, clad in a black and gray kimono. His brown hair was neatly styled, and one of his eyes, long and narrow, held a cunning and profound glint. His head and right eye were bandaged, imparting an eerie and intimidating aura. Leaning on his cane, he stood there, emanating a powerful sense of oppression that sent chills down one's spine. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly oppressive. The flickering light of the oil lamp cast distorted shadows on the walls, adding to the sense of unease. Thud, thud, thud. Danzo struck the wall 3 times with his cane. Shortly thereafter, the stone door of the room creaked shut with a heavy sound, sealing the room into a chamber of secrecy. Lin Feng felt an invisible pressure envelop him, yet he maintained a calm exterior. Based on his understanding of Danzo from the original narrative, he was acutely aware that Danzo was in dire need of him. After all, he was the man who possessed the core technology of the Cursed Seals and Orochimaru. Enough talk. Demonstrate your cursed seal, Danzo instructed, his tone brooking no argument. Lin Feng nodded, remaining cautious. He chose not to reveal all stages of the cursed seal, merely activating the first stage. Instantly, the black, three-tomo pattern on his body began to shimmer with an orange-red glow, rapidly spreading across him like flames. Tuanzong gazed at the cursed seal on Lin Feng's body, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes, as a subtle smirk of triumph graced his lips. Excellent. Tuanzong nodded in satisfaction, declaring, from this day forth, you shall be a member of the Root organization. I require a favor from you. He made his intentions clear. I need you to assist me in usurping power entirely. Moreover, you possess no right to refuse. His voice was low and frigid, akin to a judgment from the depths of hell. Should you decline, I could easily end your life right here. Yet, Lin Feng stood there in silence, exhibiting neither panic nor response, as if he had anticipated this moment. Taking a deep breath, he slowly spoke, Lord Tuanzong. I came to Konoha to inform Orochimaru of the plan to annihilate the village, as per his directive. His words hinted at a deeper scheme orchestrated by Orochimaru. Oh, Tuanzang's brow arched slightly, a flicker of skepticism crossing his features. Do you believe I would take stock in your fabrications? His tone grew increasingly frigid, and the atmosphere in the room thickened with tension. The flickering oil lamp cast mottled shadows on the walls, resembling clawed demons poised to devour Lin Feng at any moment. However, Tuanzong offered a chance. I shall grant you an opportunity to elaborate on the nature of Orochimaru's intricate design. Cautiously, he inquired further. Orochimaru's plan unfolds as follows. I shall feign betrayal against the Sound Village, disseminating rumors of his intent to assassinate the Kazekage and cripple Konoha. Consequently, Konoha will dispatch individuals to inform the Kazekage, and we shall ambush them en route, impersonating them, and return to Konoha with misleading information. Ultimately, we shall infiltrate Konoha seamlessly. Lin Feng narrated vividly, even convincing himself of Orochimaru's elaborate scheme. Yet Tuanzong remained unconvinced, sneering, Orochimaru has no need for such convoluted stratagems. He had already resolved to eliminate the individual before him, deeming the pursuit of power a consideration for another time. This, in fact, was an integral part of Lin Feng's plan. He had no intention of deceiving Tuanzong with such a flawed narrative. He sought to ensnare an even greater prize. Orochimaru has compelling reasons for necessitating this meeting with you, which is why he devised this elaborate ruse. What reasons? Tuanzong pressed, his gaze sharp as a knife, fixated intently on Lin Feng. Instead of a direct answer, Lin Feng countered, Lord Tuanzong, are you aware of what resides beneath the bandages encircling your arm? Tuanzang's pupils constricted suddenly, his body tensing as if struck by a bolt of lightning. He had never anticipated that Lin Feng would be privy to such a secret. It is the cells of Hashirama and the Sharingan. Lin Feng spoke each word with deliberate precision, every syllable striking like a heavy hammer upon Danzo's heart. Danzo's countenance darkened ominously, his eyes gleaming with a perilous light. How could you possibly know this secret? His voice was low and gravelly, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. His right hand instinctively tightened around his cane, the veins on the back of his hand bulging as if ready to unleash a tempestuous blow at any moment. The atmosphere in the room grew stiflingly oppressive, the air thickening to the point of suffocation. The flame of the oil lamp flickered dimly, as though trembling in fear. A fine sheen of sweat beaded on Lin Feng's forehead, yet he maintained his composure. He understood that he had grazed the most profound secret of Danzo, touching upon his most sensitive spot. This was conveyed to me by Lord Orochimaru. Lin Feng began slowly, his voice calm and resolute. Do you believe me now, Lord Danzo? Danzo remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Feng, as if attempting to see through him. His mind raced, contemplating the veracity of Lin Feng's words. It was unsurprising that Orochimaru knew this secret, for he had aided Danzo in the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. However, why would he divulge this secret to Lin Feng? Had he truly betrayed Danzo? No, that was implausible. Orochimaru was an exceedingly selfish and cautious individual. He would not easily forsake his own interests. What, then, could be his motive? A glimmer of insight flashed in Danzo's eyes, as if a realization had struck him. You mentioned earlier that Orochimaru sent you to Konoha for a scheme within a scheme. Danzo's voice regained its calm, yet his gaze sharpened further. What reason could he have for wanting you to meet me? Lin Feng inhaled deeply, responding slowly. Lord Orochimaru indicated that you possess some remaining Hashirama cells. He requires me to transport these cells back to the Sound Village. Danzo's eyes, keen as a hawk's, fixated on Lin Feng, scrutinizing every subtle expression for signs of deceit. What does Orochimaru intend to do with these Hashirama cells? The experiments concerning them have long since been conducted. A hint of pride crept into Danzo's tone, as if he were boasting of his own accomplishments. He paused before adding, moreover, the results of those experiments were far from satisfactory. So why does Orochimaru still seek these Hashirama cells? Danzo pressed again, his voice low and forceful, each word striking Lin Feng's heart like a heavy blow. Lin Feng took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart. He recognized that this was Danzo's final test of him, should he fail to provide a satisfactory answer. As one awaits, a bottomless abyss of despair lies ahead. Chapter 23. The Transplantation of Hashirama Cells. Lord Danzo, how many subjects did you select for the Hashirama cell transplantation experiment? Lin Feng did not respond directly to Danzo's inquiry, instead posing a counter-question. There were a total of 60 subjects, Danzo replied slowly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Lin Feng. Yet, Lin Feng remained composed, continuing, indeed. These 60 subjects were all clones cultivated from embryos by Orochimaru at that time. They were divided into 6 groups, each consisting of 10 individuals, and subjected to varying dosages of Hashirama cell transplantation. Ultimately, only one subject survived, and his name was Yamato. Lin Feng's voice was deep and resonant, each word striking Danzo's heart like a heavy hammer. However, he maintained an outward facade of indifference. Lord Danzo, although you successfully transplanted Hashirama cells, do you truly have complete mastery over this power? Your current compatibility with the Hashirama cells might be inferior to Yamato's, wouldn't it? This statement pierced Danzo's heart like a sharp blade, unveiling his deepest secrets and the harsh realities he most dreaded to confront, laid bare by Lin Feng's unrelenting words. Danzo's expression darkened instantaneously, a flicker of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Impudent. He slammed his hand on the table, a surge of powerful chakra erupting, causing the air in the room to momentarily freeze. Do you believe that with just these few words, you can shake my resolve? Danzo's voice was frigid and piercing, each syllable laced with palpable malice. Yet, Lin Feng remained unflinching, aware that he had successfully provoked Danzo, which was precisely part of his strategy. Lord Danzo, I mean no offense, Lin Feng said, slightly bowing, his tone respectful yet firm. I merely wish to convey that Lord Orochimaru has developed a preliminary technique for the perfect integration of Hashirama cells. The key to this technique lies within the remaining Hashirama cells you possess. Lin Feng's words detonated like a bomb within Danzo's heart, stirring tumultuous waves of ambition. Perfectly integrating Hashirama cells? This was his most fervent desire. Should it come to fruition, his strength would achieve a qualitative leap, potentially surpassing the first Hokage and becoming the most formidable ninja in the history of Konoha. Danzo's breathing quickened, his eyes shimmering with avarice. However, years of experience and caution prevented him from immediately accepting Lin Feng's claims. What evidence do you possess? Danzo's voice remained cold, the murderous intent receding, replaced by skepticism and a hint of barely concealed anticipation. His single eye bore into Lin Feng, as if seeking to peel away his exterior to uncover the secrets hidden within. Lin Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile, reflecting an air of confidence. Although this technology is still in its infancy, Lord Orochimaru has imparted the core principles to me. Lord Danzo, you must be aware of Orochimaru's unparalleled genius in the field of biology. No one in the entire shinobi world can rival him. He paused, his gaze sharpening. And I am willing to be the first subject of this experiment, to demonstrate the potential of this technology using my own body. Oh, you would use yourself as a test subject? Danzo raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued by the proposal. Are you not afraid of perishing on the operating table? Afraid? Of course. I am, Lin Feng candidly acknowledged, yet his smile remained unwavering. However, if I can contribute my insignificant life for Lord Orochimaru and for Konoha, then I would consider it a worthy sacrifice. His words were delivered with a sense of righteousness. But what was Danzo? A shrewd politician, not easily swayed by such rhetoric. Anyone can utter pretty words, Danzo scoffed. Do you really think I would be fooled by a mere youth like you? Lord Danzo, you need not believe me. Lin Feng replied unperturbed, but you must understand, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Should you miss it, you may never truly harness the power of the Senju cells. He deliberately paused, gauging Danzo's reaction before dropping a bombshell. Moreover, do you genuinely believe that Lord Orochimaru would confide such a crucial technology to only one individual? The statement reverberated in Danzo's mind like a thunderclap. He abruptly lifted his head, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his eyes. Indeed, how could Orochimaru place all his eggs in one basket? Are you threatening me? Danzo's voice was low and menacing. No, I am merely stating a fact. Lin Feng maintained his calm demeanor, though his gaze pierced Danzo's heart like a sharp blade. Lord Danzo, you are an astute individual. You should know how to make the right choice. The room fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by Danzo's labored breaths. His fingers drummed lightly against the table, producing a rhythmic sound as if engaged in an intense internal struggle. Beads of sweat began to form on Lin Feng's forehead, yet he remained composed, patiently awaiting Danzo's final decision. After a long pause, Danzo finally spoke. Very well, I shall trust you this once. Follow me. With that, Danzo turned and strode deeper into the room. Lin Feng took a deep breath and followed in Danzo's wake. He had succeeded. As long as he could acquire the Senju cells, he would be able to transform his own physique using the transplantation techniques derived from the system. As for whether he would truly provide Danzo with a flawless transplant of the Senju cells, apologies. That was merely a grand illusion Lin Feng had painted for the old fox. His sole objective was to deceive Danzo into relinquishing the Senju cells. Tuanzo led Lin Feng through a series of dimly lit corridors, ultimately arriving at a vast underground chamber. The space was brilliantly illuminated, filled with an array of experimental apparatus, and the air was saturated with a pungent scent of chemicals. Lin Feng's pupils narrowed slightly, as he, well versed in the original Naruto narrative, vaguely recognized the arrangement of this scene. This was, indeed, the secret laboratory of Orochimaru in the hidden leaf village from years past. Tuanzo skillfully maneuvered through rows of petri dishes before finally pausing in front of one that emitted a greenish glow. He carefully retrieved it and handed it to Lin Feng. This is the cell of Hashirama. Lin Feng accepted the dish, a surge of excitement coursing through him. This was the legendary Hashirama cell. Although he had already derived the technique for Hashirama cell transplantation through the system, witnessing the actual specimen filled him with immense exhilaration. You may freely utilize everything here, Tuanzo declared, gesturing towards the surrounding experimental tools, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Let us commence at once. Lin Feng nodded, taking a deep breath as he began to mobilize the chakra within him. He cautiously infused the chakra into the petri dish, adhering to the method he had extrapolated from the system. The Hashirama cells within the dish seemed to respond to the chakra's stimulation, beginning to writhe vigorously. A fine sheen of sweat formed on Lin Feng's forehead as he concentrated wholly on controlling the flow of chakra, anxious not to make a single misstep. Gradually, the Hashirama cells began to merge with his chakra, a powerful life force surging within him. Lin Feng's body began to transform, tree-like patterns appearing on his skin. Even a few saplings sprouted from his arms. Lin Feng could not suppress a low growl, feeling as though his body might burst from the overwhelming vitality. Yet, he gritted his teeth, forcefully suppressing the power as he continued to guide the Hashirama cells to integrate with his body. As time passed, Lin Feng's body gradually returned to normal, the tree-like patterns and saplings vanishing without a trace. He let out a long sigh of relief, a smile of liberation spreading across his face. At last, he had succeeded. He had successfully transplanted the Hashirama cells into his body. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving Hashirama cell transplantation. Achievement points earned, 10. Lin Feng felt a thrill of joy. He had unexpectedly unlocked achievement points. What a delightful surprise. His gaze fell upon the system panel before him. The pale blue light screen stood out vividly against the darkness, clearly displaying his various abilities. He meticulously examined the data before him when, suddenly, he noticed a remarkable change. The value in the spirit column had inexplicably surged from 7 to 12. Chapter 24. Joining the root organization. Lin Feng felt the surging power within him. His gaze fixed upon the system panel. The figure in the spirit column had leapt directly from 7 to 12. He mused to himself that this must be the result of the Hashirama cells, renowned for their infinite regenerative capabilities and immense vitality. Soon after, Lin Feng observed a new entry on the system panel, bloodline limit. To his astonishment, the entry boldly proclaimed, would release. Indeed, the transplantation of the Hashirama cells had bestowed upon him this formidable bloodline limit. Lin Feng's heart raced with excitement. This was a power that countless individuals yearned for. He could hardly contain the urge to allocate all 10 of his achievement points immediately to witness the extent of his enhancement. However, the presence of Danzo beside him compelled him to suppress this impulse. The time was not yet ripe. Should Danzo detect any hints of his intentions, it would spell trouble. This old fox required cautious handling, Lin Feng reminded himself internally. Danzo stood at a distance, quietly observing Lin Feng's every move. Only when Lin Feng had completely concluded the transplantation of the Hashirama cells did Danzo slowly approach. How do you feel? Any discomfort? Danzo's voice was low and hoarse, devoid of any discernible emotion. None, Lin Feng replied succinctly, shaking his head. He turned to face Danzo, a hint of amusement gleaming in his eyes. Now, you must believe me. Danzo's gaze flickered momentarily, as if deep in thought. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. I believe you. With that, he produced a box from his cloak and handed it to Lin Feng. Inside, you will find all the remaining Hashirama cells I possess. Lin Feng accepted the box, opening it to reveal several neatly arranged petri dishes, each containing a piece of Hashirama cell radiating a green luminescence. So many. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, stowing the box away. In truth, he had little use for these Hashirama cells now. Yet, to maintain the facade, he felt compelled to accept them. I hope you can swiftly return to the Sound Ninja Village and have Orochimaru assist me in achieving the perfect transplantation of the Hashirama cells. Danzo's tone remained calm. Yet Lin Feng discerned an undertone of menace. Rest assured, I am known for my steadiness in undertaking tasks, Lin Feng replied with a smile, seemingly unconcerned. As for whether he would indeed aid Danzo in the perfect transplantation of the Hashirama cells, apologies. This had been a ruse from the very beginning. Subsequently, Danzo handed Lin Feng a pig mask and an identity token. This is the mask of the Umbu, and one must play their role well to truly join our ranks. Henceforth, you shall act under the guise of the Umbu within the village of Konoha. Danzo's voice was low and gravelly, devoid of any discernible emotion. As for the identity token, others will enlighten you on its purpose. In a few days, I will arrange for you to infiltrate the team headed to Sunagakure to deliver a message. After that, I trust you understand what is to be done. Lin Feng accepted the mask with a nod, aware that his role would merely involve collaborating with the ambush team to eliminate the ninja squad sent to Sunagakure. However, this was utterly impossible, for Orochimaru's intricate scheme was, from the very beginning, a ruse orchestrated by Lin Feng himself. Understood. He donned the mask, concealing his features. Once obscured, the corners of his mouth, which he had struggled to suppress, finally betrayed him, curving up to his ears. Ha! That old fox Danzo actually believed it. Lin Feng could hardly fathom the expression Danzo would wear upon discovering he had been duped. Yet Danzo merely nodded in satisfaction, turning to the Umbu ninja behind him and instructing, "Take him away." 2 Umbu ninjas stepped forward in response, positioning themselves on either side of Lin Feng, one of whom was the very Yuin who had escorted him in. She said nothing, simply turned and gestured for Lin Feng to follow. The trio exited the secret chamber, traversing the dimly lit corridor. As before, Yuin once again employed her genjutsu, attempting to lull him into unconsciousness. Lin Feng feigned being ensnared by the illusion, as expected. Yuin and the other Umbu ninja remained oblivious to Lin Feng's anomaly, adhering to their original plan as they swiftly navigated through Konoha. Yet this time, Lin Feng was able to keep pace with them. How could this be? A tempest of disbelief surged within Yuin. She was incredulous at the speed Lin Feng was now exhibiting. How could he possibly keep up after just one round? Was he truly ensnared by my genjutsu? Yuin began to doubt her own abilities. She even considered the possibility that Lin Feng had never been affected by the illusion at all. Had he been acting all along? The thought sent a chill down her spine. If that were the case, what was his objective? Soon, the trio arrived at a secluded cabin, the temporary quarters arranged for Lin Feng by the interrogation department. Are you all right? Yuin inquired tentatively, her voice tinged with a slight tremor. She sought to elicit the truth that he had, in fact, not fallen victim to her genjutsu. What could possibly be wrong with me? Lin Feng feigned confusion in response, secretly amused. Please, swiftly dispel the jinjutsu. I'm feeling quite dizzy. Upon hearing this, Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Perhaps her earlier sensations were merely a result of her own fatigue from work. After Xian dispelled the illusion, she scrutinized Lin Feng once more, only to discover that the youth before her possessed an exceptionally handsome appearance. His fair complexion, standing at 1.8 meters tall, combined a slender build with an undeniable sense of strength. Particularly striking were his eyes, deep and bright, as if they could perceive the very essence of all things. How charming he is! Xian's heart began to race, and a rosy hue spread across her cheeks. She had never encountered such a striking young man, even surpassing her long-cherished admiration for the Moonlight Gale. This realization stirred an inexplicable emotion within her, igniting a profound curiosity towards the youth before her, even blossoming into a hint of affection. What is your name? Xian's voice softened, her gaze filled with anticipation. Lin Feng, he replied calmly, indicating that he was in Konoha village and no longer needed to conceal his identity. What a special name, Xian murmured, committing it firmly to memory. This is your Umbu work document. You are now a member of the Umbu. Be sure to review its contents thoroughly. At that moment, another Umbu ninja interrupted their conversation by handing Lin Feng a thick document. Let us depart, he said, leading Xian away from the small cabin. Finally, Lin Feng had an opportunity to be alone. With a thought, a familiar light blue sci-fi panel materialized before him. Excited, he gazed at his ability values. At last, he could allocate points. Chapter 25, 110 Chakra, Guard Department. Lin Feng took a deep breath, focusing his gaze on the energy attribute of the ability panel. He silently commanded, System, allocate all achievement points to energy. As soon as he finished speaking, a warm current surged through his body, thrilling every nerve like a jolt of electricity. The sensation was more intense than anything he had ever experienced. He could distinctly feel his body undergoing a transformation. His previously fatigued mental state now brimmed with exhilaration. His mind felt completely activated, thoughts sharpened, and his reaction speed heightened to an entirely new level. At this moment, the system's light blue panel displayed that his achievement points had reached 0, while his energy value had transformed into 22. Ability values: Ninjutsu 11, Body 5, Illusion 8, Strength 4, Speed 5, Energy 22, Seal 4. Is this the sensation of enhanced energy? Lin Feng couldn't help but clench his fists, reveling in the surging power within him. He sensed that his chakra was increasing at an astonishing rate. The chakra that was once at the elite Jainin level had now multiplied several times over. 1 energy point equals 5 chakra, with an increase of 10 energy points. That translates to 50 chakra. Adding this to his original 60 chakra, he now possessed a staggering total of 110 chakra. Lin Feng's heart soared with joy. At this moment, I find myself possessing a chakra level akin to that of a tailed beast. My current chakra reserves far surpass those of most ninjas, even rivaling the early days of Naruto Uzumaki. This overwhelming power instills within me a profound sense of confidence. Reflecting on my initial entry into the world of Naruto, when I was merely a cannon fodder capable of executing only the body flicker technique, it is indeed astonishing to realize that I have now become an Umbu ninja endowed with the cells of Hashirama. After this moment of introspection, I shifted my gaze to the Umbu paperwork that had been handed to me before my predecessors departed. Casually flipping through the pages, I was greeted by a set of guidelines and precautions for newcomers. These regulations are rather significant. I must take a closer look, I mused. As I began to read attentively, the document elaborated on the responsibilities, discipline, and the function of the identity token, alongside various operational protocols of the Umbu. I noted that upon joining the Umbu, I would be required to patrol the village of Konoha daily, safeguarding its peace from the shadows. I had originally imagined that traversing into the Naruto universe would grant me a life of unbridled freedom, yet here I was, faced with the reality of employment. I couldn't help but scoff at the irony. As I continued to peruse the document, I soon reached its central section. Tomorrow, I am to report to the guard department to receive my schedule and commence patrolling duties. I raised an eyebrow and shook my head in resignation. Konoha, being the foremost village in the realm of ninjas, boasts 6 administrative departments: the Umbu, Administrative Department, Medical Department, Education Department, Interrogation Department, and the Konoha Guard Department. As its name suggests, The guard department is tasked with ensuring the safety of the village. Meanwhile, the Umbu, as the covert faction of Konoha, undertakes confidential missions while also sharing the responsibility of protecting and patrolling the village with the guard department. However, one operates in the light, while the other lurks in the shadows. In my previous life, I had never even held a part-time job. I sighed, internally lamenting. Yet, this Umbu role does appear quite intriguing. I shall consider it an opportunity to experience life. Moreover, it presents me a chance to traverse Konoha under a legitimate identity. After all, there are countless jutsu, forbidden techniques, and clan secrets awaiting my exploration. With this thought, my spirits lifted slightly. However, as I summoned the system interface, I cast a glance at the dwindling measure of my lifespan. For years, even with ninjutsu, I cannot extend my life. A sense of frustration washed over me. For years may seem ample, yet it slips away like sand through my fingers, fleeting and ephemeral. Alas, what shall I do? I sighed deeply, my brow furrowed, my face etched with despair. Merely possessing ninjutsu without the means to extend my life seems a tragic waste. I redirected my attention to the Umbu paperwork in my hands, continuing to flip through its pages in hopes of uncovering a solution. Upon reaching the conclusion of the document, a line of text caught my eye, causing my gaze to brighten instantaneously. The promotion mechanism of the Umbu? He meticulously perused the document and discovered that, aside from the routine scheduling of patrols, Umbu members could also earn silver notes and merit points by undertaking missions. What a splendid method! Lin Feng's mind sparked with intrigue as he contemplated this. Silver notes and merit points are ephemeral, yet the essence lies in the ability to vanquish foes and acquire longevity. Is this not precisely what he requires? A subtle smile graced Lin Feng's lips, revealing a sense of satisfaction. It seems that tomorrow, when he reports to the guard department, he should also look for suitable tasks to undertake. He closed the document, his heart already set on a goal. He must race against time, daring to act before Danzo assigns him to Sunigakure. He must swiftly acquire longevity and, as much as possible, propagate more of his family's ninjutsu and forbidden techniques to ensure his survival amidst the impending betrayal from Danzo. Until then, he must continue to play the role of a double agent. At the break of dawn the following day, Lin Feng donned a pig mask and, with his identity token in hand, made his way to the headquarters of the Konoha Guard Department. Standing before the grand entrance, he gazed upward. The structure was a quintessential example of Japanese architecture, its wooden framework and gray tiles exuding an air of solemnity and dignity. At the entrance stood two ninjas clad in green vests, their short swords at their waists, their sharp eyes scanning each individual who entered or exited. Lin Feng took a deep breath and stepped inside. Upon entering, he found himself in a spacious hall bustling with activity. Some were exchanging missions, others were collecting equipment, while hushed conversations filled the air, creating an atmosphere of seriousness and tension. Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings and noticed a reception area in one corner, prompting him to approach. "Hello, I am a new Umbu member here to report." Lin Feng addressed the ninja at the reception. The receptionist glanced at him with an impassive expression and replied, "Your code name and your identity token." Piglet. Lin Feng handed over his identity token, which indicated his code name as an Umbu ninja, evidently derived from his mask. The receptionist presented him with a form. "Please fill this out, then seek out Lord Asuma. He will assign you specific duties." Lord Asuma? Lin Feng paused, taken aback. He was all too familiar with that name. The teacher of Team 10, a character who met a tragic end at the hands of Haiden. However, how could he possibly hold the position of head of the guard department? As he pondered this, Lin Feng recalled that the original head of the Konoha Guard Department was from the Uchiha clan. Yet, following the night of the massacre, it was inconceivable for them to continue in such a role. Thus, the Guard Department naturally fell under the jurisdiction of the Sarutobi clan, led by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. It seems that the third Hokage is indeed not as simple as he appeared in the analyses from his previous life. Chapter 26, Mission Hall. Accepting tasks having completed the form, Lin Feng made his way towards the depths of the Guard Department building. According to the instructions on the form, he needed to locate Asuma Sarutobi, the current head of the Guard Department. The doors to the rooms lining the corridor were tightly shut, with occasional murmurs of conversation and the rustling of papers emanating from within. Lin Feng's gaze lingered for a moment on a slightly ajar door, from which a familiar voice faintly drifted. "Lord Asuma, do you think we need to increase the vigilance around the village? I have a sense that things are not quite right." "Indeed, You raise a valid point. I will take it into consideration. The voice was deep and resonant. It was unmistakably Asuma Sarutobi. Lin Feng's heart stirred, and he gently pushed the door open. Inside the room, a figure stood with his back to him. Gazing out of the window, sunlight poured through, illuminating his broad shoulders and upright posture. His short, slightly curly brown hair exuded an air of casual elegance. A cigarette hung from his lips, and amidst the swirling smoke, his profile appeared somewhat hazy. Yet, the profundity in his gaze and the tight line of his mouth hinted at an unspoken seriousness. Lord Asuma, I am a new member of the Umbu, Piglet, Lin Feng announced, breaking the silence in the room. Asuma turned to face him, his eyes landing on Lin Feng. His gaze was both gentle and penetrating, as though he could see into one's very soul. He scrutinized Lin Feng for a moment before slowly speaking. Welcome to the guard department, Piglet. This is your patrol schedule. You will be on night shifts this week. Is that acceptable? Asuma handed Lin Feng a piece of paper. Taking the schedule, Lin Feng glanced at it and felt a surge of joy. It was indeed a fortuitous stroke of luck. Night patrols were precisely what he desired. The forbidden techniques of Konoha were concealed in those secretive locations. During the day, with many eyes watching, it was cumbersome to act. However, under the cover of night, when no one was around, it was the perfect opportunity for him to navigate the murky waters. That is perfectly fine, Lord Asuma, Lin Feng replied, suppressing his elation and striving to maintain a calm demeanor. By the way, Lord Asuma, I would like to inquire about where I should go to accept tasks. Lin Feng asked, feigning casual curiosity. To accept tasks? Asuma raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback. Go to the mission hall in Konoha. There are tasks of various ranks available for selection. However, I would advise you to familiarize yourself with the patrol duties first. As Umbu missions are not to be taken lightly, Asuma kindly cautioned. Thank you, Lord Asuma. I will certainly take that into account, Lin Feng nodded, committing Asuma's words to memory, aware that Asuma was speaking out of goodwill. However, for him, time was of the essence. He must swiftly enhance his abilities. Undertaking missions was undoubtedly the quickest avenue to extend his lifespan and bolster his strength. Upon departing from the guard department building, Lin Feng made his way directly to the Konoha mission hall. Given that it was daytime, he could not brazenly search for forbidden techniques, so he decided to first explore the mission hall in hopes of reaping some rewards. As he strolled through the bustling streets, surrounded by familiar yet foreign sights, Lin Feng was overwhelmed with emotions. Every blade of grass and every tree resonated with the memories of the world of Hokage he once knew. Yet this time, he was no longer a mere observer. He had truly become a part of this world. He pondered to himself, wondering if his current strength could alter the course of those tragic events. Before long, he arrived at the Konoha mission hall. The grand structure boasted a towering roof and spacious entrance, with a continuous flow of ninjas entering and exiting. Inside the hall, the atmosphere was vibrant and filled with the chatter of voices. Various mission scrolls adorned the walls, ranging from simple errands to perilous assassination tasks. Groups of ninjas gathered to discuss the missions and their rewards, with the air thick with the scent of sweat and chakra. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng approached the reception area of the mission hall. Hello, I am Umbu member Piglet. Here is my identification token. He presented his token to the receptionist and stated his code name. The receptionist, a young female ninja, accepted the token and meticulously verified the information. She then looked up, her expression impassive, and said, Ah, Piglet, you are a newcomer with only a D-rank authorization. The tasks available to you are quite limited. As she spoke, she handed Lin Feng a thin stack of mission listings. He received the list and quickly scanned through it, his brow furrowing in disappointment. Find a pet cat. Find a pet dog. Help villagers move. What sort of ridiculous tasks are these? Lin Feng felt a wave of frustration. He had presumed that as a system-equipped transmigrator, he would at least be assigned some prestigious missions. To his dismay, reality was far more unforgiving, leaving him with these trivial matters. As Lin Feng continued to peruse the task list, his gaze suddenly fixed on one particular mission, and his eyes brightened with intrigue. Assist in guarding the Konoha prison for 3 days, daytime shift. Reward, 3,000 Ryo, D-rank authorization required. A spark ignited within him. Was this not the perfect opportunity? He recalled from the original story that Mizuki, the traitor, was imprisoned during this time. Moreover, this individual, ever the schemer, secretly fed the brothers F. Jean and Rai Jean, hoping they would aid his escape. If Lin Feng could seize evidence of Mizuki's attempted escape, it would undoubtedly be a significant achievement. The more Lin Feng pondered, the more exhilarated he became. This was indeed an opportunity handed to him on a silver platter. Without hesitation, he pointed at the task and declared his intent to accept it. "Are you certain you wish to undertake this assignment?" the receptionist inquired, lifting her gaze in mild astonishment. This was no trivial matter. It entailed 3 days confined within the prison, along with nightly patrols. "Are you quite sure?" "Absolutely," Lin Feng affirmed with a resolute nod. It was no jest. This was a significant opportunity that could determine his merits. How could he relinquish it for a modicum of hardship? "Very well," the receptionist conceded. Recognizing Lin Feng's steadfast determination, she stamped the task scroll and handed it to him. "Now, proceed to report to the prison." "Thank you," Lin Feng replied, taking the scroll and departing the task hall. As he walked, his spirits soared. He felt as though he were in a state of euphoria, where desires manifested effortlessly. "It seems my fortune is indeed favorable," he mused, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. However, he understood that this was merely the beginning. In this brutal world of ninjas, mere luck was insufficient. One's prowess must also speak volumes. It appeared he needed to expedite his training. Though he had acquired the wood-release Kekkei Jinkai, it was far from enough. He must master more jutsu swiftly to establish himself in this realm. "First, I shall assess the situation at the prison and see if I can glean some advantages from Mizuki," Lin Feng resolved, quickening his pace toward the Konoha prison. Chapter 27. The warden's office. The streets of Konoha bustled with life, sunlight bathing Lin Feng, yet failing to dispel the shadows in his heart. He strode purposefully toward the prison, his emotions in turmoil, anticipating Mizuki's appearance while simultaneously fearing potential missteps in his plan. The prison was dim and damp, the air thick with the scent of mildew and rust. "Lin Feng," a gruff voice called out. Following the sound, Lin Feng encountered a burly guard scrutinizing him. "I'm here to take over the watch duty," Lin Feng stated, presenting the task scroll. Certain assignments did not require him to act in his umbu capacity. Thus he naturally removed his mask. The guard accepted the scroll, gave it a cursory glance, and instructed, "Follow me." He led Lin Feng through a labyrinth of corridors until they arrived at a cell door. "This is Mizuki's cell. Be cautious, this fellow is no pushover," the guard warned. "I will be vigilant," Lin Feng replied with a nod. After the guard departed, he carefully observed the cell's interior. Mizuki sat with his back turned, seemingly in a state of repose. Lin Feng refrained from approaching immediately, choosing instead to wait quietly. He knew that a captivating performance was about to unfold. Time passed inexorably, the cell enveloped in silence. Suddenly, a faint sound shattered the tranquility. Shui Mu's smile sent a chill through Lin Feng's heart. This fellow was indeed suspicious. Lin Feng stood outside the cell, his demeanor unperturbed as he scrutinized Shui Mu's every movement. Shui Mu's grin widened, tinged with a barely perceptible mockery. "New here?" he rasped. "Yes," Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, yet his mind raced with strategies. He understood that Shui Mu would undoubtedly take action soon. "Kid, I advise you to mind your own business." Shui Mu's tone carried an undercurrent of menace. Lin Feng remained silent, merely observing him. A flicker of malice crossed Shui Mu's eyes before he regained his composure. He slowly turned his back to Lin Feng, yet made no move, even holding his breath to listen intently to the sounds beyond the cell. Lin Feng realized Shui Mu was waiting for him to depart. Thus, he turned and left Shui Mu's cell, unwilling to stir the proverbial hornet's nest. As a traveler well-versed in the original Naruto narrative, he comprehended that Shui Mu was preparing for a breakout. When the guards were present, Shui Mu would remain inactive. Upon returning to the guard's office, Lin Feng sat in contemplation. His knowledge of the original plot illuminated Shui Mu's scheme. He intended to amass a substantial supply of food to ingratiate himself with the twin brothers, Feng Shun and Lei Shun, while simultaneously enticing them with promises of a journey to Orochimaru's Sound Village. Feng Shun and Lei Shun. This poses quite the challenge. Lin Feng mused as he brushed his fingers against the cursed seal upon his neck. The brute strength of these two was formidable, reaching the level of a Kage. Though Lin Feng was confident he could deal with the brothers, it would necessitate the use of the cursed seal or Hashirama cells, both of which he wished to keep concealed to avoid attracting unwarranted suspicion and trouble. However, despite their immense physical prowess, Feng Shun and Lei Shun were notably dim-witted and possessed an insatiable appetite for food. During a previous mission, They had even resorted to killing a teammate over food disputes, which was precisely why they found themselves imprisoned here. Shui Mu had cunningly exploited this weakness, secretly providing the brothers with food daily to win their favor. Lin Feng opened his eyes, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "Oh, Shui Mu, do you truly believe your petty tricks can deceive me?" He rose and exited the guard's office, acutely aware that dealing with a person like Shui Mu required an unconventional approach. He needed to act decisively to extinguish any of Shui Mu's ambitions completely. Arriving at the cafeteria, his gaze swept over the remnants of meals past. The air was thick with the acrid scent of spoiled food, stirring a tumultuous reaction in Lin Feng's stomach. He took a deep breath, striving to suppress the wave of nausea that surged in his throat. His gaze swept over the chaotic plates, smeared with sticky remnants of food, while flies buzzed incessantly above. Each step felt like walking on the edge of a knife, tormenting his nerves. He approached a refuse-laden bin, hesitating for a moment. A profound sense of aversion surged within him, nearly compelling him to turn and flee. Yet, the thought of Shui Mu's sinister and cunning visage, along with his impending scheme, steeled Lin Feng's resolve, forcing him to confront the repugnant scene before him. He shut his eyes, held his breath, and tremblingly reached into the trash bin. The slimy texture made his skin crawl, as if he had touched something vile. He grasped a handful of leftover food, the rancid odor assaulting his nostrils, nearly causing him to retch on the spot. Gritting his teeth against the revulsion, Lin Feng clutched the nauseating items tightly in his hand, feigning a look of profound distress as he hurried towards the warden's office. Knock, 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 knock. Lin Feng rapped on the door for an extended period, yet there was no response from within the warden's office. He even faintly detected a suggestive sound rhythmically emanating from beyond the door. Goodness, one of the wardens in my engages in such conduct during work hours. No wonder Shui Mu could easily escape in the original narrative. With a swift turn of his eyes, he forcefully pushed open the office door. It was certainly not out of curiosity, but rather because he had an important matter to report. "Warden, I have urgent news to convey." Lin Feng burst into the office, his tone urgent as if he were indeed in the midst of a critical situation. An awkward atmosphere immediately enveloped the room, yet Lin Feng paid it no mind. 5 minutes later, the warden, dissatisfied, tidied up the aftermath. He shot Lin Feng an accusatory glance, recognizing the new guard. "What are you doing here instead of fulfilling your duties?" The warden bellowed, his voice laced with a hint of unmasked panic. Lin Feng disregarded the warden's ire. He strode directly to the desk, slamming the remnants of food onto the surface with a resounding thud, scattering debris everywhere, as a foul stench quickly permeated the air. The documents on the desk were smeared with grease, with bits of vegetable clinging to the papers that the warden had not yet managed to clear away. "Warden, take a look at this." Lin Feng's tone was grave, as if he were reporting a significant military matter, utterly unconcerned by the nauseating odor emanating from the pile of leftovers. The warden's complexion turned a ghastly shade of green. He abruptly slammed his hand on the table, sending the inkwell leaping into the air, tracing an arc as it threatened to crash to the ground. With a swift motion, Lin Feng dashed forward, expertly catching the inkwell and averting disaster. He exhaled in relief, placing the inkwell back on the desk, his heart still racing with trepidation. The warden observed Lin Feng's series of actions, his eyelids twitching slightly. What on earth is this fellow attempting to do? Chapter 28. Operation Disc. With a sudden thump of his fist upon the table, the warden startled the remnants of food scattered across its surface. "You brat! Provide me with an explanation," he bellowed, gesturing at the chaotic mess with a fiery rage. Lin Feng bowed his head, his shoulders trembling slightly, as though he were striving to suppress something profound. He inhaled deeply, endeavoring to steady his quivering vocal cords. A lump formed in his throat, rendering his voice indistinct. Tears welled in his eyes, blurring his vision, all of which he feigned. "Warden, I truly cannot bear to witness this," he exclaimed suddenly, raising his head, his eyes reddened, and his expression fervent. "Look at this. These are the leftovers from the inmates' meals. Such waste of food is simply unacceptable." Lin Feng lamented with heartfelt distress, as though he had just witnessed a tragic scene. The warden was taken aback. He never anticipated that this newly appointed guard would storm into his office, infuriated over the matter of leftover food. "Although we in Konoha are not currently in want of provisions, we cannot allow such waste to continue," Lin Feng continued passionately. not forgetting to flatter the warden in the process. "Warden, your kindness is truly admirable, providing such excellent meals for these inmates." And yet, they fail to appreciate it. Hearing Lin Feng's flattery, the warden's expression softened slightly, although his perplexity deepened. What on earth is this lad intending? "Warden, to eradicate such wastefulness, we must elevate our standards and reach new heights through innovative measures and developments, achieving breakthroughs. Therefore, we must prioritize new methods, recognize new forms, and align with new requirements. Only in this manner can we harness new skills amidst new expectations and relationships, showcasing a new demeanor and ascending to new heights, where new knowledge breeds new endeavors and fresh practices yield new results." Lin Feng's verbose oration profoundly touched the warden's heart. This old fellow possesses a commendable level of ideological awareness, the warden mused internally. Yet, he remained oblivious to Lin Feng's true intentions. In order to assert his authority, he resorted to a feigned critique. This situation indeed exists, but it is not absolute. Some matters cannot be distinctly categorized as absolute or relative. Certain things are neither entirely one nor the other, yet they do exist. In fact, many situations are characterized in this manner, neither absolute nor relative. Therefore, you cannot use this to define them. After a brief pause, the warden launched into another lengthy discourse. "In essence, your use of this analogy merely reflects your limited perspective, failing to grasp the entirety of the situation. When considering any matter, we must adopt a holistic viewpoint." Upon witnessing the situation, Lin Feng hastily responded, Indeed, your guidance is invaluable." He then elaborated on his plan, saying, "So, esteemed leader, I have conceived a particularly effective solution for this matter." "Oh, what solution?" the warden inquired. "The clean plate campaign," Lin Feng enunciated deliberately. "The clean plate campaign." The warden appeared even more perplexed. "It entails ensuring that the inmates consume every morsel of food on their plates, leaving nothing behind," Lin Feng clarified. "Anyone who wastes food will." Lin Feng paused intentionally, a glint of severity flashing in his eyes. "Face increased penalties." Lin Feng discreetly observed the warden's reaction. His sole intention behind implementing the clean plate campaign was to thoroughly thwart Shui Mu's escape plan. Shui Mu's scheme involved bribing the two not-so-bright, yet formidable inmates, Feng Shun and Lei Shun, with excess food to facilitate his own escape. But why did Shui Mu possess surplus provisions? He spent every day in prison, with his only food source being the prison cafeteria. Thus, it follows that Shui Mu must have been discarding meals daily to satisfy the appetites of the two gluttons, Feng Shun and Lei Shun. His objective was to enforce a strict policy that compelled all inmates to finish their meals. The warden paused for a moment, then quickly grasped the implications. "Indeed, leftover food represents the resources of Mai. How can we allow these inmates to waste it? No, the clean plate campaign must be enforced rigorously. Not only should it be strictly implemented, but the inmates' meal allowances should also be curtailed as a form of punishment." A spark of delight ignited in his mind. This young man possesses a certain ingenuity. Feigning deep contemplation, the warden suddenly slammed his hand on the table. "This is outrageous. Such blatant disregard for the law." He adopted an expression of righteous indignation. "A thorough investigation is imperative. From now on, all inmates must adhere to the clean plate campaign. Anyone who dares to waste food will face double penalties. Furthermore, starting tomorrow, meal allowances must be reduced to instill in the inmates an understanding of the value of every grain," the warden proclaimed with fervor. Lin Feng secretly chuckled. This cunning old fox certainly knows how to seize an opportunity. However, this works in his favor, saving him the trouble of further persuasion. He had an additional aim: to diminish the inmates' rations. Consequently, Feng Shun and Lei Shun would undoubtedly express their discontent. At that juncture, whether Shui Mu chose to placate Feng Shun and Lei Shun with promises of a trip to Orochimaru's Sound Village or to delay his plans, it would ultimately be advantageous for Lin Feng. He could leverage the ensuing chaos instigated by Feng Shun and Lei Shun to achieve notable success. Of course, if Shui Mu decided to escape amidst the turmoil created by Feng Shun and Lei Shun, Lin Feng would not mind gaining an extra merit. Alas, he had to consider whether the disturbances caused by Feng Shun and Lei Shun would be attributed to him. After all, the clean plate campaign was his proposal. Nonetheless, this old fox certainly has a knack for claiming credit. Indeed, the warden is astute. Lin Feng immediately seized the opportunity to flatter. Without the warden, There would be no plan for the CD operation. Might I designate you, the esteemed warden, as the primary responsible party for this initiative? The warden nodded in satisfaction. This old fellow is quite astute, understanding the importance of granting me credit. At this moment, visions of receiving the Hokage reward for this matter danced in his mind. Indeed, your reasoning holds merit. You may leave now, the warden declared. After bowing respectfully, Lin Feng turned and exited the office, fully aware that his plan had already succeeded halfway. The following morning, in the dining hall, inmates lined up to receive their breakfast. Today's meal was exceptionally simple, consisting of merely a bowl of thin porridge and 2 steamed buns. The prisoners gazed at the meager offerings with discontent. Why so little? Wasn't he their meat buns before? Indeed, how can this suffice? The murmurs of dissatisfaction echoed through the hall. Shuemu furrowed his brow. How could such a small portion satisfy the voracious appetites of the brothers Feng Shen and Lei Shen? Just as he contemplated discreetly hiding some food, he noticed the guards watching them intently. Finish every last bite. Anyone who dares leave food will forfeit their meals. The ninja guards bellowed. The inmates, cowed into silence, could only eat their paltry rations in resignation. Looking at the scant food on his tray, Shuemu's heart sank. This was troubling. Without sustenance, how could he appease the 2 brothers? His escape plan was on the verge of collapse. Chapter 29. The prison riot. Lin Feng concealed himself in a corner. Observing Shuemu's expression, which resembled that of a man who had just swallowed a fly, nearly unable to suppress his laughter. Let us see how you flaunt your bravado now. He mused gleefully. Why is there so little food? I can't fill my stomach. Suddenly, a furious roar shattered the tranquility of the dining hall. The unrest caused by Shuemu had already stirred the atmosphere, and this sudden outburst was like thunder on a clear day, startling everyone. All eyes turned to the source of the sound, where a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall and muscular, stood up. His massive frame loomed like a small mountain, blocking the view of those behind him. His rugged face was etched with fury, eyes bulging like copper bells, and his voice resonated like rolling thunder throughout the hall. Clad in an orange shirt adorned with black stripes and black trousers, each step he took sent tremors through the dining hall floor, compelling those around him to part ways. An eerie silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the heavy sound of the giant's labored breathing. Most striking were his eyebrows, which bizarrely merged into a single line. His hair stood erect, resembling a cluster of steel needles. "Brother, I am still hungry," exclaimed another similarly robust man, clad in a sleeveless top, whose hair also stood upright, but lacked the unibrow. These 2 were none other than the Wind God and the Thunder God. Having long been accustomed to a diet rich in lavish meats due to the generous offerings from Shuemu, they were naturally the first to protest when their meals were downgraded. "Food. Delicious. Not enough. Hungry. Hand over your meals." The Wind God glared with his large, bell-like eyes, menacingly surveying the surrounding prisoners. "Brother, I want that. Bring it to me quickly, or I shall consume you." The Thunder God threatened, brandishing his fists. The prisoners, terrified by this display, trembled in fear and obediently surrendered their food. In no time, a mountain of sustenance had accumulated before the Wind and Thunder Gods. "Stop right there. Are you plotting rebellion?" Several ninja guards, witnessing the scene, rushed forward in an attempt to intervene. "Get lost," the Wind God bellowed, swinging his fist. A resounding thud echoed as the foremost guard was sent flying against the wall, collapsing in unconsciousness. What monstrous strength is this? The remaining guards were left in a state of shock, having never encountered such terrifying power. "Charge! Use ninjutsu to subdue them," commanded a ninja guard captain, quickly regaining his composure. Several guards promptly formed hand signs, preparing to unleash their techniques. Wind release, great breakthrough. Earth release, earth flow wall. Water release, water dragon bullet. Various ninjutsu surged toward the Wind and Thunder Gods. Lin Feng observed the unfolding chaos, already predicting the forthcoming developments. In the original narrative, the Wind and Thunder Gods were formidable adversaries, capable of contending with seasoned characters like Hong and Asuma. How could mere extras hope to subdue them? Indeed, the ninjutsu struck them, yet felt no more potent than a mere tickle, having no effect whatsoever. Useless, useless. The Wind and Thunder Gods laughed maniacally, continuing their feast on the prisoners' provisions. The entire cafeteria descended into pandemonium. Shuemu, witnessing the tumultuous scene, felt a surge of elation. This is truly divine assistance. He had initially worried about how to persuade the wind and thunder gods, but to his surprise, they had initiated the chaos themselves. This significantly increased the likelihood of a successful escape. Suppressing his excitement, Shuemu stealthily approached the wind and thunder gods. "Gentlemen, gentlemen, please cease your ruckus," he shouted, his voice ringing out distinctly amidst the clamor of the cafeteria. The wind and thunder gods, engrossed in their plunder, halted simultaneously upon hearing Shuemu's voice. They turned their heads, their bell-like eyes fixed intently upon him. "You, what do you want?" the wind god inquired in a deep, resonant voice, nearly drooling onto the ground. "Dear friends, I am aware of a place abundant with delectable delights, far surpassing the fare here by 100-fold, or even 1,000. Shuemu spoke in a hushed, mysterious tone, deliberately lowering his voice as if divulging an earth-shattering secret. "Delicious? 100 times better?" The wind god and the thunder god exchanged a glance, their eyes sparkling with excitement. "Indeed, there is no doubt. As long as you follow me, I shall lead you to that place." Taking advantage of the moment, Shuemu continued to entice. "There awaits an endless array of roasted meats, an abundance of fine wines, and an assortment of exquisite desserts, ensuring that you will be thoroughly satisfied. Is that truly the case?" Thor drooled in anticipation and eagerly inquired, "Is it truly so?" "Indeed it is," I replied. "When has Shuemu ever deceived anyone?" With a confident smile, Shuemu patted his chest and declared, "Excellent. We shall follow your lead." The wind god and thunder god bellowed in unison, their voices deafening. However, Shuemu swiftly shifted the topic. "You must first grant me a favor." "What favor?" they inquired. The wind god inquired. "Take me away from this place." Shuemu gestured toward the prison gate and uttered, "Is that all?" The wind god and thunder god curled their lips in disdain. "A mere trifle. Excellent. Let us depart at once." Mu Shui was overjoyed, never expecting matters to proceed so smoothly. "How exceedingly brilliant I am. Ha 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 ha." He laughed maniacally in his heart, as if already envisioning the glorious future where he regained his freedom, defected to Orochimaru, obtained formidable power, and exacted vengeance upon Konoha. These fools still think they can stop us. How utterly preposterous. Shuemu gazed contemptuously at the prison guards still attempting to obstruct them. "You worthless vermin dare stand in our way. Dream on. Wind god, thunder god, attack. Crush them all." With a commanding voice, Shuemu issued the order, and the wind and thunder gods charged forth like two heavy tanks. "Ah, help! Run quickly!" The guards screamed in terror, scattering in all directions. Yet their speed could not possibly rival that of the gods of wind and thunder. In a short while, they were utterly defeated, lying on the ground, lamenting in agony. "Ha ha! So feeble! Truly pathetic!" Shuemu gazed upon the scene before him, his laughter growing even more unrestrained. "The ninjas of Konoha are nothing but this. A mere assembly of incompetence." He sauntered out of the cell with a mocking demeanor, proclaiming, "Let us depart." With a grand gesture, Shuemu departed, accompanied by the god of wind and the god of thunder. Lin Feng observed the farcical scene before him, a slight smile playing on his lips as he mused, "It is time for me to make my entrance." In a flash, he appeared at the entrance of the cafeteria like a wraith, obstructing the path of Shuemu and his two towering companions. "Shuemu, with these two clumsy giants, you shall not escape." Lin Feng crossed his arms, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Shuemu, taken aback by Lin Feng's sudden appearance, initially froze in surprise before erupting into hearty laughter. "Ha ha! Who do you think you are? Do you really believe you can stop us?" He pointed proudly at the wind god and thunder god behind him, proclaiming, "I must tell you, these are the renowned prisoners known for their formidable strength. The brothers wind god and thunder god. Step aside if you know what's good for you, or don't blame me for being impolite." Shuemu's voice brimmed with arrogance and menace, as though victory was already within his grasp. "Oh, is that so?" A wicked smirk curled at the corners of Lin Feng's lips. "Then allow me to demonstrate how these two individuals are utterly insignificant in my eyes." Chapter 30. The riot concludes. Lin Feng calmly retrieved a dagger from his robes, a blade he had opportunistically acquired during his time in the Sound Village. With calculated precision, he aimed at the steel-forged canteen door and delivered a resounding slash. Clang! A deafening metallic clang reverberated through the cafeteria, vibrating against eardrums with an almost supernatural resonance. This sound, imbued with an arcane quality, unsettled the very core of one's being. A subtle smirk played upon Lin Feng's lips. He knew this strike was far from futile. The seemingly ordinary dagger had undergone a profound transformation the moment it collided with the steel gate. This was the secret technique developed by Lord Hokage, the sound-binding sword art. Requiring no hand seals, this esoteric swordsmanship subtly implanted illusions into the target's minds through precisely calibrated metallic frequencies, a method so insidious it defied all conventional defenses. Now, those once ferocious figures in the cafeteria would find themselves gradually ensnared in phantasmal visions. What spectral horrors might they behold? Lin Feng smiled in anticipation of the unfolding spectacle. What an enormous steamed bun! Suddenly, the wind god, who had been standing by the waterside, his eyes gleaming with excitement, lunged towards Shumu. Brother, I too wish to partake in the steamed buns. Thor followed closely behind, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws as he charged forward. The two of them pounced while drooling uncontrollably, as if Shumu were truly a steaming, fragrant dumpling. You fools, have you lost your minds? Shuemu was utterly terrified, his soul nearly fleeing his body as he swiftly dodged aside. He couldn't fathom why these two dim-witted brutes had suddenly turned violent towards him. Bowsy, don't run. The wind god missed his strike, yet grew even more exhilarated. A moving dumpling, how delectable. The thunder god joined in the commotion, relentlessly pursuing Shuemu alongside the wind god. The cafeteria was instantly thrown into disarray, a cacophony of chaos ensued. Shuemu, in a state of utter disarray, evaded the relentless chase of the deities while desperately shouting, "You two imbeciles! I am Shuemu, your benefactor. It's Bowsy, Bowsy." The wind god and the thunder god appeared to be bewitched, utterly oblivious to Shuemu's words, as they were solely preoccupied with pursuing the grand dumpling that captivated their gaze. Lin Feng observed the farce unfolding before him, the corners of his lips curling into a subtle smirk. He resolved to prolong their torment a while longer, simultaneously depleting Mizuki's stamina. These two lumbering oafs possess surprising vigor, Lin Feng mused silently, maintaining an expression of detached amusement. Mizuki's realization dawned belatedly. It was Lin Feng who had cast the illusion. His gaze hardened into a venomous glare, eyes burning with unbridled fury and resentment. Damnable wretch! How dare you make sport of me? Gnashing his teeth in silent fury, Shuemu inwardly cursed. With haste, he cast the illusion release technique upon the wind and thunder god brothers. Illusion release, with a soft chant from Shuemu. The illusion before the wind god and thunder god brothers vanished instantly. They stared blankly at Shuemu before them, their eyes brimming with bewilderment. Where were the steamed buns? The wind god scratched his head in bewilderment. Brother, my buns have disappeared too, he murmured. The thunder god echoed with a trace of grievance in his voice. Mine are gone as well. You fools, came the exasperated reply. You've been deceived, trapped in an illusion. Shuemu roared in fury. Turn around immediately and deal with that prison guard. He gestured towards Lin Feng, issuing a command to the wind and thunder deity brothers. Upon hearing this, the divine siblings turned around, fixing Lin Feng with a menacing glare. Dare deceive us, and you shall face our wrath. The wind god roared furiously, brandishing his fists as he prepared to charge at Lin Feng. Yet, at that very moment, Lin Feng suddenly shouted, Shuemu has deceived you all. Behold behind you. A delectable feast of ramen awaits. With those words, he brandished his dagger once more and struck the steel gates of the cafeteria. Clang. Another deafening metallic clang reverberated through the air. Upon hearing the word ramen, the eyes of the wind god and thunder god brothers instantly sparkled with anticipation. They abruptly turned their heads and beheld Mizuki transformed into a steaming bowl of aromatic ramen. Ramen! We must feast upon this ramen! They exclaimed in unison. The wind god exclaimed with exhilaration, his mouth nearly watering with anticipation. Brother, I want some too. Thor joined in the uproar as well, the two of them vying fiercely to charge towards Shuemu. Ramen, don't you dare run. I shall devour you. The cafeteria descended into chaos once more. Shuemu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his stomach churning violently. He was nearly driven mad with rage by these two utter fools. Yet, what he loathed even more was that tormentor of a jailer. Damn that wretch. I shall ensure you pay dearly for your transgressions. Shuemu roared inwardly, his eyes brimming with resentment. Lin Feng observed Shuemu's disheveled state, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He surmised that Shuemu's stamina had nearly been exhausted. It was time to bring this farce to a conclusion, Lin Feng mused to himself. Shuemu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fury within him. He knew that the most crucial task at hand was to subdue these two simpletons. Thus, he formed a seal once more, preparing to unleash his illusionary technique. Illusionary technique release. With a low utterance from Shuemu, the illusions before the god of wind and the god of thunder vanished once more. They gazed blankly at the water and trees before them, as if still lingering in the trance of the previous illusion. Where was the ramen? The god of wind inquired with bewilderment. My buns have vanished as well. The god of thunder echoed in agreement, his voice tinged with disappointment. You two fools, came the sharp retort. Deceived yet again. Shuemu trembled with rage, unable to restrain himself from unleashing a torrent of invectives. Bring me to my senses. The true adversary is that jailer. He pointed at Lin Feng and roared at the wind god and thunder god. Upon hearing this, the deities finally snapped back to reality, turning around to glare at Lin Feng with ferocious intensity. You deceived us again. The wind god roared furiously, brandishing his fists as he charged towards Lin Feng. Yet, at this critical juncture, Lin Feng's figure abruptly vanished from the spot. Shuemu's heart skipped a beat. He recognized this as the body flicker technique. This was bad. He was just about to warn the wind and thunder gods, but it was already too late. Lin Feng's figure appeared behind Samu like a phantom. Spiral sphere. Lin Feng let out a low growl as he condensed a rapidly spinning chakra sphere in his palm, then forcefully pressed it against Mizuki's back with a resounding thud. Shuemu suddenly spewed a mouthful of crimson blood, his body soaring through the air like a kite with severed strings before crashing violently against the cafeteria wall with a thunderous impact. The wall was shattered into a gaping hole, with Suigetsu collapsed on the ground, his condition unknown. The Rasengan truly remains devastating against weaker opponents in the early stages. Lin Feng gazed at the unconscious Shuemu and remarked, but this body flicker technique is truly rather underwhelming. If not for the fact that my system's remaining lifespan is merely 4 years, I would immediately attempt to master the Flying Thunder God technique. Alas, it remains beyond my grasp. The barrenness of lifespan suddenly gave Lin Feng a bold idea. Perhaps he should finish off Mizuki to earn some extra time for system deduction. As he pondered, the Wind God and Thunder God beside him were stunned by this abrupt turn of events. They stood frozen, staring blankly at Mizuki lying defeated on the ground, momentarily at a loss. Mizuki had been defeated? The Wind God murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Brother, what shall we do? Where else can we find steamed buns now? Even Thor was taken aback. As for Lin Feng, he was contemplating whether to convert the two brothers, the Wind God and Thunder God, into a system of longevity. In Chapter 31, defeating Shuemu and gaining achievement points, Lin Feng gazed at the fallen Shuemu and then glanced at the bewildered brothers of the Wind and Thunder Gods. Ultimately, he decided to spare them. Not to mention that Lin Feng currently lacked the confidence to deal with the two without resorting to the cursed seal and Hashirama's cells. Even if he could, he would refrain from doing so. After all, the Konoha prison had its own assessments, and he could not allow the mortality rate of prisoners to escalate. If the pursuit of a mere longevity interfered with the grading of his mission, it would be an unwise trade-off. Moreover, he was aware that although these two hulking figures possessed formidable strength, their intellect left much to be desired. With the right utilization, they could undoubtedly become invaluable assets in his hands. Brothers, are you both all right? Lin Feng stepped forward, expressing his concern. Feng Shun rubbed his head and replied in a deep voice, It's nothing, just feeling a bit dizzy. Brother, why was Shuemu defeated? Did he not claim he would take us to enjoy a delightful meal? Thor inquired, his expression one of perplexity. Lin Feng offered a slight smile and elucidated. He was merely deceiving you. In truth, Konoha has resolved to provide an abundance of exquisite delicacies to the two elder brothers each day, allowing them to indulge as they please. Is that truly the case? Upon hearing these words, the Wind God and Thunder God brothers' eyes instantly sparkled, their faces adorned with expressions of disbelief. Indeed, it is true. Lin Feng spoke with unwavering determination, declaring that, nonetheless, others must continue with the usual disc activities. For only the two elder brothers possess this privilege. Splendid. I crave ramen. I yearn for grilled meat. I desire sushi. The Wind God danced with exuberance, nearly drooling with excitement. Brother, I wish to indulge in steamed buns. I yearn for cake. I crave ice cream. The Thunder God rejoiced exuberantly, completely oblivious to the events that had just transpired. Lin Feng gazed at the two towering figures lost in their revelry, feeling a sense of quiet pride within. At that moment, the ninja wardens in the cafeteria, witnessing Lin Feng effortlessly resolve the situation, erupted into cheers. Lin Feng is truly remarkable. Indeed, Lin Feng has proven his prowess by resolving the matter so swiftly. Henceforth, I shall follow Lin Feng's lead with unwavering loyalty. Listening to the flattery of his fellow guards, Lin Feng merely smiled slightly, for he understood that this was just the beginning. His gaze fell upon the figure of Shui Mu, who lay on the ground, his body trembling slightly, as if he were gradually regaining consciousness. A thought flickered in Lin Feng's mind. He did not wish to miss this opportune moment to harvest some life essence. You all take the food to soothe the brothers Fengshen and Lei Shun. I will check on Shui Mu's condition, Lin Feng said to his colleagues. All right, we leave this to you, Lin Feng. The guards nodded in unison, carrying abundant provisions towards the wind and thunder deities. Lin Feng swiftly approached Shui Mu, crouching beside him, a glint of icy murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Shui Mu, sensing Lin Feng's lethal aura, was filled with despair, his already terrified gaze deepening in hopelessness. He struggled to rise, but found himself utterly powerless, unable to move. What do you intend to do? Shui Mu's voice trembled, laced with a hint of choked sobs. I don't deserve death. I possess knowledge about Orochimaru. I could betray this information to the Konoha leadership. Shui Mu spoke in terror, attempting to leverage this information for a sliver of hope for his survival. However, Lin Feng remained unmoved. He extended his hand, covering Shui Mu's mouth to stifle any sound. Subsequently, he placed his other hand upon the wound that Shui Mu had sustained from the spiral sphere. The spiral sphere. Lin Feng let out a low shout, as he once again concentrated to form a rapidly spinning sphere of chakra in his hand. Sobs Suigetsu's eyes widened in terror as he struggled desperately. Yet no sound escaped his lips. The Rasengan struck mercilessly upon his wound, its violent chakra rampaging through his body, obliterating everything within. His frame convulsed violently, pupils gradually dilating until all light faded from them. Why must I die? I refuse to accept this. I haven't fulfilled my ambitions yet. Lord Orochimaru, save me. His consciousness blurred into darkness, his final silent scream echoing futilely in the void. Ding. Congratulations, host. Eliminated Chunin Suigetsu. Obtained 15 years of lifespan. The system's mechanical chime resonated in Lin Feng's mind. A faint, satisfied smile curled upon his lips. 15 years. A substantial reward indeed. As for the information Suigetsu had uttered in his dying breath, Lin Feng cared not. Having memorized the original narrative, such revelations held no value. His immediate priority was extending his lifespan to refine forbidden techniques and elevate his strength. Eliminating Suigetsu had been the optimal choice. With a pleased exhale, Lin Feng withdrew his hand, savoring the surge of vitality within him. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no traces remained. Ding. Congratulations, host. Altered the canonical fate of character Suigetsu. Reward, 1 achievement point. Lin Feng froze. Then exhilaration surged through him. An unexpected boon? Altering the destinies of canonical figures also yielded achievement points? Magnificent. His prior concerns regarding insufficient points evaporated instantly. If he systematically eliminated key antagonists from the original tale, would not the points flow like a river? Moreover, these villains often harbored critical intelligence or formidable jutsu. Their demise would not only secure points and lifespan, but potentially their abilities as well. A single stroke, multiple gains. The perfect path to ascension. The more he contemplated, the fiercer his excitement burned, so intense he nearly succumbed to the impulse to unleash carnage immediately. Yet with iron will, he restrained himself. Not yet. Patience. Accumulate strength in silence. From this moment, he vowed to reshape the fates of every significant figure in the narrative. Leveraging his foreknowledge, he would strangle every potential threat in its cradle, and in doing so, harvest them for his own growth. Drawing a steadying breath, he calmed his racing heart and summoned the system interface. His gaze settled on the chakra stat. Chakra, 22, 1.5 units. Current total, 110 units. Pathetically insufficient. Lin Feng's brow furrowed as he muttered under his breath. Although he has now mastered numerous powerful ninjutsu techniques, the insufficiency of his chakra remains a significant constraint. Often, he finds himself meticulously managing his chakra, fearful of depleting it entirely. This sensation is undeniably stifling. It is imperative to enhance his chakra reserves promptly. A glimmer of determination flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Resolutely, he allocated that single achievement point to the chakra attribute. Ding! 1 achievement point consumed, chakra increased by 1. The system notification resonated, and Lin Feng instantly felt a warm surge enveloping his entire being. He could distinctly sense that his chakra reserves had increased considerably. With 5 units of chakra added to his original 110 units, he now possessed a total of 115 units. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Although it is still insufficient, it is certainly a marked improvement compared to before. At that moment, the guards who had successfully returned the Wind God and Thunder God to their cell noticed something amiss with Lin Feng. Lin Feng, are you all right? What just happened? The guards' voices pulled Lin Feng back to reality. He turned, a hint of regret on his face as he shook his head. Shui Mu is dead. It is truly unfortunate. As I had hoped to extract more information about Orochimaru from him. Lin Feng's tone was imbued with regret, as if he genuinely mourned the loss of a vital source of intelligence. What? Shui Mu is dead? The guards exclaimed, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment. They hurried forward to examine Shui Mu's corpse. How is this possible? How could he have suddenly died? One guard uttered incredulously. I do not know. I merely intended to question him once more, and then he collapsed. Lin Feng replied innocently, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. The guards exchanged glances, meticulously inspecting Shui Mu's body, yet finding no external injuries. Could it have been a sudden illness? One guard speculated. That is a possibility. After all, he was already severely injured. Another guard concurred. Lin Feng silently observed them, secretly mocking their lack of vigilance. They were so easily deceived by him. However, this worked to his advantage. He had no desire to attract unnecessary trouble due to Shui Mu's demise. Ultimately, one less individual is still one less, especially since he held no further value. The guards soon abandoned their inquiries into Shui Mu's cause of death. After all, for them, the life or death of a prisoner was utterly inconsequential. Lin Feng, continue your watch here. We will take care of Shui Mu's body. The guards instructed Lin Feng before departing with the corpse. Lin Feng watched their retreating figures, the corners of his mouth curling upwards. Everything was unfolding according to his plan. Time swiftly passes, and 3 days have vanished in the blink of an eye. During this brief period, Lin Feng diligently performed his duties as a jailer without a single misstep. The incarcerated prisoners were thoroughly subdued, quaking at the thought of any rebellion. A chime echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Congratulations, host, for exceeding the task of guarding the prisoners. This marks your successful integration into Konoha village. You have earned 1 achievement point. A satisfied smile graced Lin Feng's face as he promptly allocated the achievement point towards enhancing his energy levels. His energy now stood at 24 points, while his chakra surged to 120 points. It was time to visit the Forbidden Techniques loft. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Lin Feng's eyes as he gazed upwards. Night had fallen. Under the guise of an Umbu patrol, he intended to sneak into the Forbidden Techniques loft and glimpse the Book of Seals. Donning his Umbu mask, Lin Feng swiftly navigated the shadows of Konoha village. Darting between buildings under the cover of darkness, he adeptly maneuvered, avoiding crowded areas, until he arrived near the Hokage Tower. The tower remained brightly illuminated, with a few Umbu ninjas occasionally seen patrolling within. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Lin Feng feigned a nonchalant demeanor and strode confidently into the Hokage Tower. He naturally ascended to the floor housing the Hokage's office. This level was patrolled by Umbu ninjas alongside guards monitoring the Forbidden Techniques loft. Clearly, a clever plan was necessary to slip in undetected, Lin Feng mused to himself. Scanning his surroundings, he spotted a restroom not far off. An idea sparked within him. With newfound resolve, Lin Feng hurried into the restroom, locking the door behind him before swiftly forming hand seals. Summoning technique. With a resounding puff of white smoke, a massive red-brown hound materialized before him. This formidable creature was the hellhound Lin Feng had named Hongwan. Hongwan, I shall rely on you this time, Lin Feng said softly, patting the beast's head. Lure the guards away from the Forbidden Techniques loft. Create as much commotion as possible, but do no harm. Hongwan tilted its head, seemingly pondering the request, before letting out a low growl of understanding. Go. With Lin Feng's command, Hongwan vanished in an instant. Moments later, a commotion erupted in the corridor. What is that? Such a large dog. Catch it. The guards' frantic shouts echoed in disarray. A subtle smile crept upon Lin Feng's lips. He knew that Hong Wan had successfully diverted their attention. He quietly opened the restroom door and peeked out. The corridor lay in chaos, with guards rushing towards the direction where Hong Wan had vanished, leaving the Forbidden Techniques loft eerily vacant. Now was the moment. A glimmer of brilliance flashed through Lin Feng's eyes as he swiftly darted towards the Forbidden Techniques loft, akin to a specter. He forcefully pushed open the imposing door of the loft and slipped inside. The security of Konoha seemed rather lax, he mused. No wonder Naruto was able to obtain the sealing book in the very first episode. As Lin Feng critiqued the situation, he surveyed the interior of the Forbidden Techniques loft. Contrary to his expectations of opulence, the loft resembled a long-forgotten library, the air thick with a musty scent mingled with a faint trace of ink. Towering wooden bookshelves stood in meticulous rows, nearly reaching the ceiling, laden with a plethora of scrolls, some large, some small, some long, some short, all adorned in a myriad of colors and crafted from diverse materials. Some scrolls appeared ancient, their edges yellowed and tattered, while others seemed relatively new, as if they had only recently been catalogued. Bathed in the feeble moonlight filtering through the window, Lin Feng could discern the archaic characters inscribed upon the scrolls, each bearing the names of various jutsu: fire style, great fire annihilation; water style, water dragon bullet technique; lightning style, Kirin. These were all illustrious ninja techniques. If he could pilfer these scrolls, he would surely strike it rich. His breath quickened, and his heart raced. Yet, he soon regained his composure. No, his goal this time was the sealing book. He mustn't stray from his path. He understood the wisdom of not biting off more than one could chew. Moreover, these scrolls were undoubtedly protected by various seals and traps. Should he recklessly engage with them, he might inadvertently trigger an alarm, leading to dire consequences. Suppressing his avarice, Lin Feng continued deeper into the loft, carefully maneuvering around the shelves, his gaze sweeping the surroundings in search of the sealing book's trace. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a stone platform at the very center of the loft. Upon the platform lay a colossal scroll, significantly larger than the others surrounding it. The scroll was a deep crimson hue, inscribed with a large character for seal in golden ink. He had found it. An exhilaration surged within Lin Feng as he approached the stone platform, his heart swelling with joy. This was the sealing book, the very genesis of the Naruto saga, and an invaluable treasure coveted by countless ninjas. And now, it lay quietly before him, within arm's reach. Chapter 33. The Sealing Book. With great care, Lin Feng lifted the sealing book from the stone platform, gently placing it on the ground before slowly opening it. An ancient and mysterious aura enveloped him, as if he had transcended the boundaries of time and space, transporting him into a realm brimming with uncertainty and peril, the world of ninjas. The first page of the sealing book chronicled the legendary space-time ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God Technique. The Flying Thunder God Technique, a forbidden art of the highest caliber, was conceived by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. This technique allows for exceptionally long-distance spatial teleportation, enabling instantaneous movement to a designated location marked by a special seal. Lin Feng's gaze lingered on the inscription of the Flying Thunder God Technique for an extended period, a surge of indescribable excitement swelling within him. This was the signature skill of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. With this technique, Minato shone brilliantly during the Third Great Ninja War, earning the moniker of the Yellow Flash and instilling fear throughout the ninja world. If Lin Feng could master this art, he would be able to move unseen and become one of the preeminent ninjas in existence. However, he quickly regained his composure. Although the Flying Thunder God Technique was formidable, its mastery posed a significant challenge and demanded extraordinary spatial aptitude. While Lin Feng possessed commendable talent, acquiring this technique would not be an easy endeavor. Moreover, what he truly lacked at present was not offensive capabilities, but rather the means to ensure his own survival. Though the Flying Thunder God Technique could facilitate escape, it required pre-established markers at the target location, presenting a considerable limitation. In comparison, the Shadow Clone Technique appeared to be far more practical. Continuing his perusal of the sealing book, Lin Feng soon discovered the entry for the Shadow Clone Technique on the second page. The Shadow Clone Technique, a forbidden art, allows the user to create hundreds, even thousands of clones, each imbued with the same chakra and consciousness as the original. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. This technique seemed tailor-made for him. The Shadow Clone Technique could serve not only to confound adversaries, but also to assist in training and, shall we say, for more intimate endeavors. Furthermore, the difficulty of mastering this technique was relatively low, and given his innate talent, he should be able to grasp it swiftly. With a sense of satisfaction, Lin Feng continued to flip through the pages. The explosive tag technique, another forbidden art crafted by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, enabled the summoning of numerous explosive tags through summoning techniques, resulting in a relentless barrage of explosive attacks with tremendous power. While the might of this technique was undeniable, it required a substantial expenditure of explosive tags and posed a risk of self-harm, rendering it less cost-effective. Lin Feng shook his head and set it aside for the time being. The corpse demon sealing technique, a high-level forbidden art developed by the Uzumaki clan, summoned the Shinigami to devour an enemy's soul, but at the cost of the user's own life. The potency of this technique was unquestionable, yet it was a mutually destructive forbidden art that Lin Feng would refrain from employing unless absolutely necessary. As Lin Feng continued to leaf through the sealing book, a plethora of formidable forbidden techniques unfolded before his eyes. His excitement grew with each turn of the page, as he envisioned the day he would ascend to supremacy within the ninja world. Finally, he arrived at the last page of the sealing book. A familiar name captured his attention: the Impure World Reincarnation. The Impure World Reincarnation, a forbidden technique devised by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, possesses the ability to summon the souls of the deceased from the Pure Land and resurrect them in corporeal form. Those revived are endowed with infinite chakra and immortality, yet remain under the control of the caster. This technique stands as one of the most formidable ninjutsu in the Naruto universe. The prospect of resurrecting the dead, rendering them immortal and granting them boundless chakra, is nothing short of invincible. Just imagine, if one could master this technique, it would be possible to assemble an immortal army to sweep across the entire ninja world. Lin Feng's breath quickened, his heart pounding as if it might leap from his chest. He stifled his excitement and continued to peruse the detailed description of the Impure World Reincarnation. This technique requires a living person as a sacrifice, binding the soul of the deceased to the sacrifice in order to achieve resurrection. Upon reaching this point, Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. Using a living person as a sacrifice seemed exceedingly cruel. However, upon reflection, he realized that he was situated in a ruthless ninja world where compassion could lead to one's own demise. Moreover, he was not one to indiscriminately slay the innocent. As long as he did not provoke others, he should encounter no issues. With this thought, Lin Feng's emotions settled once more. He continued to study the hand seals and precautions associated with the Impure World Reincarnation, committing every detail firmly to memory. This technique, I must master. A resolute gleam shone in Lin Feng's eyes as he resolved, regardless of the cost, to acquire the formidable forbidden technique of Impure World Reincarnation. He then gently placed the sealing book back onto the stone pedestal, treating it as a rare treasure. With determination, he turned and swiftly exited the forbidden technique loft. The door of the loft clicked shut softly, sealing away all its secrets. Lin Feng's figure vanished swiftly at the end of the corridor, as if he had never been there at all. Meanwhile, on the rooftops of Konoha, a crimson figure darted like a phantom. It was Akamaru, its agile form leaving a trail of afterimages under the moonlight, moving with astonishing speed. Behind it, the Konoha guards pursued relentlessly, their expressions grave, eyes filled with anxiety and anger. These guards were the elite of the village, tasked with maintaining its safety, yet at this moment, they were being outmaneuvered by a mere dog. "That dog is just ahead, keep chasing," one guard shouted, his voice echoing in the stillness of the night. Akamaru's speed intensified, skillfully weaving between rooftops, sometimes sprinting along narrow eaves, other times leaping to the summits of towering structures. Its movements were light and swift, akin to that of a true ninja dog. The guards exerted every ounce of effort to close the gap, yet they remained unable to bridge the distance to Akamaru. Beads of sweat formed on their foreheads, their breaths growing labored. How infuriating! How can that dog be so fast? A guard could not help but utter a curse, his stamina waning, his legs feeling as heavy as lead. "Don't let it escape." Another guard gritted his teeth, forcing his weary body to continue the pursuit. Their hearts brimmed with resentment. As protectors of Konoha, they could not allow a mere dog to wreak havoc within the village. At that moment, Akamaru suddenly halted, standing in a secluded corner, casting a glance back at the panting guards. A glint of mischief flickered in its eyes, as if mocking their incompetence. In an instant, a puff of white smoke enveloped the space, and Akamaru vanished as if it had never existed. The guards stood frozen in disbelief, their faces etched with shock and confusion. They had clearly seen Akamaru. Why had it disappeared so abruptly? The night breeze rustled through, bringing a hint of chill. The guards exchanged glances, uncertain of their next course of action. A sense of defeat weighed heavily upon them. As guardians of Konoha, they could not even capture a dog, a most profound disgrace. "Captain, what should we do now?" One guard broke the silence, his voice tinged with frustration. "Fall back," replied the guard designated as captain, exhaling a sigh of resignation. "This dog is no ordinary creature. We cannot catch it." The guards silently nodded. Though their hearts were filled with reluctance, they had no choice but to accept this reality. They turned and departed, their figures fading into the shadows. The night returned to its tranquil state, as though nothing had transpired. Only in that secluded corner lingered a faint ripple of chakra, a testament to the events that had just unfolded. Meanwhile, Hate navigated through twisting paths, finally arriving at his residence. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, relieved to confirm that no one was tailing him. "Phew, I'm finally safe," he murmured, shutting the door and locking it securely. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. Although the night's endeavor had been perilous, he had emerged unscathed. He had successfully obtained the sealing scroll and returned it without leaving a trace. Now, it was time for the moment of miracles. Excitement gleamed in Hayate's eyes as he eagerly anticipated utilizing the system's derivation. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, he silently intoned, "System, I wish to derive all the ninjutsu from the sealing scroll." Chapter 34. The Art of Multiple Shadow Clones. Mastery achieved. "System, I wish to derive all the ninjutsu from the sealing scroll." Hate repeated in his mind, a barely perceptible tremor in his voice. His eyes sparkled with exhilaration, envisioning countless powerful ninjutsu beckoning to him. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. He understood that one cannot achieve greatness in a single bite. Every journey begins with a single step. According to the original narrative, Naruto could swiftly master the technique of multiple shadow clones. The difficulty of mastering this technique is relatively low. One should first deduce this art. System, commenced the derivation of the multiple shadow clone technique. Lin Feng decisively resolved this. Understood, beginning the derivation of the multiple shadow clone technique. The system's voice resonated in Lin Feng's mind, devoid of any emotion. Subsequently, Lin Feng felt his consciousness enter a wondrous realm. In this space, he beheld a hazy figure continuously performing hand seals, diligently practicing the multiple shadow clone technique. That figure was, in fact, himself. Time seemed to lose its significance within this realm, and Lin Feng was unaware of how long had passed. He merely knew that he was ceaselessly practicing, rehearsing, and refining. In the first year, you fervently practiced the multiple shadow clone technique, your speed in forming seals increasingly rapid, and your chakra control growing ever more intricate, achieving the foundational level of the technique. In the second year, you continued your relentless practice, gaining a profound understanding of the multiple shadow clone technique, with both the quantity and quality of your clones significantly enhanced, reaching the minor accomplishment level of the technique. In the third year, you seem to become one with the multiple shadow clone technique, able to produce thousands of clones with a mere gesture. Each clone vibrant and possessing combat capabilities akin to your own, attaining the realm of great perfection in the technique. The derivation concluded. The multiple shadow clone technique, great perfection, consumed 3 years of lifespan, leaving 16 years remaining. The system's voice once again echoed, drawing Lin Feng's consciousness back to reality. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of enlightenment flashing within. He felt as though he had genuinely practiced the multiple shadow clone technique for 3 years, with every detail indelibly etched in his mind. Is this the power of the system? Truly miraculous. Lin Feng could not help but exclaim. He rose to his feet and moved to the open space in the room. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly formed the hand seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of white smoke enveloped the room, and instantly, thousands of Lin Fengs appeared. Each clone bore an exact likeness to Lin Feng, with no discrepancies in appearance or demeanor. Is this the multiple shadow clone technique at the level of great perfection? Indeed impressive. Lin Feng observed the clones before him, nodding in satisfaction. With a mere thought, all the clones vanished in an instant, dissipating into a cloud of white smoke. With this technique, my power will significantly enhance. Lin Feng clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with confidence. He understood that this was merely the beginning. Next, he would continue to derive the other ninjutsu from the Book of Seals, step by step ascending to the pinnacle of the ninja world. Lin Feng's gaze shifted from the Book of Seals to the scroll of the Flying Thunder God technique. He licked his lips, a glimmer of desire flashing in his eyes. The Flying Thunder God technique, a pinnacle of space-time ninjutsu, is renowned as the yellow flash of Minato Namikaze, who shone brilliantly during the Third Great Ninja War, instilling fear across the land. If I could master this technique, who in this world could pose a threat to me? However, Lin Feng was acutely aware of the formidable difficulty associated with learning the Flying Thunder God technique. In the original narrative, both Minato and Tobarama Senju possessed extraordinary talent in space-time ninjutsu, enabling them to cultivate it to perfection. The original owner of this body was merely an experimental sound ninja, inferior even to a mere Sakan, and thus, it was unlikely that he possessed a high aptitude for space-time ninjutsu. Therefore, Lin Feng's expectations for the Flying Thunder God technique were modest. He would be content to achieve merely a basic level of proficiency. Yet, he pondered how much of his lifespan would be consumed in pursuit of this goal. Lin Feng felt a twinge of anxiety, as he had only 16 years of life remaining, each year precious beyond measure. He even contemplated reserving some time to perform the impure world reincarnation system. Initiate the derivation of the Flying Thunder God technique. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and silently commanded. Received, commencing derivation of the Flying Thunder God technique, came the system's cold, emotionless response. In the next moment, Lin Feng's consciousness was once again transported to that extraordinary realm. Within this space, he transformed into an indefatigable practitioner, tirelessly honing the Flying Thunder God technique day after day. Year 1. You fervently practiced the Flying Thunder God technique, striving to grasp its spatial mysteries. However, progress was agonizingly slow, and the technique remained elusive. Year 2. You continued undeterred, engaging in relentless attempts and repeated failures, yet the correct path remained hidden, with no advancement in the Flying Thunder God technique. Year 5. Frustration began to set in. You questioned whether you truly possessed the talent to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, but you pressed on, achieving a rudimentary level of understanding. Year 9. You gradually uncovered some insights, deepening your comprehension of the Flying Thunder God technique, yet mastery still felt distant. The technique reached an intermediate level. Year 12. You finally succeeded in utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique for short-range teleportation, though it demanded a tremendous amount of chakra, and precision in landing was challenging. The technique attained a basic level of proficiency. Derivation complete. Flying Thunder God technique. Basic proficiency, consuming 12 years of lifespan, remaining lifespan, 4 years. The system's voice drew Lin Feng's consciousness back to reality. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with astonishment and resignation. 12 years. It took 12 years of his life to achieve only a basic level of the Flying Thunder God technique. He couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. It appeared that the original body's aptitude for space-time ninjutsu was, indeed, woefully inadequate. Taking a deep breath to steady his tumultuous emotions, he gradually opened the system panel, his eyes falling upon the attributes section. 11, 5, 8, 4, 5, 24, 6. Lin Feng's gaze lingered on the character for seal, a surge of ecstasy swelling within him. The value of his sealing attribute had remarkably risen to 6 points. He vividly recalled that prior to mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, his sealing attribute was merely 4 points. Now, it had increased by 2 points. What could this signify? Lin Feng closed his eyes, reminiscing about the description of this attribute. In the world of Naruto, the sealing attribute represents a ninja's ability to perform hand seals. The higher the value, the swifter the sealing process, potentially even achieving the realm of performing techniques without seals. This implies that a ninja endowed with a high sealing attribute can execute ninjutsu requiring hand seals more rapidly than others, even omitting the sealing steps altogether to unleash their techniques directly. Such an advantage in the ever-shifting tides of battle is undeniably monumental. Imagine, while the enemy struggles to perform their seals, you have already unleashed your ninjutsu upon them. What an exhilarating triumph that would be. Performing techniques without seals, Lin Feng murmured, his eyes shimmering with excitement. He wondered when he might attain such a state. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the door. Chapter 35. The Flying Thunder God Technique demonstrates its might. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent raps on the door shattered the tranquility of the room. Lin Feng's heart raced as he abruptly sat up from the ground. Who is it? He asked warily, quickly scanning his surroundings for a place to conceal himself. Umbu. Routine inspection. Open the door. A deep voice resonated from outside, imbued with an undeniable authority. Lin Feng's expression instantaneously darkened. At this hour, he was supposed to be patrolling the prison. Why would the Umbu be here to conduct an inspection? Furthermore, it was precisely at this critical moment when he had just returned from the Forbidden Techniques loft. Had he been discovered? That seemed impossible. He had been exceedingly cautious, leaving no trace behind. Moreover, Hong Wan had successfully diverted the guards. No one should have noticed him. Countless thoughts raced through Lin Feng's mind, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. He forced himself to remain calm, pondering his next move. He absolutely could not open the door. Once he did, he would be completely exposed. However, if he refused to open it, the Umbu would undoubtedly force their way in, leaving him with even less room for explanation. What should he do? Lin Feng's heartbeat quickened, as if it would leap from his chest. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. Open the door. Otherwise, we will break it down. The voice outside urged again, even more sternly than before. Lin Feng realized he could no longer delay. He needed to devise a plan and escape from this predicament swiftly. However, the room possessed but a single door, and all the windows were sealed tightly, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Just then, his gaze fell upon a shuriken nestled in the corner. It was the very shuriken he utilized for his throwing practice, its surface still dusted with remnants of neglect. Suddenly, a bold thought flickered through Lin Feng's mind. The Flying Thunder God Technique. Although he had only recently begun to comprehend this technique, achieving merely a minor mastery, it should enable him to perform a short-range teleportation. If he could inscribe the technique's formula upon the shuriken and then hurl it outside, he could instantaneously transport himself to the shuriken's location. Thus, he could depart from this place without leaving a trace. With this realization, a glimmer of determination sparked in Lin Feng's eyes. He swiftly grasped the shuriken, bit his finger, and used his blood to etch a complex rune upon its handle. This was the formula for the Flying Thunder God Technique. Despite his limited mastery, Lin Feng had memorized every nuance of the technique. Taking a deep breath, he infused the shuriken with his chakra. The rune upon the shuriken shimmered faintly, as if imbued with life. Now was the moment. Lin Feng silently urged himself, forcefully casting the shuriken through the narrow gap of the window. It arced gracefully through the air, exiting into the night. Simultaneously, the Umbu ninja outside had grown impatient. Break the door. At this command, several Umbu ninjas simultaneously raised their feet and kicked the door. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as the wooden door splintered, debris flying in all directions. The ninjas surged into the room, eyes alert, scanning every corner. Yet, the room lay empty, save for the scattered wood shavings and various debris. Where is he? One of the Umbu ninjas inquired, furrowing his brow with doubt. Could he have escaped early? Another ventured. Impossible. We've been stationed outside and saw no one leave. The lead Umbu ninja countered, shaking his head dismissively. Search. Thoroughly search. He must still be here. With his command, the Umbu ninjas dispersed, meticulously combing through the room. Yet, their efforts were destined to be in vain. For at that moment, Lin Feng had successfully utilized the Flying Thunder God Technique. Teleporting to a narrow alley several hundred meters away. Panting heavily, Lin Feng leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. His complexion had turned pale, and sweat beaded upon his forehead. The earlier endeavor had been fraught with peril, yet he had managed to escape the danger unscathed. However, the toll of the Flying Thunder God Technique proved far greater than he had anticipated. He needed to enhance his chakra reserves without delay. Lin Feng contemplated quietly within himself. After resting for a while and feeling a semblance of strength return, he arose and departed from the narrow alley. He now had to feign the demeanor of someone on patrol. Only in this guise could he completely clear himself of suspicion. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he swiftly made his way toward the prison where he had previously undertaken a mission. As he walked, he silently expressed gratitude for having timely deduced the Flying Thunder God Technique. Otherwise, he might have truly faced dire consequences that very night. Indeed, the capabilities of the system proved formidable, providing salvation in critical moments. Lin Feng could not help but marvel at this reality. He quickened his pace, his figure vanishing into the shadows. Before long, Lin Feng returned to the vicinity of the prison, maintaining an air of nonchalance. He continued his patrol as though nothing had transpired. The guards failed to detect any anomalies, greeting him in their customary manner. While he interacted with them, Lin Feng pondered deeply. Although he had managed to conceal the events of the night for now, it was likely to arouse suspicion among certain individuals. He must enhance his strength swiftly to confront any potential dangers that might arise. With a surge of urgency, he withdrew his gaze from the distance, whispering, "For years." His voice tinged with anxiety. The system's prompt echoed like a death knell, a constant reminder of the fleeting passage of his lifespan. Moreover, he was uncertain when Danzo would assign him to execute the plan in Sunigakure. Calculating the days, it seemed imminent. According to the timeline of the original narrative, during this period, the 5 great villages maintained regular communication, aside from Kirigakure, which had succumbed to a bloody regime. However, this communication was predicated on mutual trust. In the absence of trust, one could not overstep boundaries or advance timelines, even for pressing matters. It was likely that Konoha, fearful of misconstruing intentions with Sunigakure, opted to await the scheduled communication to inform them of Orochimaru's plot. Action must be taken swiftly. Lin Feng clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. He understood that he could no longer remain passive. However, where could he locate his adversaries? Furrowing his brow, he fell into contemplation. He was still, nominally, a member of Konoha's Umbu and could not recklessly engage with the ninjas within the village. Moreover, enemies beyond the village were not easily encountered. It seemed that his only recourse was to pursue missions. Lin Feng mused internally. Only through the execution of tasks could he engage in battle with enemies legitimately, securing his lifespan without revealing his true intentions. Yet, he could not blindly accept any mission. A shrewd glimmer flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. He must select tasks that ensure his safety while also providing a sufficient lifespan. Ideally, these tasks should present moderate difficulty, with opponents of considerable strength. Lin Feng contemplated this in his mind. Such tasks would neither plunge him into excessive peril nor fail to reward him handsomely. However, such opportunities would likely be scarce. Lin Feng sighed, feeling a twinge of frustration. Although there were numerous missions in the Dark Division, most comprised simple reconnaissance or escort duties. While these tasks were safe, the opponents were too weak to meet Lin Feng's requirements. Conversely, the more challenging tasks were often fraught with significant risks, which Lin Feng's current capabilities were insufficient to handle. He resolved to visit the mission hall early the next morning to see what tasks were available to undertake. Chapter 36. Intercepting the main character's mission to the Land of Waves. Unexpected achievement points in the Konoha mission hall. Ninjas gathered in clusters, discussing the details and rewards of various tasks. Lin Feng strode directly to the reception desk, presenting his token to the attendant. "Hello, I am here to accept a mission," he stated. The attendant, a young female ninja, took the token, meticulously verified the information, and then looked up, her expression impassive as she said, "Zhu Lu, you exceeded your last mission's requirements, and now you are eligible to undertake A and B rank missions." She handed Lin Feng a thick stack of mission listings. Lin Feng took the task list and quickly skimmed through it. The C-rank missions consisted mainly of errands and pet-finding tasks, which he disregarded entirely. His focus was primarily on the B-rank missions. These tasks were significantly more challenging than their C-rank counterparts, predominantly involving escort duties and investigations, with relatively generous rewards. Lin Feng sifted through the options, hoping to find a suitable task. Suddenly, his gaze landed on one particular mission, and his eyes brightened instantly. Escort the bridge, expert Mr. Dasna to the Land of Waves to complete the construction of a bridge, B-rank mission, reward, 10,000 Rio, available for a rank and above. Isn't this the very mission that Team 7 undertook? Lin Feng immediately recognized it as the B-rank task from the original narrative, which later escalated in danger due to the formidable adversary Zabuza Momochi. However, what did it matter? An early character like Zabuza posed no threat to Lin Feng at this point. He need not worry at all. Moreover, eliminating Zabuza could potentially grant him a considerable lifespan. Done deal. Lin Feng was just about to accept the mission when he exclaimed, "Hey, are there any more stimulating tasks available? I have no interest in trivial pursuits like finding cats and dogs." At that moment, a cacophony erupted from the mission hall. The raucous voice belonging to none other than Naruto from the days of Class 7. Lin Feng's heart stirred, and he turned to look. There stood a boy with tousled blonde hair, clad in an orange tracksuit, shouting impatiently at the reception staff. His signature goggles and the whisker-like markings on his face unmistakably identified him as Uzumaki Naruto. "Hey, you little brat, can you keep it down? This is the mission hall, not your home," grumbled a middle-aged ninja, adorned with a Konoha forehead protector, his brow furrowed in annoyance. "Who are you to tell me what to do? I'm destined to become Hokage, and I won't let these trivial tasks waste my time," Naruto retorted defiantly, hands on his hips. "Haha, you, Hokage? Don't make me laugh," another ninja scoffed. "A mere child dares to boast. Truly, the fearless naivety of youth." Surrounded by jeers, Naruto's face flushed crimson with anger. Yet he found himself at a loss for a retort. After all, his current strength was indeed meager, hardly convincing anyone of his aspirations. "Silence!" A commanding voice suddenly cut through the clamor, instantly silencing the crowd. Everyone turned to see a tall, stern-looking middle-aged man approaching, clad in the uniform of a Konoha Jonin. He emanated an aura of formidable authority that made it difficult to meet his gaze. Kakashi-sensei. Upon seeing the newcomer, Naruto's eyes lit up as if he had found his savior. "Kakashi? The copy ninja Kakashi?" Murmurs of intrigue rippled through the gathered ninjas at the sight of Kakashi, their expressions alight with curiosity. Lin Feng watched this scene with keen interest. It was his first encounter with Naruto, the protagonist since his arrival in this world. However, he feared that he might alter Naruto's developmental journey, for he had accepted a mission from the Land of Waves. "This is the mission," Lin Feng declared with unwavering resolve as he handed the mission slip back to the reception staff. "Are you certain you wish to take on this task of escorting Mr. Tazuna to the Land of Waves?" The receptionist looked at Lin Feng with surprise, seemingly taken aback by his choice. After all, though the mission was only a D rank, the journey was long and fraught with the potential for danger in such a destitute land. "Indeed," Lin Feng affirmed with a nod, showing no signs of hesitation. "Very well." The receptionist, recognizing Lin Feng's steadfastness, proceeded to finalize the mission transfer without further discussion. Meanwhile, Kakashi regarded the raucous blonde boy before him with a weary sigh. Adjusting his forehead protector, "Naruto, if you seek a more thrilling mission, it is certainly not out of reach." Kakashi sighed and remarked, "However, your current abilities are still insufficient to tackle those high-level missions." "But, Kakashi-sensei, we are no longer children," Naruto retorted defiantly. "We have graduated from the Ninja Academy and should be assigned more advanced tasks. Indeed, Kakashi-sensei, we are eager to enhance our skills and contribute to the village." Sasuke chimed in, his tone bland, but his eyes revealing a fervent desire. Though Sakura remained silent, her gaze was filled with anticipation as she looked at Kakashi. Observing the spirited trio before him, Kakashi felt a warm surge within. He understood their yearning for growth and strength. "Very well, since you feel so strongly about this, I shall make an exception this once." After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi finally decided, "I happen to have a mission available. Are you interested?" "Really? That's fantastic," Naruto exclaimed in jubilation, while excitement also illuminated Sasuke and Sakura's faces. Lin Feng, standing nearby, couldn't help but smile wryly at the scene. He knew Kakashi intended to take Team 7 on a mission to the Land of Waves. However, he feared disappointment, as he had already intercepted that mission. Just then, a notification sound echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! Detected that the host has altered the growth trajectories of Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno. Rewarded with 3 achievement points. What? Lin Feng was taken aback, quickly overwhelmed by elation. Such fortune had befallen him. He never anticipated that intercepting Naruto and the others' mission would yield achievement points. This was an unexpected delight. It seemed he should seize more opportunities from Naruto and the others in the future. Thus, not only could he gain an abundance of lifespan, but he could also acquire achievement points, truly a twofold benefit. Yet, amidst his joy, a hint of concern arose within Lin Feng. The Land of Waves was a crucial setting for the bonds formed between Naruto and Sasuke, as well as a vital chapter in their growth. Would his interference jeopardize their subsequent development and ultimately lead to the success of Kage's plan? After all, he was well aware that Naruto and Sasuke were pivotal figures in saving the ninja world. Ding! The host need not worry. At that moment, the system seemed to sense Lin Feng's apprehension, issuing another notification. Naruto and Sasuke will inadvertently undertake the task of liberating the mines of the Land of Fire, where they will encounter the Black Hoe Thunderfang, embarking on a new saga. Chapter 37. Prelude to the Journey to the Land of Waves. Black Ho Thunderfang. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Is this the aura of the protagonist? He couldn't help but exclaim. Black Ho Thunderfang and Lanmaru shared a narrative akin to that of Zabuza and Haku. He is also one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Such a coincidence left Lin Feng somewhat speechless. It seems that the protagonist's opportunities are indeed extraordinary, always encountering events that foster personal growth. With this, he felt a sense of relief. He exhaled deeply, dispelling the worries that had lingered in his heart. Since Naruto and Sasuke had their own fortuitous encounters, he could confidently undertake the mission in the Land of Waves. Zabuza, just wait for me. A glimmer of anticipation shone in Lin Feng's eyes, filled with eager expectation. Following the address recorded on the mission scroll, Lin Feng navigated through several twists and turns, ultimately locating Dazna's temporary residence in a somewhat dilapidated neighborhood. Before him stood a 2-story building, its walls peeling and worn, the windows slightly shattered, exuding an air of neglect from years of disrepair. Lin Feng knocked on the door, and, after a brief wait, it creaked open. A middle-aged man appeared, his disheveled black hair and thick beard framing a face marked by determination. Though of shorter stature, he possessed a sturdy build, dressed in plain workman's attire. You must be Mr. Dazna? Lin Feng inquired, noting that this man bore a striking resemblance to the description of Dazna on the mission scroll. I am. And you are? Dazna looked at the youth before him, a hint of confusion in his eyes. My name is Lin Feng, the ninja tasked with escorting you. We can depart for the Land of Waves immediately, Lin Feng stated straightforwardly. Now, Dazna was taken aback, a flicker of panic crossing his face. Yes, now? Lin Feng affirmed with a nod. He thought to himself, in the original story, Naruto completed the mission and named the bridge after himself. Therefore, if I assist Dazna in fulfilling this mission, the bridge in the Land of Waves should eventually be named Lin Feng Bridge, right? The very thought filled him with an inexplicable sense of excitement. Well, Dazna stammered, his gaze wavering, as if he harbored unspoken concerns. What's wrong? Lin Feng noticed his demeanor and furrowed his brow. Why is it just you escorting me? Dazna hesitated before voicing his doubts. Observing Dazna's expression, Lin Feng suddenly understood. He realized why Dazna was reluctant to allow him to escort him. Dazna was evidently apprehensive about Lin Feng's capabilities. After all, in the original narrative, this mission was rated as a rank because Dazna had concealed the true difficulty of the task. It was, in fact, of S rank. Clearly, Dazna was aware of the challenges involved. It seemed necessary for Lin Feng to demonstrate his strength to Dazna. Otherwise, this old man might not easily agree to accompany him. Just one person? Lin Feng smiled slightly, producing 2 identification badges from his pocket and waving them in front of Dazna. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a member of Konoha's Umbu and Root. You may call me Lin Feng. This task is solely under my responsibility. He paused for a moment and continued. I am a trusted aide beside Danzo-sama, so you need not worry about my capabilities. Dazna gazed at the young boy before him, then glanced at the credentials in his hand that represented the 2 most shadowy departments of Konoha. For a moment, he felt utterly bewildered. Umbu, Root, Danzo. Each of these terms struck his heart like a heavy hammer, and the name Danzo, in particular, sent a shiver down his spine. As a bridge builder who had traversed the Land of Fire for years, Dazna had certainly heard of the infamous leader of Konoha's Root. He was a seasoned stronghold. Much like the 3rd Hokage, having survived through the tumultuous times of war, the second in command of Konoha. The boy before him was actually a trusted subordinate of Danzo. A storm of emotions surged within Dazna, leaving him at a loss for what to do. He had initially expected Kakashi to arrive. After all, the reputation of the copy ninja resonated throughout the shinobi world. With Kakashi present, his safety would be maximally assured. However, now, gazing at the youth who referred to himself as Lin Feng, Dazna felt a twinge of anxiety. Although the boy had produced credentials from Umbu and Root and mentioned Danzo's name, he had conveniently concealed a multitude of details regarding the task's difficulty. What if this Lin Feng lacked the prowess required? Would he not be placing his life in jeopardy? Mr. Lin Feng, Dazna hesitated but finally spoke. Might I request a different escort? A different escort? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Yes, I would like Kakashi to take on this task. Dazna steeled himself as he spoke. I have heard of his great strength, and with him, I would feel far more secure. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng understood. It appeared that Dasna still doubted his abilities. It was no surprise, for his reputation indeed paled in comparison to Kakashi's. Kakashi, you say? Linfeng pondered, stroking his chin. He is likely occupied with other matters and may not have the time to take on your task. How about this? I shall demonstrate my abilities, and you can ascertain whether I am qualified to protect you. With that, Linfeng swiftly formed hand seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. A cloud of white smoke erupted, and in an instant, a dozen Linfengs appeared before Dasna. This left Dasna wide-eyed, his disbelief evident. But it was not over yet. One of the Linfengs smirked slightly, raising his palm upward as a pale blue chakra ball rapidly coalesced. Rasengan. The Rasengan spun at high velocity, producing a howling wind that even stirred the surrounding dust into a frenzy. Dasna was utterly astonished by the breathtaking scene before him. Now, do you believe I am worthy of protecting you? Linfeng inquired softly as he dispersed his shadow clones and the Rasengan. Yes, yes, yes. Dasna nodded repeatedly, his face devoid of any previous doubt or hesitation. Mr. Linfeng, I trust you. Let us set forth at once. His voice brimmed with trust and urgency. Clearly impressed by Linfeng's prowess, Linfeng nodded in agreement. Very well, then let us commence our journey. He turned to Dasna and added, however, before we depart, I need to discuss the specifics of our itinerary. Please, go ahead, Dasna replied respectfully. In order to ensure your safety and enhance our efficiency, I propose we split into two groups, Linfeng suggested, his gaze sharp. Split into two groups? Dasna queried, a hint of confusion in his expression. Indeed, Linfeng elucidated. You shall travel by carriage and boat, following the standard route to the land of waves. Meanwhile, I will utilize my own methods to swiftly reach a small village near the land of waves. We will rendezvous there. Dasna furrowed his brows, a trace of concern in his voice as he asked, is that truly safe? Rest assured, there is a rationale behind my arrangement, Linfeng calmly replied. Your pace is too slow, and traveling together would squander precious time. By acting separately, we can reach our destination more swiftly. Moreover, you will be on a conventional route, making you an obvious target, but I will discreetly ensure your safety. As for myself, I possess unique abilities for rapid movement, so there is no cause for concern. After pondering for a moment, Dasna ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall adhere to Mr. Linfeng's plan. Excellent, Linfeng responded, satisfaction evident in his nod. Let us not delay, you should depart immediately. Remember, we have agreed to meet at a small village called Konk Village near the Land of Waves. I will await your arrival there. Dasna cast a deep glance at Linfeng and said, Mr. Linfeng, I entrust everything to you. With that, he turned and mounted the carriage, urging the horses onward in the direction of the Land of Waves. Linfeng watched Dasna's retreating figure, a faint smile gracing his lips. Land of Waves. Kato, no more beheading. I shall see just how formidable you truly are. Taking a deep breath, he crouched slightly and propelled himself forward with a powerful thrust of his legs. Whoosh! Linfeng's figure vanished in an instant, leaving only the sound of the wind rushing past. His decision to part ways with Dasna stemmed not only from considerations of speed, but also from a deeper motivation, to hone his skills. Since arriving in the world of Hokage, he had relied solely on the system's guidance, which was a tremendous waste of his lifespan. He sought to enhance his physical prowess through this excursion. Chapter 38. The Assassination of Yazutu and Mingtu. 3 days swiftly passed. Linfeng traversed the arduous path, tirelessly advancing without respite. He refrained from employing any ninjutsu, relying solely on his legs to run, solely to fortify his stamina. Now, he could faintly discern the outline of the Land of Waves. With a deep breath, Linfeng paused and summoned the system panel. His gaze fell upon the speed attribute, a faint smile gracing his lips. It had increased by 1 point. Linfeng nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that this method of enhancing his abilities through rigorous training was indeed effective. Consequently, he would be able to conserve a considerable amount of achievement points and lifespan in the future. However, it was still somewhat slow, Linfeng mused, stroking his chin. It appeared that he needed to intensify his training regimen. He stowed away the system panel and continued on his journey. At this pace, he would soon reach Konk Village. Linfeng contemplated the time, wondering how Dazuna was faring. Surely, he must be nearing his destination as well. Suddenly, Linfeng furrowed his brow slightly, sensing several faint presences observing him from the surroundings. It seemed he had entered the territory of Kato. Perhaps the subordinates of Zabuza were preparing to eliminate him. Lin Feng maintained his composure and proceeded forward, ever vigilant. Abruptly, a rustling sound emanated from the grass beside the path. In a flash, two shadowy figures sprang from the underbrush, lunging directly at Lin Feng. They were two ninjas adorned with the forehead protectors of the Mist Village, wielding kunai with fierce glints in their eyes. Die! One of them sneered, thrusting the kunai menacingly towards Lin Feng's chest. The other launched an attack from the side, targeting Lin Feng's neck. Their coordination was seamless, clearly indicative of well-trained assassins. In the face of this sudden assault, Lin Feng remained remarkably calm. Just as the kunai was about to pierce him, his figure abruptly vanished. Bang! A wooden stump appeared in his stead, absorbing the attack. Body substitution technique. The two mist ninjas were momentarily taken aback, evidently unprepared for Lin Feng's use of such ninjutsu. There, one of them, with keen eyes, spotted Lin Feng concealed in the nearby foliage. Lin Feng slowly rose from the grass, brushing off the dust from his attire, a cold smile forming on his lips. "You were sent by Zabuza, aren't you?" he inquired nonchalantly, devoid of any hint of panic. "Humph, since you know, then prepare to meet your demise." The other ninja retorted savagely. "You two must be Yizutu and Mingtu, correct?" Lin Feng disregarded his threats and spoke to himself. "Oh, you actually know our names?" Yitu looked at Lin Feng with some surprise. Hee. In the original story, you two used this very trick to ambush Kakashi and his group. Lin Feng mused inwardly, maintaining an impassive expression. Yitu and Ming-Tu, rogue ninjas from the Mist Village, were also formidable subordinates of Zabuza. They excelled in cooperative combat and had executed numerous assassination missions, their strength not to be underestimated. "Enough with the idle chatter. Prepare to meet your end," Ming-Tu roared, charging towards Lin Feng once more. Yitu swiftly followed suit, the two of them flanking him, forming a pincer attack. "Since you are so eager to die, I shall oblige." A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he crouched slightly. Swish! His figure vanished in an instant. So fast. Yitu and Ming-Tu gasped, hurriedly turning to locate Lin Feng. "Right here." Lin Feng's voice suddenly resonated behind them. They felt a chill run down their spines as an overwhelming force surged toward them. Bang! Bang! With two dull thuds, Lin Feng sent both Yitu and Ming-Tu flying with a punch each. They crashed heavily to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths as they struggled to rise. "How is this possible?" Yitu looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. "Your strength is far too weak." Lin Feng slowly approached them, looking down from above. "Who are you?" Ming-Tu asked in terror. "I am the one here to take your lives," Lin Feng replied coldly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Without a moment's hesitation, he formed hand seals. Wood release, wood pillar wall. Several sturdy wooden pillars sprang up from the ground, trapping Yitu and Ming-Tu securely within. "Please, don't kill us." Yitu and Ming-Tu cried out in terror, but their pleas were in vain. "Go to hell and repent." Lin Feng snorted coldly, forming hand seals once more. Wood release, wood clone. A wooden clone identical to Lin Feng appeared beside him. "Go, send them on their way," Lin Feng stated indifferently. The wooden clone nodded and slowly approached Yitu and Ming-Tu. "No." Their desperate screams echoed as the wooden clone ended their lives. Lin Feng gazed expressionlessly at the corpses of Yitu and Ming-Tu, his heart untouched by any disturbance. To him, these two were merely stepping stones on the path to success. "Killing two elite Xianglin should extend my lifespan considerably," Lin Feng inwardly anticipated. At that moment, a notification sound echoed in his mind. "You have killed elite Xianglin Yitu. Reward, 6 years of lifespan. You have killed elite Xianglin Ming-Tu. Reward, 6 years of lifespan. Current remaining lifespan, 18 years. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile. Indeed, vanquishing ninjas grants one a reward of extended lifespan, with the magnitude of the reward proportionate to the strength of the foe. Thus, I shall possess a greater span of life to delve into the intricacies of ninjutsu and technology. However, it is not yet time to relax. Lin Feng's gaze swept across his surroundings, his expression gradually becoming somber. Although he had dealt with the threats of the Ghost Head and the Underworld Head, Zabuza posed the true menace. As for Haku, Lin Feng contemplated the possibility of recruiting her as an ally. After all, she too was a ninja endowed with a bloodline limit, and by taking her under his wing, he could alter her fate, thereby earning achievement points. Taking a deep breath to steady his exhilaration, Lin Feng understood that the forthcoming battle would be even more arduous. System, display my personal panel, Lin Feng silently commanded. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 14 years. Remaining lifespan, 10 years. Achievement points, 3 points. Attributes, Ninjutsu 11, Strength 4, Illusion 8, Power 4, Speed 6, Precision 24. Seals 6. Bloodline limit. Would release 1 precision, 5 chakra. Gazing at his personal panel, Lin Feng pondered. Where should he allocate the 3 achievement points? The paramount concern was to enhance his own prowess in preparation for the impending combat. Strength and speed dictated his martial arts proficiency and mobility, both critical in battle. Ninjutsu and precision determined the potency of his techniques, with precision also affecting his chakra capacity, equally significant. Illusion and seals could be set aside for the moment. After a meticulous analysis of his situation, he resolved to invest the achievement points into strength and precision. After all, Zabuza was also an expert in physical combat. Should he falter in that regard, being caught in close quarters would spell disaster. System, allocate 2 achievement points to strength and 1 point to precision, Lin Feng decisively instructed. Points allocated successfully. Current attributes, Ninjutsu 11, Strength 6, Illusion 8, Power 4, Speed 6, Precision 25, Seals 6. The system's notification echoed once more. Lin Feng felt the transformation within his body, a surge of formidable power welling up within him. He sensed a marked enhancement in his physical condition and martial arts skills, along with a notable increase in his chakra reserves. Now, my strength should be considerably greater. Lin Feng clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with confidence. However, he must now proceed to the Hidden Mist village to meet with Tizuna, for he still had to maintain his facade and could not allow anyone to uncover his omniscient perspective. Thus, he embarked on the path to Hidden Mist village. Chapter 39. Preparing to approach Haku, Lin Feng sped along, his form flitting through the woods like a specter, his destination set firmly on Hidden Mist village. As dusk fell, the remnants of the sun cast a golden hue upon the earth, enveloping everything in a warm glow. At last, he arrived at his destination. Hidden Mist village. A quaint settlement nestled by the sea, was modest in size, home to merely a few dozen families. The houses in the village are predominantly constructed from wood and thatch, appearing somewhat rudimentary, yet exuding an air of simplicity. The sea breeze gently caresses the surroundings, carrying with it a faint hint of brine, a signature scent of the ocean. Lin Feng entered the village, his gaze sweeping over everything around him. He intercepted a villager who was returning home with a fishing net and politely inquired, "Could you please direct me to the residence of Mr. Dazna?" "Dazna? You mean the bridge builder?" The villager assessed Lin Feng for a moment before pointing towards a small cottage at the easternmost edge of the village. "He is there." "Thank you," Lin Feng replied gratefully, proceeding in the direction indicated by the villager. Soon, he arrived at Dazna's abode. It was a wooden house slightly larger than the others, with a cart parked in front, suggesting that Dazna had just returned from an outing. Lin Feng raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. "Who is it?" came Dazna's voice from within, tinged with fatigue and caution. "It is I, Lin Feng," Lin Feng responded. The door creaked open, revealing Dazna at the threshold. Upon seeing Lin Feng, he momentarily froze. Then his face brightened with surprise. "Mr. Lin Feng, you have come." "Indeed, I have," Lin Feng nodded. "Come in, please." Dazna hastily ushered Lin Feng inside. The interior was simply furnished, consisting of a table, a few chairs, and a bed. This comprised the entirety of the furniture. On the table sat a pot of wine alongside several cups, indicating that Dazna had been drinking alone. "Mr. Lin Feng, what brings you here so swiftly?" Dazna poured a cup of wine for Lin Feng, his curiosity piqued. He had anticipated that Lin Feng would take longer to arrive. "I employed a particular method to expedite my journey, naturally arriving ahead of you," Lin Feng replied, taking the cup but refraining from drinking. "Come, let us drink." Dazna raised his cup, inviting Lin Feng to partake. Lin Feng held his cup, engaging Dazna in conversation. "Mr. Dazna, may I now inquire about the information you have concealed?" Lin Feng placed his cup on the table and posed the question directly. At this, Dazna's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. After a moment of silence, he sighed, seemingly resolved. "Alas, I knew I could not keep this from you." "Very well, I shall tell you. In truth, this task is far more perilous than you realize. The land of waves has fallen under the control of a merchant named Kato. He is a demon." As he spoke, Fear flickered in Dazna's eyes, as if recalling some harrowing event. Kato? Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed. He monopolizes maritime trade in the land of waves and employs a cadre of ninjas specifically to deal with those who dare to oppose him. Dazna's voice trembled, clearly filled with dread towards Kato. The reason I endeavor to construct a bridge is to dismantle the monopoly held by Kato, thereby allowing the people of the land of waves to lead prosperous lives. However, Kato will not permit such an endeavor. He will undoubtedly send assassins to eliminate me. Thus, this mission is of utmost importance. Dazna divulged all the truths in one breath, as if unburdening himself of a heavy load. Lin Feng listened quietly, his expression devoid of surprise, as if he had anticipated every word. I have long been aware of this, Lin Feng remarked calmly. You knew? Dazna stared at Lin Feng in disbelief, having assumed he was oblivious to such matters. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. Then, do you still wish to proceed with this mission? Dazna inquired anxiously, fearing that Lin Feng might choose to withdraw upon learning the truth. Absolutely, Lin Feng replied without hesitation, his tone resolute. But Dazna attempted to voice his concerns, only to be interrupted by Lin Feng. Rest assured, I am confident in my ability to deal with Kato and his minions. Lin Feng's voice was imbued with assurance, as though he had everything under control. Moreover, I require your assistance to complete this bridge. This endeavor is not solely for the people of the land of waves. It is also for my own sake. Lin Feng gazed at Dazna, his eyes reflecting unwavering conviction. Dazna felt a surge of warmth as he looked at Lin Feng, realizing he had encountered a truly dependable ally. He had initially thought he would have to fight alone, but to his surprise, Lin Feng was willing to assist him. Very well, Mr. Lin Feng, I place my trust in you. Dazna nodded emphatically, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Then let us commence our actions, Lin Feng declared. Where shall we go? Dazna asked. We are to seek out Kato and Zabuza. A glint of cold determination flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He was eager to resolve these troubles. Where are they? Dazna queried nervously. I must conduct an investigation first. Lin Feng mused, stroking his chin. Although he was aware of Kato and Zabuza's existence, their precise locations eluded him. However, I suspect they will soon come looking for us, especially since I have already dispatched Yato and Maito. A sly smile graced Lin Feng's lips. You should remain here and hide. I will take care of the rest. Lin Feng instructed Dazna, wishing to shield him from the impending peril. Understood. Dazna nodded, recognizing that his presence would only be a hindrance. As an ordinary person, he lacked the means to protect himself. Accompanying Lin Feng could divert attention away from the fight, jeopardizing both their lives. Instead, he felt it wiser to stay behind. Moreover, Dazna had faith in Lin Feng's capability to confront Kato and Zabuza. After all, Lin Feng is a formidable ninja who can effortlessly resolve matters with both the ghost and the underworld. Moreover, he has assured that he will soon locate the whereabouts of Kato and Zabuza. Thus, there is no need for Tazuna to accompany him on this perilous journey. I shall await your good news here, Tazuna said, his tone imbued with trust and anticipation. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Turning to exit Tazuna's home and setting foot onto the somewhat dilapidated streets of the land of waves. The cobblestone path beneath his feet was uneven, flanked by low and aged buildings, and the air was thick with a faint scent of the sea mingled with an aura of poverty. As he strolled, he meticulously devised a plan to find the girl named Haku. Haku, the enigmatic ninja possessing the ice-release bloodline limit, held an indescribable allure for Lin Feng. If he could obtain her genetic material, perhaps with the aid of Orochimaru's unparalleled scientific expertise, he might be able to integrate that ice-release bloodline limit into himself. Of course, if direct acquisition proved unattainable, Lin Feng would not hesitate to cultivate a friendship with her, seeking opportunities to obtain the forbidden techniques of her lineage, thus gaining access to her bloodline limit. However, before all else, he must first establish a favorable rapport with Haku. The challenge of simultaneously dealing with Zabuza while befriending Haku was, without a doubt, formidable. After much contemplation, a singular solution emerged to sow doubt in Haku's mind regarding Zabuza. Lin Feng unconsciously quickened his pace, replaying every detail about Haku and Zabuza in his mind. In the original narrative, Haku and Zabuza never truly opened their hearts to each other, ultimately leading to a tragic outcome. If I could induce Haku to feel profound disappointment in Zabuza, she would naturally gravitate towards my side. A subtle smile graced Lin Feng's lips, outlining a confident arc. Thus, one course of action became evident. I must become Zabuza, and under his guise, completely capture Haku's heart and soul. This plan was indeed a twofold triumph. What would Haku think if she discovered that the Zabuza who accompanied her day and night was, in fact, me? As for the method of capture, he had traversed into the world of Naruto precisely because of his nocturnal studies of the battle of multiple shadow clones against Hinata. The intricacies of the multiple shadow clone technique were well within Lin Feng's understanding. A glimmer of mischief flickered in his eyes. Alas, he had not mastered the multiplication techniques of the Akimichi clan. Otherwise, his conquest could have been expedited. Chapter 40. Transforming into Zabuza. The battle against Haku with the multiple shadow clone technique. Lin Feng walked alone along the streets of the Land of Waves. The surroundings were in disarray. With most buildings low and weathered, their walls marred, bearing remnants of past battles. The streets were sparsely populated. Occasionally, he would spot a few passers-by, their faces pale, their eyes reflecting a sense of numbness and despair. As Lin Feng observed this scene, a torrent of thoughts surged within him. How might he find Bai and persuade her to willingly betray Zabuza? At present, Bai should be foraging for herbs for Zabuza. Lin Feng pondered the narrative from the original work, his brow furrowing. If I can locate her and approach her under the guise of Zabuza, perhaps I might win her heart in the process. A slight smile crept upon his lips as plans began to form in his mind. Lin Feng closed his eyes, attuning himself to the chakra fluctuations around him. This was a fundamental skill taught in the Ninja Academy, employed to detect the surrounding movements. He needed to trace Bai's whereabouts. The surroundings were tranquil, with only the gentle rustling of leaves stirred by a soft breeze. Lin Feng's perception expanded like ripples on water, reaching outward. 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters. His awareness broadened, rendering everything around him vividly clear in his mind. Found it. Moments later, Lin Feng abruptly opened his eyes, pinpointing a direction. There was a faint yet familiar chakra signature. It was Bai's chakra. He swiftly moved towards that direction. Within a dense forest in the Land of Waves, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled patches of light upon the ground. A young girl clad in a pink kimono was crouched down, delicately harvesting herbs. Her features were exquisite, her skin fair, and her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, swaying gently with her movements. This girl was Bai. She was utterly absorbed in her task, her actions tender as though she were handling a precious treasure. Zabuza's injuries have yet to heal. I must procure these herbs swiftly. Bai murmured softly, a hint of worry lacing her voice. She gently placed the harvested herbs into a basket beside her, which was already filled with a number of herbs exuding a subtle fragrance. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps approached from behind. Bai's heart raced. She quickly turned around, her gaze alert. Before her stood a familiar figure, slowly approaching. Zabuza? Bai stared in astonishment, her eyes filled with confusion. The man before her was tall and imposing, his face wrapped in bandages, revealing only his eyes. He wielded a massive executioner's blade, its edge glinting ominously, exuding an intense sense of pressure. It was indeed Zabuza. What are you doing here? Zabuza inquired, his voice deep and gravelly, unchanged from his usual tone. I am gathering herbs for you, Bai stammered, her mind swirling with questions. How could Zabuza have appeared here? Wasn't he supposed to be recuperating? Enough herbs have been gathered. Zabuza stepped closer to Bai, extending his hand to gently caress her cheek, his touch imbued with utmost tenderness. You have worked hard, he said. Hearing Zabuza's gentle words, warmth surged within Bai, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She lifted her gaze and met Zabujan's eyes, her expression brimming with admiration and dependence. Since being taken in by the esteemed Zabujan, he had become her unwavering pillar, the most significant person in her life. Bai, would you be willing to sacrifice everything for me? Zabujan's voice was deep and magnetic, imbued with an irresistible charm. I would, Bai answered without hesitation, her tone resolute yet gentle. For Zabujan, she would willingly give everything, even her very life. Excellent, Zabujan replied with a nod of satisfaction, a flicker of enigmatic light dancing in his eyes. So many shadow clones, he exclaimed, swiftly performing hand seals. Bang, bang, bang. A cloud of white smoke enveloped the scene, and dozens of Zabujan appeared, encircling Bai completely. Zabujan, what is the meaning of this? Bai was taken aback by the sudden turn of events, confusion and disbelief flooding her gaze as she looked around at the multitude of Zabujan. From this day forth, all that is mine shall also belong to you. The dozens of Zabuza declared in unison, their faces adorned with gentle smiles and eyes filled with affection. After a long while, tranquility returned. The surrounding Zabuza vanished, leaving only one standing there. Bai lay on the ground, her eyes vacant as if her soul had departed. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead, and strands of hair clung to her cheeks, rendering her appearance somewhat disheveled. Yet, a satisfied smile radiated from her face, her lips slightly curled as if still lost in recent moments. Zabuza stood beside her, silently observing with an expression that was complex and inscrutable. Suddenly, Zabuza began to transform, his form gradually shrinking, the once imposing stature becoming slender. The bandages on his face unraveled piece by piece, falling to the ground and revealing Lin Feng's true identity. "You are not Zabuza," Bai exclaimed, gazing at the unfamiliar youth before her. Her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. She could hardly fathom that everything that had just transpired was a deception. She had been tricked by an impostor. "I never claimed to be Zabuza," Lin Feng replied calmly, as though stating an inconsequential fact. "Who exactly are you?" Bai's body trembled slightly, fear evident in her eyes. Recollections of the recent events flooded her mind. Those frantic actions, those shameful words, filling her heart with indignation and despair. She could not believe she had opened her heart to a stranger, even engaging in such intimate acts. "My name is Lin Feng," he said, looking at Bai with a slight smirk, revealing a playful smile. "I am someone who will soon alter your destiny." Chapter 41, Confronting Zabuza. "Who are you?" Bai's body quivered slightly, her eyes brimming with terror. She recalled all that had transpired moments ago, those frenzied actions, those embarrassing utterances, her heart brimming with shame and despair. How could she have laid bare her soul to a stranger, even engaging in such acts? "I am Lin Feng." Lin Feng gazed at Bai, a subtle smile of intrigue gracing his lips. "A person destined to alter your fate." "Alter my fate?" Bai murmured, her eyes clouded with confusion. "Indeed." Lin Feng nodded, his tone laced with allure. "Do you truly believe that Zabuza will continue to regard you as anything more than a mere tool? He is simply exploiting you. Once you cease to be of value, he will unhesitatingly cast you aside, just as he has done with the ninjas he has slain." Lin Feng's words struck Bai's heart like a heavy hammer. Her complexion drained of color, her body swayed precariously. She recalled Zabuza's chilling words, those merciless commands. Could it be that Zabuza truly regarded her as nothing but a means to an end? No, it can't be. Bai shook her head, seemingly attempting to refute Lin Feng's assertions. "Zabuza is my savior. He would never abandon me." "Savior?" Lin Feng scoffed. "Do you genuinely believe he saved you out of kindness? He merely coveted your bloodline limit, seeking to harness your power. To him, you are but a tool, readily disposable." "No, it cannot be so." Bai's emotions surged as she shouted. "Zabuza has treated me well. He taught me ninjutsu, taught me to fight. He is the most significant person in my life." "The most significant person?" A flicker of derision crossed Lin Feng's gaze. "Do you not realize how many lives he has extinguished? How much innocent blood stains his hands? Is such a person truly worthy of your trust?" Bai fell silent, at a loss for words. She had always believed Zabuza to be her savior, her everything. Yet now, Lin Feng's words urged her to question the very foundation of her beliefs. "Bai, you are a kind-hearted girl." Lin Feng's voice softened. "You should not follow Zabuza down this path riddled with slaughter. You deserve a brighter future. Join me, and I shall grant you a life anew, a life devoid of bloodshed and suffering." Lin Feng extended his hand to Bai, his eyes filled with sincerity. Bai looked at Lin Feng's hand, her heart torn with indecision. She was uncertain whether to trust Lin Feng's words. Yet she could not deny that they had indeed shaken her resolve. She began to doubt whether the path she had chosen was indeed the correct one. "I do not know." Bai lowered her head, her voice imbued with confusion and anguish. "I do not know what to do. It is all right. You still have time to ponder." Lin Feng gently retracted his hand and spoke with a calm demeanor. "However, you must remember, opportunities come but once. If missed, they shall not return." With that, Lin Feng turned and departed, refraining from pressuring Bai to make a decision, for he understood that such matters could not be rushed. He believed that Bai would ultimately make the right choice. After all, she was a kind-hearted girl who should not be exploited by scoundrels like Zabuza. "I will ensure that you willingly follow me." Lin Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile of confidence. "At that time, your ice-release bloodline limit will belong to me." Lin Feng's figure vanished into the dense forest, leaving Bai standing alone, her gaze vacant as if her soul had been lost. Having left the forest, Lin Feng returned to the streets of the Land of Waves, striding boldly without concealing his presence. He was aware that Zabuza and Kato were undoubtedly lurking in the shadows, and his intention was to entice them to reveal themselves. "Mr. Dazna, let us commence the bridge construction," Lin Feng called out, his voice resonating loudly enough for all nearby to hear. "Now," Dazna looked at Lin Feng with surprise. "Indeed, now," Lin Feng affirmed with a nod. "But what about Kato and Zabuza?" Dazna replied with concern. "Rest assured, they will soon make their appearance." A cold glimmer flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. "I will make them understand what it means to seek their own demise." "All right." Dazna nodded firmly, knowing that Lin Feng had a plan of his own. He trusted Lin Feng to protect him and safeguard the Land of Waves. Thus, under Lin Feng's guidance, the people of the Land of Waves began to take action, transporting timber, digging foundations, and fervently constructing the bridge. Lin Feng stood amidst the crowd, quietly observing the scene, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Zabuza, Kato, are you ready? The game has begun." As night fell, the Land of Waves was enveloped in darkness, with only scattered stars twinkling faintly in the sky. A thick fog permeated the air, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Everything around became obscured, as if shrouded in a heavy veil. Lin Feng walked alone along the streets of the Land of Waves, the sound of his footsteps echoing sharply in the stillness. He knew that Zabuza was lurking within the fog, poised to launch an attack at any moment. The mist, I suspect, is the ninjutsu of Zabuza Momochi. Lin Feng pondered silently. As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Zabuza is renowned for his silent killing techniques. I must exercise utmost caution. He slowed his pace, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flashed. Lin Feng felt a chill pierce through his chest, a wave of excruciating pain coursing through his body. He looked down to see a massive wound gaping in his chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain, instantly staining the ground crimson. Gasp! Lin Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body swaying precariously. A chilling laughter reverberated through the thick fog. "Kid, your alertness is commendable." Zabuza's figure gradually emerged from the mist, wielding his executioner's blade, still stained with Lin Feng's blood. "However, you are still too inexperienced." A sinister smile crept across Zabuza's face. "In the face of my hidden mist technique, you possess no chance of victory. Is that so?" Lin Feng grimaced against the pain. Yet a faint, unsettling smile graced his lips. "Do you truly believe you have injured me?" "What?" Zabuza's expression shifted dramatically as he suddenly realized Lin Feng's form began to waver, becoming ethereal. "Is this the shadow clone technique?" he exclaimed in astonishment. "Correct. But there is no reward for you." Lin Feng's voice resonated from behind Zabuza. He spun around abruptly to find Lin Feng standing there, completely unscathed, a mocking grin adorning his face. "When did you?" Zabuza's eyes brimmed with disbelief. "When your executioner's blade struck my body," Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. "Multiple shadow clone technique." Lin Feng's hands swiftly formed seals. Bang! 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 A billow of white smoke erupted, and dozens of Lin Fengs surrounded Zabuza, encircling him entirely. "Now it's my turn." A cold glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. The game officially begins. Chapter 42, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique and Hidden Mist Technique. The dense fog enveloped the area, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Dozens of Lin Fengs surrounded Zabuza, each wearing a chilling smile, their eyes glinting with frost. "Zabuza, your hidden mist technique is of no use against me." Lin Feng's voice echoed through the mist, seemingly emanating from all directions, making it impossible to discern reality from illusion. "Humph, such arrogance." Zabuza scoffed, swinging his executioner's blade violently, conjuring a tempest in an attempt to disperse the surrounding fog. Yet, the mist seemed almost alive. No matter how vigorously Zabuza swung, it would not dissipate. "Futile. This is my multiple shadow clone technique. Each clone possesses a portion of my chakra and consciousness. You cannot distinguish between the real body and the illusions." The voice of Lin Feng resonated once more, laced with a hint of mockery. "Damn it." Zai Bujan gritted his teeth, fully aware that Lin Feng spoke the truth. In such thick fog, his vision was severely obstructed, rendering him incapable of discerning Lin Feng's true form. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's shadow clones could launch attacks with impunity, plunging him into a most precarious predicament. "If that is the case, do not blame me for being ruthless." A glimmer of ferocity flashed in Zabuza's eyes as he swiftly formed hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A colossal water dragon surged forth from the mist, baring its fangs and claws as it lunged at the surrounding Linfongs. Mere trifles. Linfong scoffed, and dozens of his clones simultaneously formed seals. Wind release, Rasengan. A multitude of spiraling orbs coalesced in Lin Feng's hands, radiating a brilliant light. Go. At Lin Feng's command, the spiraling orbs shot forth, colliding fiercely with the water dragon. Boom. A tremendous roar echoed as the water dragon was instantly shattered by the Rasengan, transforming into a cascade of water that dissipated into the fog. What? Zabuza was taken aback, astonished that his water dragon bullet technique had been so effortlessly countered by Lin Feng. Zabuza, your prowess is rather limited. Lin Feng's voice rang out once more, tinged with disdain. Now it is my turn. Dozens of Lin Fengs charged towards Zabuza, their speed akin to lightning. Zabuza wielded his decapitation blade, striving to fend off Lin Feng's onslaught. However, the sheer multitude of Lin Feng's shadow clones, each possessing formidable combat capabilities, left him utterly defenseless. Thud, thud, thud. Fresh wounds appeared incessantly on Zabuza's body, crimson blood staining his garments. Damn it, damn it, damn it, Zabuza roared in fury, never anticipating that he would be forced into such a dire situation by a mere youth. Zabuza, surrender, you are no match for me. Lin Feng's voice echoed again, laced with a note of admonition. Silence, Zabuza bellowed, fiercely plunging his decapitation blade into the ground as he swiftly formed hand seals. Water release, great waterfall technique. The surrounding mist began to churn violently, as if something were about to emerge from the depths. This is, Lin Feng's expression shifted slightly as he sensed a powerful surge of chakra. Rumble. A deafening roar erupted as a massive column of water surged skyward, sending all surrounding Lin Fengs flying. Ha ha. Zabuza's maniacal laughter reverberated through the fog. Boy, you have forced my hand. Now, prepare to meet your demise. Under Zabuza's command, the colossal water column transformed into several water dragons, charging toward Lin Feng. Humph, mere trifles. Lin Feng snorted disdainfully, swiftly forming hand seals. Wood release, wood wall. A gigantic wooden wall erupted from the ground, standing resolutely before Lin Feng. Boom, boom, boom. The water dragon collided violently with the wooden wall, producing a deafening roar. Although the wall was sturdy, it began to show cracks under the relentless assault of the water dragon. Break, Zabuza shouted, amplifying the output of his chakra. With a resounding crack, the wooden barrier finally succumbed to the force of the water dragon, shattering into splinters. Die. A sinister smile crept across Zabuza's face as he directed the water dragon towards Lin Feng. Rasengan. At that moment, an unexpected Lin Feng appeared behind Zabuza, a colossal Rasengan forming in his hand. What? Zabuza's face fell in shock as he attempted to evade, but it was too late. Boom. The Rasengan struck Zabuza's back with tremendous force, sending him flying. Spitting blood, Zabuza crashed heavily to the ground. Why you? He struggled to rise, only to realize he was gravely injured and immobile. It's over, Zabuza. Lin Feng approached, looking down at him from a towering height. Who are you? Zabuza's eyes were filled with resentment and confusion. I am Lin Feng, he replied coolly, one who is destined to change this world. Cough. Change the world, just by you? Zabuza spat blood, his eyes brimming with derision. Whether the world changes or not is not for you to decide. A cold glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Now, you may die. He raised his hand, preparing to deliver the final blow. Stop. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Bai? Lin Feng paused, turning to see Bai standing a short distance away, her face etched with urgency. Lin Feng, please, do not kill Lord Zabuza. Her voice was filled with desperation. Bai you. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, taken aback by her unexpected appearance. He had no desire to engage with Bai. She was far too fragile, and he could easily harm her. Such an outcome would mirror the original story, leading her to sacrifice herself to save Zabuza, thus depriving him of the system rewards he sought. Bai, what are you doing? He glared at her, frustration evident in his expression. Lin Feng, please, do not kill Lord Zabuza. Bai's voice trembled with pleading, tears brimming in her eyes. Bai, step aside. Lin Feng's tone turned icy. He is your enemy. No. Lord Zabuza is my savior. I cannot allow you to kill him. Bai shook her head firmly, resolute in her stance. Bai, you've been deceived. He is merely using you. Lin Feng attempted to reason with her. Once you lose your value, he will discard you without hesitation. No, it's not like that. Bai's emotions surged. As long as Zabuza treats me well, he will never abandon me. Bai interrupted Lin Feng, who was about to speak. Lin Feng, I understand your strength, but I will not allow you to harm Lord Zabuza. Wiping away her tears, Bai's gaze became resolute. If you wish to kill him, you must first step over my corpse. Lin Feng, taken aback by the depth of Bai's feelings for Zabuza, felt a sense of helplessness. Since you feel this way, do not blame me for being ruthless. He sighed, realizing that today would not end peacefully. Bai, you are courting death. Lin Feng's eyes sharpened. Knowing that further delay was untenable, Zabuza could break free at any moment, complicating matters even further. A swift resolution was imperative. Sound-binding sword technique. Lin Feng called out, as his kunai clashed violently with Bai's kunai. The metallic clang resonated, and Bai's expression faltered, leaving her momentarily stunned. She had fallen victim to a jinjutsu developed by Tobarama, activated through the sound of metal collision, requiring no hand seals. Bai? Zabuza's eyes widened in fury as he struggled against his bindings, but he found himself utterly immobile. Zabuza, your time has come. Ignoring the desperate thrashing of Zabuza, Lin Feng recognized that the moment to eliminate him had arrived. Spiral sphere. Lin Feng conjured a massive spiral sphere in his hand, radiating blinding light. He advanced toward Zabuza, his expression frigid. No, please no. Fear filled Zabuza's eyes as he fought against his restraints in vain. Die. Without a hint of hesitation, Lin Feng thrust the spiral sphere into Zabuza's chest. With a tremendous explosion, the spiral sphere pierced through Zabuza's chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Zabuza's eyes brimmed with resentment and regret. He opened his mouth as if to utter something, but ultimately exhaled his last breath. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the elite Jonin, Zabuza, and earning a 20-year lifespan reward. The system's notification echoed in Lin Feng's mind. He released a long breath, realizing he had finally triumphed. At last, it is over. With 20 years added to his life, he could strategize upon his return. As for Bai, he decided to set her aside for the moment, knowing she was not in a state to be soothed. Red pill, Lin Feng called softly. Oh whoa. A colossal hellhound appeared beside him, his summoning beast, hellhound Hongwan. Remember her scent, Lin Feng instructed, pointing at Bai. Hongwan approached Bai, sniffing her intently before nodding to signal that he had memorized her aroma. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, knowing that this would allow him to locate Bai later and acquire her bloodline limit. After all, the white ice release bloodline limit is indeed an immensely powerful force, one that Lin Feng does not wish to overlook. Let us depart, he said to Hongwan, turning away without giving White another thought. For he understood that White was not in a state to heed any advice at present. Under the guidance of the citizens of the Land of Waves, Lin Feng swiftly located Cardo's hiding place. It was a lavish estate, perched by the sea, sprawling in size, adorned with pavilions, flowing streams, and extravagant opulence. Cardo, a short and stout middle-aged man with a face full of excess and fierce eyes, exuded an unmistakable aura of malevolence. He lounged in a grand armchair. Two scantily clad beauties nestled in his embrace, a glass of red wine in hand, idly swirling it with an air of self-satisfaction. Are you Cardo? Lin Feng inquired coldly, fixing his gaze on him. Who are you? Cardo frowned at the sudden appearance of Lin Feng, unfamiliar with him but sensing a perilous aura emanating from him. The one who will kill you. Lin Feng retorted without further ado, launching his attack. Rasengan. A colossal Rasengan formed in Lin Feng's palm, hurtling towards Cardo. Protect me. Cardo's face turned pale with terror as he shouted, taken aback by Lin Feng's abrupt and formidable display of ninjutsu. The surrounding guards rushed forward, intent on thwarting Lin Feng. These were elite mercenaries, including powerful rogue ninjas whom Cardo had hired at great expense. Multiple shadow clone technique. Lin Feng commanded, instantly creating dozens of identical shadow clones, indistinguishable from his true self. The clones unleashed their ninjutsu, engaging in fierce combat with the guards, and chaos erupted within the estate, with the clang of blades and cries of battle resounding throughout. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's true self pressed on towards Cardo. With a thunderous crash, Cardo's guards were overwhelmed by Lin Feng's shadow clones. Despite their numbers, their abilities were uneven, rendering them no match for him. Lin Feng's true self soon stood before Cardo. "No, please don't kill me." Cardo cried out in sheer horror, astonished by Lin Feng's overwhelming strength. Realizing his guards were utterly incapable of defending against him. "Die!" Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng thrust the Rasengan forcefully against Cardo's chest. With a resounding boom, the Rasengan pierced through Cardo's chest, blood gushing forth and staining the chair beneath him crimson. Cardo's eyes brimmed with resentment and fury. He opened his mouth as if to utter something, but ultimately succumbed to his final breath, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The system notification did not resonate in Lin Feng's mind, for Cardo was merely an ordinary man. This was his first act of taking a life. At last, "It is over," Lin Feng murmured, gazing at Cardo's lifeless form. "Wonderful. Cardo is dead. We are finally free. Thank you, Master Lin Feng." The citizens of the Land of Waves rejoiced, having finally liberated themselves from the oppressive grasp of Kaido, attaining their long-awaited freedom. Dazna, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears of joy. For years, he had dreamt of vanquishing Kaido and liberating the Land of Waves, and now, that dream had come to fruition. "Lord Lin Feng, we are eternally grateful for all that you have done for our nation." Dazna approached Lin Feng and bowed deeply, his eyes brimming with gratitude and reverence. "Mr. Dazna, there is no need for such formalities," Lin Feng replied, assisting Dazna to rise. "It was my duty, Lord Lin Feng. Your illustrious name will forever be etched in the hearts of the people of the Land of Waves." Dazna exclaimed passionately, "In honor of your contributions, I have decided to name this bridge the Lin Feng Bridge." "The Lin Feng Bridge?" Lin Feng was taken aback, not anticipating such an honor. "Indeed," Dazna affirmed with determination. "This bridge will eternally commemorate your benevolence." "Very well," Lin Feng smiled, accepting the gesture, understanding it was a heartfelt tribute from Dazna and the people of the Land of Waves. After bidding farewell to the citizens, Lin Feng returned to Konoha. However, the following morning, as he awoke, a notification echoed in his mind. "Host has gained recognition in the Land of Waves. Achievement unlocked. Step into the legendary ninja. Reward: 1 achievement point." Chapter 44. Unexpected Gains. The rebirth of the impure world. Lin Feng's heart soared with elation. He could hardly contain his laughter at the unexpected delight of achieving recognition in the Land of Waves, which had unlocked an achievement point. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. If this trend continued, he could further amplify his illustrious deeds, rapidly accumulating more achievement points to enhance his strength. Just as Lin Feng reveled in his joy, another notification resounded in his mind, detecting that by disheartened after Zabuza's demise and having lost her support, recalled the host. The original outcome whereby defended Zabuza from a fatal blow has been altered. Host gains 1 achievement point. Lin Feng was once again filled with joy. He had not anticipated Bai would take such initiative, sparing him the trouble of comforting her. More importantly, yet another achievement point had been credited. This was indeed a double blessing. Eagerly, Lin Feng opened the system panel and without hesitation, allocated the 2 newly acquired achievement points entirely to his spirit attribute. Instantly, he felt a significant surge in his chakra. Spirit 27. This indicated he now possessed a chakra level of 135, equivalent to that of an ordinary jonin. As he savored the powerful chakra coursing through him, a satisfied smile graced his lips. His strength had undeniably increased. He had far surpassed the capability of an average jonin. Yet it was still not enough. Far from it. Lin Feng was acutely aware of the world's harsh realities. Without formidable strength, one could only be at the mercy of others. He had no desire to become mere prey on someone else's chopping block. A plan was necessary to enhance his power. Lin Feng murmured to himself as he accessed the system. The Azure interface revealed his lifespan, 38 years. Which jutsu should he develop next? The Flying Thunder God was currently sufficient, and further development seemed unnecessary. Moreover, given his original body's talent in space-time ninjutsu, extending the Flying Thunder God technique might deplete his 38 years of life. His gaze shifted to the reanimation jutsu, a powerful technique indeed. However, its use was not warranted at present. Additionally, the reanimation jutsu required a living sacrifice, which was less advantageous than extending his own lifespan. After much contemplation, Lin Feng resolved to acquire a new jutsu. His current taijutsu skills were inadequate, and the 8 Gates technique was undoubtedly the optimal choice. However, the 8 Gates was a family secret of the Might clan, and obtaining it would likely not be an easy feat. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, directly requesting it would surely be futile. He needed a strategy. As he stroked his chin, deep in thought, an idea struck him. Might Guy's father, Might Dewey. Lin Feng's eyes lit up with realization. Might Dewey, a man who had perfected taijutsu to its zenith. Although merely a chunin, his strength was formidable. Most importantly, he possessed the 8 gates technique. Furthermore, from his recollections, Might Dewey was known to be exceptionally kind-hearted. Perhaps he could be approached for assistance. Yet, he was already deceased. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the words reanimation jutsu. Although he did not currently require this forbidden technique, it was imperative to prepare for the 8 gates. Since Might Dewey had passed on, the only way to have him willingly teach the 8 gates was to resurrect him. The reanimation jutsu was thus the sole solution. System, initiate the development of the reanimation jutsu, Lin Feng resolved firmly. The allure of the 8 gates was simply too great to resist. Initiating development of the reanimation jutsu, the system chimed. A wave of weakness washed over Lin Feng, as though his very essence were being drained. He staggered, nearly collapsing, and barely managed to steady himself by grasping the nearby table. The sensation was intensely overwhelming. Lin Feng chuckled wryly, feeling as if he had been hollowed out. His limbs felt heavy, his head swirled, and even standing became a challenge. He mustered the strength to reach his bedside, collapsing onto it and gasping for breath. Clearly, in the future, he must find a secure location for developing ninjutsu. Otherwise, a surprise attack could spell disaster. With lingering trepidation, he closed his eyes and began to delve into the information regarding the reanimation jutsu in his mind. In the first year, you embarked upon the endeavor of impure reincarnation. Lacking experience and pertinent knowledge, your attempts were met with failure time and again. Yet, you persevered, delving deeper into your studies. By the second year, your comprehension of impure reincarnation began to deepen, prompting you to modify certain details within the technique. However, success remained elusive, and you found yourself at an impasse. In the fifth year, after perusing a multitude of texts on sealing techniques and souls, your understanding of the principles behind impure reincarnation flourished, yet your attempts continued to yield failure. By the 8th year, doubts about your chosen path began to surface, leading you to temporarily set aside impure reincarnation in favor of exploring other ninjutsu, hoping to derive inspiration from these new studies. In the 10th year, during your exploration of alternative ninjutsu, you fortuitously stumbled upon an ancient scroll related to impure reincarnation, which you treasured dearly. This discovery catalyzed a significant advancement in your understanding, bringing you closer to the rudimentary mastery of the technique. Upon reaching this juncture, Lin Feng could not help but emit a wry smile. A decade had transpired, 10 years to merely attain the foundational level of impure reincarnation. The journey ahead remained arduous. With a sigh, he continued to peruse the subsequent entries. In the 13th year, you persisted in your studies of impure reincarnation, experimenting with various methods, yet progress was sluggish. Frustration began to set in, but you compelled yourself to remain composed and continue your research. By the 18th year, your grasp of impure reincarnation had deepened considerably, and you attempted your first execution of the technique. Alas, the lack of a suitable sacrificial offering led to yet another failure. In the 23rd year, having finally procured an appropriate offering, you approached the task with great anticipation. However, due to minor missteps, you encountered failure once more, resulting in the demise of the offering and leaving you profoundly disheartened. By the 28th year, you discovered another suitable offering. Drawing upon past lessons, you meticulously executed each step, ultimately succeeding in reviving a ninja, thus achieving a minor level of mastery in impure reincarnation. At this point, Lin Feng let out a breath of relief. 28 years, an entire 28 years. At last, you had progressed in pure reincarnation to a minor level of mastery. Though the journey was fraught with challenges, the outcome was finally favorable. 28 years for a minor success in impure reincarnation. It was worth it, he murmured to himself, acknowledging that at the minor mastery level, one could control the consciousness of the revived subject. If the revived individual were unwilling to impart their ninjutsu, it could lead to dire consequences. Thus, 28 years had indeed been a worthy investment. Lin Feng even contemplated the possibility of eliminating a formidable character from the original narrative and subsequently reviving them to acquire their ninjutsu. However, with only 10 years of life remaining, he needed to devise a plan to swiftly obtain the 8 gates of bypass and seek a means to extend his lifespan. A glimmer of determination shone in Lin Feng's eyes. He had no desire to meet an untimely demise, as there were still many endeavors awaiting him. Yet, the immediate priority remained clear. He must head to the mission hall to undertake the task pertaining to the Land of Waves. Lin Feng contemplated and proceeded towards the mission hall. Chapter 45. The Search for a Corpse, the Quest for a Sacrifice inside the mission hall. A cacophony of voices filled the air. Ninjas bustled about, either submitting tasks or accepting new commissions, creating a scene of vibrant activity. Lin Feng stood at the counter, presenting the scroll pertaining to the Wave Country mission to the Xianglin responsible for task exchanges. Well done, your performance was exceptional, the Xianglin remarked, verifying the details before looking up with an approving smile. Here is your reward for the mission. He placed a heavy bag of coins before Lin Feng. Thank you. Lin Feng replied, accepting the pouch and weighing it in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. The joy of task completion intertwined with the satisfaction of coin in hand, elevating his spirits. By the way, I have a private request. I'm curious if you would accept it? Lin Feng suddenly remembered and inquired. Oh, what kind of request? The Xianglin looked at Lin Feng with curiosity. I seek a person, or rather, a corpse, Lin Feng murmured, lowering his voice in an air of mystery. A corpse? The Xianglin paused, his demeanor shifting to one of caution. Whose corpse do you seek? Guy Mato. Lin Feng slowly uttered the name. Guy Mato. The Xianglin furrowed his brow, seemingly recalling the name. The one known as the Eternal Genin? Indeed, that is him. Lin Feng nodded in affirmation. What do you require of him? The Xianglin's gaze sharpened. He has been deceased for several years. I have my reasons. You need only inform me where his corpse lies, Lin Feng stated, refraining from disclosing his intent to utilize the impure world reincarnation technique. The Xianglin hesitated for a moment. I can assist in checking the records, though I cannot guarantee results. That would be greatly appreciated, Lin Feng replied. Please wait a moment. The Xianglin turned and entered the archive room, beginning to sift through the aged documents. Lin Feng waited patiently, contemplating his forthcoming plans. Time slipped by, and after approximately half an hour, the Xianglin finally emerged. I found it, the Xianglin announced. Guy Mato's remains are interred in the cemetery located to the northwest of Konoha. Thank you. A glimmer of joy flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he expressed his gratitude and turned to leave. He was eager to obtain Guy Mato's remains and resurrect him to learn the 8 Gates technique. Lin Feng hastened out of the mission hall, making his way towards the cemetery. As night fell, Konoha village was enveloped in a serene stillness. The cemetery rested on a hillside in the village's northwest corner, a solemn resting place for the ninjas who sacrificed their lives for the village. Utilizing the moonlight, Lin Feng stealthily infiltrated the cemetery. Following the information provided by the Xianglin, he swiftly located Guy Mato's gravestone. Pardon my intrusion, he murmured. Lin Feng gazed at the name of Might Guy inscribed on the gravestone and murmured softly. He understood that his forthcoming actions would amount to an affront against the deceased. However, he found himself bereft of choices. To attain the 8 gates of bypass, he had to proceed as he intended. With his hands forming a series of seals, he proclaimed, Earth Release, Heart Decapitation Technique. The ground quivered as Lin Feng's body gradually sank into the earth, akin to submerging in water. His ability to utilize Earth Release stemmed from the transplantation of Hashirama cells, which granted him mastery over Wood Release, a technique that inherently combined the elements of water and earth, thus naturally conferring some Earth Release ninjutsu upon him. Before long, Lin Feng's form vanished beneath the surface, leaving behind a pitch-black entrance. Below ground, he swiftly approached the coffin of Might Guy. Once more, he formed seals, employing Earth Release ninjutsu to break open the coffin, revealing the remains within. Although several years had elapsed, Might Guy's body remained relatively well-preserved, not entirely decomposed. Lin Feng suppressed the discomfort swelling within him and extracted a portion of tissue from Might Guy's remains. He gingerly placed the tissue into a specially designed container, ensuring its careful preservation. Having completed this task, Lin Feng sealed the coffin once more and utilized Earth Release to refill the soil, restoring everything to its original state. He emerged from the ground, brushing the dust from his clothing, and cast a final glance at Might Guy's gravestone. The night was deep, with only the name etched upon the stone faintly discernible in the moonlight. He sighed, turned, and departed, his silhouette swiftly vanishing into the vastness of the night. Without a moment's pause, he hastened back to his temporary abode on the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf village. The dwelling was an unremarkable small hut, concealed within a dense thicket, offering significant seclusion. Lin Feng cautiously surveyed his surroundings, meticulously scrutinizing every blade of grass and tree to ensure no suspicious traces remained before slipping inside. Inside, the dim light of a solitary oil lamp cast an eerie glow. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, feeling the tension in his body finally dissipate. He retrieved a small sealed container from his pocket, containing the very fragment of human tissue he had taken from Might Guy's remains, appearing somewhat sinister under the flickering light. Excitement filled Lin Feng's gaze, as he envisioned the day he would master the 8 gates of bypass, his strength soaring to unprecedented heights. With utmost care, he placed the container upon the table and began to mentally retrace every step and detail of the impure world reincarnation technique. A sacrifice, a sacrifice, Lin Feng murmured to himself. Suddenly, his expression shifted. A grave realization struck him. He currently lacked an appropriate sacrificial offering. Damn it, how could I have forgotten this? He lamented, smiting his forehead in frustration. His previously elated spirits plummeted instantaneously, akin to being doused with a bucket of icy water. He slumped helplessly in his chair, feeling utterly drained of energy. What was he to do? Where could he possibly procure a suitable sacrificial offering? Lin Feng's brow furrowed as he descended into deep contemplation. The sacrificial offering for the impure world reincarnation must be a living person. Furthermore, to ensure a high success rate for the reincarnation, the strength of the offering must not be too feeble. One cannot simply capture any random individual for this grim purpose. Lin Feng shook his head, dismissing such a notion. While he was not a paragon of compassion, he could not commit such a heinous act. It appeared that he would have to target those despicable individuals instead. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened with determination as he recalled those who had once been his adversaries or had perpetrated numerous evils. These individuals deserved their fate, and their demise could serve a purpose. Yet, where could he find such characters? Lin Feng was troubled once more. His time in Konoha had been brief, and he was not yet well acquainted with the village's circumstances. Locating a suitable offering would not be an easy task. Had he been in the Sound Ninja village, such concerns would be negligible. It seemed he would have to take a chance at the mission hall. With a sigh, Lin Feng contemplated his options. Perhaps he could issue some special requests at the mission hall to lure in the appropriate ninjas. Alternatively, he might employ White Zetsu's abilities. Chapter 46. Special Requests at the Mission Hall. Off to the Land of Lightning. Lin Feng murmured to himself. White Zetsu, Akatsuki. Itachi furrowed his brow, his fingers unconsciously drumming on the table, producing a rhythmic sound. Beneath the dim glow of the oil lamp, his face flickered in the shadows, his mind racing with thoughts. No, seeking out the Akatsuki now would be tantamount to courting disaster. He shook his head, rejecting that idea. He was acutely aware of his current strength. Although it surpassed that of an ordinary jonin, it was still insufficient against truly formidable foes. Moreover, his understanding of the Akatsuki was limited to the information gleaned from the original narrative. Acting recklessly would entail considerable risk. It was better to deliberate carefully. Lin Feng sighed and cast his gaze out of the window. The night had deepened, and Konoha had succumbed to slumber, with only a few scattered lights remaining. It seemed that his best option was to visit the mission hall at first light. Lin Feng muttered to himself, already formulating a plan in his mind. Early the next morning, Lin Feng arrived at the mission hall. As usual, it was bustling with activity, ninja coming and going, either accepting missions or submitting reports, creating a lively atmosphere. Lin Feng made his way directly to the counter, where the same chunin from the previous day was on duty. Ah, Lin Feng, back for more missions? The chunin greeted him with a smile. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded, acknowledging the greeting. His thoughts were solely focused on finding a suitable offering, leaving him little inclination for casual conversation. Any good missions lately? Lin Feng inquired bluntly. Good missions? You certainly have high expectations, the chunin teased, as he retrieved a thick stack of mission scrolls from beneath the counter. These are the recently posted missions. Take a look for yourself. Lin Feng accepted the scrolls and quickly began to peruse them, eager to identify a mission of significance. The tasks at this level primarily consist of errands such as escorting and searching, with an occasional combat mission. However, the opponents are often too feeble to meet Lin Feng's standards. The higher-tier missions possess some intrigue, yet either the locations are too distant or the content unsuitable. As Lin Feng perused the listings, he consistently failed to find a task that piqued his interest. Is there nothing satisfactory? A Xianglin, noticing Lin Feng's furrowed brow, inquired. None of these tasks quite suit me, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head, a hint of disappointment in his tone. You, my friend, certainly have high aspirations. The Xianglin chuckled. Before suddenly recalling something, he slapped his forehead and exclaimed, I have a special commission here. I wonder if you might be interested. A special commission? Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked, What is it? It is as follows. The Xianglin lowered his voice, speaking with an air of mystery. This commission was personally issued by the Hokage and involves investigating a series of missing persons. Missing persons? Lin Feng's interest was piqued. This indeed presented an excellent opportunity. If these individuals had been abducted by some nefarious ninja organization, he could trace the leads to find suitable offerings. Does this commission have any special requirements? Lin Feng continued to inquire. There are no specific requirements. The Xianglin hesitated, seemingly torn. But what? Lin Feng pressed further. However, the difficulty of this commission is likely greater than that of standard-level tasks. The Xianglin paused before adding, Moreover, it is said that this group of missing individuals may be linked to certain forbidden techniques. Forbidden techniques? Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. This truly was a fortunate turn of events. I accept this commission, he declared without hesitation. Are you certain? The Xianglin regarded Lin Feng with surprise, evidently not expecting such a swift affirmation. Absolutely. Lin Feng nodded decisively. Very well, here are the detailed materials for the commission. Take a look. The Xianglin retrieved a sealed scroll from beneath the counter and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the scroll and turned to leave the mission hall. He didn't immediately open it, but sought a secluded spot before cautiously unfurling the scroll. The document meticulously detailed the information regarding the missing persons, along with relevant clues. As Lin Feng read the scroll, his expression fluctuated between furrowed brows and moments of relaxation. Cloud-hidden village, land of lightning, Lin Feng murmured. According to the scroll, the last known whereabouts of these missing individuals was, astonishingly, the land of lightning. Furthermore, various indications suggested that this disappearance was likely connected to certain ninjas from the cloud-hidden village. It appears this task is even more intriguing than I had anticipated. Lin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. He could hardly contain his eagerness to journey to the land of lightning and uncover the truth. Yet, before embarking on this adventure, he recognized the necessity of preparation. After all, this mission was not to be taken lightly. A single misstep could cost him dearly. Lin Feng thought to himself. In contemplation, Lin Feng stroked his chin, pondering a method to amplify the commotion. He needed to locate those wretched ninjas to serve as sacrifices for the impure world reincarnation, while also seizing the opportunity to extend his own lifespan. Merely investigating the vicinity of the hidden leaf village would prove inefficient. Thus, he mused, why not venture directly to the land of lightning? After all, it was the stronghold of the cloud-hidden village, and unexpected gains might await him there. With his resolve firmly established, Lin Feng commenced preparations. First and foremost, he required a plausible identity and the necessary documentation to journey to the land of lightning. Such tasks were not daunting for one of his stature as a ninja from the hidden leaf. Next, he needed to gather essential supplies. Deep in thought, he opened the system panel to meticulously assess his current abilities. His energy stood at 27, with chakra levels having reached the rank of a Jonin, his greatest asset. In terms of ninjutsu, both the Flying Thunder God technique and impure world reincarnation had reached a proficient level, offering him a means of survival in critical moments. Nodding to himself, he acknowledged that his taijutsu remained a weakness that required swift enhancement. As for medical ninjutsu, he had acquired considerable knowledge. Ensuring his self-preservation was not a concern. This expedition to the land of lightning might confront him with elite ninjas from the cloud-hidden village, perhaps even shadow-level adversaries. Thus, he needed to be thoroughly prepared. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng's gaze solidified with determination. He retrieved a selection of essential ninja tools from his storage scroll and conducted a meticulous inspection. Kunai, shuriken, and explosive tags were indispensable items for any ninja. He also resolved to prepare healing ointments and military rations, supplementing his supplies with additional emergency provisions. With everything in order, Lin Feng secured all his belongings and conducted a final check to ensure nothing was amiss. He donned a form-fitting black outfit conducive to movement and adorned his forehead with the hidden leaf headband before stepping outside. The dawn light illuminated the sky. Inhaling the crisp morning air, He felt the surge of chakra within him, and a smile graced his lips. "Land of lightning, here I come," he declared internally. In an instant, he vanished from sight, moving like a specter as he raced towards the outskirts of the hidden leaf village. Along the way, Lin Feng employed the body flicker technique, his speed remarkable as he swiftly exited the influence of the hidden leaf village. He disturbed no one, silently embarking on his journey to the land of lightning. This mission entailed not only uncovering the whereabouts of the missing individuals, but also finding suitable sacrifices while gathering intelligence on the cloud-hidden village. As he traveled, Lin Feng calculated in his mind the ideal scenario of encountering powerful, malevolent individuals, thus achieving dual objectives. A glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. He harbored no compassion for those ninjas who perpetrated evil deeds. Could he possibly encounter the characters from the original narrative on this journey? Lin Feng secretly anticipated such an encounter, reminiscing about the events in the story regarding the Land of Lightning, the formidable ninjas, and the thrilling battles that stirred his blood. In the village of Yunin, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Karabi, and the Fourth Raikage, Alanfeng, murmured to himself, pondering how intriguing it would be to engage in combat with them. However, Lin Feng was acutely aware that his current strength was insufficient to contend with such formidable figures. He reminded himself to proceed with caution, avoiding reckless actions that could jeopardize his life in the Land of Lightning. His first course of action was to gather intelligence in the nearest town. Lin Feng altered his course toward a town located on the border of the Land of Fire, a vital passage to the Land of Lightning, bustling with a myriad of characters and rich in information. Upon entering the town, Lin Feng did not rush into action, but instead sought refuge in an inn to rest. Yet, behind him, an unpleasant commotion erupted, marked by raucous footsteps and crude shouts. "Halt! You there, don't run." Surround him. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and paused, slowly turning around to face a group of ragged bandits brandishing clubs and knives, advancing menacingly toward him. The leader, a brutish figure with a face full of scars, scrutinized Lin Feng with a gaze that betrayed his avarice. "You there, not too shabby looking, why don't you accompany us?" A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, the corners of his mouth curling into a sardonic smile. "Is that so? Just you lot? Quite audacious, aren't we?" The bandit leader sneered, rallying his comrades. "Brothers, attack." Before he could finish his sentence, several bandits charged at Lin Feng with their weapons drawn. Unfazed, Lin Feng glided through the fray like a wraith. Thud, thud, thud. The dull thuds resonated as the bandits, unable to comprehend Lin Feng's swift movements, were sent sprawling to the ground, howling in agony. What on earth just transpired? The leader's complexion drained, his eyes wide with terror as he beheld the scene. Lin Feng advanced step by step, his gaze as frigid as ice, regarding the leader as one would a corpse. "Speak. Why are you capturing people?" Lin Feng's voice, though low, carried an undeniable authority. "We." The bandit leader trembled under Lin Feng's imposing presence, stammering incoherently. "Refuse to speak? Then prepare to meet your demise." A murderous glint flickered in Lin Feng's eyes as he raised his hand, unleashing a palm technique. A flash of green light enveloped the bandit leader, who was immediately engulfed by excruciating pain, as though his very insides were being pulverized. "Ah!" he screamed, collapsing to the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably. I'll tell you. The bandit leader finally broke down, pleading for mercy. "We were ordered to capture people and send them to Yuin Village." Yuin Village? Lin Feng's interest peaked, sensing a connection to the information he had gleaned from his mission scroll. "What is the purpose of sending them to Yuin Village?" Lin Feng continued his inquiry. "I am at a loss," lamented the leader of the bandits, his face a mask of despair. "We are merely tasked with capturing individuals. Beyond that, we possess no knowledge." Upon witnessing this, Lin Feng discerned that further inquiries would yield no valuable information. He swiftly dealt with the bandits, yet his confusion only deepened. What connection could there be between the missing persons from Rain Hidden Village and this situation? Lin Feng murmured to himself, sensing that he was on the verge of uncovering a significant secret. In the original narrative, there had been no mention of abductions in Rain Hidden Village. Lin Feng was acutely aware that it was the territory of Nagato and Conan. However, why would they abduct people into the village? It appeared that this mission was far more intricate than he had anticipated. Drawing a deep breath, he steadied his resolve. Chapter 47. A Cloud of Suspicion. The secret of Rain Hidden Village. Lin Feng settled into an inn, intending to rest, when a cacophony of footsteps and boisterous shouts erupted behind him. Halt! You there! Do not flee. Surround him. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and came to a halt, slowly turning around. Before him stood a ragtag group of bandits, brandishing clubs and blades. Advancing menacingly, the leader, his face a grotesque mask of greed, scrutinized Lin Feng with a predatory gaze. You, boy, are rather handsome. Come with us. A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as a sardonic smile played on his lips. Is it merely you lot? How audacious! The bandit leader sneered, rallying his comrades. Brothers, charge. No sooner had he spoken than several bandits lunged forward with their weapons raised. Lin Feng remained unperturbed, his form a blur as he wove through the throng with ghostly agility. Thud, thud, thud. The dull thuds of impact echoed, and the bandits had scarcely registered Lin Feng's movements before they were sent sprawling, writhing on the ground in agony. What is happening? The bandit leader's expression shifted to one of horror as he beheld the scene. Lin Feng advanced deliberately, his gaze icy, regarding the leader as one would a corpse. Speak. What is your purpose in capturing these individuals? Lin Feng queried, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The bandit leader, cowed by Lin Feng's aura, trembled and stammered, unable to articulate a response. Refusing to speak? Then face your demise. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Lin Feng's eyes as he raised his hand, unleashing a palm technique. A flash of green light surged forth, and the bandit leader was abruptly engulfed in excruciating pain, as if his very insides were being torn asunder. Ah! He screamed, collapsing to the ground, his body convulsing. I will confess. I will confess. The bandit leader finally broke down, pleading for mercy. We are under orders to capture individuals and deliver them to Rain Hidden Village. Rain Hidden Village? Lin Feng's heart stirred. This seemed to correlate with the information he had encountered in the mission scroll. What purpose does this serve? He pressed on. I am not certain. The bandit at the forefront lamented, his visage marred by despair. Our duty is merely to capture individuals. Beyond that, we are utterly uninformed. Observing this, Lin Feng recognized that further inquiries would yield no valuable information. He swiftly dealt with the bandits, yet a profound bewilderment lingered within him. What connection could there possibly be between the missing persons of Rainy Hidden Village and the Land of Thunder? Lin Feng murmured to himself, sensing that he was on the verge of uncovering a monumental secret. The original narrative bore no mention of abductions in Rainy Hidden Village. He was acutely aware that Rainy Hidden Village was the territory of Nagato and Conan. However, why would they resort to abducting individuals into their village? It appeared that this mission was far more intricate than he had initially presumed. Drawing a deep breath, his resolve strengthened. He retired to an inn for the night. The following day, he departed the town, journeying westward and formally entering the Land of Thunder. This region, characterized by its mountainous terrain, boasted peaks that pierced the heavens, perpetually shrouded in thunderstorms, with a ceaseless cacophony echoing throughout, and the air saturated with a damp essence. He cautiously evaded prying eyes, favoring secluded pathways for his travels. Days later, Lin Feng arrived at a small town named Hei's, positioned near the border of the Land of Thunder, a melting pot of diverse individuals, making it an ideal locale for gathering intelligence. Entering a tavern, he ordered a jug of wine and several small dishes, settling into a corner seat. As he sipped his drink, he strained to eavesdrop on the conversations around him. Have you heard? Several more people have gone missing recently. Indeed, it's quite eerie. We have no idea who is behind it. Could it be those fellows from Grass Ninja Village? Shoo, keep your voice down. Are you trying to get us killed? Lin Feng's interest was piqued. It seemed that incidents of disappearances were not uncommon within the Land of Thunder. Setting down his cup, he approached the group engaged in conversation. Greetings, esteemed gentlemen. This wine is truly delightful. I would love another jug. Lin Feng warmly greeted them, seamlessly taking a seat beside them, exuding an air of camaraderie. Oh, young brother enjoys his drink. One of them scrutinized Lin Feng, noting his youth yet dismissing it without concern. Indeed, this wine is rich and full-bodied, a true testament to quality. Lin Feng extolled, pouring wine for the group. Their faces brightened with pride at his compliment. You have a discerning palate. This is a specialty of our Land of Thunder. You won't find it elsewhere. Come, let us toast. As they raised their cups and drank heartily, the atmosphere became increasingly jovial. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng inquired, esteemed brothers, I overheard you mention that many have gone missing recently? Yes, it has caused quite a stir among the populace, one lamented with a sigh. Even the daimyo has dispatched investigators. yet there have been no leads. In these times, peace is but a fleeting dream, another concurred. I have heard that those who went missing seem to be connected to a place called Grass Ninja Village. A voice interjected suddenly. Grass Ninja Village? A chill ran through Lin Feng's heart upon hearing that name, one he was not unfamiliar with. What sort of place is that? He feigned curiosity. It is a most sinister locale. The man lowered his voice. It is said that the inhabitants there employ various bizarre ninjutsu, specifically to abduct individuals for their experiments. Is that really true? Lin Feng pretended to be astonished. Does the government not intervene? Intervene? How could they? The man scoffed. Though Grass Ninja Village is nominally a vassal of the Land of Lightning, in reality, they heed only the commands of their own village leader. After conversing for a while longer, Lin Feng managed to extract a wealth of useful information. He learned that within the borders of the Land of Lightning, aside from the existing Hidden Cloud Village, a new Grass Ninja Village had recently been established. This newly formed village acted in secrecy, with very few aware of its precise location. However, it was certain that they were intricately tied to the recent spate of disappearances. It seemed this newly established Grass Ninja Village was the target he sought, Lin Feng mused. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he bid farewell to the group and departed from the tavern. Rather than act immediately, he took a leisurely stroll around the town, meticulously observing his surroundings. The proximity to the borders of the Land of Lightning meant a significant flow of people, making it a formidable task to uncover the whereabouts of the Grass Ninja Village. Lin Feng stroked his chin in contemplation. However, since they were connected to the disappearances, they would undoubtedly take action. As long as he remained patient, he was certain he would uncover their vulnerabilities. In the ensuing days, Lin Feng gathered intelligence while discreetly scrutinizing suspicious individuals around the town. He noted that certain dubious characters frequently appeared, though they donned ordinary attire. Their every movement exuded an air of the extraordinary. It was highly probable these individuals were ninjas from the Grass Ninja Village, Lin Feng surmised. He resolved to follow them, hoping to discover the entrance to their elusive village. One night, Lin Feng observed several suspicious individuals leaving the town, heading northwest. He discreetly trailed them, maintaining a safe distance. These individuals were exceedingly vigilant, frequently glancing back, as if wary of being followed. Utilizing his exceptional stealth skills, Lin Feng remained undetected. After approximately an hour of pursuit, they arrived before a dense thicket. They halted, scanning their surroundings, before producing a scroll from their garments. With a series of hand seals, they intoned, "Release." A plume of white smoke erupted from the scroll, revealing an entrance concealed within the woods, right before Lin Feng's eyes. A sense of triumph surged within him. He cautiously approached the entrance, scrutinizing the environment. The entrance was shielded by a barrier, making it nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. It appeared that this was indeed the entryway to the Grass Ninja Village. Lin Feng nodded to himself. He refrained from rashly entering and instead sought a concealed location nearby, where he could lie in wait. He decided to first observe the circumstances of Grass Ninja Village before making any plans. In the following days, Lin Feng remained hidden near Grass Ninja Village, discreetly monitoring the comings and goings of individuals. He discovered that the village was larger than he had anticipated, with a significant number of ninjas entering and exiting. Furthermore, these ninjas wore uniform attire adorned with a peculiar emblem resembling a twisted blade of grass. This emblem was likely the insignia of Grass Ninja Village, Lin Feng mused. He noted that these ninjas frequently escorted ordinary individuals into the village, most of whom appeared dazed and vacant-eyed, as if their minds were under some form of control. It seemed these were indeed the missing persons. A flicker of anger crossed Lin Feng's eyes. They had undoubtedly been captured by Grass Ninja Village. He also observed that the ninjas often disguised themselves as mountain bandits, ambushing travelers on the nearby mountain paths. These ruffians were truly despicable. A surge of indignation welled within Lin Feng. Yet, what purpose did they have for abducting these innocents? He found himself perplexed. Determined to infiltrate Grass Ninja Village swiftly and uncover the truth, he also sought a suitable ninja to serve as a vessel for his impure world reincarnation technique. It was time to act. Drawing a deep breath, his gaze hardened with resolve. He decided to commence his mission under the cover of night. The darkness enveloped the landscape like ink, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Clad in black attire, Lin Feng glided through the dense foliage like a phantom, silently approaching the entrance of Grass Ninja Village. He held his breath, suppressing the flow of chakra to its bare minimum, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. This barrier was intriguing. He paused to scrutinize the entrance before extending his hand to gently probe the barrier, feeling a faint wave of chakra in response. This was a sensory barrier. Any intrusion would trigger an alarm. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, unwilling to be detected before even entering. It appeared he had no choice but to employ that technique. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly formed hand seals. Wood release, wood wall. Suddenly, a massive wooden shield erupted from the ground before him, completely obscuring the entrance's barrier. This effectively severed the barrier's sensory range. A faint smile crept across Lin Feng's lips as he carefully maneuvered around the wooden wall and slipped into Grass Ninja Village. Upon entering, Lin Feng was struck by a chilling aura. The surroundings were eerily quiet, save for the distant chirping of insects. This place was indeed unsettling. He remained vigilant, cautiously advancing along a narrow path. Suddenly, faint footsteps echoed ahead. Lin Feng swiftly concealed himself in the nearby underbrush, holding his breath as he observed intently. Before him, several ninjas clad in the Grass Ninja Village uniform escorted a few ordinary individuals deeper into the village. These individuals were likely the missing persons he had been seeking. With a piercing gaze, Lin Feng stealthily followed behind. Along his journey, he observed that the defenses of the Grass Ninja Village were remarkably stringent, nearly at every interval. A squad of ninjas patrolled the area. It seemed that the strength of this village surpassed his expectations. Lin Feng pondered to himself, recognizing the need for heightened caution. Employing his exceptional skills in concealment, he adeptly evaded the patrolling ninjas and trailed the captives. After approximately half an hour, he arrived at an imposing edifice. This must be the core area of the Grass Ninja Village, he mused, carefully surveying his surroundings in search of an opportunity to infiltrate. Suddenly, he spotted a ventilation shaft on one side of the building. This was it. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he stealthily approached the vent, using his chakra-infused kunai to carve a small opening in the grill. Then, with a swift motion, he slipped inside. The ventilation duct was engulfed in darkness, filled with an unpleasant odor. Lin Feng suppressed his discomfort and cautiously crawled forward through the duct, uncertain of the secrets that lay within. He sensed that he was gradually drawing closer to the truth. After about 10 minutes of crawling, Lin Feng finally reached the end of the duct. Peering through the gaps in the grill, he gazed outside and beheld a spacious hall. In the center of the hall stood a massive table, around which several ninjas clad in the Grass Ninja Village uniforms were seated. These individuals were likely the upper echelons of the village. Lin Feng scrutinized their faces intently. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon one individual, causing his pupils to constrict and disbelief to wash over his features. The person had short silver hair and wore a black robe adorned with red clouds, a symbol of the evil god cult hanging around his neck. It was Haydn. Lin Feng gasped internally, never having anticipated that the leader of the Grass Ninja Village would be Haydn from the Akatsuki organization. Chapter 49, The Evil God Ritual. Conan's scheme, this was troublesome. Lin Feng's brows furrowed in concern. He had initially thought of the Grass Ninja Village as merely an ordinary ninja village, only to discover its connection to the Akatsuki. What was Haydn doing here? Confusion filled his mind as he recalled that in the original narrative, Haydn had only begun his activities with the evil god cult after joining the Akatsuki. Could it be that the timeline of this world had altered? Lin Feng speculated, feeling as though he were ensnared in a vast whirlpool. No, I must leave this place at once. He resolved decisively, unwilling to confront the immortal Haydn directly. Stealthily, he retraced his steps along the ventilation duct. At that moment, an unexpected commotion erupted in the hall. Lord Haydn, we have new arrivals. A ninja from the Grass Village respectfully informed Haydn. Oh, bring them in for a closer look, Haydn replied languidly, a hint of impatience lacing his voice. Soon, several ordinary individuals, bound and seemingly entranced, were ushered into the chamber. Lord Haydn, how is the quality of this offering? One of the Grass ninjas inquired respectfully. Haydn's gaze swept over the captives, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Not bad. We can commence the ritual, he stated, waving his hand to signal his subordinates to take the captives away. Lin Feng's heart sank at this sight. He realized that Haydn was about to initiate a ritual of the evil god cult. Consequently, he decided to remain and observe the proceedings. After all, with the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, he was on par with the legendary Minato and could escape at a moment's notice if danger arose. Moreover, the original text had not described Haydn's evil god ritual, which greatly piqued Lin Feng's curiosity and motivated him to stay. Chapter 50. The Ritual of the Evil God. The birth of the fanatic concealed within the ventilation duct. Lin Feng anxiously peered through the gaps in the grate, attentively observing the unfolding events in the hall below. Haydn stood at the center, surrounded by several ordinary individuals under mental control. The ritual commenced. Haydn's voice was cold and merciless as he withdrew a black scythe from his robes, tracing an ominous pattern upon the ground. At the center of the design lay an inverted triangle symbol, emanating a disquieting aura. "Great Lord of the Evil God, please partake of these offerings," Haydn proclaimed, raising the scythe high, his voice imbued with fervor. Several grass ninjas forcibly pushed the ordinary individuals into the pattern. What followed was a horrifying spectacle. The bodies of the captives began to contort, their anguished wails piercing the air as their skin gradually darkened, their eyes filled with madness and despair. Lin Feng's eyes widened in shock. He felt a malignant force encroaching upon his mind. This insidious power was rife with temptation and seduction, whispering in his ear to relinquish his resistance and submit to the evil god. It was unbearable. Lin Feng clenched his teeth, desperately fighting against the insidious influence. His brain felt as if it might explode, an overwhelming tide of negative emotions threatening to drive him to madness. Is this the ritual of the evil god cult? It is utterly terrifying. Lin Feng was inwardly horrified, finally grasping why Haydn possessed immortality. This malevolent ritual was a profound torment to the soul. No, I must not allow this power to control me. Lin Feng forced himself to regain his composure, channeling his chakra to resist the encroaching evil force. System. Devise a method to counter the ritual of the evil god. Lin Feng silently pondered a method to counter the ritual of the evil god sect, anticipating a sacrifice of 5 years of his lifespan. Confirm? The voice of the system resonated in his mind. Confirmed. Lin Feng replied without hesitation. At this moment, he had no choice but to rely on the system. As the system continued its calculations, Lin Feng felt a wave of clarity wash over his mind. As though the malevolent force was being somewhat dispelled, he understood that the system was aiding him. With a sigh of relief, he sensed a temporary safety enveloping him. The countermeasure against the evil god sect's ritual had been successfully devised, the mental defense technique. The system's voice echoed once more, and Lin Feng found new information regarding the cultivation method of the mental defense technique nestled within his thoughts. He immediately commenced his practice, fortifying his mental defenses. Time passed slowly, while the ritual of the evil god sect persisted. Those unfortunate souls chosen as sacrifices had completely lost their sanity, transformed into fervent devotees of the sect. Their eyes burned with fanaticism as they incessantly chanted the doctrines of the evil god sect. As the ritual concluded, the voice of Fei Duan resonated again. He sheathed his scythe, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Excellent. We have gained several more loyal followers. Fei Duan nodded approvingly at the frenzied devotees. You all will go to Yu'in village and spread the gospel of our Lord the evil god to even more people. Yes, Master Fei Duan. The devotees chorused in unison before turning to exit the hall. Watching their retreating figures, Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. He realized that these individuals had been utterly reduced to mere instruments of the evil god sect. Is this the arrangement of Xiaonan? Lin Feng mused inwardly. To have Fei Duan cultivate followers in Grass Ninja Village, only to dispatch these fanatics to Yu'in village as cannon fodder. What a cruel scheme indeed. Lin Feng marveled at the cunning. He had not anticipated that Xiaonan would utilize such a method to bolster the strength of Yu'in village. It appeared that this world was even more intricate than he had imagined. Lin Feng secretly acknowledged that he seemed to have become entangled in a vast conspiracy. I must leave this place swiftly, he resolved internally, unwilling to remain in such a perilous environment. Silently, he retraced his steps through the ventilation ducts. Master Fei Duan, can these fanatics truly be of any use? One of the grass ninjas inquired. Of course, they are devout followers of the evil god. They would sacrifice everything for him. Fei Duan replied with a cold smirk. Yet, they are merely ordinary people. The grass ninja expressed concern. Ordinary people? No, they are now warriors of the evil god. Fei Duan retorted. A glimmer of madness flickered in Fei Duan's eyes. They would fight for the dark god until their very last breath. Lin Feng observed this scene with a degree of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Fei Duan, who relied solely on his immortality, possessed the capability to produce such expendable minions. However, the minions created through this method were undoubtedly effective. Lin Feng was uncertain of Conan's intentions in having Fade Wan undertake these tasks for the Rain Village. He could only speculate that the current Tobi, as the puppet master, had not granted Nagato the authority to utilize White Zetsu. Moreover, Conan had evidently made preparations long ago to guard against Tobi's manipulations. The undercurrents of the ninja world had evidently begun to stir much earlier than he had realized. Lin Feng pondered this, feeling an uncontrollable excitement swell within him, for this signified that he could now alter the trajectory of the ninja world. Chapter 50. Profound Understanding. Transforming Fade Wan into a sacrificial offering for impure world reincarnation. The following day, Lin Feng slowly sat up from his bed, the sunlight streaming through the window and casting a warm glow upon his face. He felt a lingering heaviness in his head, as if something were pressing down upon him. The cursed dark god ritual truly refused to let him go. Rubbing his temples, he couldn't help but grumble. Although he had devised a mental defense technique the previous night to temporarily stave off the encroachment of the dark god ritual, the lingering sensation still haunted him. Yesterday, he had sacrificed 5 years of his life to combat that accursed ritual. Now, he felt akin to a hollowed-out patient, frail and powerless. This dark god ritual was indeed sinister. Lin Feng clenched his teeth, his hatred for Fade Wan deepening further. I must find a way to eliminate Fade Wan, otherwise, I will eventually be drained dry by him, Lin Feng silently resolved. He began to contemplate strategies to confront Fade Wan. Firstly, Fade Wan's death by blood technique necessitated obtaining the opponent's blood to activate. Therefore, all he had to do was restrict Fade Wan's movements and prevent him from making contact. Lin Feng felt confident in this regard, as he had mastered the sound body flicker technique, the perfected 3-body technique, as well as the wind release, spiraling wave slash. Believing that he was not inferior to Fade Wan in terms of speed and agility. Furthermore, he could utilize the body flicker technique to sever Fade Wan's brain's control over his bodily movements. However, how was he to deal with Fade Wan's immortality? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. This posed a challenging dilemma. The essence of Fade Wan's immortality seemed almost insurmountable, regardless of the severity of his injuries. He could recover in an instant. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Lin Feng's mind. Impure world reincarnation. He had conceived a brilliant plan. I could use Fade Wan as a sacrificial offering for impure world reincarnation. Lin Feng exclaimed with excitement. As long as he could summon Fade Wan's soul to the sacrificial vessel of impure world reincarnation, then his immortality would become inconsequential. At that moment, he would become a lamb at my mercy. The more Lin Feng contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, feeling as if he had already glimpsed the dawn of victory. Ha ha, Fade Wan, prepare to meet your demise. Lin Feng could not help but burst into laughter, his voice brimming with pride and exhilaration. He was now eager to set his plan into motion. However, before that, he needed to regain his composure. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng calmed his agitated heart. He understood that it was not the time for arrogance. He must remain composed and execute his plan step by step. First, a bite to eat. Lin Feng patted his stomach, feeling a pang of hunger. He rose from his bed, donned his clothing, and exited the room. The morning sunlight bathed his face, dispelling the remnants of sleep. His stomach growled, reminding him it was time to replenish his energy. He strolled to a small shop by the street and ordered the local breakfast specialty, the Thunder Country's lightning grilled fish. The sizzling fish emitted an enticing aroma, its skin perfectly roasted to a golden crisp while the flesh remained tender and juicy, complemented by a special sauce, an exquisite delight. Lin Feng savored the meal, devouring the entire fish with gusto. After satisfying his hunger, he leisurely wandered the streets, seemingly aimless, yet discreetly observing his surroundings. He needed the opportune moment, one that would allow him to be effortlessly taken by the Grass Ninja Village's ninjas. Deliberately avoiding the crowds, he chose a secluded alleyway. Help! It's a robbery. A cry shattered the tranquility of the alley. A group of menacing bandits burst forth from the alley's entrance, brandishing gleaming knives and scanning the area as if in search of a target. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng felt a surge of delight. The opportunity had arrived. He feigned panic, turning to flee. Stop! Kid, don't run! One of the bandits shouted, chasing after Lin Feng. He intentionally slowed his pace, allowing the bandit to easily seize him. Haha, kid, you're out of luck, running into us. The bandit grasped Lin Feng by the collar, dragging him deeper into the alley. Lin Feng trembled visibly, yet inside, he was overjoyed. Everything was proceeding according to his plan. He knew that these bandits were, in fact, disguised ninjas from the Grass Ninja Village, their objective to take him to Fade Wan. And he was simply waiting for them to take the bait. Bound hand and foot, Lin Feng, along with several emaciated villagers, was shoved before Fade Wan. The Grass Ninja Village ninjas stood proudly, as if flaunting their spoils. Lord Fade Wan, we have captured quite a treasure this time. One of the ninjas said obsequiously, particularly pointing at Lin Feng. Especially this kid. Looking so fair and clean. He is definitely fit to be a leader. Ha ha ha, quite impressive. Fade Wan nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over Lin Feng. A chill ran through Lin Feng's heart as he silently mocked. In this day and age, does one still judge cultists by their looks? Truly absurd. Lord Fade Wan, shall we commence? Inquired another ninja from the Grass Village. Indeed, let us begin. Fade Wan waved his hand, signaling them to proceed. The Grass Village ninjas swiftly sprang into action, forcing the villagers to the ground as they initiated the sinister brainwashing ritual. Eerie incantations echoed through the air, mingling with the anguished cries of the villagers, creating a chilling atmosphere. Lin Feng observed coldly, his heart unfazed. Having mastered mental defense techniques, he found such a rudimentary brainwashing ceremony utterly ineffective against him. He simply awaited the opportune moment to strike. Suddenly, Fade Wan furrowed his brow, realizing Lin Feng remained unaffected by the ritual, his clarity intact. You, young one, can resist the power of the Dark God? A flicker of surprise crossed Fade Wan's eyes. Lin Feng remained silent, merely regarding him with a cold stare. How intriguing, truly fascinating. A sinister smile crept across Fade Wan's lips. It seems you are far more interesting than I had anticipated. Yet, do you believe you can escape unscathed? Such naivety. With a swift motion, Fade Wan conjured a massive scythe in his hand. Let me see just what you are capable of. He grinned wickedly, advancing step by step toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng maintained his impassive demeanor, though his gaze sharpened. He understood that the moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. The atmosphere grew oppressive, saturated with a thick scent of blood. The other villagers, already terrified, huddled in fear, trembling in the corner. Only Lin Feng stood unfazed, as if the impending danger bore no relation to him. His eyes fixated on Fade Wan, akin to a cheetah poised for the perfect moment to pounce. Chapter 51, Defeating Fade Wan. Achieving great feats amidst chaos, the battle was on the verge of erupting. Lin Feng understood that a direct confrontation with Fade Wan held no promise of victory. He had to leverage his advantages and conclude the fight swiftly. In an instant, Lin Feng's figure vanished from sight, reappearing behind Fade Wan, a shuriken glinting ominously in his hand, aimed directly at Fade Wan's back. Too slow. Fade Wan sneered, his body contorting impossibly to evade Lin Feng's strike. Clang. The scythe clashed with the shuriken, producing a jarring metallic sound. Lin Feng, having missed his initial attack, immediately retreated. He recognized this as merely a test. Fade Wan's immortal form rendered him untroubled by such trivial assaults. The surrounding grass ninjas stood in stunned disbelief at the unfolding scene. They did not anticipate that someone could engage in a back-and-forth battle with Lord Haiden. This young man possesses quite some skill. However, no matter how formidable he may be, he cannot possibly match the prowess of Lord Haiden. Indeed, Lord Haiden is an immortal being. The grass ninjas murmured among themselves, yet none dared to step forward to assist. They understood that they were utterly outmatched in such a high-level confrontation. Impressive, young one. Haiden licked his lips, his eyes glimmering with a bloodthirsty light. You managed to evade my attack. But this is merely the beginning. Haiden swung his scythe and charged at Lin Feng. The scythe sliced through the air with a howling wind, as if it sought to tear Lin Feng to shreds. Lin Feng, fearing a direct confrontation, utilized the flying thunder god technique to continuously blink around Haiden. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Feng's figure moved like a phantom, eluding capture. Haiden's strikes repeatedly missed, inciting his immense ire. Damn brat, all you do is dodge. Haiden roared, frantically swinging his scythe, aiming to corner Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng's speed was simply too rapid. Haiden's attacks could not touch him at all. Now, Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as he seized upon a flaw in Haiden's defense. Body flicker technique. Lin Feng exclaimed. Forming hand seals, and a powerful chakra surged from his fingertips, hurtling toward Haiden. What? Haiden's expression shifted as he felt his body suddenly lose control. What kind of jutsu is this? Alarmed, Haiden attempted to resist, but found himself utterly immobilized. Damn it! He roared, trying to activate his curse technique. Yet he discovered he could not control his own body. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Feng approached him step by step. Haiden, your time has come, Lin Feng said coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Haiden's body, ensnared by the body flicker technique, moved stiffly like a marionette. Following the chakra strings manipulated by Lin Feng, anguish and fury coursed through him, yet he was powerless to act. What have you done to me? Haiden's voice emerged from his throat, trembling slightly. Lin Feng offered no reply, merely regarding him with icy indifference. Release me. I will kill you. Haiden struggled desperately, yet his body remained unresponsive. Save your breath, Lin Feng replied calmly. Before my body flicker technique, you possess no means of resistance. Curse you. Haiden seethed, his eyes filled with malice. He had never felt so humiliated. As the bearer of immortality, he had always acted with impunity, yet now he found himself like a puppet, subject to Lin Feng's whims. The immense disparity nearly drove him to madness. What on earth do you intend to do? Fadewan bellowed. I shall take you away from here, Lin Feng replied succinctly. You shall not. Fadewan struggled desperately to break free from his restraints, but all efforts were in vain. Ignoring Fadewan's rants, Lin Feng formed hand seals and intoned, summoning technique. A deep, resonant howl erupted, and a colossal three-headed hound materialized in the clearing. This monstrous creature, a manifestation of Lin Feng's summoned beast, the hellhound, was sinewy and formidable, with sharp fangs adorning each of its 3 heads, exuding an air of ferocity. What manner of beast is this? A flicker of terror crossed Fadewan's eyes upon sighting the hellhound. The surrounding grass ninjas were paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground. Trembling uncontrollably. Advance. Lin Feng commanded the hellhound. With a low growl, the central head opened its massive jaws and clamped down on Fadewan, lifting him effortlessly. Release me, you scoundrel. Fadewan thrashed wildly within the hellhound's grip, but its teeth were as unyielding as steel, rendering him immobile. We shall depart, Lin Feng instructed the hellhound, then turned to walk toward the village's outskirts. The hellhound, bearing Fadewan, followed closely behind. You wretched little imp, just you wait. I shall return. When I do, you will experience a fate worse than death. Fadewan's muffled voice emanated from the hellhound's maw, brimming with malice and resentment. Lin Feng paid no heed, resolutely continuing his path. He understood that Fadewan's immortality posed a significant challenge, yet he had his own methods to counter it. By transporting Fadewan to a secure location, he could gradually devise a scheme. In due course, Fadewan would become the sacrificial vessel for his impure reincarnation, supplying an unceasing flow of chakra. With this thought, a cold smile crept across Lin Feng's lips. Fadewan, your true worth is only just beginning to unfold. With Fadewan secured upon the hellhound's back, Lin Feng raced through the terrain, navigating the twists and turns until they arrived at a dense forest. This woodland lay on the border of the land of fire, seldom trodden by human feet, with towering ancient trees that obscured the sky. Sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, casting dappled spots of light that resembled scattered gold. A gentle mist enveloped the forest, the air rich with the scent of damp earth and greenery. The occasional bird call served to amplify the tranquility and mystery of the woodland. This cursed place is so eerie. Where exactly are you taking me? Fadewan, still clamped in the hellhound's jaws, spoke with muffled defiance. Lin Feng remained unresponsive, pressing onward. The hellhound, ever vigilant, scanned their surroundings with its 3 heads, alert to every movement. After traversing the dense thicket, they reached the foot of a steep mountain peak. The peaks tower majestically into the clouds, their rugged stones jutting out in striking formations. A winding path leads to a secluded cave nestled within the mountainside. The entrance is shrouded by dense vines, making it difficult to discern without a keen eye. Inside, the cave is deep and dim, with an air of damp chill permeating the atmosphere. Moss clings to the stone walls, and the occasional drip of water echoes softly in the silence. Deep within the cave, peculiar stalactites can be faintly seen, glimmering with an ethereal light amidst the darkness. This is the place. Lin Feng halted, surveying his surroundings with a satisfied nod. Here? What is here? Fadewan struggled, attempting to free himself from the jaws of the hellhound. A resting place for you, Lin Feng replied with a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 52. Fadewan, the sacrificial offering of the reincarnation of the filthy earth, appears. Let me go? You bastard. I will kill you. Fadewan roared in fury, but his voice sounded muffled within the hellhound's grasp. Hellhound, release him, Lin Feng commanded calmly. The hellhound growled softly and released its hold. Fadewan tumbled to the ground, disoriented and dazed. Cough, cough, what do you want? Fadewan scrambled to his feet, glaring at Lin Feng. Fadewan, have you not always yearned to dedicate yourself to the Lord of the Evil Gods? Lin Feng looked down at him, his eyes filled with mockery. Now, your opportunity has arrived. What do you mean? A sense of foreboding washed over Fadewan, a feeling he hadn't experienced since gaining immortality. The identity of the youth before him was shrouded in mystery, his name unknown, his allegiance unclear. The most alarming aspect was the sheer strength he possessed, effortlessly overpowering Fadewan. Rendered unable to use his bloodline abilities, he felt like nothing more than a mere punching bag, instilling fear within him. This, however, cannot be solely blamed on Fadewan. The fault lies with Lin Feng, whose mastery of the chaotic body technique had reached a state of consummate perfection. Had it been the level of Yakushi Kabuto, Fadewan might still have been able to exert some control over his body. Lin Feng withdrew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and approached Fadewan with deliberate steps. Though Fadewan was under the control of the chaotic body technique, the sight of Lin Feng's movements instinctively filled him with dread. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by a surge of madness. What are you planning to do? Fadewan's voice quivered slightly. Lin Feng offered no reply, merely gliding the kunai lightly across the top of Fadewan's head. Several strands of hair fell away. Lin Feng meticulously gathered the hair, placing it into a sealed scroll. What are you doing with my hair? Fadewan's unease deepened. Do not fret, it is merely a small experiment. Lin Feng replied with a hint of amusement in his tone. Haiden's immortal body has always piqued Lin Feng's curiosity. He yearns to uncover the connection between Haiden's evil deity and the Shinigami who sealed Orochimaru's soul. If only he could use the technique of Edo Tensei to summon Haiden's soul and control him to teach him the secrets of immortality. It would be nothing short of splendid. Of course, this remains merely a concept that requires further validation. Experiment? What experiment? You scoundrel, let me go? Haiden struggled violently, yet his body refused to obey him. Ignoring his protests, Lin Feng retrieved a bundle of specially crafted ropes from his ninja tool pouch, securely binding Haiden. He then produced a brush and dipped it into a peculiar crimson liquid, commencing to inscribe something upon Haiden's body. Haiden felt a chilling sensation traverse his skin, a wave of intense anxiety surging within him. He was oblivious to Lin Feng's intentions, but he sensed that this was undoubtedly a malevolent endeavor. What are you doing? Haiden's voice trembled with fear. Lin Feng remained silent, wholly absorbed in his task. As time passed, Haiden's body became adorned with an intricate array of runes, appearing both bizarre and terrifying. These runes were the very symbols of Edo Tensei. Lin Feng meticulously painted them upon Haiden's form, adhering closely to the patterns etched in his memory. Hey, what on earth are you doing? Stop it now. Haiden's body began to tremble subtly, as he felt an ominous transformation taking place within him. A profound sense of dread enveloped him. Do not rush. The true spectacle is only just beginning. Lin Feng smirked coldly. He then extracted a small vial from his pouch, containing dark red tissue. This was Might Guy's biological material. Lin Feng began to integrate this tissue into Haiden's body, piece by piece. Oh! Haiden released a tortured howl, sensing something intruding upon his flesh, seizing control of his being. This sensation was more horrifying than any pain he had ever endured. What have you done to me? Haiden's voice had grown hoarse. Do not worry. It will all be over soon, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, a hint of cruelty lacing his tone. He began to form hand seals, the process of Edo Tensei nearing completion. Hi, Inu, Tori, Shun Wei. As the final seal was completed, the runes on Haiden's body began to radiate a blinding light. No. Haiden's desperate scream was swiftly drowned out by the brilliance. The luminosity of Edo Tensei gradually faded, revealing a familiar figure before Lin Feng. It was a robust man, adorned with a thick watermelon-shaped hairstyle, rugged eyebrows, and that signature green jumpsuit. Who else could this be but Might Guy? Where's this? Might Guy slowly opened his eyes, confusion evident in his gaze. He surveyed his surroundings, the dim cave, the enigmatic runes, and the unfamiliar young man before him. Everything felt alien and unsettling. Wasn't I fighting the 7 ninja swordsmen? He murmured, attempting to recall the events that had transpired. He remembered resolutely opening the final gate, the death gate. Of the 8 gates to protect his son and his comrades, that battle was cataclysmic, shaking the very earth. He had exhausted his last ounce of strength to repel the 7 ninja swordsmen, but in doing so, he had drained all his life force and collapsed on the battlefield. Am I already dead? Might Guy lowered his head to examine his hands. These hands, brimming with vitality, were entirely unlike those of a deceased person. Who are you? He inquired, lifting his gaze to Lin Feng, his eyes filled with skepticism and caution. Me? Lin Feng smiled faintly. You may call me Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Might Guy furrowed his brow, having never heard that name before. Do you know Might Guy? Lin Feng asked tentatively. Guy? At the mention of this name, a flicker of tenderness passed through Might Guy's eyes. He is my son. Lin Feng silently rejoiced, realizing that his impure world reincarnation had indeed succeeded. Who are you? Where's this place? Why am I here? Might Guy bombarded him with questions like a rapid-fire barrage. Calm down. I will explain everything in due time. Lin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. First and foremost, you are undoubtedly dead. And I, through a special ninjutsu, have summoned you back from the Pure Land. Pure Land? What is that place? Might Guy's confusion deepened. The Pure Land is the resting place of souls departed from this world. And the ninjutsu I employed is known as impure world reincarnation, Lin Feng patiently clarified. It is a forbidden technique that allows the souls of the deceased to be summoned back to the living realm, manifesting in physical form. Impure world reincarnation? Might Guy's eyes widened in disbelief, grappling with the incredulity of such an extraordinary occurrence. Indeed, impure world reincarnation, Lin Feng affirmed with a nod. And you, dear Might Guy, are my first creation through this technique. First creation? Might Guy felt like a puppet being manipulated, an unsettling sensation gnawing at his heart. What do you intend to do? Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to harness your strength. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with determination. Rest assured, I will not compel you to commit any heinous acts. I simply desire you to teach me the 8 gates. Chapter 53, Confrontation with Might Guy of the 6th Gate. 8 gates? Might Guy's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes intently on Lin Feng. Do you wish to learn the 8 gates of Dunjia? Indeed, Lin Feng replied with unwavering composure. Why? Might Guy pressed further. You summoned me back from the Pure Land merely to acquire the 8 gates? That is but one of the reasons. Lin Feng paused before continuing. More importantly, I require your strength to safeguard Konoha. Safeguard Konoha? Might Guy's brow furrowed deeper. Konoha is currently secure. It does not necessitate my power. No, you are mistaken. Lin Feng shook his head. Konoha is facing an unprecedented crisis. Crisis? A flicker of confusion crossed Might Guy's eyes. What crisis? A great war is on the horizon, and Konoha will be at the epicenter of this conflict. Lin Feng's tone grew grave. And I need your strength to protect Konoha, to protect Kai, and all those I hold dear. Might Guy fell silent, studying Lin Feng as if contemplating something profound. Is what you say truly factual? After a lengthy pause, Might Guy finally inquired. Absolutely, Lin Feng responded without hesitation. A complex emotion flashed in Might Guy's eyes. He sighed. What reason do I have to trust you? Simply because I am Kai's friend, because I summoned you back from the Pure Land, and because I am willing to fight for the protection of Konoha. Lin Feng's voice rang with conviction. Friend, Might Guy murmured, a trace of warmth emerging in his gaze. I understand you harbor many doubts, but this is not the time for explanations, Lin Feng continued. Time is of the essence. I must enhance my strength post-haste. You are correct. Time is indeed short, Might Guy nodded. However, I cannot readily impart the 8 gates to you. Why not? Lin Feng asked, perplexed. The 8 gates is a double-edged sword, Might Guy elucidated. It bestows immense power upon the user, yet it also imposes a tremendous burden on their body. If the user lacks a resolute will and the right convictions, they may easily be consumed by this power, ultimately leading to their own destruction. I comprehend, Lin Feng nodded. Yet I am confident in my ability to wield this power. Merely having confidence is insufficient, Might Guy shook his head. I need to witness your sincerity. Sincerity? Lin Feng was taken aback. What must I do? Quite simply, Might Guy's gaze became resolute. Demonstrate your strength to me. Show me if you are worthy of learning the 8 gates. Very well. Lin Feng agreed without hesitation. How would you like to test me? Utilize the 8 gates. Might Guy replied. I shall open the 6th gate, the gate of view, to assess your capabilities. The 6th gate? Lin Feng's heart raced. He understood the power of the 8 gates. Each gate unlocked exponentially greater strength. The 6th gate was a perilous threshold. Are you afraid? Might Guy inquired. No. I am merely surprised. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Let me witness the might of the 8 gates. Very well, Might Guy bellowed, and the chakra within him began to surge violently. The first gate, open. The second gate, rest, open. The third gate, life, open. The fourth gate, wound, open. The fifth gate, limit, open. The sixth gate, view, open. With each thunderous roar from Might Guy, his aura intensified, and a formidable chakra erupted from within him, enveloping him in a verdant blaze. Is this the power of the 8 gates? Lin Feng felt the overwhelming chakra and was profoundly shaken. Come forth. Let me witness your strength. Might Guy's voice reverberated like thunder within the cavern. The green chakra flames surged around him like a frenzied beast, exuding an oppressive aura that was almost suffocating. Lin Feng's forehead beaded with sweat. He understood that he must exert his utmost effort. After all, the Edo Tensei technique he employed had only reached a rudimentary stage. Should he forcibly control Might Guy, it would obliterate his consciousness. In such a case, not only would learning the 8 gates become impossible, but even normal communication would be unattainable. Thus, he had no choice but to seek Might Guy's acknowledgement in this manner. Come forth, let me witness your strength. Might Guy's voice echoed like thunder in the cave. Around him, the green chakra flame coalesced into a colossal vortex, seemingly intent on devouring everything. Lin Feng took a deep breath, fervently channeling his chakra. If that is the case, then allow me to demonstrate my true power. His gaze sharpened, and a powerful chakra erupted from within him. Seal release. With a low utterance from Lin Feng, 3 black tomo symbols manifested at his neck. Subsequently, the tomo began to radiate an orange-red light, spreading across his body like flames. Lin Feng underwent a transformation. Fiery markings appeared upon his skin. His hair turned a shade of gray-white, and he emanated an aura that was both sinister and powerful. Might Guy's pupils constricted sharply as he beheld Lin Feng's transformation, astonishment filling his gaze. This is a malevolent energy. Might Guy's expression grew serious as he fixed his eyes intently on Lin Feng. I do not know how you acquired such power, but I must caution you. Over-reliance on the seal's strength will ultimately lead to your own consumption by it. You need not concern yourself with that, Lin Feng replied with a cold smirk. I know my limits. Now that you have revealed your strength, it is time for me to take this seriously. Might Guy inhaled deeply, the green chakra flames surrounding him growing increasingly ferocious. Come on. Let me witness the extent of your strength. This suits me perfectly. A flicker of excitement glimmered in Lin Feng's eyes, as the power of his cursed seal surged violently within him. Cursed seal, Phase 2, activate. Lin Feng shouted, unleashing another wave of power from his cursed seal, causing further transformation in his body. Astonishingly, a pair of gray wings sprouted from his back, and a more sinister, potent chakra erupted from within, causing the entire cave to tremble violently. Is this the second phase of the cursed seal? Might Guy's face contorted in shock. He had never encountered such formidable cursed seal power. Who are you? Who I am is inconsequential, Lin Feng replied, unfurling his wings and slowly lifting off the ground. What truly matters is that I possess sufficient power to protect all that I hold dear. Now, allow me to demonstrate the true might of the cursed seal's second phase. His gaze hardened as he raised his right hand, an immense chakra coalescing within it. Chapter 54. The 8 Gates of Duanjia. The first gate. Wind release. Empty/spiral wave. Lin Feng uttered a low growl as the chakra in his hand began to spin rapidly, with simultaneous transformation in form and nature. It morphed into a high-velocity sphere encircled by razor-sharp wind blades, emitting a piercing howl. This was his original ninjutsu, a fusion of the spiraling sphere and the empty/wave, infused with the properties of wind chakra. Though he also possessed the techniques of body flicker and sound-binding swordsmanship, Lin Feng had no intention of using them. The body flicker technique involved injecting chakra into the enemy's body, disrupting their nervous system to control their movements. Meanwhile, sound-binding swordsmanship employed sound to restrain an opponent's actions. While these techniques could be effective against ordinary foes, they would prove futile against the reanimated corpses, as they were composed of the deceased souls and earth, lacking a nervous system and being impervious to sound. Moreover, his primary objective in this battle was to showcase his strength, to prove his worthiness to learn the 8 gates of Duanjia. Thus, he would not resort to such underhanded tactics. He aimed to defeat Might Guy through sheer, honorable power. Might Guy observed the rapidly spinning chakra sphere in Lin Feng's hand, his eyes reflecting astonishment as he sensed the potency of the ninjutsu. Peacock dance. Might Guy's hands moved swiftly through the seals, each motion embodying a graceful power, reminiscent of a dancer expressing the rhythm of life. Then, with a sudden flourish, he thrust forward, unleashing countless green chakra fist shadows that fanned out like a peacock's tail, resplendent and deadly, hurtling toward Lin Feng's empty/spiral wave. Boom! The clash between the chakra sphere and the fist shadows erupted in a thunderous roar, as if the very heavens were splitting apart. A formidable shockwave radiated outward, causing the stone walls of the cave to tremble and sending a cascade of debris tumbling down. Lin Feng and Might Guy were both jolted backward by this immense force, with fissures appearing on the ground beneath their feet. Is this the morning peacock in the state of the Gate of View? Truly impressive. Lin Feng marveled inwardly. He understood that the morning peacock was a profound technique of physical arts under the sixth gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, which converts chakra into flames and unleashes a rapid barrage of punches against foes, wielding tremendous power. Your ninjutsu is quite remarkable, Might Guy remarked, his eyes filled with admiration. You can actually contend with my morning peacock. However, this is still insufficient. With a thunderous shout, Might Guy's green chakra surged once more. His speed suddenly escalated, resembling a specter as he instantaneously appeared before Lin Feng. So swift, Lin Feng was taken aback, perceiving a blur before him as Might Guy's fist approached with alarming rapidity. Wood release, wood pillar wall. Lin Feng reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly forming hand signs. A robust wooden barrier materialized before him, intercepting Might Guy's fist. Bang! Might Guy's fist struck the wooden wall with a thunderous impact, echoing as if colliding with an indomitable fortress. Cracks spiderwebbed across the wooden barrier, yet it remained intact. Would release? A look of surprise crossed Might Guy's face. He had not anticipated Lin Feng's use of such a technique. You can use wood release? Might Guy exclaimed, his voice laced with astonishment. What's so surprising about that? Lin Feng replied calmly. I possess the ability to utilize the Senju cell transplant technique. The Senju cell transplant technique? Might Guy furrowed his brow, having never heard of such a method. It appears you are still quite naive about this world, Lin Feng chuckled lightly. He knew that despite Might Guy's formidable strength, he was merely an ordinary individual, unaware of many hidden secrets within the ninja realm. Nevertheless, this was no longer of consequence. Lin Feng continued, the important matter is, do you now acknowledge my strength? Might Guy fell silent, regarding Lin Feng. He had to concede that Lin Feng's prowess was indeed formidable, even surpassing his expectations. I have acknowledged your strength, he finally spoke after a long pause. Excellent. A smile broke across Lin Feng's face. He had awaited this affirmation from Might Guy. Now that you recognize my strength, would you be willing to impart the 8 gates of Duanjia to me? Lin Feng inquired, his tone tinged with anticipation. Certainly, Might Guy nodded. However, the 8 gates of Duanjia is an exceedingly powerful technique, and its training is quite arduous. It requires a gradual approach. One cannot rush through the process. Thus, I can only teach you the method for the first gate, the opening gate. Only the first gate? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. What? Do you find that insufficient? Might Guy gazed at Lin Feng, questioning him. It is not that there is a lack, but rather that Lin Feng hesitated to express his thoughts. He could not simply admit that his lifespan was insufficient. He would have to learn the 8 gates of Duanjia first, and then gradually deduce further. But what? Might Guy pressed on. I wish to master the 8 gates of Duanjia all at once. Lin Feng inhaled deeply and revealed his aspirations. All at once. Might Guy paused momentarily, then shook his head. That is impossible. The training of the 8 gates requires meticulous steps. It cannot be accomplished in one fell swoop. I understand it is quite challenging, yet I have my reasons, Lin Feng continued. I hope you will trust me. I am confident I can achieve this. Reasons? Might Guy inquired, observing Lin Feng closely. What reasons? Lin Feng hesitated but ultimately refrained from disclosing the matter of his lifespan. That is my secret, and I cannot divulge it. A secret? Might Guy's brow furrowed deeper. What secret could you possibly have that you cannot share with me? I am sorry, but I truly cannot say. Lin Feng shook his head. Since you are unwilling to speak, I am left with no choice, Might Guy sighed. I shall first impart to you the method of opening the first gate. If you doubt my capabilities, I can prove myself to you, Lin Feng asserted. Prove? Might Guy regarded Lin Feng curiously. How do you intend to prove it? I will learn the method of opening the first gate in the shortest possible time, and then seek your guidance on the second, Lin Feng replied. Oh, a hint of surprise flickered in Might Guy's eyes. Are you certain? Absolutely. Lin Feng nodded resolutely. Very well, Might Dai conceded, since you possess such confidence. I shall grant you this opportunity. I will teach you the method for opening the first gate, and if you truly master it swiftly, I shall then teach you the second. Thank you, esteemed mentor. Lin Feng's face brightened with a smile. Do not be hasty in your gratitude. Might Dai waved his hand. I have a condition. What condition? Lin Feng asked. If you fail to learn the method of opening the first gate in a timely manner, you must reveal your secret to me, Might Dai stipulated. Lin Feng hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. Very well, I accept your terms. Excellent. A faint smile graced Might Dai's face. Now let us commence. Opening the first gate is located at the head, controlling the fatigue of the body, lifting the limitations of the mind, and unleashing 100% of physical potential. Might Dai began to explain the method of opening the first gate in detail, including the flow of chakra and the exercises required. Lin Feng listened intently, committing every detail to memory. Then he silently chanted, System. Deduce the first gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Chapter 55. 8 gates of Duanjia. Deduction. System. Deduce the first gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Lin Feng chanted inwardly. Ding. Beginning the deduction of the 8 gates of Duanjia, the first gate. The system's prompt echoed in Lin Feng's mind. In the first year, you began to train vigorously, pushing your body to its limits daily. Sweat soaked through your garments, and your muscles ached as if they were on the verge of tearing apart. Yet, you clenched your teeth, remaining silent, for you understood that this was the essential path to strength. The first gate of the 8 gates of might had been breached, marking the initiation of your journey. Gasping for breath, you felt the transformation within your body. Though fatigued, an unprecedented sense of power surged through you. Is this the sensation of opening the gate? In the second year, you continued to uphold rigorous standards for yourself. Beyond fulfilling the training tasks assigned by Might Dai, you voluntarily intensified your training regimen. Like a sponge, you voraciously absorbed knowledge about the 8 gates of might, continuously applying it in combat to transmute it into your own strength. You had unlocked the first gate, achieving a modest level of mastery. In the third year, you sequestered yourself within your chamber, diligently studying the 8 gates of might. You faced countless attempts and failures, yet you never wavered. You firmly believed that with sufficient dedication, success was inevitable. Eventually, after innumerable setbacks, you triumphed. You had unlocked the first gate, attaining a state of great perfection. The changes in your abilities were significant. Physique increased by 6. Remaining lifespan, 3 years. Indeed, the cost of unlocking the 8 gates of might was greater than I had anticipated, Lin Feng mused. He had initially thought that with his current chakra level, the endeavor would not consume much of his lifespan. However, it now appeared he had underestimated the challenge posed by the 8 gates. Merely opening the simplest of gates had already cost him 3 years. Nevertheless, there was no retreat, and besides, he had enhanced his taijutsu by 2 points. He began to open the first gate, determined to prove his prowess to Might Dai. Standing nearby, Might Dai observed Lin Feng quietly, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. He was uncertain of Lin Feng's intentions, yet he sensed that something significant was unfolding within him. What could he possibly be doing? Might Dai speculated. Could he truly be training to open the gate? The thought startled him. Impossible, how could that be? He shook his head, dismissing the absurd notion. Although the method of training to open the gate was not particularly difficult, mastering it in a short time frame was no simple feat moreover. Lin Feng had not even begun practicing the chakra pathways. How could he have commenced training to open the gate? Might Dai was perplexed. Yet he chose not to interrupt Lin Feng, instead standing silently by, observing his transformation. After an indeterminate period, Lin Feng's body suddenly convulsed, followed by a powerful surge of chakra erupting from within him. Might Dai's pupils constricted sharply, his face betraying a look of astonishment. He could sense that Lin Feng's chakra was burgeoning at an astonishing pace, and this growth showed no signs of abating. Could it be that he had truly succeeded? A wave of incredulity surged within Might Dai. He could scarcely believe that Lin Feng had mastered the method of opening the first gate in such a brief span of time, and it appeared that his achievement was far beyond mere mastery. Open the first gate. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and uttered a low shout. Boom! An even more potent chakra erupted from within Lin Feng, and a faint green aura enveloped his body. This was the herald of the first gate's activation. A look of shock spread across Might Dai's face. He finally confirmed that Lin Feng had indeed succeeded. He had truly opened the first gate. He had actually accomplished it. Might Guy murmured to himself, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had initially thought Lin Feng was merely boasting, but it seemed he had been gravely mistaken. Lin Feng appeared to harbor some enigmatic secret within him. With a long exhale, Lin Feng gradually rose to his feet. He felt a surge of power coursing through him, as though he possessed boundless energy. Was this the sensation of the first gate being unlocked? Indeed, it was formidable, Lin Feng mused internally. He understood that this was merely the first gate. What terrifying power would await him if all 8 gates were opened? You have truly opened the first gate? Might Guy's voice trembled, still unable to fully grasp the reality before him. Yes, Senior, Lin Feng nodded, a smile gracing his face. I am not deceiving you. I can indeed learn the 8 gates in a short time. How on earth did you achieve this? Might Guy could not restrain his curiosity. That is my secret. Lin Feng replied with a subtle smile, choosing not to divulge his method. Now, can you impart to me the training methods for the remaining 7 gates? He inquired. His tone laced with anticipation. Might Guy fell silent, gazing at Lin Feng with a complex expression. After a long pause, he sighed and said, All right, I admit. I underestimated you. Since you have proven your abilities, I shall directly teach you the remaining 7 gates. A hint of astonishment still lingered in his eyes. Thank you, Senior. Lin Feng exclaimed, elated within. He had initially feared that Might Guy would teach him 1 gate at a time, as by the time they reached the 2nd gate, he would likely be exposed. After all, the toll on one's lifespan from utilizing the 8 gates was extraordinarily high. Now that Might Guy was willing to impart all 8 gates at once, it was nothing short of a stroke of fortune. Do not rejoice too soon. Might Guy seemed to see through Lin Feng's thoughts, and he spoke in a deep voice. The 8 gates of Duanjia, though formidable, are not easily mastered. Each gate possesses its unique cultivation methods and challenges, and to fully comprehend them is no simple task. Furthermore, the 8 gates impose immense strain on the body. A moment of carelessness may lead to irreversible damage. Therefore, during your training, you must act within your limits and refrain from overexerting yourself. Yes, Senior, I understand. Lin Feng nodded, firmly etching Might Guy's admonition in his heart. Very well, I shall now impart to you the remaining 7 gates. Might Guy took a deep breath and began to elucidate the cultivation methods of the 8 gates of Duanjia in detail. The first gate, the rest gate, located at the head, alleviates the restrictions of physical fatigue, allowing one to overexert their energy to recover stamina and counteract the fatigue from the open gate, restoring the body to its optimal state. The second gate, the life gate, also situated at the head, further enhances attack speed and power, reaching levels comparable to that of the lotus of the surface. The third gate, the injury gate, located in the chest, further augments one's offensive capabilities and velocity. The fourth gate, the dew gate, found in the abdomen, again elevates attack power and speed, revealing the true might of the 8 gates of Duanjia. The fifth gate, the view gate, situated at the stomach, emanates a green energy aura, moving so swiftly that it is imperceptible to the naked eye, with the activated state being the inner lotus. The sixth gate, the alarm gate, located in the lower abdomen, radiates a blue energy light, achieving a speed that surpasses the inner lotus, capable of shattering Susanoo with a single kick, showcasing terrifying power. The seventh gate, the death gate, situated at the heart, embodies the ultimate secret of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Once activated, it emits a blood-red energy aura, granting power exceeding that of multiple Kages, albeit at the cost of the user's life force. Might Guy's voice was deep and powerful, each word resonating clearly in Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng listened intently, committing every detail to memory. He understood that this might be his sole opportunity to learn the 8 gates of Duanjia, and he must seize it resolutely. Might Guy explained meticulously, covering the chakra pathways for each gate, methods for physical training, and precautions during activation, among other details. As Lin Feng listened, he silently simulated the chakra pathways in his mind. He discovered that while the cultivation methods of the 8 gates were intricate, they were not devoid of discernible patterns. By grasping the underlying principles, one could achieve remarkable efficiency. I have imparted all the cultivation methods of the 8 gates to you, Might Guy stated after an indeterminate amount of time, finally pausing. He looked at Lin Feng and added, From here on, it depends on you. Thank you, Senior. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude once more to Might Guy. He recognized that Might Guy had shared all he knew, and the remainder was up to him. Of course, the immediate priority was to eliminate other ninjas to extend his lifespan. Only then could he continue to evolve. As he pondered, his gaze returned to the ninjas of the Grass Ninja Village and to Might Guy. Chapter 56. The Massacre of the Village. Lifespan 108 years. Lin Feng contemplated the figure of Might Guy before him. Haiden had resurrected Might Guy as a sacrificial offering, yet he had not received any reward in terms of lifespan. What could this mean? Was it because Haiden's head did not count towards his own? Or was it possible that Haiden had never truly died? What connection existed between the evil god and the god of death? These inquiries filled Lin Feng with an urgent desire for answers. His immediate wish was to release the impure world reincarnation technique to ascertain the condition of Haiden's corpse. Senior, I need to release your impure world reincarnation. Lin Feng spoke to Might Guy. I summoned you merely to learn the 8 gates of bypassing. Might Guy fell silent for a moment before responding. May I have 3 days? I wish to take a glance back at the Leaf Village. After some contemplation, Lin Feng acquiesced to Might Guy's request. Very well. But you must not disclose anything about me, he cautioned. Rest assured, I shall not speak a word, Might Guy assured him. He then activated the 8 gates of bypassing and swiftly departed the cave, heading towards the Leaf Village. Lin Feng watched as Might Guy's figure receded into the distance. And he couldn't help but marvel. The body of one under impure world reincarnation is indeed remarkable. The 8 gates of bypassing with no repercussions. If only I could derive a version of the 8 gates of bypassing that bore no consequences. While he had grasped the method of cultivating the 8 gates of bypassing, he hesitated to attempt it due to the immense strain it placed on the body. A moment's carelessness could lead to irreversible damage. If he could develop a version of the 8 gates of bypassing that was devoid of negative effects, he would be able to use them without reservation. With this thought, Lin Feng's heart brimmed with anticipation. He believed that, given sufficient time, he could indeed cultivate a flawless version of the 8 gates of bypassing. However, at present, he needed to acquire lifespan. Thus, he would have to temporarily set aside the matter of Haiden. He redirected his focus towards the Grass Ninja Village, hoping that the ninjas there would prove to be of assistance. Lin Feng mused, if they are indeed formidable, with a scale of 100, I could garner a substantial amount of lifespan. Embarking alone on his journey to the Grass Ninja Village, he felt a peculiar lightness in his heart. After all, with the 8 gates of bypassing now within his grasp, all he needed was to secure enough lifespan to refine it to a state of perfection. The mere thought of it brought a smile to his lips, and his steps became lighter. As he traversed the winding mountain path, the scenery flew by in a blur. Deep within the forest, the occasional melodious chirp of birds resonated, adding a touch of life to the tranquil mountain landscape. The sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground that swayed gently with the breeze. The air was imbued with the earthy scent of soil and fresh grass, invigorating and pure. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. He understood that such serenity would soon be shattered, for his objective lay ahead, the village of Grass Ninjas. There, a massacre awaited him. Contemplating this, Lin Feng's gaze gradually turned icy. He quickened his pace, racing towards the village of Grass Ninjas. Before long, Lin Feng arrived at the outskirts of the village. Concealed behind a towering tree, he observed the comings and goings within. At the entrance, several Grass Ninjas stood idly, engaged in casual conversation, their faces reflecting a sense of ennui. Hey, what do you think about that guy who took away Lord Haiden? Why is he back? One Grass Ninja suddenly inquired. Who knows? Didn't he leave with Lord Haiden? Another responded, puzzled. As Lin Feng listened to their exchange, a cold smile crept across his lips. It seemed these Grass Ninjas were unaware of Haiden's demise. This was advantageous. It spared him the need for explanations. He stealthily maneuvered to the other side of the village, slipping into a concealed corner. Once inside, Lin Feng discovered that the number of Grass Ninjas exceeded his expectations. They huddled together in small groups, some training, others chatting, and a few patrolling. Lin Feng treaded carefully, delving deeper into the village as he sought a suitable location to commence his slaughter. Soon, he reached the heart of the village, where a spacious plaza lay surrounded by a multitude of Grass Ninjas. His presence instantly captured their attention. Why does he exude such a murderous intent? Go alert the leader. The Grass Ninjas murmured, their faces etched with terror, though they could not fathom the situation. The palpable aura of menace emanating from Lin Feng sent tremors of fear through them. Lin Feng surveyed the gathered Grass Ninjas, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He slowly raised his right hand, a spiraling orb coalescing within his palm. Wind release, spiraling wave, he proclaimed, hurling the sphere into the air. The orb whirled violently, emitting a piercing shriek as it tore through the atmosphere, creating visible currents of air in its wake. Look out! Quickly, take cover! A grass ninja shouted in horror. Yet, it was too late. The spiraling orb struck the crowd with devastating force. A thunderous explosion erupted, showering the plaza in a gruesome display of carnage. The sounds of screams and wails filled the air, a scene too horrific to behold. Ding! One grass ninja eliminated. Lifespan extended by 6 months. With the demise of an elite lower-ranking ninja, 1 year is added to his lifespan. Ding! Another lower-ranking ninja is slain, granting an additional year. The system's notifications incessantly resonate within Lin Feng's mind, and a satisfied smile graces his face. Although these grass ninjas lack formidable strength, their sheer numbers provide him with a substantial extension of life. He harbors no pity, relentlessly wielding his kunai to harvest the lives of the grass ninjas. Despite the desperate resistance from the ninjas of the grass ninja village, their efforts appear utterly futile in the face of overwhelming power. Wind release, spiraling wave. Lin Feng unleashes another Rasengan, sending a group of grass ninjas attempting to encircle him flying. Ding! One middle-ranking ninja is eliminated, adding 3 years to his lifespan. Ding! One special upper-ranking ninja is defeated, granting him 5 years. Ding! Another middle-ranking ninja falls, bestowing an additional 3 years. The system's notifications continue to chime, and Lin Feng's lifespan swiftly increases. An excited smile adorns his face, as if he were the harbinger of death. Run! He is a demon. We stand no chance against him. The grass ninjas are utterly shattered, scattering in a frantic attempt to escape this hell on earth. Yet, Lin Feng has no intention of sparing them. Like a specter, he weaves through the crowd, mercilessly reaping lives. The entire grass ninja village is shrouded in a pall of blood and death. Buildings lie in ruins, the ground littered with dismembered limbs, and blood streams together to create rivulets that gleam blindingly under the sunlight. The air is thick with the nauseating scent of blood. Once a prosperous grass ninja village, it has now transformed into a city of the dead. At the heart of this devastation stands Lin Feng, reveling in the triumph of his victory. Blood stains his body, yet his gaze shines with an unusual brightness. Ha! This is exhilarating. Lin Feng laughs skyward, his voice brimming with delight and pride. In stark contrast to the tragic scene of the grass ninja village is Lin Feng's face, twisted in ecstasy. He resembles a bloodthirsty demon, reveling in the thrill of slaughter. Ding! One upper-ranking ninja is slain, adding 10 years to his lifespan. Ding! An elite upper-ranking ninja falls, granting him 15 years. Ding! Another upper-ranking ninja is dispatched, bestowing an additional 10 years. The system's notifications resonate once more, and Lin Feng's lifespan has increased by a staggering 108 years. At last, this is sufficient. Chapter 57. The 8 Gates of Duanjia, the Death Gate. Lin Feng takes a deep breath, his gaze fixed upon the system panel, displaying a vivid 110 years of lifespan. A glimmer of resoluteness flashes in his eyes. Indeed, he must acquire the 8 Gates of Duanjia. Lin Feng murmurs to himself, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He has not forgotten that the 8 Gates of Duanjia can engage in battle at the level of the 6 paths. Once mastered, would he not soar to new heights? Moreover, with 110 years of lifespan at his disposal, is it not meant to be extravagantly spent? With this thought, Lin Feng resolved to act, silently invoking, System. Initiate the derivation of the 8 Gates of Duanjia. Ding! The process commenced, beginning from the 2nd gate, as the system's voice resonated within his mind. Instantly, a torrent of information regarding the 8 Gates of Duanjia flooded his consciousness. In the first year, he immersed himself in relentless training, day and night, ultimately unlocking the rest gate of the 8 Gates, achieving the foundational level of mastery. In the 2nd year, he ventured down a unique path, employing high-intensity physical training and chakra control exercises, successfully unsealing the life gate, furthering his comprehension of the 8 Gates. By the 4th year, through tireless effort and a profound understanding of his own bodily structure, he unlocked the injury gate, advancing his mastery yet again. In the 7th year, he toiled under the stars without respite, pushing his limits through continual self-challenge, successfully unveiling the door of dismissal, enhancing his understanding further. By the 11th year, he refined his training methods, integrating practical combat experience, and managed to unlock the scenery gate, deepening his insight once more. In the 16th year, through painstaking research into the flow and eruption of chakra, he opened the Astonishment Gate, marking another leap in his understanding. After 26 years of exhaustive effort, he maximized the application of chakra and his physical potential, successfully unlocking the opening gate, furthering his mastery. Finally, after 96 years, teetering on the brink of life and death countless times, he grasped the profound essence of the 8 gates, unlocking the Death Gate. However, due to the exorbitant cost of this gate, he had never dared to attempt its activation, achieving only a minor mastery of the 8 gates. Ding! The derivation concluded, consuming 92 years of lifespan, with the 8 gates reaching a minor level of mastery. The system's voice echoed once more, pulling Lin Feng back from the state of derivation. Slowly, he opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within him, a slight smile gracing his lips. The 8 gates of Duanjia. He had succeeded. Clenching his fists, he reveled in an unprecedented strength. Yet, 92 years to attain only a minor mastery? It seemed the potential of the 8 gates was vast, and unlocking the Death Gate did not equate to achieving complete perfection. Glancing at the remaining 18 years of lifespan on the system panel, he felt a pang of regret. However, upon reflection, the acquisition of such a divine technique as the 8 gates made it worthwhile. Moreover, he was confident that when he reached complete mastery, the side effects of the Death Gate would diminish significantly. Next, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the system panel. Whoosh! The interface transformed instantaneously, presenting various data with clarity before his eyes. Ninjutsu 11, Taijutsu 10, Illusion 8, Power 6, Speed 6, Precision 27, Seals 6. Bloodline limit would release. His Taijutsu had risen from 6 to 10, and his power from 4 to 6. Lin Feng's pupils constricted sharply, his heart racing uncontrollably. The enhancement was astonishing. He could not help but exclaim in astonishment. It is important to note that previously his physical techniques and strength had always been his weaknesses. However, now these two abilities have surged dramatically, particularly his physical prowess, which has reached a remarkable score of 10. This is indeed the level of a Jonin. Lin Feng trembled with excitement. The 8 gates of Duanjia are truly formidable. He took a deep breath, suppressing the exhilaration within him. Merely at the minor completion stage of the 8 gates of Duanjia has significantly enhanced my physical abilities and strength. If I were to achieve the grand completion stage, would it not be otherworldly? A fervent light flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. He eagerly anticipated the day he could elevate the 8 gates of Duanjia to the grand completion stage. Nevertheless, the foremost priority now was to test the might of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon a large tree not far away. He slowly closed his eyes, beginning to channel the chakra within him. Rest gate, open. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes with a low shout. Boom! A powerful surge of chakra erupted from within him. A green luminescence began to radiate from his body. Feeling the surging power within, Lin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. Is this the power of the 8 gates of Duanjia? Indeed formidable. In a flash, he vanished from his original spot. Bang! The next moment, he reappeared before the tree and unleashed a punch. Crack! That tree, which required 2 people to embrace, was effortlessly shattered by his single blow. Lin Feng stared at his fist in disbelief. This is astonishing. That punch did not utilize much force at all. Yet even so, it easily broke a large tree. If he were to unleash his full strength, how terrifying would the power be? Lin Feng's heart brimmed with astonishment. Truly, this is a martial skill capable of contending with the 6 paths level. The 8 gates of Duanjia indeed lives up to its reputation. He now comprehended why the 8 gates of Duanjia was deemed a forbidden technique. Its power is overwhelmingly immense, so immense that it could drive one to madness. However, this is merely the rest gate. If he were to open the subsequent gates, to what extent would the power escalate? Expectation filled Lin Feng's eyes. He could hardly wait to continue advancing the 8 gates of Duanjia. Yet, with only 18 years of life remaining, Lin Feng glanced at the lifespan displayed on the system panel, his brow furrowing. He must quickly devise a way to prolong his life. He murmured to himself. Otherwise, not only would he struggle to advance the 8 gates of Duanjia, but even survival itself would pose a question. A resolute glimmer flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. For now, I must complete this task. Chapter 58, Task completed, Might Guy returns. Lin Feng's brows furrowed tightly as he fell into deep contemplation. The task at hand is to investigate the mysterious disappearances in the Land of Thunder. He murmured to himself, his fingers gently tapping the ground, producing a rhythmic sound. I have uncovered the truth. It was the work of Haiden and the Akatsuki organization. However, I cannot yet reveal the existence of Akatsuki. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. Once exposed, I could easily become a target for Obito and Nagato. With my current strength, I stand no chance against them. Whether it is Nagato's Rinnegan or Obito's Senju cells and Kimui, he would be utterly overwhelmed by any one of them. He took a deep breath, suppressing the unease within. Yet, if I do not disclose the truth, how can I prove that I have completed the mission? A headache began to throb at Lin Feng's temples. This is an insurmountable dilemma. Regardless of the course of action, it seems trouble lies ahead. He chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. Is this mission destined to fail? A flicker of defiance flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. No, there must be a way. He clenched his jaw, striving to devise a strategy. The current predicament is to accomplish the mission without exposing Akatsuki. His thoughts raced, and a daring idea gradually took shape in his mind. Eureka! A glimmer of brilliance shone in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. In that case, the blame must fall on the Grass Ninja Village. He whispered to himself, a hint of coldness lacing his tone. After all, they are beyond reproach now, and they indeed participated in the trafficking of individuals. Lin Feng's resolve solidified. So be it. He inhaled deeply and commenced his actions. He sought out those who had been rescued and addressed them. Listen closely. The situation is urgent, and I need your cooperation. What should we do? One person inquired, while the others nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to follow Lin Feng's lead. Lin Feng regarded them and spoke slowly. You must remember that it was the Grass Ninja Village that captured you. They intended to use you for nefarious experiments. I happened upon this place, discovered their conspiracy, and rescued you. He paused before continuing. As for Haiden and Akatsuki, consider them as though you have never heard of them. Do you understand? The group exchanged glances, some puzzled, yet they nodded in affirmation. Understood. They responded in unison. Excellent. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Now, you shall act according to my instructions and spread this message. Remember, everyone must know that it was the Grass Ninja Village that kidnapped you. Yes. The group replied in unison, swiftly dispersing to carry out Lin Feng's directives. Lin Feng watched their departing figures, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. He was acutely aware that in doing so, he was, in fact, also exploiting these individuals. However, he had no alternative. To accomplish his mission and ensure his own safety, he had no choice but to proceed in this manner. He hoped they would come to understand. Lin Feng sighed and turned to leave. He had more pressing matters to attend to. He needed to relay this information back to Konoha so that the third Hokage could grasp the truth. Only then could he consider his task fulfilled. All that remained was to await Might Guy's return. Lin Feng stood silently within the cave, awaiting Guy's arrival. It had been 2 days since Guy departed, and at his pace, he should have returned by now. Was something amiss in Konoha? A flicker of doubt crossed Lin Feng's mind. He was not particularly concerned that Guy would divulge his secret. After all, for one facing death, keeping secrets held little significance. Furthermore, Guy had been resurrected through the reanimation jutsu, ensuring his unwavering loyalty. Never mind, I shall wait a little longer. Lin Feng shook his head, casting aside his distractions. He settled into a meditative posture, commencing his training in the 8 Gates technique. Though his lifespan was but a fleeting 18 years, any enhancement of his strength was welcome. Time slipped away, and soon half a day had passed. Just as Lin Feng began to grow impatient, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the cave. In an instant, a figure darted into the cave. It was Might Guy. Senior, you have returned, Lin Feng remarked, rising to greet him. Indeed, Guy nodded. Weariness evident upon his face. Have matters in Konoha been resolved? Lin Feng inquired. Everything is settled, Guy sighed. I have met with all those I needed to, and spoken all that required saying. I harbor no regrets. A fleeting sadness glimmered in his eyes. Yet, I have one final wish. What wish? Lin Feng asked. I wish to battle you once more, Guy declared, his eyes aflame with fervent resolve. Only in this way can I depart without remorse. Lin Feng fell silent for a moment, recognizing Guy's desire to ignite his youthful spirit once more in his final moments. Very well, I accept, Lin Feng nodded. However, we must choose a different location. Where shall we go? Guy queried. To a more spacious area, Lin Feng replied with a slight smile. After all, the power of the 8 Gates is far beyond what this modest cave can withstand. Excellent. Guy exclaimed with a hearty laugh, his fighting spirit intensifying. Let us commence. In a flash, the two vanished from the cave. On an expansive plain, Lin Feng and Might Guy stood facing each other. Senior, you may go first, Lin Feng offered. He wished to witness the extent to which Might Guy, resurrected through the impure world reincarnation, could unleash the 8 gates of opening. Very well, I shall not hold back. Might Guy bellowed, as chakra surged wildly within him. First gate, the opening gate, open. Boom. A powerful chakra erupted from Might Guy's being, enveloping him in a faint green luminescence. Second gate, the rest gate, open. Boom. Chakra surged once more, and the green aura surrounding Might Guy became even more resplendent. Third gate, the life gate, open. Boom. Green steam began to emanate from Might Guy's body, significantly amplifying his speed and strength. Fourth gate, the wound gate, open. Fifth gate, the limit gate, open. Sixth gate, the view gate, open. Seventh gate, the shock gate, open. Boom, 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 boom. Chakra erupted from Might Guy's form like a volcanic eruption, completely enveloping him in a shroud of green steam. Is this the power of the 8 gates? Lin Feng observed Might Guy with a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. Might Guy exclaimed joyfully. It has been ages since I have fought with such fervor. Come, Lin Feng, let me see your 8 gates. All right. Lin Feng nodded, as chakra began to surge within him as well. First gate, the opening gate, open. Boom. A formidable chakra burst forth from Lin Feng, surrounding him with a faint green glow. Oh, Might Guy regarded Lin Feng with a hint of surprise. You two have opened the opening gate. Second gate, the rest gate, open. Boom. Chakra surged again, and the green aura enveloping Lin Feng grew even more brilliant. You can even open the rest gate? Might Guy's pupils constricted in shock. Third gate, the life gate, open. Boom. Green steam began to emanate from Lin Feng's body, greatly enhancing his speed and strength. How is this possible? Might Guy's expression betrayed his disbelief. You can actually open the life gate? Fourth gate, the wound gate, open. Boom. The green steam surrounding Lin Feng thickened, and a faint green flame flickered around him. You can even open the wound gate? Might Guy's voice trembled, leaving him at a loss for words. Fifth gate, the limit gate, open. Boom. The green flame surrounding Lin Feng blazed hotter, as his speed and strength surged anew. What manner of monster are you? Might Guy's face displayed sheer astonishment. He found himself at a loss for words to articulate the tumult of emotions swirling within him at that moment. The sixth gate, the gate of view, was now open. Boom. Lin Feng's form was entirely enveloped by a verdant blaze of light. His speed and strength had ascended to an astonishing level. You can actually open the gate of view? The astonishment in Might Guy's eyes was palpable. The seventh gate, the gate of shock, was now open. Boom. A surge of even more potent chakra erupted from Lin Feng's being, surrounding him with an azure flame. You can even open the gate of shock? Might Guy was rendered utterly speechless. He gazed at Lin Feng as if he were a creature of legend. No, not merely a creature, a prodigy. In just 3 short days, he had advanced to the 7th gate. Chapter 59, Impure World Reincarnation. On the spot, Lin Feng observed Might Guy's reaction without fear of him revealing the fact that he had opened the 8th gate. After all, Might Guy was effectively under his control at present. Senior, be careful. Lin Feng's voice pierced through Might Guy's thoughts. What? Might Guy was momentarily taken aback. And before he could react, Lin Feng's figure had vanished from sight. So swift. Might Guy's heart raced, and he instinctively attempted to evade. However, it was too late. Bang. Lin Feng's fist collided with Might Guy's body. Uffed. Might Guy's form shattered, hurtling against the mountainside. Cough, cough. Might Guy spluttered a couple of times before slowly rising to his feet. You truly have opened the gate of shock. He regarded Lin Feng with a bittersweet expression. I have lost. Yet, having witnessed your 8 gates of might, I have no regrets. Senior. Lin Feng's gaze was laden with complexity as he looked at Might Guy. All right, I harbor no regrets. I have witnessed the might of Konoha. Might Guy waved his hand and remarked, it is time to bring this to a close. Let us proceed. He closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Lin Feng regarded Might Guy with a complicated expression. He slowly raised his right hand and formed a seal. Impure World Reincarnation, release. As Lin Feng's voice reverberated, Might Guy's form began to fade into a spectral semblance. Is it finally coming to an end? A serene smile graced Might Guy's face. Thank you, Lin Feng. You have allowed me to witness such a magnificent display of the 8 gates. I have no further regrets. With those words, Might Guy's form completely vanished, transforming into specks of light that dissipated into the air. Senior, Lin Feng stared at the spot where Might Guy had once stood, feeling a profound sense of loss. Though their time together had been brief, Might Guy's assistance had been invaluable to him. Without the guidance of Might Guy, he could not have mastered the 8 gates of Duanjia so swiftly. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, suppressing the turmoil within his heart. This was not the time for sorrow. He had more pressing matters to attend to. He turned to face the lifeless body of Fade Wan. With the cessation of the impure world reincarnation, Fade Wan's corpse re-emerged. Lin Feng approached, scrutinizing the remains with great care. To his astonishment, Fade Wan's body was preserved remarkably well. He knelt down to examine it closely, noting that, despite its chilling coldness, it emanated a peculiar aura. Lin Feng's pupils dilated in sudden realization. Could it be? A thought crossed his mind, both possible and incredulous. Was it conceivable that Fade Wan had never truly died? A tempest surged within Lin Feng's heart. He recalled that, in the original narrative, while Fade Wan possessed an immortal body, it was not without its vulnerabilities, specifically, the requirement for a continuous supply of energy. Simply put, without sustenance, he would perish. Yet, it had been 3 days. Was it possible that Fade Wan was still alive? He even speculated that Fade Wan's body might have been lifeless all along, with the strange aura merely keeping his physical form in a state of activity. In the original tale, Fade Wan had continued to function even after his heart had ceased. An audacious idea took root in Lin Feng's mind. What if he could utilize Fade Wan's body to reincarnate his soul through impure world reincarnation? Taking a deep breath to calm his excitement, he gazed at Fade Wan, tightly bound by steel cables, his eyes flickering with intrigue. If he were to succeed, might he then uncover the true nature of the so-called evil god? Lin Feng murmured to himself, a glimmer of fervor igniting in his eyes. He was no mere devotee. If Fade Wan's immortality was indeed linked to the evil god, he was determined to unearth this secret. However, the foremost priority was to initiate the impure world reincarnation for Fade Wan. Bringing his thoughts back into focus, Lin Feng began preparing the materials for the reincarnation. He retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and inscribed a complex ritualistic formula on the ground. Then, he positioned the preserved remains of Fade Wan's body at the center of the formation. Hong Wan, assist me in safeguarding, Lin Feng instructed the hellhound standing by. Woof. Hong Wan growled in affirmation. With all preparations complete, Lin Feng inhaled deeply, his hands forming the necessary seals. Hi, Su Yu Shun Wei. Impure world reincarnation. As Lin Feng's voice resonated, the ritualistic formula emitted a brilliant radiance. The remains began to dissolve, transforming into a pool of black liquid. The liquid writhed and gradually coalesced into a humanoid shape. Lin Feng's eyes widened in anticipation, fixated on the center of the formation. Was it successful? Lin Feng's heartbeat quickened, his eyes brimming with anticipation. At last, the radiance dissipated, and a figure materialized before him. It was none other than Fade Wan. Where am I? Fade Wan slowly opened his eyes. His expression clouded with confusion. He surveyed his surroundings and glanced at his own body, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Was I not killed by that little brat? How could I possibly be here? Fade Wan scratched his head, utterly perplexed. You are not dead, Fade Wan. Lin Feng's voice resonated. Who? Fade Wan whirled around to find Lin Feng, standing a short distance away. It's you. His pupils constricted sharply, rage igniting within his gaze. You bastard. How dare you kill me? I shall offer you to the Lord of Evil. Fade Wan roared, intent on charging at Lin Feng. However, he soon realized that his body was unable to move. What is happening? Fade Wan looked down, discovering that his body was tightly bound by steel cables. What have you done to me? He glared at Lin Feng, his eyes seething with murderous intent. Yet Lin Feng remained silent, merely observing. Let us first ascertain whether he is a reanimated corpse or truly resurrected. After all, such a phenomenon has never occurred even in the original narrative. Rasengan, Lin Feng called out sharply, conjuring a sphere of rapidly spinning chakra in his hand, which he forcefully pressed against Fade Wan. Boom. A resounding explosion ensued as a gaping hole was blasted through Fade Wan's body. Ah! Fade Wan shrieked in agony, his eyes filled with fury and malice. You bastard! I will kill you. I will offer you to the Lord of Evil. He raged wildly, but his body remained firmly immobilized by the cables. Lin Feng observed Fade Wan's reaction, his face devoid of any expression. He regarded him as one would a lifeless object, a mere tool for experimentation. To him, Fade Wan's existence was inconsequential. What truly mattered was his body. The body that possessed immortality was Lin Feng's genuine interest. Lin Feng suddenly noticed that the wound inflicted by the Rasengan began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Flesh twisted and regrew, swiftly restoring itself to its former state. This method of regeneration was identical to that of the reanimated corpses in the original narrative. As expected, a glimmer of insight flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. This fellow is indeed a reanimated corpse. However, I can utilize his flesh as a living sacrifice for the reanimation. He murmured to himself, his heart swelling with excitement. It appears my conjecture was correct. Fade Wan's body is immortal, which is why it can serve as a sacrificial vessel for reanimation. Yet, his soul was forcibly severed from his body during the first reanimation involving Might Guy. Now, Fade Wan's physical form is akin to that of a vegetative state. He lies motionless. Yet he is not deceased. This implies that he will no longer require additional sacrifices for his future use of impure world reincarnation. Thus, I shall observe what this so-called evil god truly is. A flicker of fervor ignited in Lin Feng's eyes as he became impatient to unravel this enigma. What have you done to me? Fade Wan gazed at his rapidly regenerating body, his eyes filled with terror. Why is my body healing? Who are you? Lin Feng refrained from answering Fade Wan's inquiries, instead maintaining a silent, probing gaze upon him. Do not rush, Fade Wan. Lin Feng's voice resonated, laced with a hint of amusement. Our game has merely commenced. Chapter 60. The Experiment, Secrets of the Evil God Cult. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. He resolved to test whether he could extract information from Fade Wan. After all, Fade Wan was currently in a form of impure earth, theoretically susceptible to control. Fade Wan, divulge everything regarding the evil god cult. Lin Feng commanded softly, attempting to exert control through impure world reincarnation. However, as his words fell, Fade Wan's eyes instantly became vacant, his entire being resembling a soulless puppet standing rigidly in place. Damn it! Lin Feng cursed inwardly. He realized that his modest level of impure world reincarnation was wholly inadequate to command Fade Wan. Once control was attempted, Fade Wan would lapse into unconsciousness, let alone articulate a response. Yet, without exerting control, Fade Wan's inherent disposition made compliance unlikely. Moreover, Lin Feng was profoundly intrigued by Fade Wan's alleged immortality. He yearned for such an ability himself. In that moment, Lin Feng found himself in a quandary. What to do? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, deeply contemplating a strategy. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts. The system. Of course, the system. I can consume my lifespan to enhance impure world reincarnation. A glimmer of hope flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. System. Enhance impure world reincarnation. He silently intoned. He now possessed merely 18 years of life remaining, uncertain of how far he could extend it. Yet, it was certainly preferable to his current modest level of attainment. For the sake of uncovering the secrets of the evil god cult and acquiring immortality, he was willing to bear this price. Ding. Initiating enhancement of impure world reincarnation. The system's voice echoed within Lin Feng's mind. Year 1. You sit in a dimly lit laboratory, surrounded by a heavy stench of blood and formaldehyde. You close your eyes tightly, hands forming seals, wholly absorbed in the intricacies of impure world reincarnation within your mind. Not yet satisfied, you murmur to yourself, beads of perspiration trickling down your forehead. In the 5th year, the laboratory's walls became encrusted with intricate formulas and runes, while the ground was strewn with various experimental materials and the remnants of failed endeavors. You had grown significantly thinner, yet your eyes shone with an ever brighter intensity. Your voice, slightly hoarse, conveyed an ineffable determination. By the 15th year, you stood at the heart of the laboratory, and everything around you seemed to vanish, leaving only you and the body before you, resurrected from the earth. Drawing a deep breath, you slowly raised your hands to form a complex seal. Dirt resurrection, to perfection, you uttered, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in your eyes. Ding. 15 years of lifespan consumed. The dirt resurrection has reached the pinnacle. Remaining lifespan for this iteration, 3 years. The voice of the system echoed in your mind. Yet it stirred not a flicker of emotion within you. As the iteration concluded, Lin Feng felt a warm surge emanating from the depths of his being, rapidly coursing through his entire body. Concurrently, The myriad mysteries of the dirt resurrection flooded into his consciousness like a tidal wave. Closing his eyes, he delved deeply into these revelations, gradually revealing a look of clarity upon his face. Success. After expending 15 years of life, he had finally perfected the dirt resurrection. Now, it is time to test this, you murmured, excitement flickering in your gaze. Lin Feng approached the resurrected body of Fei Duan, extending his hand and gently pressing it against his forehead. Tell me everything about the cult of the evil god. This time, the resurrected Fei Duan did not lapse into unconsciousness as before, but rather began to speak slowly, his voice raspy and hollow. The evil god is. The evil god is. Each word emerged from deep within his throat, laden with a chilling sense of delay. Lin Feng understood that this was due to his mastery of the dirt resurrection not being sufficient to exert perfect control over the resurrected body. To maintain the independent thought of the resurrected while ensuring it obeyed commands like a marionette was a challenge akin to dancing upon a tightrope. Much like the tyrant from a horror film, it required a degree of autonomous judgment to navigate complex battlefield scenarios. Yet it must remain utterly obedient to orders without a hint of dissent. Striking this balance was immensely challenging. However, Lin Feng found no inclination to dwell upon these technical intricacies. All his attention was captivated by Fei Duan's subsequent words. The evil god truly exists, Fei Duan conveyed intermittently, each word striking Lin Feng's heart like a heavy hammer. He resides in a special realm, a space called the void between. The evil god can descend into this world through rituals, and our mission within the cult of the evil god is to gather sacrifices, enabling his complete descent. Fei Duan's voice grew increasingly faint, as if he were on the verge of vanishing. Yet Lin Feng felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his entire being frozen in place. The existence of the evil god, in the void, descending through ritual, collecting offerings. Each piece of information detonated in Lin Feng's mind like a formidable bomb. He had previously believed that the so-called evil god was merely a fabrication of the evil god cult, a deceitful tool to manipulate the hearts and minds of the faithful. However, it now appeared that the situation was far more complex than he had envisioned. If what Fei Duan claimed was true, then there indeed existed a deity that transcended all. Furthermore, this deity could descend into the world through a certain ritual. This was content never revealed in the original narrative, much like the three great celestial lands. It was left to the readers to ponder. Yet Lin Feng, at this moment, was on the brink of uncovering the truth of the original story. It was utterly overwhelming. Lin Feng felt his mind go blank, unable to grasp the implications behind this information. It was entirely beyond his comprehension. As a transmigrator, he had always thought he understood this world thoroughly. Yet now, he realized he was akin to a frog at the bottom of a well, utterly oblivious to the truth of this realm. His breathing quickened, and his heart raced violently, as if it might leap from his chest. He fixed his gaze on Fei Duan, his eyes brimming with shock, confusion, fear, and a trace of uncontainable excitement. Fei Duan, continue. Lin Feng's voice trembled slightly. Tell me everything about the void. And how does one perform the descent ritual? What are the offerings? He was eager to learn more, to unveil the truth of this world. In that moment, he felt as though he had returned to his former self, filled with curiosity for the unknown and a thirst for exploration. Lin Feng sensed his blood boiling, every cell within him clamoring, yearning for knowledge, craving power. He had an inkling that he was on the verge of touching an unprecedented secret. This secret could irrevocably alter his life, perhaps even change the fate of the entire world. Lin Feng's gaze grew fervent as he intently watched Fei Duan, awaiting his response. In the void, Fei Duan's voice resonated once more, pulling Lin Feng back from his reverie. It is a realm devoid of time and space, filled only with boundless darkness and nothingness. To enter the void, one must undergo a special ritual, the crux of which lies in the offerings. Fei Duan's voice grew increasingly faint, his form becoming translucent, as if he might vanish at any moment. What are the offerings? Lin Feng inquired urgently, feeling that he was but a step away from the truth. The offering was a spectacle to behold. Fei Duan opened his mouth as if to utter something, yet no sound emerged. Subsequently, his body began to undergo a series of transformations. His skin gradually dulled, while the once vibrant crimson patterns seemed to come alive, twisting and writhing, exuding an eerie black mist. This dark vapor thickened, moving as if it possessed life of its own, swirling across Fei Duan's surface. coalescing into a colossal black vortex that enveloped him entirely. Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on this bizarre scene, his mind a blank slate. What was unfolding before him? Was it possible for the impure world reincarnation to manifest in such a manner? He had never witnessed nor heard of such an occurrence. In the original narrative, though the impure world reincarnation was malevolent, it had never exhibited such peculiar transformations. Could it be due to Feiduan's devotion to the malevolent deity? Lin Feng's heart brimmed with confusion and astonishment, feeling akin to a fool cloaked in ignorance, utterly oblivious to the truths of this world. As the black mist enveloped Feiduan, his body began to swell dramatically, akin to a balloon being inflated. It grew larger and rounder. His features contorted beyond recognition, leaving only his hollow eyes, which continued to fixate on Lin Feng with an intensity that seemed to beckon him into an abyss of despair. "What is happening?" Lin Feng murmured, his voice laced with bewilderment and dread. He yearned to retreat, yet his legs felt as though they were encased in lead, rendering him immobile. He could only watch in horror as Feiduan's form expanded until, bang, with a thunderous explosion, Feiduan's body burst like a balloon. The black mist scattered, transforming into countless tiny dark specks that dissipated into the air, leaving behind a dismal wreckage that emanated a repugnant stench. Lin Feng stood frozen, unable to regain his composure. The foundations of his worldview had been shaken to their core. The words Feiduan spoke in his final moments echoed relentlessly in Lin Feng's mind, each phrase cutting into him like a sharp blade, igniting a wave of anguish. He had believed himself to possess a sufficient understanding of this world, yet it now appeared that his knowledge was but the tip of the iceberg. The complexities and dangers of this realm far exceeded his imagination. With a deep breath, Lin Feng exhaled slowly, forcing himself to regain his calm. He needed to process the information swiftly and devise a response. First and foremost, he recognized that Feiduan's extraordinary transformation was likely connected to the malevolent deity behind him. It seemed the deity sought to prevent the dissemination of knowledge regarding the void, thus hindering Feiduan's soul from conveying further information. Clearly, unraveling the secrets of this dark god would require careful and prolonged consideration. Lin Feng quietly pondered within himself. He resolved to temporarily abandon his exploration of the secrets of the malevolent deity, deciding that he would wait until his technique of impure resurrection reached a state of perfection, granting him greater mastery before making further attempts. Moreover, for the next impure resurrection, he might consider using white Zetsu as a sacrifice. After all, Orochimaru had attained a form of immortality by seizing white Zetsu's body, and white Zetsu also possessed Hashirama cells. What might transpire if he were to use white Zetsu as the offering for resurrecting Haiden? A flicker of curiosity glinted in Lin Feng's eyes, and he found himself eagerly desiring to uncover the answer. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng began to gather the scattered remnants of Haiden's corpse after the explosion. He intended to preserve these remains for future impure resurrection endeavors. As he collected the debris, he silently recited the keywords: the malevolent deity, the void, the offering. He had a premonition that this information would prove pivotal in his future quest to unveil the truths of this world. No matter how perilous the path ahead may be, I must ascertain the truth. Lin Feng's gaze grew resolute. Taking a deep breath, he carefully placed Haiden's remains into a specially crafted container. The inner walls of the container were inscribed with sealing techniques, effectively isolating the chakra fluctuations of the impure resurrection body. Only after completing this task did he finally relax. Phew, it is finally done. Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead, a hint of fatigue etched upon his face. Though this experiment was fraught with uncertainty and danger, it had also yielded substantial rewards. Not only had he validated some of his hypotheses, but he had also acquired valuable information regarding the malevolent deity cult. Now, it was time to return to Konoha. Lin Feng lifted his gaze towards the direction of the hidden leaf village, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. The rewards of this mission should elevate his strength to a new echelon. Furthermore, it was likely that Danzo would soon make his next move. He needed to return and prepare himself. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng ceased his delay. He activated the sound body flicker technique, transforming into an ephemeral shadow, vanishing from sight. A few hours later, Lin Feng appeared at the gates of Konoha. He did not disturb anyone, silently returning to his residence within the village. At last, he was home. Lin Feng placed the container holding Haiden's remnants in a concealed corner and then sank onto his bed, exhaling deeply. Though his body felt weary, his spirit was exceptionally invigorated. This experience had deepened his understanding of the world and clarified the path that lay ahead. System. Lin Feng silently intoned. Check personal information. Name. Lin Feng. Achievement points. 0 remaining lifespan. 3 years ability values. Ninjutsu 11, Body 10, Illusion 8, Strength 6, Speed 6, Precision 27. Ceiling 6 Bloodline limit. Would release mastered abilities. Sound instantaneous body technique. Perfected. 3 bodies technique. Perfected. Void/wave. Perfected. Spiral sphere. Perfected. Wind release spiral/wave. Accomplished. Human medical encyclopedia. Perfected. Mastering sage techniques. Perfected. Chaotic charge. Perfected. Chakra surgical knife. Perfected. In healing destruction. Perfected. Nature transformation. Wind. Whirlpool clan gene fusion technique. Perfected. Hashirama cell transplant technique. Perfected. Curse seal research. Perfected. Summoning technique. Hellhound. Perfected. Nature transformation. Would release. Multi-shadow clone technique. Perfected. Flying thunder god technique. Accomplished. Impure world reincarnation. Accomplished. 8 gates of Duanjia. Accomplished. Nature transformation. Earth release. Indeed, this experiment has not extended my lifespan. Lin Feng contemplated the data displayed on the system panel, reflecting on the situation. It appears that the recent demise of Faden did not grant him any additional years. Nonetheless, this outcome was anticipated. Lin Feng felt no disappointment, as the primary objective of this experiment was to gather information and validate hypotheses rather than to prolong his life. Next, it was time to claim his task rewards. A glint of determination shone in Lin Feng's eyes as he rose from his dwelling and made his way to the Hokage building. At the Hokage building, in the mission dispatch area, Lin Feng stood at the counter, presenting the mission scroll to the staff member responsible for registration. I have completed the investigation into the missing persons case in the Land of Lightning, Lin Feng stated calmly. The staff member accepted the scroll and meticulously verified the information. Mission completion confirmed. Level and rewards have been credited to your account. The staff member replied in a professional manner, returning the scroll to Lin Feng. Thank you. Lin Feng nodded and turned to leave. He did not linger at the dispatch area but returned directly to his residence, awaiting further instructions from Danzo. Nightfall arrived, and Lin Feng was resting. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside his door. Chapter 62. The actions of the roots. The night in Konohagakure was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the occasional chirping of insects disrupting the stillness. Lin Feng lay on his bed, eyes closed in contemplation of his forthcoming plans. Abruptly, a rapid succession of knocks shattered the tranquility of the room. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was not loud, yet it possessed a remarkable penetrating quality, indicating that the visitor was not without strength. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and sat up in bed. Who could it be at this late hour? He felt a surge of caution but refrained from immediately rising to open the door. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking intensified, more urgent than before. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, and he stealthily descended from his bed, moving quietly to the door. Peering through the peephole, he beheld 3 figures clad in umbu uniforms, their faces obscured by animal masks. Though their faces remained obscured, Lin Feng, with his familiarity with the original text, discerned their identities. They were members of Root. Lin Feng recognized one of them as Xianglin, while the other, tall and adorned with a crescent moon emblem on his mask, was presumably Yueming Jifeng. As for the third individual, Lin Feng could not ascertain their identity at that moment, but they were likely an elite operative of Root, given their association with the other 2. It seemed that Danzo was finally poised to set his plans into motion. Lin Feng pondered. He opened the door and regarded the 3 figures before him with an expressionless demeanor. What brings you here? Lin Feng's voice was calm and devoid of emotion. Lord Danzo has issued a directive. The operation commences now, intoned the leading Root ninja in a low, terse manner. The target is Sunagakure. You all know what to do. Having spoken, he turned and departed without hesitation. Xianglin and Yueming Jifeng followed closely behind, offering no further words. Let us proceed. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, casting aside any lingering distractions. He donned the pig mask bestowed upon him by Danzo, concealing his features. Then, he trailed behind the trio of Root ninjas, vanishing into the vastness of the night. As they journeyed, the foremost Root ninja abruptly spoke. There is one more matter. We have detected the presence of Konoha ninjas en route to Sunagakure to deliver a warning. Therefore, we must prioritize eliminating them. This is Lord Danzo's command. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng could not help but marvel at Danzo's cunning. The old fox was indeed ruthless, sparing not even his own. Yet, Lin Feng understood that this was the nature of the ninja world, brutal and pragmatic. To achieve one's objectives, any means could be justified, even at the expense of one's comrades. Understood, Lin Feng replied coolly, his voice maintaining an appearance of calm detachment, concealing any hint of emotion. Internally, however, his eyes flickered with excitement. A surge of exhilaration coursed through him. At last, the moment had arrived. He recognized this as a rare opportunity. Should he seize this chance, he would garner an abundance of achievement points, leading to a significant enhancement of his abilities. In the original narrative, Yueming Jifeng met his demise during this very mission. If Lin Feng could alter his fate, it would surely yield achievement points. He calculated in his mind, recalling that in the original text, Yueming Jifeng was slain by Maki of Sunigakure. If he could act preemptively, eliminating Maki or even orchestrating Yueming Jifeng's downfall on the way, it would count as altering Yueming Jifeng's fate. This was an unparalleled opportunity, one that must not be squandered. Naturally, it would be preferable to orchestrate Yueming Jifeng's demise directly. A glint of ambition sparkled in Lin Feng's eyes as he glanced at Xian. She was truly a beauty. He even contemplated whether possessing Xian could be construed as altering her destiny. On the other side, Xiyuan seemed to sense Lin Feng's gaze. However, she did not harbor any disdain. Rather, her irritation was directed towards the nearby Moonlight Jifeng. Were it not for Jifeng's presence, she could have drawn closer to Lin Feng. Alas, Jifeng, despite his youth, was afflicted with tuberculosis, rendering his physical condition exceedingly poor. How could he possibly support a young woman in her prime? In an unseen manner, it appeared that a green character for danger had flashed above Jifeng's head. Nonetheless, one must not let their guard down. The Sand-Hidden Village and the Konoha ninja dispatched to deliver the message were formidable opponents, undoubtedly elite. Lin Feng remained internally vigilant, aware that a challenging battle lay ahead, especially under the constraint of concealing his abilities. After all, the root organization was under Danzo's command. Should he reveal too much of his prowess in combat, Danzo would inevitably learn of his information. Although he could eliminate Danzo and seize a trove of Sharingan, such a confrontation would likely lead to mutual destruction. It is worth noting that Danzo was a seasoned ninja capable of dispelling even Susanoo. Furthermore, he possessed the four-symbol seal, an extraordinarily powerful sealing technique that could confine everything around the caster within their corpse. In the original narrative, Danzo utilized this technique to perish alongside Sasuke. Were it not for the apprehension surrounding this technique, Lin Feng would have already dispatched Danzo. He cursed silently, yet he vowed, once he attained sufficient power, Danzo would be the first to fall. A fierce glint flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. He understood that a life-and-death confrontation between himself and Danzo was inevitable. As the night deepened, four figures darted swiftly through the dense forest, stirring the winds around them. These were Lin Feng and three root ninjas. They had departed from Konoha and entered the borders of the Wind Country. Along the journey, the group was largely silent, with only the sound of heavy breathing and the rustling of branches underfoot breaking the stillness. Yet, each individual harbored their own tumultuous thoughts. This pig seems to have grown stronger. The leading root ninja felt a surge of astonishment within. He could distinctly sense that Lin Feng's aura was more stable and his speed had increased. Even as they rushed with all their might, Lin Feng kept pace effortlessly, showing no signs of lagging behind. How on earth has he trained? His mind was filled with questions. It seemed Lord Danzo had not misjudged him. This pig indeed possessed potential. Trailing behind, Xiyuan's enchanting eyes sparkled with intrigue. As she hurried along, she furtively assessed Lin Feng's figure. He has grown taller, she mused inwardly. He must be nearing 188 centimeters by now. She noticed that Lin Feng's height seemed to have surged again, making him even more imposing than before. Moreover, his physique had become even more robust. Through his clothing, one could discern the pronounced lines of his muscles, exuding an aura of strength. What a captivating individual he was. A faint blush crept onto Xian's cheeks, her heart racing like a startled fawn. She found herself increasingly admiring Lin Feng, not solely for his prowess but for the unique charisma he radiated, cold, enigmatic, formidable, yet imbued with an inexplicable allure. If only Jifeng possessed even half of his qualities. Xian could not help but compare Lin Feng with the gale of moonlight. Enough of such thoughts. She hastily shook her head, banishing the distractions from her mind. The paramount task at hand was to complete their mission without a hitch. This pig's strength was indeed impressive. The Gale of Moonlight silently marveled, recognizing that Lord Danzo had stumbled upon a treasure. Nevertheless, the stronger he was, the more advantageous it would be for their mission. They hoped for a smooth execution without any unforeseen incidents. The Gale of Moonlight coughed twice, a flicker of concern flashing in his eyes. Humph, a bunch of unsophisticated fools. Lin Feng scoffed inwardly. Is this really surprising? When you witness my true strength, you might just be terrified. His physical prowess had surged entirely due to the 8th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia being unlocked. Although it was merely the minor achievement phase, it had significantly enhanced his physical capabilities. Yet, now was not the time to reveal his strength. Lin Feng remained cautiously vigilant. He had to be careful and not let Danzo uncover his hidden cards. Once he acquired sufficient power, he would settle the score with them slowly. Just then, the lead root ninja suddenly halted. He gestured for the others to stop, preparing for action. In a low voice, he said, "The target is just ahead." Chapter 63. The Shadow of Death, the Gale of Moonlight, and the soon-to-be widow, Lin Feng, and his companions concealed themselves within the dense foliage, their gaze piercing through the gaps in the leaves, intently fixated on the 3 Konoha ninjas not far ahead. "That is our target," the lead root ninja, codenamed Eagle, said in a low, chilling tone, pointing at the trio. The one in the middle is an elite J-nin named Kawasaki Shinichi, the team leader for this mission. To his left stands a J-nin named Yahara-yu, the main combat force of the team. On his right is a special J-nin from the Hyuga branch, named Hyuga Shinji, who possesses the Byakugan and is responsible for reconnaissance and sensing. Eagle's gaze swept over the 3 individuals as he continued. Kawasaki Shinichi is in his 30s, with short black hair, sharp eyes, and a patch of stubble on his chin. Yahara-yu is stocky, with bulging muscles, sporting a buzz cut, and bears a scar that stretches from his left eye to his right cheek. Hinata Shinji, with his flowing black hair and strikingly pure white eyes, 4 distinct veins visible around the corners of his eyes. It's crucial to remember these features to avoid any misidentification when the time comes. The voice of the eagle was laden with murderous intent. Understood. Both Tsukikage Shift and Yuyami responded in unison, their gazes glimmering with a cold light. Lin Feng remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement, quietly contemplating the formidable strength of the 3 Konoha ninjas. It seemed this mission would not be an easy endeavor. "Prepare for action," the eagle signaled, indicating the group to ready themselves for an ambush. The 4 approached their target stealthily, like phantoms, without making a sound. Just as they were about to launch their attack, an unexpected turn of events occurred. "Wait!" Hinata Shinji suddenly shouted, his veins pulsating as his Byakugan reached its utmost potential. "We have been discovered." Kawasaki Shin's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly drew the long sword from his back, assuming a defensive stance. Noara-yu reacted with equal speed, forming hand seals, ready to unleash a ninjutsu. "Who are you?" Kawasaki Shin inquired in a deep voice, scanning Lin Feng and his companions. "We have known of your pursuit for quite some time," Hinata Shinji replied coldly. "From the moment we crossed into the Wind Country's borders, I sensed your presence. Then there's nothing more to discuss." The eagle's eyes glinted menacingly as he abruptly gestured, commanding, "Attack." As the command was issued, all 4 figures surged forward simultaneously towards the 3 Konoha ninjas, igniting an intense battle. The eagle clashed with Kawasaki Shin, both elite jonin equally matched, locked in a fierce struggle. Tsukikage Shift faced Noara-yu, although both were jonin. Tsukikage Shift's deteriorating condition hindered him, causing him to gradually fall behind. Yuyami confronted Hinata Shinji, both special jonin, but Yuyami's swordsmanship proved superior, allowing her to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, Lin Feng found himself the target of all 3 Konoha ninjas. "This little brat is mine," Noara-yu bellowed, abandoning his engagement with Tsukikage Shift to charge at Lin Feng. "Be careful, he is quite powerful," Tsukikage Shift urgently warned. "Humph, no matter how strong, he's still just a child." Noara-yu scoffed, forming hand seals to unleash a powerful ninjutsu aimed at Lin Feng. Wind release, great breakthrough. Noara-yu inhaled deeply before unleashing a violent gust of wind towards Lin Feng. "Watch out," Yuyami exclaimed in alarm. Yet, Lin Feng remained unperturbed in the face of Noara-yu's onslaught. He formed hand seals as well, invoking a wind-based ninjutsu. Wind release, air slash. An invisible blade of wind shot forth from Lin Feng's hands, colliding with Noirayu's tempest. Boom. A tremendous explosion resonated as two gusts of wind-based ninjutsu countered each other, transforming into a tempest that swept outward. What? A flicker of astonishment crossed the eyes of Noirayu. He had not anticipated that Lin Feng would be capable of thwarting his assault. This little brat is indeed remarkable. Kawasaki Shinichi mused inwardly. He had initially perceived Lin Feng as merely an ordinary root ninja, yet his formidable prowess surpassed all expectations. It seems we must treat him with the utmost seriousness. Kawasaki Shinichi's expression grew grave as the battle intensified. The clash of blades and the howling of jutsu filled the air. The confrontation between Eagle and Kawasaki Shinichi reached a stalemate. Both were seasoned elite shinobi. And for the moment, neither could gain the upper hand. Wind release, wind cutter. Kawasaki Shinichi swung his long blade, unleashing a barrage of sharp wind blades toward Eagle. Earth release, earth flow rampart. Eagle formed hand seals, and a wall of earth erupted from the ground, blocking the onslaught of wind blades. Meanwhile, the predicament of Tsukikage Shippu was less than promising. Coughing violently, he clutched his chest, his complexion as pale as parchment. Konoha-style swordsmanship, dance of the crescent moon. Noirayu seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack. Damn it! Tsukikage Shippu barely managed to defend himself, but the deterioration of his condition rendered him increasingly powerless. And he gradually fell behind. Phantom technique! Tsukikage Shippu exclaimed, and his body seemingly vanished into thin air. Noirayu was taken aback as his attack fell short. A prime opportunity. Lin Feng's heart raced. He had been observing the battlefield, awaiting the perfect moment. Tsukikage Shippu possesses such an elusive technique. What a valuable asset. The ability to conceal oneself is ideal for stealthy assassinations. How splendid it would be to acquire it. A glimmer of greed flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. However, the most pressing matter at hand was to eliminate him first. Only with his demise could I earn achievement points and acquire his body for the impure world reincarnation. In due time, I would be able to control him and learn the phantom technique. This is far more advantageous than simply killing him. Lin Feng plotted silently, maintaining a facade of composure. Tsukikage Shippu senpai, I am here to assist you, he shouted, feigning a desire to support Tsukikage Shippu. Wind release, void slash. Lin Feng formed hand seals, sending an invisible wind blade hurtling toward Noirayu. Mere trifles. Noirayu scoffed, effortlessly evading Lin Feng's attack. Indeed, it appears I must rely on my own strength, Lin Feng thought, recognizing that his power was insufficient to pose a threat to Noirayu. However, my objective is not to kill him. Rather, Lin Feng's lips curled into a peculiar smile. Tsukikage Shippu senpai, watch out behind you, he suddenly shouted, his voice laced with urgency. What? As the moonlight's swift wind abruptly exited his state of concealment. He was preparing to catch his breath when he heard Lin Feng's warning and instinctively turned to look back. It was the perfect moment. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Wind release, air slash. An invisible blade of wind silently shot towards the back of Moonlight's swift wind. A sense of dire urgency surged through Moonlight's swift wind. He attempted to evade, but it was already too late. With a piercing sound, the wind blade struck him fiercely in the back, blood gushing forth. He coughed violently, spewing blood as he stumbled forward. You. He turned around. Disbelief etched on his face, his eyes brimming with shock and fury. Why? Apologies, esteemed Moonlight Swift Wind, Lin Feng replied, a sinister smile spreading across his lips. After all, your weakness is your undoing. Moreover, your demise serves my interests well. You. Moonlight Swift Wind yearned to utter more, but his injuries rendered him voiceless. Perish. You roared as he charged towards Moonlight Swift Wind. Wind release, great breakthrough. He inhaled deeply and unleashed a tempestuous gale aimed at Moonlight Swift Wind. No. Shiyuin cried out in alarm, desperate to intervene, but it was too late. Boom. The hurricane struck Moonlight's swift wind with ferocity, engulfing him within its chaotic winds. He struggled amidst the tempest, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. Farewell, esteemed Moonlight Swift Wind, Lin Feng observed coldly, devoid of any sympathy. Your body will serve my purposes well, and your concealment technique shall be mine. Lin Feng reveled in his thoughts, envisioning the moment he would acquire the technique of concealment and rise as a formidable power. Moonlight Swift Wind. Shiyuin was distraught. Attacking Hinata Shinji in a frenzied attempt to free herself and save Moonlight's swift wind. You face me, Hinata Shinji remarked icily, activating his Byakugan to see through Shiyuan's assaults, effortlessly neutralizing her efforts. Damn it! Shiyuan gritted her teeth, yet felt utterly helpless. It is over. Kawasaki Shinichi observed the scene with an inward sigh. He had not anticipated such ease in this mission. It seemed the roots were not entirely inept after all. He had expected a fierce battle, yet it concluded with such surprising swiftness. However, that little brat named Zhu piqued his interest. Kawasaki's gaze fell upon Lin Feng. His strength seemed to surpass his expectations. Moreover, the intensity in his eyes. Kawasaki furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that this young man was far from ordinary. Chapter 64. The Seizure of the Byakugan Ding. The host has altered the fate of the original character, Moonlight Gale, transforming his demise at the hands of Maki into one brought about by the host himself. Earning an achievement point. The system's notification echoed in Lin Feng's mind, igniting a wave of ecstatic joy within him. At last, I have obtained an achievement point. Now, I can enhance my power. He stifled his excitement, redirecting his gaze to the battlefield. The mission was not yet complete. He still needed to eliminate the remaining foes. His eyes swept across the ninjas of Konoha, ultimately resting upon the one possessing the Byakugan. The Byakugan, I must possess it. A glint of avarice sparkled in Lin Feng's eyes. However, at that moment, the adversary originally engaged with Moonlight Gale, Nawahara Yu, was left for Lin Feng to contend with due to Gale's demise. You dare to betray me. Nawahara Yu bellowed, charging towards Lin Feng. Seeking death. Lin Feng scoffed, a hint of disdain flickering in his gaze. He secretly activated the third gate of the 8 gates of life. Open. A surge of formidable chakra erupted from Lin Feng's body, instantly amplifying his speed and strength several-fold. Wind release, cutting air wave. Lin Feng formed hand seals, unleashing a barrage of wind blades towards Nawahara Yu. Trivial techniques. Nawahara Yu brandished his kunai, attempting to deflect the wind blades. Yet, empowered by the 8 gates, Lin Feng's wind blades moved with astonishing velocity. Nawahara Yu barely had time to react before being struck by multiple blades. Splatter, splatter, splatter. Blood sprayed forth, revealing deep, bone-exposing wounds upon Nawahara Yu's body. How is this possible? Nawahara Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom how this mere child had suddenly become so powerful. Wind release, spiraling air wave. Lin Feng offered no respite, condensing wind chakra into his hand, forming a rapidly spinning Rasengan. He then hurled the Rasengan towards Nawahara Yu. No! Nawahara Yu screamed in terror, attempting to evade, but it was far too late. The Rasengan struck him forcefully, sending him hurtling away. Boom! Nawahara Yu's body crashed heavily to the ground, creating a significant crater. Cough, cough. Nawahara Yu lay at the bottom of the pit, blood ceaselessly spilling from his mouth. His eyes were filled with despair and resentment. He wished to utter something, yet the words remained unspoken. His head lolling as he succumbed to the void. Lin Feng exhaled softly, closing the 8 gates. Indeed, the power of the 8 gates is extraordinary. Merely opening the 3rd gate allowed me to effortlessly dispatch this foe. However, the cost is considerable. It cannot be sustained for prolonged periods. He felt the emptiness of chakra within him, secretly pondering. After eliminating Nawahara Yu, Lin Feng shifted his gaze towards the Konoha ninja with the Byakugan. Next, it will be your turn. Excitement flickered in his eyes as if he could already see the Byakugan beckoning to him. Lin Feng's gaze fixated intently on the Konoha ninja named Hyuga Shinji, his heart brimming with desire. In the world of Naruto, the Byakugan is revered alongside the Sharingan and Rinnegan as one of the 3 great ocular techniques. The Sharingan boasts a plethora of formidable abilities in its later stages, including various Kimui and Susanoo techniques. The Rinnegan, in its advanced form, unleashes catastrophic powers such as the Chibaku Tensei and Shinra Tensei. As for the Byakugan, in Shippuden, its performance was rather underwhelming. Apart from reconnaissance and support, it seemed to lack any notable achievements, even giving rise to the misconception of its ineffectiveness. However, in Boruto, the Byakugan's status underwent a remarkable transformation. The pure Byakugan of the Otsutsuki clan can directly evolve into the Rinnegan, wielding astonishing techniques like the Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion and Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion. It can even manipulate the moon to collide with the earth. If I could acquire the Byakugan and fully develop its potential, perhaps I could wield world-shattering power. A flame ignited within Lin Feng's heart. Armed with the knowledge of a traveler, he was acutely aware of the Byakugan's true potential. Moreover, the Byakugan could perceive the body's chakra pathways and flow, greatly aiding my research into ninjutsu and the development of new techniques. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, almost yearning to extract Hyuga Shinji's Byakugan immediately. I must devise a plan to divert his attention, and then a glimmer of cunning flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He did not wish to seize the Byakugan under the watchful eyes of many, as it would invite unnecessary trouble. Just then, the battlefield dynamics shifted. Hyuga Shinji, who had been engaged with Yue Ying, suddenly altered his target, charging towards Yue Ying. Yue Ying, be careful! Kawasaki Shinichi shouted loudly in warning. However, it was too late. Hyuga Shinji's speed was astonishing, and in an instant, he stood before Yue Ying. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Hyuga Shinji shouted, his hands transforming into a flurry of afterimages, striking Yue Ying repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled thuds echoed as clouds of blood mist erupted from Yue Ying's body. Puffed. Yue Ying spat out a mouthful of blood, her body flying backward. Yue Ying. Kawasaki Shinichi's eyes widened in horror, desperate to assist, but he was ensnared by the enemy and unable to break free. Haha, little girl. Your strength is commendable, but alas, you have encountered me. Hyuga Shinji sneered, advancing step by step towards Yue Ying. Once I eliminate you, I shall achieve great merit. Perhaps even garner the favor of my superiors and ascend to the rank of Jonin. Perish. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Hyuga Shinji's eyes as he launched yet another assault on Yue Ying. Stop. At that critical moment, a voice pierced through the tension. Hyuga Shinji paused, turning to see Lin Feng standing not far away, gazing at him with a cold demeanor. You little brat, what do you intend to do? Hyuga Shinji inquired, furrowing his brow. What do I intend to do? Naturally, Lin Feng scoffed, suddenly activating the 8 gates. 8th gate, the opening of life, open. A surge of formidable chakra erupted from Lin Feng's being, propelling his speed to astonishing heights. How swift! Hyuga Shinji's pupils contracted before he could react. Lin Feng had already appeared before him. Wind release, cutting air wave. Lin Feng formed hand seals and unleashed a barrage of wind blades toward Hyuga Shinji. Merely a trifling skill. Hyuga Shinji retorted with a sneer, slightly shifting his body to evade the assault of wind blades. Reversal. Hyuga Shinji spread his arms wide, his body spinning rapidly to create a chakra shield that enveloped him. Thud, thud, thud. The wind blades struck the chakra shield, producing a series of muffled thuds, yet failing to breach its defenses. Futile. My reversal can withstand any attack, Hyuga Shinji declared with pride. Is that so? A subtle smirk appeared at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. Wind release, spiral cutting air wave. Lin Feng concentrated wind chakra in his hand, forming a rapidly spinning sphere. He hurled the spiral toward Hyuga Shinji. What? Hyuga Shinji's expression shifted as he sensed a formidable threat emanating from the sphere. Break for me, Hyuga Shinji bellowed, augmenting his chakra output in an attempt to deflect the sphere. However, empowered by the 8 gates, Lin Feng's sphere was overwhelmingly potent. Boom. The sphere collided fiercely with the reversal, producing a deafening roar. Crack. The chakra shield of reversal displayed numerous fractures before ultimately shattering. Puff. Hyuga Shinji coughed up blood. His body propelled backward. How could this be? A look of disbelief etched across Hyuga Shinji's face. Who on earth are you? I am the one who will take your life, Lin Feng replied coldly, charging once again toward Hyuga Shinji. Damn it, I will fight you with everything I've got. Hyuga Shinji roared, gritting his teeth against the pain as he engaged in battle with Lin Feng. Thud, thud, thud. The two exchanged blows fiercely, locked in an intense confrontation. This won't do. I must draw him away. Lin Feng contemplated silently. As he fought against Hinata Shinji, Lin Feng deliberately and inadvertently moved towards the distance. Thinking of fleeing? Not so easily. Hinata Shinji saw through Lin Feng's intentions and pursued him relentlessly. Soon, the two left the battlefield and arrived at a secluded spot. This should suffice. Lin Feng halted, turned around, and coldly gazed at Hinata Shinji. You think you can escape, brat? Hinata Shinji sneered. Escape? Why would I flee? Lin Feng's lips curled into a faintly sinister smile. A sudden wave of ominous premonition surged within Hinata Shinji. 8th gate of death, 4th gate, the wounded gate, open. Lin Feng exclaimed, once again unlocking the 4th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia. A more potent chakra erupted from within him, amplifying his speed and strength several times over. Chapter 65. Seizing the Byakugan around Lin Feng's body, chakra surged wildly, forming a visible stream of energy. His muscles bulged, veins protruded, and he emanated an aura of ferocity. Is this the power of the fourth gate of the 8 gates? Truly formidable. As Lin Feng reveled in the surging power within, confidence filled his heart. You think unlocking the 8 gates of Duanjia will allow you to defeat me? You are sorely mistaken. Despite being shocked, Hinata Shinji was unwilling to concede. Whether it is naive or not, you will soon find out. Lin Feng scoffed, his figure flashing as he instantly vanished from sight. So fast, Hinata Shinji's pupils constricted, hastily activating his Byakugan in an attempt to track Lin Feng's movements. However, bolstered by the fourth gate of the 8 gates, Lin Feng's speed had surpassed the limits of what Hinata Shinji's Byakugan could perceive. Where is he? Panic surged within Hinata Shinji, compelling him to instinctively launch random attacks in all directions. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, air palm. Hinata Shinji swung his hands, unleashing a flurry of chakra palm strikes towards all sides. Yet, these attacks all missed their mark. Lin Feng's figure flickered like a specter on the battlefield, each appearance posing a lethal threat to Hinata Shinji. Bang! Lin Feng's fist struck Hinata Shinji's abdomen, sending him flying. Uffed! Hinata Shinji coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face pale. This cannot continue. Hinata Shinji thought to himself, realizing that if things went on like this, defeat was inevitable. I can only resort to that technique. A glint of determination flashed in Hinata Shinji's eyes as he formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a forbidden technique. Want to perish together? Not so easily. Lin Feng deciphered Hinata Shinji's intention and swiftly charged in front of him, delivering a punch to his chest. Crack! Hinata Shinji's sternum was shattered, and his body flew away like a kite severed from its string. It is over, Lin Feng said coldly as he charged towards Hinata Shinji once more, poised to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, an unforeseen change occurred. Hinata Shinji's body erupted with a surge of potent chakra, and his eyes transformed into a bloody crimson. Lin Feng's heart raced with alarm as he sensed an overwhelming aura of peril emanating from Hinata Shinji. You little brat, I will see you dead. Hinata Shinji's voice grew hoarse and deep, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. He formed hand seals, and a colossal chakra hand materialized above his head. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams mountain crusher. Hinata Shinji bellowed, as the chakra hand descended fiercely upon Lin Feng. Danger! Lin Feng's instincts screamed, prompting him to retreat hastily. However, the chakra hand moved with astonishing speed, reaching him in an instant. Boom! The chakra hand struck the ground with a deafening roar, creating a massive crater and shrouding the area in dust. Coughing, Lin Feng emerged from the haze, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. He actually evaded it? Hinata Shinji was taken aback, astonished that Lin Feng had managed to escape his lethal strike. But how many more times can you evade? A sinister grin spread across Hinata Shinji's face as he launched another assault. It must be a swift resolution, Lin Feng thought to himself, aware that Hinata Shinji had succumbed to madness. Failure to resolve this quickly would yield dire consequences. 8 gates, 5th gate, due gate, open, Lin Feng shouted, unleashing the 5th gate of the 8 gates. A more powerful chakra erupted from within him, enhancing his speed and strength once more. What? Hinata Shinji's expression shifted. He had not anticipated Lin Feng's continued ascent in power. Die! Lin Feng roared, charging toward Hinata Shinji. Bang! 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 The two clashed once more, this time with even greater ferocity. Utilizing the formidable strength of the 8 gates, Lin Feng completely overpowered Hinata Shinji. Thud! Lin Feng's fist collided with Hinata Shinji's chest, sending him sprawling. It is over, Lin Feng stated coldly as he surged toward Hinata Shinji again, ready for the final strike. No, I cannot die. Fear filled Hinata Shinji's eyes as he sought to flee, only to realize that his body was immobile. Perish! Lin Feng's fist struck Hinata Shinji's head. Bang! Hinata Shinji's skull shattered like a watermelon, red and white matter splattering everywhere. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, closing the 8 gates. He approached the lifeless body of Hyuga Shinji, crouched down, and began to extract his Byakugan. Soon, Lin Feng successfully removed the Byakugan and secured it within a specially designed container. At last, it was in his possession. Lin Feng gazed at the Byakugan in his hands, a look of exhilaration illuminating his face. He carefully placed the Byakugan into the container, ensuring its safety. Finally, it was his. He exhaled deeply, a relieved smile gracing his features. This Byakugan was an essential component of his grand scheme. With it, he would advance further and harness greater power. System, open my personal panel, Lin Feng silently commanded. Achievement points, 0 remaining lifespan, 23 years attribute values. Ninjutsu 11, body 6. Illusion 8, strength 4, speed 6, spirit 27, seals 6 bloodline limit. Would release 23 years of lifespan remained. The recent acquisition from Hyuga Shinji granted him an additional 20 years. Lin Feng cast a worried glance at the panel. However, it should suffice. He recalled that even those not from Konohagakure could easily transplant the Byakugan. In the original story, there was a character from the Mist Village who had seized a Byakugan. He vaguely remembered the name, Ao. Even the Mist Village, which had fallen behind due to its bloody regime, managed to develop the technology for Byakugan transplantation. Thus, it shouldn't require too much lifespan. Moreover, he would still have to eliminate enemies to gain even more lifespan. Once he later applied Orochimaru's knowledge to deduce the method of Byakugan transplantation, he would acquire the necessary skills. He contemplated this in silence. For now, he needed to depart swiftly from this place and find a secure location to thoroughly study the Byakugan. However, before that, he had to clean up the scene. Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings, his gaze landing on Hyuga Shinji's corpse. This body could not remain here. He had no desire to be discovered having taken the Byakugan, otherwise, the Hyuga clan would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Although it was somewhat troublesome, it was prudent to dispose of the evidence. With resolve in his heart, Lin Feng approached Hyuga Shinji's body, his palm aimed at it. Wind release, vacuum wave. Countless blades of wind swiftly engulfed the body, shredding it into fragments. This should suffice. Lin Feng murmured to himself. Next, he needed to assist his comrades. He remembered that his teammates were engaged in combat with Kawasaki Shinichi and wondered how they were faring. A sense of worry crept into his heart. Without further delay, he set off toward the battlefield. He hoped they could hold their ground. Chapter 66. A hasty demise. Lin Feng's figure moved like a specter through the dense forest. He was on his way to support Eagle and Yuin. Though unaware of their current circumstances, he felt an urgent need to arrive swiftly. After all, they were his guides back to the Hidden Leaf Village. Should they perish, his own return would likely become quite troublesome. He silently hoped they could endure. Lin Feng quickened his pace, and after a brief moment, he finally reached the battlefield. The sight before him caused his pupils to constrict slightly. He beheld Eagle and Xian valiantly collaborating against Kawasaki Shinichi. Logically, having previously defeated Noiryu and the Byakugan-wielding Hyuga Shinji, Eagle and Xian should find it relatively effortless to handle Kawasaki in a 2-on-1 confrontation. Yet, they appeared to be gradually succumbing to the disadvantage. It was evident they required a modicum of assistance. Lin Feng understood this instinctively. Without further contemplation, he immediately joined the fray. Wind release, void slice. Lin Feng formed hand seals and unleashed an invisible blade of wind toward Kawasaki Shinichi. What? Kawasaki, engaged in a fierce skirmish with Eagle and Xian, suddenly sensed an overwhelming threat. He swiftly leapt back, narrowly evading Lin Feng's attack. He could discern that this individual, donned in a pig mask, possessed formidable strength. The three resumed their battle. With Lin Feng's participation, the tide of combat shifted instantaneously. Although Kawasaki had previously managed to hold his ground, he soon found himself overwhelmed by their combined assault. Damn it! Kawasaki ground his teeth in frustration, never anticipating his defeat at the hands of a nameless rookie. Wind release, wind cutter. He brandished his long blade, slicing through the air to unleash a barrage of razor-sharp wind blades towards Lin Feng and his allies. Child's play. Lin Feng scoffed, forming hand seals once more. Wind release, void slice. Several invisible wind blades shot forth from his hands, colliding with Kawasaki's wind blades. With a thunderous roar, the two wind techniques canceled each other out, resulting in a tempest that surged outward. What? A flicker of astonishment crossed Kawasaki's eyes. He had not anticipated that Lin Feng could withstand his assault. This young man was indeed remarkable. Kawasaki mused silently. He had initially presumed Lin Feng to be an ordinary root ninja, yet his prowess was unexpectedly formidable. It seemed he must now approach this confrontation with utmost seriousness. Kawasaki's expression grew grave. Eagle and Xian, too, were taken aback by Lin Feng's strength. They had not expected this typically taciturn individual to possess such remarkable abilities. Indeed, Lord Danzo had stumbled upon a treasure this time, Eagle reflected. This fellow had concealed his true capabilities so deeply. Xian gazed at Lin Feng's silhouette, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue. She observed the figure clad in the pig mask, tall and imposing, executing swift movements. With each strike, a fierce wind accompanied his movements, crisp and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. This was a stark contrast to the taciturn figure of the pig, who always lingered in the shadow of the eagle. Xian's heart stirred gently. In the past, she had admired powerful ninjas, such as the Moonlight Gale. That gentle, yet formidable man had once been the beacon of light in her heart. In her fervent desire to match his pace, she had trained relentlessly, dreaming of the day they could fight side by side. However, the reality of Moonlight Gale's frail body was a bitter truth that was difficult for her youthful spirit to accept until the pig appeared. This ninja, perpetually masked and cloaked in shadows, initially garnered little of her attention. She regarded him merely as one of Lord Danzo's many tools, taciturn and of mediocre strength. Yet today, she beheld the true might of the pig, powerful, composed, and resolute, especially with that recent display of wind-release ninjutsu, which left her utterly astonished. His power rivaled that of elite Xianglin, perhaps even surpassing the very Moonlight Gale she had once idolized. Xian's heart began to race uncontrollably as she found herself irresistibly drawn to that figure, captivated by his battles and the sweat that glistened on his brow. An inexplicable sense of security blossoming within her. The battle intensified, with blades flashing and jutsu whistling through the air, under the relentless assault from Lin Feng and his companions. Kazekage began to falter. A sharp gasp escaped him as the eagle's long blade carved a gash across his chest, blood gushing forth. It's over, Lin Feng declared coldly, forming hand signs for the final blow. Wind release, spiraling wind slash. A rapidly spinning Rasengan formed in his hands and hurtled towards Kazekage. No, he screamed in terror, attempting to evade, but it was too late. Boom. The Rasengan collided violently with his body, sending him flying. Coughing, Kazekage lay on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his eyes filled with despair and resentment. He wanted to utter something, but the words never left his lips, his head tilted. And he succumbed to the void. Lin Feng exhaled softly. Finally, it's over. He cast a glance at Kawasaki's lifeless form, feeling no sympathy. This was the world of ninjas, cruel and unforgiving. It was a realm where it was either you or me. Ding. The system's notification echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Host has slain an elite Xianglin, gaining 25 years of lifespan. Another extension of life, indeed a cause for inner delight. Pig, are you all right? The eagle approached Lin Feng and inquired, Are you all right? I am fine, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. Thanks to you. We might have faced grave danger otherwise. Xian expressed her gratitude while looking at Lin Feng. It's nothing. We are teammates, and assisting one another is only natural. He responded. However, Jifeng has perished, Lin Feng stated matter-of-factly. Jifeng? The eagle paused momentarily before realizing that the mention was of Moonlight Jifeng. He is dead? There was a hint of sorrow in the eagle's tone. After all, he was a colleague. Though not a friend, the news of his demise evoked a sense of melancholy. Indeed, he sacrificed himself to cover our retreat, Lin Feng replied, his expression unchanged, as though recounting a trivial occurrence. Is that so? The eagle fell silent for a moment, letting out a sigh. What a pity, he was a commendable ninja. Yet, this is not the time for sentimentality. We have a mission to attend to. The eagle quickly adjusted his emotions. As an elite of the root, he had long become accustomed to the cycles of life and death. What about his body? He inquired. Though regret tinged his voice, duty took precedence, and a hasty recovery would have to suffice. I have dealt with it, Lin Feng answered calmly. Dealt with it? Both the eagle and Xian regarded Lin Feng with surprise. Yes, to prevent the enemy from acquiring information through his remains, I reduced him to ashes, Lin Feng explained. Of course, refraining from mentioning that his action was motivated by the desire for achievement points. I see, the eagle nodded, harboring no suspicion. After all, such measures were not uncommon within the root. You did well, he said, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder. Let us proceed. We must report the situation here to Danzo-sama promptly. Xian hesitated, her words unspoken, ultimately choosing silence. The death of Moonlight Jifeng seemed to bear no weight upon her. Her focus remained solely on the figure wearing the pig mask, powerful, enigmatic, and alluring. As for Moonlight Jifeng, That gentle man had long been cast aside from her thoughts. Her concern now lay entirely with Lin Feng. The trio did not linger any longer and swiftly departed the battlefield, leaving behind a scene of devastation and the lingering scent of blood in the air. Chapter 67. Feigning injury, let us move on. We must continue towards Sunagakure. The eagle declared. Agreed. Both Lin Feng and Xianglin responded in unison. The three turned and began their journey toward Konoha. Along the way, Lin Feng found himself preoccupied with a particular thought. Should he seize the opportunity to eliminate the eagle? He contemplated this in silence. The eagle was a trusted subordinate of Danzo. If he could be dispatched, it would not only extend Lin Feng's lifespan, but also weaken Danzo's power, achieving two objectives in one stroke. However, if he were to act now, it might arouse Danzo's suspicion. After all, the eagle acted alongside him. If the eagle were to perish while he returned alive, Danzo would undoubtedly grow suspicious. Moreover, now was not the time to sever ties with Danzo. He still needed to leverage him to obtain further intelligence and resources. Thus, Lin Feng ultimately decided to spare the eagle's life for the moment, contemplating that he would deal with him when the opportunity arose. What mattered most now was returning to report to Danzo and seeing if he could extract some benefits from him. He certainly did not wish to squander this opportunity. Oh, yes, system, open my personal panel, Lin Feng silently commanded. Achievement points. 1 point remaining lifespan. 48 years ability values. Ninjutsu 11, Strength 6, Illusion 8, Power 4, Speed 6. Precision 27, Seals 6 bloodline limit. Would release. 48 years of lifespan. This mission has yielded considerable rewards. Lin Feng gazed at his personal panel, nodding with satisfaction. Including the lives he had taken from Yawahara Yu and Hyuga Shinji, he had gained a total of 45 years from this mission. Indeed, killing was the swiftest route to advancement, Lin Feng mused. However, he could not indulge in senseless slaughter. After all, he was not a mindless killer, unless the target possessed something he desired. A glimmer of coldness passed through Lin Feng's eyes. Danzo, mark my words, one day, I shall personally see to your demise. He vowed silently. After a brief respite, Lin Feng, Xianglin, and the eagle hastened in a singular direction. Suddenly, Lin Feng halted, realizing they were on the path back, and spoke. Should we not head to Sunagakure? Lord Orochimaru requires our assistance in dealing with the fourth Kazekage. The eagle shook his head in response. No need. Lord Danzo's instructions were clear. If the situation feels off, we should only handle the Konoha ninja who is delivering the message to Sunagakure. After all, the fourth Kazekage is no trivial opponent. Should we fall at his hands, it would tarnish Konoha's reputation and potentially incite war. Such dirty work should be left to Orochimaru and his team. The eagle's tone brooked no argument. Lin Feng furrowed his brows, but quickly relaxed his expression, feigning compliance as he nodded. Understood. Yet deep within, he felt a wave of discontent. What nonsense! How could he let such an opportunity slip away? With his current strength, he was fully capable of eliminating Raza. After all, he was the fourth Kazekage. If he could defeat him, it would undoubtedly grant him a substantial increase in lifespan. Furthermore, he could alter the original narrative where Raza was slain by Orochimaru, potentially earning achievement points in the process. This was an opportunity that offered dual rewards. Lin Feng silently chuckled to himself. It seems I must devise a way to escape the watchful gaze of the eagle and act independently. A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes. Fourth generation Wind Shadow. Your life is now in my sights. Lin Feng silently vowed. He had resolved, come what may, to make a journey to the sand-hidden village. However, the time was not yet ripe. He needed to first placate the eagle before seeking an opportunity to slip away. Lin Feng contemplated this in his mind. He turned to the eagle, donning a facade of calm. Let us return to the village to report, he suggested. The eagle nodded, oblivious to Lin Feng's unusual demeanor. Indeed. Let us proceed. The trio continued on their path, yet Lin Feng's thoughts had already soared far beyond the clouds. In his mind, he incessantly simulated various potential scenarios and corresponding strategies. Fourth generation Wind Shadow, you must not perish too soon. I shall come to reap your lifespan. A chilling curve graced Lin Feng's lips. Xiang walked beside Lin Feng, acutely aware of the shift in his emotions. Though she was unaware of his thoughts, she sensed that he seemed to harbor some plan. What could he possibly intend? Curiosity filled Xiang's heart. Yet, she refrained from inquiring. She understood that if Lin Feng wished to confide in her, he would do so in his own time. All she needed to do was wait quietly. The eagle led the way, his attention unwaveringly focused on the surrounding environment. As a member of the Roots elite, he remained ever vigilant. He failed to notice that Lin Feng and Xiang, each lost in their own thoughts, were preoccupied with their own concerns. Chapter 68. The escape. Lin Feng secretly plotted his escape, knowing well that the ninjas of the Root placed utmost importance on their missions, often willing to sacrifice their comrades. Thus, feigning injury was undoubtedly an excellent choice. His gaze hardened, and seizing a moment when the eagle and Xiang were distracted, he stealthily retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. Gritting his teeth, he unhesitatingly drove the kunai into his left leg. A sharp wave of pain surged through him, causing Lin Feng to involuntarily gasp. He endured the agony, deliberately allowing his body to lose balance as he leapt from the tree. Thud! Lin Feng landed heavily on the ground, producing a dull thud. The sudden commotion immediately drew the attention of both the eagle and Xiang. What happened? The eagle swiftly turned, his gaze piercing as it fell upon Lin Feng. Xiang also halted, a flicker of concern crossing her features. Lin Feng clutched his left leg. A pained expression etched on his face. It seems my leg is injured. The eagle and Xiang exchanged a glance before hastening to Lin Feng's side. The eagle crouched down, meticulously examining Lin Feng's wound. Is this a wound caused by a kunai? The eagle's brow furrowed, keenly sensing something was amiss. Indeed, Lin Feng gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain as he explained. In truth, I had sustained injuries long before during my battle with Shinji. At that moment, circumstances were dire, and I had no choice but to suppress my wounds forcefully. Now, it seems I can no longer endure. As he spoke, he pressed his hand against the wound, blood seeping continuously through his fingers. Eagle fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating something. Yue, on the other hand, wore an anxious expression. She wished to voice her concerns, but was interrupted by Eagle. We must return promptly to report to Lord Danzo about our mission. Eagle's tone was cold and resolute. As for Lin Feng, he cast a glance at Lin Feng lying on the ground. Let him recuperate here. Once he has recovered, he can return to the village on his own. Yet Yue still wanted to say something, but Eagle had already turned to leave. Mission takes precedence. His voice echoed from a distance. We cannot afford to waste time on an injured comrade. Yue looked at Lin Feng, her eyes filled with reluctance and concern. Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth and followed in Eagle's footsteps. Lin Feng lay on the ground, watching the two figures fade away, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. The plan had succeeded. A triumphant smile crept across his face. Although the wound on his leg throbbed painfully, it was all worth it. Now, he could finally escape Eagle's surveillance and act independently. Fourth Kazekage, your life is now in my grasp. Chapter 68. Impure World Reincarnation. Moonlight Gale. Excitement flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. He gritted his teeth against the pain and rose from the ground. He understood that this was not the time for rest. He needed to reach Sunagakure as swiftly as possible, or all would be in vain. However, before proceeding, Lin Feng glanced at his bloodied left leg. He needed to tend to the wound first. He retrieved bandages and hemostatic medicine from his ninja tool pouch and performed a simple bandaging of the injury. Taking a deep breath, he began to channel chakra within him. With his hands forming seals, a verdant glow of chakra gathered in his palms. Palm healing technique. Lin Feng pressed his hands, radiating green light, against his mangled left leg. The cells at the wound began to proliferate at a visibly rapid pace, healing before his eyes. Within minutes, the once deep gash exposing bone had vanished entirely, leaving only a faint scar. With a long exhale, Lin Feng was relieved. The results of the palm healing technique exceeded his expectations. However, despite the wound's closure, the pain lingered. To avoid hindering his subsequent actions, Lin Feng resolved to temporarily suppress the pain in his left leg. He formed seals once more, converting his chakra into electrical energy, transmitting it along his nervous system to his left leg. Disruption technique. Lin Feng skillfully controlled the electric currents, interfering with the transmission of nerve signals in his leg. Soon, the sensation of pain dissipated entirely. With this, he was assured of his success. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. He was aware that he had just inflicted considerable pain upon himself. Had it not been for the necessity of realism, he would not have resorted to such self-harm. After all, that level of pain was not something an ordinary person could endure. Reflecting on it now, Lin Feng couldn't suppress a shiver. Nevertheless, it was all worth it. A flicker of determination flashed in his eyes. Fourth Kazekage, here I come. After stretching his left leg to ensure all was well, he sprinted towards Sunagakure. His figure darted swiftly through the forest, akin to a nimble leopard. Although his speed was remarkable, he emitted little sound, thanks to the sound instantaneous technique. As a technique of consummate mastery, it not only enhanced the user's speed, but also minimized their presence. This made it an unparalleled ninjutsu for stealth and assassination. As Lin Feng journeyed, he contemplated his forthcoming strategy. He understood that the fourth Kazekage, Raza, was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, as the leader of a village, Raza was undoubtedly accompanied by numerous guards. Successfully assassinating him would not be an easy feat in the original narrative. Orochimaru had lured Raza out through a cunning deal, which ultimately led to the successful assassination. What was the nature of this deal, you ask? It was, of course, Raza's beloved wife. Upon learning of Raza's profound love for her, Orochimaru's first thought was to employ the impure world reincarnation to entice Raza. Naturally, the plan unfolded seamlessly, or else there would not have been the collapse of Konoha depicted in the original story. A confident smile crept across Lin Feng's lips. It appeared that this information was something he could exploit. He recognized that he possessed intelligence unknown to anyone else in this world. This was his greatest trump card. With this information, he could devise the most impeccable assassination plan. Fourth Kazekage, prepare to face your demise. Excitement flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. He could hardly wait to accomplish this task and gain a substantial extension of his lifespan. As long as I successfully assassinate the fourth Kazekage, I shall gain at least 50 years of life. Lin Feng calculated silently. Who was the Kazekage? A shadow-level powerhouse. His strength surpassed that of any adversary Lin Feng had previously encountered. However, the greater the storm, the larger the fish. With such an abundance of lifespan, combined with his original 48 years, he would possess a total of 98 years. This extensive lifespan would allow him to develop even more ninjutsu and techniques. In due time, his power would experience a qualitative leap. The legendary Sannin of Konoha, the Akatsuki, none would stand a chance against him. The entire shinobi world would be prostrate at his feet. The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more exhilarated he became, and his speed intensified. He could already see the outline of Sunagakure on the horizon. The fourth Kazekage. Your time of reckoning has arrived. As Lin Feng sped along the path to Sunagakure, his emotions oscillated between exhilaration and a hint of caution. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, a formidable shadow-level warrior, was not someone to be trifled with. A direct assault would undoubtedly be futile. The defensive mechanisms of Sunagakure far surpassed those of Konoha, a village of peace in these times. To infiltrate the Kazekage's residence without raising any alarms seemed a nearly impossible endeavor. It appeared that a more prudent strategy was required. Lin Feng pondered. In the original narrative, Orochimaru had succeeded in approaching Raza by employing snake ninjutsu, but replicating Orochimaru's path would be no simple feat. The technique of intangibility was precisely what he needed at this moment. With intangibility, the challenge of infiltrating Sunagakure would be significantly alleviated. He could even potentially approach Raza's vicinity to seek an opportune moment to strike. However, where could he acquire such a clan secret as intangibility? Lin Feng furrowed his brow in contemplation. Intangibility was not a commonplace ninjutsu, and its possessors were exceedingly rare. Suddenly, a thought illuminated his mind. Moonlight Gale. Moonlight Gale, a special Xianglin from Konoha, was renowned for his swordsmanship and mastery of intangibility. Although his version of intangibility was not flawless, it should suffice for the purpose of infiltrating Sunagakure. To learn intangibility, the quickest route would be to utilize the impure world reincarnation on Moonlight Gale. Lin Feng resolved to pursue this course of action. The impure world reincarnation required a sacrifice. It seemed he would need to capture an unfortunate soul near Sunagakure. Lin Feng slowed his pace, beginning to search the surrounding area. His target was clear, a solitary Sunagakure ninja, preferably one of mediocre strength and easy to control. Before long, Lin Feng spotted a potential target. It was a ninja clad in the standard garb of Sunagakure, patrolling the woods alone. His strength appeared to be lacking, at most at the level of a Xianglin. This was the one. A slight smile curled at the corners of Lin Feng's mouth as he vanished from sight like a wraith. In an instant, using the body flicker technique, Lin Feng positioned himself behind the unsuspecting Sunagakure ninja. The ninja seemed to sense something amiss and abruptly turned around. Yet, all he encountered was a chilling hand. Lin Feng's grip, like that of a vice, clamped around his throat. The Sunigakure ninja's eyes widened in shock as he attempted to struggle, only to find himself utterly immobilized. Lin Feng's strength far exceeded his expectations. Don't waste your energy. Lin Feng's voice was icy and calm. Cooperate, and you may suffer less. The sand-hidden ninja's eyes were filled with terror as he fervently shook his head, signaling his willingness to cooperate. A cold smirk tugged at Lin Feng's lips as he eased his grip slightly. Very well. Lead me to a secluded place. Do not attempt any tricks, or I shall ensure you regret ever coming into this world. The sand-hidden ninja trembled and nodded, guiding Lin Feng deeper into the woods. Soon, they arrived at a concealed cave. Here will suffice, Lin Feng stated blandly. The sand-hidden ninja dared not resist and obediently entered the cave, followed closely by Lin Feng. Inside the cave, the atmosphere was dim, damp, and chilling. Now, we may commence. Lin Feng turned, his gaze icy as he regarded the sand-hidden ninja. The latter shivered, uncertain of the ordeal that awaited him. Fear not. It shall not hurt too much. Lin Feng offered a smile that carried a hint of morbidity. I merely require a small portion of your life force. Before his words had fully dissipated, Lin Feng's palm pressed firmly against the ninja's crown. I apologize, but for the sake of my aspirations, you must be sacrificed, he murmured, initiating the ritual of impure world reincarnation. Once the scrolls, runes, and offerings were meticulously arranged, Lin Feng inhaled deeply and formed hand seals. Boar, dog, rat, ox, tiger, impure world reincarnation technique. As his deep voice resonated, the ground began to tremble. A colossal coffin slowly emerged from the earth, adorned with intricate runes emanating an eerie aura. Arise, Moonlight Gale. Chapter 69, Phasing Technique. Konoha flowing sword art. Lin Feng's gaze burned with anticipation as he fixated on the coffin, which gradually creaked open. A familiar figure sat up within, an emaciated man with sunken eyes, yet his gaze remained sharp. It was none other than Moonlight Gale. Where's this place? Moonlight Gale surveyed his surroundings with confusion, his eyes brimming with uncertainty. He distinctly recalled having perished. You have been resurrected by my impure world reincarnation. Lin Feng's voice shattered the cave's silence. Moonlight Gale abruptly turned to Lin Feng, surprise flickering in his eyes as he recognized him. Impure world reincarnation, you say? Moonlight Gale furrowed his brows, seemingly attempting to recollect something. What is it that you wish to accomplish? He inquired, warily observing Lin Feng. Though his body was not under his control, he retained the alertness befitting a ninja. I seek your guidance. Lin Feng's lips curled slightly, on the ninjutsu of your clan. The phasing technique? The pupils of Moonlight Gale suddenly constricted as he fixed his gaze intently on Lin Feng, seemingly attempting to see through him. How do you know about the escape technique? His voice was laden with astonishment and disbelief. The escape technique was a secret art of his clan, mastered only by a select few. How could an outsider like Lin Feng possibly know of it? Moreover, he distinctly recalled being ambushed and killed by Lin Feng on the battlefield. Heh, Senior Moonlight Gale, it seems you have misunderstood something, Lin Feng remarked. A peculiar smile curving upon his lips, his eyes glimmering with avarice. What I desire is not merely the escape technique. I am also quite intrigued by your leaf flow swordsmanship. After all, it is reputed to be the most formidable sword style in the leaf. How could I possibly let such an opportunity slip by? Swordsmanship was currently Lin Feng's Achilles heel. Thus he sought to seize this chance to refine his skills. With his proficiency in wind chakra, he was capable of enchanting weapons with the wind attribute. It would be utterly unacceptable not to practice swordsmanship. Moonlight Gale's expression darkened further. He had not anticipated Lin Feng's insatiable greed. Not only did he covet his escape technique, but he also desired his swordsmanship. Lin Feng, do not overstep your bounds. Moonlight Gale gritted his teeth, attempting to resist, but the restraints of the Edo Tensei rendered him utterly immobile. Overstep? Lin Feng let out a cold laugh, advancing towards Moonlight Gale, his eyes brimming with mockery. Senior Moonlight Gale, it seems you have yet to grasp the situation. You are in no position to bargain with me. What do you truly want? A flicker of terror crossed Moonlight Gale's eyes as he realized he had fallen into Lin Feng's clutches. What do I want? Lin Feng's smile grew more radiant as he reached out, gently patting Moonlight Gale's cheek. It's quite simple. I want you to obediently teach me the escape technique and leaf flow swordsmanship. Otherwise, Lin Feng's demeanor suddenly turned frigid, a potent aura of murder emanating from him. I will compel you to take the life of Xianglin with your own hands. Moonlight Gale's body involuntarily trembled. He had no doubt about Lin Feng's threat. Don't do anything reckless. He stammered, his bravado faltering. I am a ninja of the leaf. How dare you? The leaf? Lin Feng scoffed dismissively. Do you truly believe I still care for the leaf? Moreover, a trace of derision flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Do you think that if you were to perish, the leaf would go to great lengths to seek vengeance for a frail, deceased special Xianglin and Xian? Moonlight Gale found himself at a loss for words. He knew Lin Feng spoke the truth. Although the leaf was powerful, it would not expend significant resources to hunt down the murderer of a fallen special Xianglin, especially one who had died on the battlefield, where the cause of death remained obscure. Enough, Moonlight Gale, cease your futile struggles, Lin Feng remarked calmly, his patience waning. You have no room for choice. Now, divulge to me the training methods for phasing technique and Konoha flow swordsmanship. Otherwise, I shall demonstrate to you the true essence of suffering. With that, Lin Feng's hands began to weave intricate seals. Stop, please, Moonlight Gale exclaimed in terror, attempting to halt Lin Feng, yet his body remained utterly unresponsive. Is this the control of the impure world reincarnation? Despair filled Moonlight Gale's eyes as he realized he had become a mere puppet in Lin Feng's hands. How could you possibly wield the impure world reincarnation? His voice trembled with disbelief as he gazed at Lin Feng. No one in Konoha can perform such a forbidden technique now. A sudden recollection of the recent upheaval at the Forbidden Techniques building surged into his mind. Could it be that he had instigated that turmoil? Moonlight Gale fixed his gaze on Lin Feng, a fierce glare in his eyes. Was it you who caused the disturbance at the Forbidden Techniques building? Well, Lin Feng replied, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. You need not concern yourself with that. You only need to understand that from this moment onward, your fate lies firmly in my grasp. Now, reveal to me the training methods for phasing technique and Konoha flow swordsmanship. Otherwise, Lin Feng's gaze turned frigid once more. I shall ensure your demise and tarnish your reputation. I will manipulate you into becoming a rogue ninja of Konoha and personally slay your comrades. You wouldn't want to be responsible for the death of Xian, would you? Moonlight Gale's body trembled violently, his eyes reflecting the struggle and anguish within. He did not wish to betray Konoha or disclose his family's secret techniques. Yet, he feared even more the prospect of slaying his comrades with his own hands. I will speak. He finally relented, succumbing to the threat against Xian. Excellent. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. A wise choice, Moonlight Gale. A sagacious individual recognizes the shifting tides. Now let us commence. Begin with phasing technique. The training method for phasing technique is... Moonlight Gale's voice echoed through the cavern, filled with resignation and sorrow. Meanwhile, Lin Feng listened intently, excitement gleaming in his eyes, for he understood that this knowledge was pivotal to his future strength. Phasing technique does not equate to true invisibility. Rather, it involves manipulating one's chakra flow to align the body's refractive index with that of the surrounding environment, thereby achieving a visual semblance of invisibility. To master phasing technique, one must first learn to perceive the variations in ambient light, then adjust their chakra to synchronize with the light. This requires exceptional chakra control, keen perceptive abilities, and meticulous manipulation of one's own chakra. The Moonlit Gale meticulously elucidated the principles and cultivation methods of the art of evasion, explaining every nuance with clarity. The leaf flow sword technique emphasizes swiftness, precision, and ferocity. Swiftness refers to the rapidity of the sword's draw, so swift that the adversary is left unresponsive. Precision denotes the accuracy of the sword's angle. Each strike must target the enemy's vital points. Ferocity implies that each blow must unleash the utmost force. The leaf flow sword technique comprises 72 forms, each possessing its unique method of exerting force and attacking. Among these, the foundational moves include the draw and slash, straight slash, diagonal slash, and thrust. As the Moonlit Gale expounded, he gestured with his hands. When addressing key points, he would demonstrate with his body. Of course, he wielded no blade, merely mimicking the motions with a wooden stick. Although his body was capable of movement, he was acutely aware that any mischief on his part would prompt Lin Feng to exert control over him immediately. The dance of the crescent moon represents an advanced sword technique within the leaf flow sword technique, enabling one to execute high-speed movements and consecutive slashes, creating 3 afterimages to simultaneously strike the enemy, rendering defense nearly impossible. The tone of the Moonlit Gale gradually deepened, revealing a complex amalgamation of emotions in his gaze: resignation, sorrow, and a hint of defiance. As time slipped away, half an hour later, he concluded his exposition on evasion and the leaf flow sword technique. Lin Feng had already committed all this knowledge to memory. He closed his eyes, meticulously recalling every detail and movement that the moonlit gale had described. With a long exhale, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with excitement. So, this is it. Evasion and the leaf flow sword technique are indeed profound and extensive. A subtle smile graced his lips, a manifestation of satisfaction. He turned his attention to the system panel. System: derive the leaf flow sword technique and evasion. Chapter 70. The shock of the moonlit gale. 5 years of cultivation in evasion. System: derive evasion. Lin Feng silently intoned. He chose to derive evasion first because he needed its stealth capabilities to infiltrate the sand-hidden village. The village was heavily fortified, and without the ability to become invisible, infiltration would be nearly impossible. Moreover, failure to infiltrate would result in a relentless pursuit by the entire village. Thus, evasion was currently his most vital capability. Ding! Derivation commenced. In the first year, you endeavored to perceive the variations in ambient light and attempted to synchronize your chakra with these changes, yet progress was slow. Evasion remained at the introductory level. In the second year, you continued to practice perceiving light and controlling your chakra, deepening your understanding of evasion. Yet it remained a nascent skill. In the third year, you began to attempt maintaining the evasion state while in motion. Though it proved challenging, evasion became more proficient. In the fourth year, you intensified your training in chakra control, significantly extending the duration of your phasing state, achieving mastery. By the fifth year, you could manipulate the phasing state with a degree of freedom, reaching a minor proficiency. In the 23rd year, your comprehension of phasing reached an unprecedented pinnacle, allowing you to enter and exit the phasing state at will, attaining grand perfection. The system's voice echoed ceaselessly in Lin Feng's mind, as his consciousness seemed to immerse itself in an extensive period of cultivation. He could distinctly sense his burgeoning understanding and command of phasing, continuously elevating. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of enlightenment shining within. So this is the essence of phasing, he murmured to himself, feeling as though he had practiced phasing for a staggering 23 years. The principles and techniques of phasing were now crystal clear to him. 23 years, and at last, phasing had reached grand perfection. Lin Feng reflected with a sense of wonder, yet it was all worth it. With phasing, the plan to infiltrate the sand-hidden village was now more assured. A subtle smile of confidence graced Lin Feng's lips. With a swift series of hand seals, Lin Feng channeled chakra through his body along a specific pathway. He could distinctly perceive the surrounding light shimmering as if distorted. Almost immediately, his body began to grow transparent, blending seamlessly into the environment. Lowering his gaze to his hands, he was astonished to find them completely vanished as if they had never existed. Is this phasing? Truly remarkable. Lin Feng marveled internally. Attempting to take a step forward, his body felt as light as a wisp of smoke, making no sound at all. He approached Moonlight Gale, circling around him. The expression in Moonlight Gale's eyes was one of shock and disbelief. He distinctly sensed someone nearby, yet saw nothing. This sensation sent a chill down his spine. How is this possible? Moonlight Gale's voice trembled. Having practiced phasing for 5 years, he had never reached such a level. Did you truly just learn phasing? He couldn't help but inquire, his tone laced with skepticism. Indeed, Lin Feng's voice resonated in the air, though his figure remained unseen. I am a genius. I learn swiftly. Moonlight Gale's lips twitched, feeling his pride severely wounded. Your phasing surpasses my 5 years of training, he lamented, his voice tinged with bitterness, as if the past 5 years had been in vain. Haha, you flatter me. Lin Feng's figure gradually materialized as he exited the phasing state. How did you achieve this? The Moonlight Gale remained perplexed, unable to comprehend how Lin Feng could reach such a remarkable level of mastery in such a brief period. Perhaps it is due to my extraordinary talent, Lin Feng mused with a smile, deliberately withholding the truth that his advancement was propelled by the system's guidance. The Moonlight Gale fell silent, feeling as though he had been struck by a dual blow. On one hand, he was astonished by Lin Feng's innate abilities, while on the other, he was awed by Lin Feng's audacity. Enough of this inner turmoil, Lin Feng said, patting the Moonlight Gale on the shoulder. Let us continue our training. In his mind, Lin Feng silently invoked the system. Initiate the derivation of the leaf flow sword technique. Ding! The derivation commenced. In the first year, you endeavored to grasp the essence of speed, precision, and ferocity inherent in the leaf flow sword technique, simulating various sword maneuvers in your mind, marking the beginning of your journey. By the second year, you engaged in fundamental sword practice, swinging, slashing, and thrusting, striving for perfection, achieving a level of proficiency in the leaf flow sword technique. In the fourth year, you integrated chakra into your swordsmanship, attempting to meld the sharp attributes of wind affinity chakra with your technique, mastering the leaf flow sword technique. By the eighth year, you adeptly employed a variety of sword moves, continually honing your skills through practical combat, reaching a small accomplishment in the leaf flow sword technique. In the 13th year, your understanding of the leaf flow sword technique deepened, leading you to perceive the essence of the sword and pursue the realm of unity between man and sword, achieving great mastery in the technique. By the 18th year, your swordsmanship reached an extraordinary level, with each strike embodying immense power, capable of severing all, attaining complete perfection in the leaf flow sword technique. The system's voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind, as his consciousness immersed itself in an infinite ocean of swordsmanship. He felt as though he had transformed into a swordsman, diligently practicing through endless epochs, perpetually challenging himself and surpassing his limits. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, a fierce glimmer of sword intent flashing within them. So this is the true essence of the leaf flow sword technique, he murmured. He felt as though he had trained in this art for 18 long years, thoroughly understanding every move and stance. 18 years, and the leaf flow sword technique had finally reached its pinnacle. Lin Feng reflected, yet deemed it worthwhile. With the leaf flow sword technique, my strength has significantly increased. A satisfied smile graced Lin Feng's lips as he turned his gaze toward the Moonlight Gale. Moonlight Gale, come, let me witness your prowess. Lin Feng's voice brimmed with combativeness. All right. The Moonlight Gale took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his shock and reluctance, nodding in acquiescence. He understood that he was now a mere puppet of Lin Feng, bound to obey his commands. Moreover, he wished to ascertain the extent of Lin Feng's proficiency in the leaf flow sword technique. Be cautious. Moonlight Swiftwind brandished a wooden stick and assumed a ready stance. Come forth. His gaze sharpened as he propelled himself forward with great force, akin to an arrow released from its bow, aiming the stick directly at Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng offered a faint smile, gracefully leaping backward to evade the oncoming strike. Impressive speed, he remarked appreciatively. Humph. Moonlight Swiftwind scoffed, flicking his wrist to direct the stick, which darted toward Lin Feng like a cunning serpent. This time, his speed intensified, and the angle of attack became even more treacherous. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Feng's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. With a subtle lift of his stick, he effortlessly deflected Moonlight Swiftwind's assault. Remarkable. Moonlight Swiftwind thought in astonishment, taken aback by Lin Feng's extraordinary swordsmanship. Once more, he declared, launching another attack. This time, he infused his stick with chakra, amplifying its power. Lin Feng's expression turned serious as he channeled chakra into his weapon. The two wooden sticks clashed violently in the air, producing a series of crisp sounds. Clang, clang, clang. Their figures darted across the open space with breathtaking speed, nearly blurring the eye. Such swiftness. Moonlight Swiftwind marveled inwardly, realizing that Lin Feng was faster than he had anticipated. Furthermore, Lin Feng's swordsmanship exceeded his expectations, each move imbued with formidable strength. I cannot continue like this, Moonlight Swiftwind thought to himself, recognizing that if this persisted, defeat was inevitable. Moonlit Crescent Dance, he bellowed, unleashing his ultimate technique. The wooden stick in his hand transformed into 3 afterimages, each targeting Lin Feng from above, middle, and below. Oh, quite interesting. Lin Feng mused with a slight smile. He too conjured an afterimage with his stick to counter Moonlight Swiftwind's attack. Clang, clang, clang. After 3 resounding strikes, all 3 of Moonlight Swiftwind's illusions were shattered by Lin Feng. How is this possible? Moonlight Swiftwind's eyes widened in disbelief. His signature move had been so effortlessly dismantled by Lin Feng. Is this truly your strength? Lin Feng remarked coolly. Too weak. Moonlight Swiftwind trembled with rage, feeling an unprecedented humiliation, yet he found himself powerless. Subsequently, Lin Feng sheathed his stick and addressed Swiftwind. Let us depart for Sunagakure. Chapter 71. Departure. Infiltration of Sunagakure. Take me with you? Moonlight Swiftwind blinked, astonished by Lin Feng's proposition. Are you heading to Sunagakure on a mission? Indeed, Lin Feng nodded. I intend to take a life. To kill? The pupils of Moonlight Gale narrowed slightly. Whom do you intend to slay? The fourth Kazekage Raza. Lin Feng spoke in a tone so calm. It was as if he were discussing a trivial matter. What? A look of shock crossed Moonlight Gale's face. You plan to kill the Kazekage. Have you lost your mind? I am not insane. Lin Feng shook his head. I am fully aware. Yet, he is the Kazekage. Moonlight Gale's voice was filled with disbelief. He stands among the 5 great leaders at the pinnacle of the ninja world. I am aware. Lin Feng replied. That is precisely why I need you. Me? Moonlight Gale pointed to himself. What assistance can I offer? Your intangibility, along with your impure world reincarnation technique. Lin Feng elucidated. First, both of us possess the ability to become intangible, allowing us to stealthily infiltrate Sunagakure. Secondly, your impure world reincarnation can demonstrate my prowess to Raza. Demonstrate prowess? Moonlight Gale was further perplexed. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded. I must convince Raza that I possess the capability to resurrect his wife. Only then will he lower his guard, granting me the opportunity to eliminate him. I see, Moonlight Gale realized. Surprised that Lin Feng still contemplated executing a mission for the Root organization. But why does Lin Feng wish to eliminate him? He found himself increasingly unable to discern Lin Feng's intentions. Nevertheless, how can you guarantee you will be able to kill Raza? He is the Kazekage. Moreover, Sunagakure is his domain, teeming with elites. Your reckless advance would be tantamount to seeking death. Furthermore, why do you wish to betray me? If you are defecting from Konoha, why undertake a mission for Root? You need not concern yourself with that, nor should you ponder my motivations. Lin Feng smiled confidently. Should Gale discover that he intends to kill him merely for the sake of achievements and lifespan, he would surely feel aggrieved. Yet, Lin Feng found himself in a dilemma. After all, which transmigrator could resist the allure of system rewards? Furthermore, even if Lin Feng refrained from taking his life, Gale was destined to perish soon enough. It would be more advantageous to transform his lifespan and achievements into experience points for Lin Feng. I have my methods. Moonlight Gale fell silent. He gazed at Lin Feng's confident smile, feeling a flicker of uncertainty within himself. Could it be that he truly possesses the capability to slay Raza? Very well. Moonlight Gale took a deep breath, his mind in disarray. Yet, before he could contemplate further, he found his body entirely under control. Unwilling, are you? No matter. Then let us erase your will. Lin Feng unleashed the control technique of the impure world reincarnation, intent on transforming the Gale into his puppet entirely. Let us proceed. He stated calmly, his tone devoid of any turbulence. He manipulated the Moonlight Gale, and together they performed the technique of intangibility, their figures gradually becoming translucent, melding seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Though the Moonlight Gale's body was under Lin Feng's command, his consciousness had been utterly obliterated. In this moment, he was merely a soulless marionette, mechanically executing Lin Feng's orders. Silently, the two traversed the perimeter of Sunagakure's defenses, evading the notice of any sentinels. Within the village, an eerie stillness prevailed. Towering sandstone edifices cast elongated shadows beneath the moonlight. The streets lay deserted, interrupted only by the occasional chirp of insects, which shattered the profound silence. Lin Feng and the Moonlight Gale glided through the shadows like phantoms, swiftly approaching the Kazekage Tower. Is this truly Sunagakure? Lin Feng pondered inwardly, a flicker of brilliance igniting in his eyes. He could sense the pulsating chakra in the air, along with the hidden presence of lurking ninjas. Indeed, as one of the 5 great shinobi villages, it was heavily fortified. Lin Feng remained vigilant, contemplating how to draw near to Raza. First, he needed to utilize the Moonlight Gale's impure body to present him before Raza. Only then could he convince Raza of his ability to resurrect his wife. Lin Feng's gaze grew resolute. This was the path to lowering Raza's guard and exposing a vulnerability. At that moment, it would be the opportune time for him to strike. In his mind, Lin Feng meticulously simulated various potential scenarios and devised corresponding strategies. He understood the perilous nature of this gamble. A single misstep could lead to irretrievable consequences. Yet, for the sake of his ambitions, for the extension of his lifespan, he had to dare to take the risk. Moonlight Gale, are you prepared? Lin Feng turned to the impure body beside him, asking softly. The Moonlight Gale offered no reply, merely nodding mechanically. His eyes were vacant, devoid of any emotion. Excellent. Lin Feng remarked with satisfaction. Now, let us meet this fourth Kazekage. With that, Lin Feng once again performed the technique of intangibility, and together with the moonlight gale, they vanished into the night. They arrived silently at the vicinity of the Kazekage Tower, the epicenter of power in Tsunagakure and Raza's residence. Now, it is your turn. Lin Feng commanded the moonlight gale. The moonlight gale nodded, then ventured alone towards the Kazekage Tower. His steps were slow, yet unwavering. Soon, he stood at the entrance of the tower, motionless, resembling a statue. Who goes there? At the entrance, the sand-hidden ninja detected the presence of the moonlight gale and immediately inquired with heightened vigilance. The moonlight gale remained silent, standing still in the shadows. Halt! If you do not speak, we shall take action. The sand-hidden ninja drew his weapon, aiming it at the moonlight gale. At that moment, the moonlight gale's form began to transform, gradually becoming transparent until he vanished completely into thin air. He disappeared. The sand-hidden ninjas widened their eyes. Disbelief etched on their faces. It's the body flicker technique. Quick, report to Lord Kazekage. One of the sand-hidden ninjas exclaimed, regaining his composure. Soon, a commotion ensued within the Kazekage's building. The body flicker technique, you say? Raza, standing by the window of the Kazekage's office, gazed at the deserted streets outside. His brow furrowed in concern. The audacity of someone infiltrating this place suggests ill intentions. Lord Kazekage, shall we apprehend him? A sand-hidden jonin inquired. No need, Raza replied, shaking his head. I am curious to see what he intends. Understood, the jonin acknowledged before retreating. Raza's gaze returned to the outside, his eyes sharpening with determination. Whoever you are, since you have come, do not expect to leave alive. A powerful aura of menace emanated from Raza. As the Kazekage, he would never allow anyone to threaten the safety of the sand-hidden village. It appeared that Raza had already discerned the presence of the moonlight gale. Concealed in the shadows, Lin Feng observed everything keenly. However, this was merely the prelude. A mysterious smile crept onto Lin Feng's lips, signaling that the true spectacle was yet to unfold. Chapter 72. The Fall of Raza. Lin Feng once again issued a command to the moonlight gale. Go forth. Let Raza witness your true strength. The moonlight gale's figure materialized once more in the Kazekage's office. This time, he did not conceal his presence. Raza. He strode confidently before the Kazekage. Who are you? Raza inquired coldly, scrutinizing the moonlight gale. Who I am is of no consequence to you, the moonlight gale replied, his tone authoritative. What you need to know is that I can facilitate a meeting with the person you long to see. The person I long to see? Raza's pupils constricted slightly. Are you referring to Karura? Indeed, the moonlight gale confirmed with a nod. I can grant you an audience with your wife, Karura. What did you say? Raza's body jolted in shock, disbelief flooding his eyes. You truly can allow me to see Karura? Certainly, the moonlight gale affirmed. However, I have one condition. What condition? Raza pressed eagerly. I implore you to join me in dismantling Konoha. The voice of Moonlight Wind echoed in Rasha's ears like a thunderclap. What did you say? Rasha's expression darkened instantaneously. But aren't you from Konoha? Indeed, Moonlight Wind nodded. It is precisely to bring about the downfall of Konoha that I require your assistance. Only then will I allow you to meet Karuro. Furthermore, this should be beneficial for you, should it not? Is such a fortuitous turn of events truly plausible? Rasha found himself momentarily perplexed. Could one simultaneously bring ruin to Konoha and resurrect his beloved? It struck him as an elaborate deception. How do you intend to resurrect Karuro? Rasha inquired cautiously, sensing the potential for trickery, yet unwilling to relinquish the faintest glimmer of hope. Come, attack me. Lin Feng commanded Moonlight Wind to confront Rasha. In that case, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. An aura of formidable malice emanated from Rasha. The earlier words of Wind had made him feel as though he were being toyed with. Why must he both cooperate and attack him? Today, I shall demonstrate the power of the Wind Shadow. Sand gold. Rasha formed hand seals, and an abundance of sand gold surged from the ground, sweeping towards Moonlight Wind. Konoha's flowing sword technique, Crescent Moon Dance. Moonlight Wind's figure abruptly vanished from sight. In the next moment, 3 identical Moonlight Winds appeared around Rasha. Flash. The 3 Moonlight Winds simultaneously swung their swords toward Rasha. A mere trick. Rasha scoffed, transforming the sand gold in his hands into a shield, deflecting Moonlight Wind's assault. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 sword lights struck against the sand gold shield, creating a resounding clash of metal. Is this truly your strength? A disdainful smile crept upon Rasha's face. If this is all you have, then your demise is imminent. Sand binding coffin. Rasha clasped his hands together, and a torrent of sand gold surged toward Moonlight Wind, swiftly enveloping him. It is over. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Rasha's lips. Sand waterfall funeral. Rasha clenched his hands fiercely, causing the sand gold sphere to contract, crushing the Moonlight Wind within into fragments. Humph, utterly feeble. Rasha snorted dismissively, turning to depart. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly resonated behind him. Now, do you comprehend? Rasha whipped around, only to behold the Moonlight Wind, who should have been reduced to mere shards, standing there unscathed. What? Shock rippled across Rasha's face. How could you possibly still be alive? I have already informed you. I can grant you an audience with Kururo. Moonlight Wind's voice dripped with mockery. Edo-tensei. The pupils of Rasha abruptly contracted. You have actually mastered the forbidden technique of Edo-tensei? No. You are an Edo body. Indeed. Someone else is controlling you. Moonlight Gale nodded. Now, do you believe that I possess the ability to let you meet Kururo? Rasha fell silent, gazing at Moonlight Gale with a myriad of complex emotions, shock, skepticism, and longing intertwined within his eyes. Can you truly allow me to see Kururo? Rasha's voice trembled slightly. Certainly, Moonlight Gale replied. A look of struggle painted Rasha's face. How can I trust you? You may choose not to believe me, Moonlight Gale said. However, do you have any other options? Rasha remained silent. Indeed, he had no alternative. If what Moonlight Gale claimed was true, this was his sole opportunity. Very well. Rasha took a deep breath, arriving at a resolution. I accept your proposition. Excellent. Moonlight Gale's face broke into a satisfied smile. Now let us commence. Commence what? Rasha inquired. Of course. Moonlight Gale's gaze suddenly turned frigid. To kill you. What? The color drained from Rasha's face. He attempted to retreat, only to find his body rendered immobile. What have you done to me? Rasha asked in terror. Nothing much. Moonlight Gale's lips curled into a cruel smile. Just allowing you to witness what true despair feels like. Wind release. Air cutter spiral wave. Lin Feng's voice suddenly echoed behind Rasha. Rasha whirled around, witnessing Lin Feng standing there, hands forming seals, poised to unleash an attack. No. Rasha let out a desperate scream. Yet, it was far too late. Countless blades of wind enveloped him in an instant. Rasha's anguished cry pierced the air as his body was torn asunder by the slicing winds. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, a look of profound relief washing over his face. It is finally over. Ding. The host has altered the original fate of the character Rasha, transforming his assassination by Orochimaru into a demise at the hands of the host, earning 1 achievement point. Ding. The host has slain a shadow-level powerhouse, gaining 50 years of lifespan. The system's notification resonated in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng could no longer contain his exhilaration, laughing heartily toward the heavens. Achievement points. Lifespan. I have finally obtained them. With 51 years added to my life, I can now delve deeper into the art of ninjutsu. And achievement points. What a splendid prize. System. Open my personal panel. Lin Feng silently commanded. Achievement points. 2. Remaining lifespan. 57 years. Attribute values. Ninjutsu 11, Body 10, Illusion 8, Strength 6, Speed 6, Precision 27. Seals 6. Bloodline limit. Would release. Mastered abilities. Sound instantaneous body technique. Perfected. 3 bodies technique. Perfected. Void/wave. Perfected. Spiral sphere. Perfected. Wind release spiral void/wave. Major. Human medical encyclopedia. Perfected. Mastery of sage arts. Perfected. Chaotic charge. Perfected. Chakra surgical knife. Perfected. In healing destruction. Perfected. Nature transformation. Wind. Whirlpool clan gene fusion technique. Perfected. Hashirama cell transplant technique. Perfected. Curse seal research. Perfected. Summoning technique. Hellhound. Perfected. Nature transformation. Would release. Multiple shadow clone technique. Perfected. Flying thunder god. Minor. Impure world reincarnation. Major. 8 gates of opening. Minor. Nature transformation. Earth release. And intangibility. Perfected. Konoha style swordsmanship. Perfected. With a lifespan of 99 years. There was no longer a need to worry about insufficient time. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Next, it was time to deal with the aftermath. His gaze fell upon the corpse of Raza. The body of the wind shadow was truly a treasure. A peculiar smile curled at the corners of Lin Feng's lips. Chapter 73. crossing into the real world, concluded. I wonder how powerful the ninja resurrected using the Wind Shadow's body as a sacrifice will be? How thrilling, Lin Feng murmured, excitement glimmering in his eyes. However, before that, I must first tidy up the situation here. Lin Feng surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on the sand-hidden ninjas. Wind Shadow, you actually killed the Wind Shadow. I will kill you. The sand-hidden ninjas, upon witnessing Raza's corpse, were consumed with rage, charging towards Lin Feng. Humph. A swarm of ants. Lin Feng scoffed, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Great breakthrough in wind release. Lin Feng formed hand seals, inhaled sharply, then unleashed a ferocious whirlwind towards the sand-hidden ninjas. The sand-hidden ninjas screamed in agony as they were swept into the sky by the tempest. Thud, thud, thud. The ninjas fell from the sky like dumplings, crashing down into puddles of flesh. Now, it is finally peaceful. Lin Feng clapped his hands, as if he had accomplished a trivial task. Next, it was time to handle the Wind Shadow's corpse. Lin Feng approached Raza's body, crouched down, and began collecting his cellular tissue. The cells of the Wind Shadow were indeed a valuable asset. As he collected, Lin Feng murmured to himself. Not only could they be used for impure world reincarnation, but they could also aid in unraveling the secrets of sand gold. Perhaps I could even master magnet release. When that time comes, my strength will surely ascend once more. Excitement sparkled in Lin Feng's eyes. However, before that, I must inform Danzo about the situation here. Lin Feng recalled his mission, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He remembered everything. He was merely a virtual character, a creation of a novice author. If the book's data faltered, the author would cease to update. This also signified the end of his existence. System, are you there? In this moment of crisis, he thought of the system he had relied upon all along. I am here. Upon hearing that the system still existed, Lin Feng's uneasy heart relaxed slightly. He then inquired, were you also created by this novice author? No, not. The system's response ignited a flicker of hope within Lin Feng. Then, are you aware that I am a virtual character? Yes. And do you know that the author's data has declined, leading to the conclusion of this book? Yes. Do you know how I can survive? Lin Feng asked eagerly, unwilling to vanish without a trace. Yes. As long as you keep the author writing, you can survive. How can I ensure he continues writing? Lin Feng pressed, for that was the crux of the matter. Improve the work's data. As long as the data is good, the author will be motivated to continue writing. How can I enhance the data? Lin Feng felt as though he had grasped a lifeline. This requires your own effort. You can alter the plot to make readers more fond of the book, thereby improving the data. The system's cold voice made Lin Feng's heart sink. Alter the plot? How could he do that? Lin Feng felt a sense of confusion. He was just a virtual character. How could he possibly change the storyline? You can utilize the information you possess to execute some unexpected actions. For instance, eliminating significant characters or altering pivotal events. The system's words plunged Lin Feng into deep contemplation. Eliminate key characters? Alter crucial events? Lin Feng murmured to himself, a glimmer of madness flashing in his eyes. Indeed, I am the man who knows all the plots. If I make certain changes to render the story more captivating, the readers will undoubtedly grow fonder of this book. In turn, the data will naturally improve. The more Lin Feng contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, as if he could glimpse the hope of life. Yet, how should I proceed? Lin Feng found himself in a quandary. Although he understood the plot, he had no clear idea of how to act. I can assist you. I can transport you to the world of the author. There, you can do anything you wish. The system's words rang in Lin Feng's mind like thunder, leaving him wide-eyed in disbelief. Transported to the author's world? How could this be possible? There is nothing impossible. As long as you are willing, you can achieve it. I am willing, Lin Feng declared without hesitation, for he had no path of retreat left. Excellent. Then let us commence at once, the system proclaimed. The moment the words faded, Lin Feng felt a sudden darkness envelop him, and he lost consciousness. Lin Feng abruptly opened his eyes, discovering himself lying on an unfamiliar bed. Where am I? He glanced around, realizing he was in a cramped room furnished with a computer desk, atop which sat a computer displaying the very book he had been immersed in. Have I truly traversed into another world? Lin Feng, in disbelief, pinched his own cheek. The sharp pain confirmed the reality. He had genuinely crossed into the author's realm. Filled with exhilaration, Lin Feng leaped from the bed, determined to confront the wretched author who had nearly caused his demise. He swung open the door and stepped outside. Based on the information displayed on the computer, Lin Feng swiftly located the author's residence. Knock, knock, knock. He pounded on the door, eager to meet the author without delay. Who is it? A languid voice emanated from within, followed by the door creaking open to reveal a disheveled young man clad in pajamas. You are the author of this book? Lin Feng inquired coldly, his eyes shimmering with a perilous glint. Indeed, and you are? The young man looked at Lin Feng with confusion, utterly unaware of the impending confrontation. Who am I? I am the one here to settle the score. Lin Feng sneered, seizing the young man's collar and dragging him into the room. What do you intend to do? The young man finally recognized the danger, struggling desperately. What do I intend to do? I aim to make you aware of the consequences of abruptly halting your narrative. Lin Feng delivered a powerful punch to the young man's abdomen, sending him crashing to the floor. Ah! The young man let out a cry of anguish, curling up on the ground in torment. Who are you? I bear you no grudge. Why are you treating me this way? He cried out amidst his suffering. No grudge? You nearly brought about my demise, and you dare claim there is no enmity? Lin Feng retorted with a chilling smile, placing a foot upon the young man's chest. Bring about your demise? I do not comprehend what you are saying. The young man, bewildered, remained oblivious to Lin Feng's meaning. Do you not comprehend? Then let me clarify. Lin Feng drew a dagger from his pocket, brandishing it before the young man. What are you doing? Please, do not kill me. The young man, upon seeing the blade, was struck with terror and began to plead for his life. Kill you? No, I shall not take your life. Lin Feng shook his head, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I shall transform you into a eunuch. A piercing scream echoed, and the young man was utterly bereft of the strength to resist. Lin Feng gazed at the youth lying in a pool of blood, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Now, you can no longer afford to leave me hanging, can you? He murmured, his gaze shifting to the computer screen. Next, it shall be you, Xiao Wei. A glimmer of wickedness flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Xiao Wei was the author's muse. In the realm of reality, she was a gentle, kind-hearted, and enchanting girl, the epitome of perfection in the hearts of all men. Lin Feng harbored feelings for Xiao Wei, yet he was acutely aware that she belonged to the author, and he was merely a virtual character, forever incapable of winning her affection. However, now that he had entered the real world, he had the chance to claim her for himself. Lin Feng powered on the computer and began to search for information about Xiao Wei. Soon, he unearthed her contact details and address. Xiao Wei, wait for me. I am coming, Lin Feng whispered to himself before departing the room, heading towards her residence. He was determined to possess Xiao Wei. He was resolute in making her his own. He vowed that the wretched author would endure eternal torment. The end.